Chapter 1: A huge loss of 100,000. A lightning bolt showed me future stock trends. Urgent financial news: A shares plummet in the afternoon. Shanghai Composite Index falls below 2,900 points. Over 4,500 stocks are down. The television broadcast was shrill, but Xiao Chuhe's eyes were fixed on the computer screen. That green was the only color in his account. Tiankai Technology, limit down. The sell orders were piled up like mountains. Account balance, 98,762 yuan. 3 months ago, that number was 200,000 yuan, all the savings he had accumulated from 3 years of working. Now, less than half remained. It's over. Xiao Chuhe's mind went blank. He slammed his fist on the table, knocking over the instant noodle bowl and spilling soup all over the floor. What a load of rubbish insider information. This is the dream of making a down payment on a house in Shanghai? Outside the window, dark clouds loomed. Boom! A thunderclap, and the rented room was plunged into darkness. The power had tripped. Damn it! Xiao Chuhe cursed as he groped his way to the electrical box in the dark. His fingers had just touched the cold switch. Another blinding flash of white lightning struck the rooftop with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle! A terrifying current surged through the wall, coursing into his fingertips and instantly coursing through his entire body. A blinding white light exploded before Xiao Chuhe's eyes. Without even a scream, he fell straight backward. A dull thud echoed as his head hit the floor, and his consciousness instantly faded into darkness. How much time passed? The sharp pain in the back of his head jolted Xiao Chuhe awake. He pushed himself up, reaching down to touch his hand, which was covered in sticky blood. Hiss, thankfully, just a minor injury. He swayed as he stood up, pulling out his phone and turning on the flashlight. The instant the light shone, he froze. On the phone screen, a golden curve he had never seen before floated, pulsating like an electrocardiogram. A hallucination? Had he been electrocuted? He rubbed his eyes hard, but the curve was still there. He turned off his phone and looked at the dark computer screen. The golden curve had reappeared eerily. This thing only appears on electronic screens? His heart pounded. Suppressing his shock, he rushed over and flipped the power switch. Click! The lights came on, and the computer restarted. The moment the stock trading software popped up, Xiao Chuhe's breath caught in his throat. On the right side of the Tiankai Technology candlestick chart, the pale golden, semi-transparent curve appeared out of nowhere, extending from today's limit-down price, rising and falling. At the end of the curve, a countdown was clearly marked: 72 hours. This is the stock price trend for the next 72 hours. A crazy thought exploded in his mind. He stared intently at the golden curve. Tomorrow at the opening, it will continue to fall. At 10:30, it will hit a low of 8.72 yuan. Then, a violent surge, hitting the limit-up price in the afternoon. The day after tomorrow, it will continue to rise to the daily limit. On the third day, it surged and then fell back, closing at a 30% higher price than it is now. Not only that, but there are two auxiliary lines beside the curve. The blue line marks capital flow, clearly showing the entry and exit times of every huge order in the future. The gray line marks market sentiment, wildly fluctuating between panic, optimism, and frenzy. This is not an illusion. This is a miracle. A strong sense of exhaustion washed over him, and the golden curve began to flicker and blur. He knew his mental energy was severely depleted and he couldn't look at it anymore. He leaned back in his chair, panting heavily, his back soaked with cold sweat. After a long silence, he raised his head, his bloodshot eyes blazing with barely suppressed madness. Looking at the meager 90,000 yuan remaining in his account, then at the golden curve foreshadowing a dramatic reversal, he smiled. Without the slightest hesitation, he sold another losing stock, gathering all the remaining funds. Then, on the trading page of Tiankai Technology, he placed a buy order. Price, 8.72 yuan. Quantity, all. All in. All in. Either lose everything and go back to your hometown, or rise to the top and turn your life around. Having done all this, he shut down his computer, collapsed onto the bed, and closed his eyes with all his might. Tomorrow would be Judgment Day. Chapter 2: All in Bet, Extreme Bottom Fishing. Xiao Chuhe barely slept a wink all night. With his eyes closed, he saw the golden curve of the stock chart. With his eyes open, he saw the balance in his account. Two conflicting thoughts tore at him. One moment he felt like he'd been struck by lightning and gone insane, the next he felt it was a divinely granted opportunity. Until 8:30 in the morning, the alarm clock blared. He jumped out of bed, his heart pounding. He rushed to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. In the mirror, his eyes were bloodshot, his expression a mixture of excitement and tension. We'll see what happens today. Without breakfast, he went straight to his computer and opened his stock trading software. Half an hour before the market opened, all the major financial websites were filled with pessimistic opinions. Blackstone Alliance speaks out, A-share bubble still serious. Foreign capital continues to flow out, RMB exchange rate under pressure. Analysts warn 2,900 points may not be the bottom. A dark cloud hung over the market. Xiao Chuhe took a deep breath, opened the Tiankai Technology page, and waited quietly. At 9:15, the opening auction began. A torrent of sell orders surged, instantly pushing the stock price to its daily limit down. The sell orders skyrocketed from 90,000 lots to 200,000 lots, a dense mountain of sell orders. The chat room was filled with lamentations. It's over, a limit down, there's no way to escape. The big players are unloading their shares, this stock is going to be halved, I'm going to eat instant noodles in the dark. I just bought the dip yesterday, and today I'm buried alive, where is justice? Xiao Chuhe's palms were sweating. Although Quantum Vision had given him the script, being in this atmosphere of despair, it would be a lie to say he wasn't panicking. He stared intently at the time in the lower right corner of the screen. With each tick of the second hand, his heart clenched tighter. At 9:25, the auction ended, and Tiankai Technology opened at the daily limit down of 9.18 yuan. At 9:30 a.m., the market officially opened. A massive influx of sell orders flooded the market, but the stock price remained unmoved, and the sell orders at the daily limit down continued to increase. 10 a.m., 10:10 a.m., 10:20 a.m. Time ticked by, and the stock price remained a dead, flat line. Xiao Chuhe's heart pounded faster and faster, and doubts began to fester. Could my superpower be fake? Is this all just a dream? He even started considering whether to return to his hometown after losing everything, or find a factory job in Shanghai to make ends meet. Just when he was about to collapse, the clock jumped to 10:30 a.m. A sudden change occurred. A massive buy order suddenly appeared on the buy side. 5,000 lots, 10,000 lots, 20,000 lots. Like a ravenous beast, it frantically devoured the sell orders at the daily limit down. The 200,000 sell orders plummeted at a visible rate. 150,000, 100,000, 50,000. It's open. The limit down has opened. The chat room exploded instantly. Holy crap! Who's buying up all this stuff? They dare to pry open this market? Run! The big players are manipulating the market to lure in more buyers. It'll drop even more this afternoon. Panic-stricken retail investors and speculative funds frantically sold, but the mysterious buying pressure was relentless, absorbing every single one. The stock price began to slowly climb. -9%, -8%, -7%. Xiao Chuhe's breathing became extremely rapid. It's here. Exactly the same as what Quantum Vision saw. The timing, the price level, the way the funds entered, it's all perfect. His adrenaline surged, and with trembling hands, he opened his order in 8.72 yuan by order, quietly executed when the stock price dipped. All in. Perfect bottom fishing. The stock price had now risen to -6%, instantly turning his account from a loss to a profit. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Xiao Chuhe could no longer contain himself, bursting into hearty laughter, all the pent-up frustration of the past 3 months vanishing. This was the feeling of having everything under control. After a brief period of fluctuation at the afternoon opening, the stock price launched another fierce attack. One massive sell order after another, each holding tens of thousands of shares, slammed into the sell side like a battering ram. -5%, -3%, 0%. The stock price turned positive. Market sentiment was completely ignited, and the chat room was buzzing with excitement from floor to ceiling. It's going to be a floor-to-ceiling reversal. Those who sold at a loss this morning are crying in the bathroom. The main players are too aggressive. I'll lock in my positions tomorrow. Xiao Chuhe watched as the gray market sentiment line in his Quantum Vision rapidly surged to frenzy. At 2:13 p.m., a super-large sell order of 50,000 shares was dumped, and Tiankai Technology's stock price soared like a rocket, firmly locked at the daily limit. 11.22 yuan. From limit down to limit up, a 20% swing. Xiao Chuhe stared at the bright red 129,873 yuan in his account, his heart pounding in his chest. A 30% profit in one day, his principal instantly returned to over 100,000 yuan. This is just the beginning, he muttered to himself, looking at the golden curve. Tomorrow, another limit up awaited him. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a skyscraper in Lujiazhuai, Bai Jinjin, chief analyst at Huajing Securities, frowned as she stared at the screen. Her demeanor was capable, her eyes sharp. Investigate. Who was behind the surge in Tiankai Technology today? Their style is so aggressive, unlike any known speculative capital. Yes, Ms. Bai. The assistant immediately replied. Bai Jinjin's fingertips traced the candlestick chart, her gaze growing increasingly serious. This mysterious capital is definitely not simple. Chapter 3, Consecutive Limit Up Stocks, Initial Signs of Miracles. The next morning, Xiao Chuhe, feeling refreshed, fried 2 eggs and made himself a cup of hot milk, the most luxurious breakfast he did since moving into his rented apartment. At 9:15 a.m., the opening auction began. A massive buy order of 500,000 lots flooded into Tiankai Technology, instantly pushing the stock price to its daily limit up. Sell orders were few and far between. Retail investors who had frantically sold yesterday were now holding back, waiting for the price to continue its ascent. At 9:25 a.m., the auction ended and Tiankai Technology opened at its daily limit up of 11.22 yuan. Xiao Chuhe's account assets instantly soared to 142,860 yuan, a 10% profit in a single day. Comfortable. He leaned back in his chair, sipping his milk, and opened a stock forum. The screen was filled with discussions about Tiankai Technology. After hitting the daily limit up, how far can this monster stock go? Unveiling the mysterious funds that pried open the limit up, who exactly are they? I sold at a loss yesterday, and today I'm slapping myself in the face. Watching the frenzied speculation of retail investors, Xiao Chuhe's lips curled into a smile. He was like a chess player hiding behind the scenes, watching the masses revel in his strategy. Quantum Vision had already told him that the main players would lock in their positions today, and the limit up would be firmly sealed. Sure enough, the trading was uneventful throughout the day, and Tiankai Technology firmly locked in its limit up. That evening, Xiao Chuhe opened Quantum Vision again. A slight tingling sensation came from his brain, but it was much easier than the first time. In his vision, the golden curve of Tiankai Technology continued to extend. Tomorrow, after a high opening, a violent shakeout would occur, the stock price would plummet from an 8% gain to negative territory, and after 2 p.m., funds would flow back, pushing it to the limit up again. Trying to wash away the floating shares? Xiao Chuhe sneered, showing no intention of selling. On Wednesday, Tiankai Technology opened 6% higher as expected, but failed to hit the daily limit, instead trending lower. A massive wave of profit-taking pushed the stock price down -1%, -2%. The chat room sentiment shifted dramatically. The main players are unloading. Run! 3 consecutive limit up days are the limit. If you don't sell now, you'll be trapped. I bought at the peak yesterday, and now I'm trembling with fear. Xiao Chuhe's account profits quickly vanished, but he remained unfazed. He even made himself a bowl of instant noodles with ham, eating while watching the screen with an eerily calm expression. He knew that once the shakeout was over, a violent surge was imminent. At 2 p.m. sharp, the buying pressure that had been dormant all morning suddenly erupted. Large buy orders of tens of thousands of shares sprang up like mushrooms after rain, causing the stock price to surge from negative territory, +3%, +5%, +8%. Retail investors who had just sold at a loss were stunned, and the chat room was filled with lamentations. I just sold and it went up? The market manipulators are too ruthless. I was too hasty. My vision was too narrow. At 2:30 p.m., Tiankai Technology once again hit the daily limit. 3 consecutive limit UPS. Account assets exceeded 160,000. A 60% profit in 3 days. In the following days, Xiao Chuhe repeated the same method. Every night he used quantum vision to predict market trends, accurately holding, selling, and buying new targets. After 5 consecutive limit UPS, Tiankai Technology fluctuated at a high level. On the 6th day, he accurately cleared his position at the peak, doubling his account funds to 210,000. The next day, Tiankai Technology issued a clarification announcement, and the stock price plummeted. Countless retail investors who had chased the high were trapped at the top, while he had already successfully exited the market. Immediately afterward, he used quantum vision to target his next stock, Dongsheng Lithium. This stock had been trading sideways at the bottom for a long time, attracting little attention. However, quantum vision indicated that the government would release a major policy promoting new energy vehicles in rural areas in 3 days. As an upstream lithium mining company, Dongsheng Lithium was poised for 3 consecutive days of limit-up gains. Xiao Chuhe didn't hesitate to invest all his funds. The next day, Dongsheng Lithium hit its daily limit. The 3rd day, another limit up. The 4th day, the policy was implemented, and it hit its limit again. His account balance snowballed, 230,000, 250,000, 280,000. A month later, Xiao Chuhe stared at the numbers in his account, completely stunned. 1,237 yuan, 10,000 to a million, a tenfold return in 1 month. He lit a cigarette, and through the swirling smoke, his eyes deepened. The T+1 settlement and 10% daily price fluctuation limits of the A-share market no longer satisfied him. His gaze fell upon the futures section of his trading software. There, the leverage was higher, both long and short positions could be taken, a true battleground. A double kill on both long and short positions. Now that's interesting. Unbeknownst to him, his godlike trading over the past month had already stirred up a storm in the hidden trading circles. In the analyst's office at Huajing Securities, Bai Jinjin frowned as she looked at the report handed to her by her assistant. From 100,000 to 1 million in a month? The timing of his buy and sell orders is incredibly precise. He bought in before Tiankai Technology's launch and entered the market before the policy for Dongsheng Lithium was implemented. This isn't luck, it's prophecy. Ms. Bai, we've found the account holder's information. Xiao Chuhe, 25 years old, an ordinary office worker, who had been consistently losing money. An ordinary retail investor suddenly becomes a stock market guru? Bai Jinjin sneered. He's either an insider or a thief. He's crossed the regulatory red line. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling night view of Lujiazhuai, her tone icy. Keep an eye on him. I want all his trading records. I want to see just how this stock market guru came to be. Chapter 4, the snowball of funds starts rolling. 1 million yuan isn't much in Shanghai, but for Xiao Chuhe before, it was a fortune he'd never even dared to dream of. The first thing he did was move out of his old, run-down apartment, where he'd lived for 3 years and was swarming with cockroaches. He rented a 2-bedroom apartment in an upscale downtown complex. The rent was 15,000 yuan a month. Before, seeing that price would have made him think the landlord was crazy. Now, he signed the contract without batting an eye. He also bought himself a top-of-the-line computer, 4 huge curved screens combined, exuding a high-tech feel, enough to get anyone's blood pumping. He didn't touch the rest of the money, he transferred it all into his futures account. The A-share market was a boot camp. Futures were the real battlefield. Here, there's leverage. 10 times, 20 times, or even higher. This means that if you predict the direction correctly, your profits will be magnified 10-fold or 20-fold. Similarly, if you predict incorrectly, your losses will also be magnified. Once losses exceed your margin, you'll be forced to liquidate your position, commonly known as a margin call. Countless people have become rich overnight here, while many more have lost everything. But for Xiao Chuhe, who possesses quantum vision, risk is non-existent. He spent 3 whole days learning the rules of futures trading. T+0, allowing same-day buying and selling. Two-way trading, allowing you to profit from both rising and falling prices. Margin trading, enabling high leverage with low initial investment. This is practically a money-printing machine tailor-made for me, Xiao Chuhe thought, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the trading rules. His first target was rebar futures. This is one of the most actively traded commodities in the domestic futures market, with volatile prices and a large number of participants. That night, he activated his quantum vision. A familiar feeling of fatigue washed over him, but it was less intense than before. He could feel his mental strength slowly increasing with the use of his ability. On the screen, a golden futures curve appeared on the right side of the rebar futures candlestick chart. The curve indicated that, affected by weaker-than-expected downstream demand, rebar prices would continue to fall over the next 3 days. Especially tomorrow morning, a sharp drop was expected. Short. Xiao Chuhe made his decision immediately. The next morning, rebar futures opened and rose slightly. Many retail investors thought prices would continue to rise and opened long positions. Xiao Chuhe, however, calmly opened his first short position at that peak. 10 times leverage, all in. He invested nearly 1 million yuan of capital to establish a short position worth nearly 10 million yuan. After opening the position, the price began to fluctuate. His account fluctuated wildly, sometimes showing a profit, sometimes a loss. Each fluctuation represented a potential gain or loss of thousands, even tens of thousands of yuan. If it were the Xiao Chuhe of the past, he would probably have panicked and liquidated his positions long ago. But now, he remained as calm as a rock. He even made himself a cup of tea and leisurely browsed the news. 10 o'clock in the morning. On the trading screen, a huge sell order suddenly appeared without warning. The price plummeted instantly. Like dominoes, panic selling and stop-loss orders surged forth, causing the price to plummet. In just 10 minutes, the price of rebar plummeted by over 3%. It's crashed. It's crashed. So many long positions have been liquidated. Holy crap, who's dumping the market? That's brutal. Major victory for the short sellers. Tonight, hot models at the club. The futures trading group was filled with wailing and screaming, interspersed with a few celebratory shouts. Xiao Chuhe was one of those few. He looked at the rapidly increasing red numbers in his account, his smile growing wider. Floating profit, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. When the price fell to the first support level predicted by his quantum vision, he decisively closed his position. From opening the position to closing it, it took less than half an hour. His account balance went from 1 million to 1,400,000. This is faster than robbing a bank. Xiao Chuhe closed the trading software, leaned back in his comfortable ergonomic chair, and let out a long sigh. Exciting. It was too thrilling. The feeling of dancing on a knife's edge, watching wealth rapidly expand, was addictive. He didn't continue trading. Quantum vision told him that the afternoon's market would be dull and volatile, with little room for maneuver. Greed is the greatest taboo in trading. Even with a golden touch, one must know restraint. This was the rule he set for himself. He began planning his future. 1 million a month. This was just the beginning. His goal was to grow his capital to 100 million within 3 months. 100 million sounded like a joke. But in the highly leveraged futures market, with the super-powerful quantum vision as a boost, it wasn't impossible. All he had to do was repeat the same pattern over and over, predict, wait, strike. For the next 2 months, Xiao Chuhe became a complete recluse. His daily life consisted of eating, sleeping, and trading. He was no longer confined to rebar futures, his battlefield expanded to iron ore, crude oil, gold, cotton. His quantum vision seemed effective for all financial products whose price fluctuations could be displayed on electronic screens. He was like a ghost, darting between various futures contracts, sometimes going long, sometimes short. Every move was incredibly precise. He always managed to place numerous orders before a price surge, and always managed to establish short positions before a crash. His capital was expanding at an alarming rate. 1.4 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million. When his account balance first broke through 8 figures, he didn't experience the expected elation, but rather a strange calm. Money, to him, had gradually become just a number. What he began to enjoy was the thrill of predicting the market and defeating countless opponents. He gave himself a trading code name, Styx. The name, derived from his own name, signifies that wherever he goes, his opponent's funds will be devoured and reduced to nothingness. What he failed to notice was that as his capital grew, each move he made in the futures market began to create significant ripples. Especially in less active commodities, his orders, often amounting to tens or even hundreds of millions, were enough to influence short-term price movements. A mysterious, ruthless, and highly successful trader known as Styx began circulating in the futures trading world. Some said he was a new front for a super-powerful figure. Others said he was a mysterious organization with insider information. No one knew who he was, only that following Styx's trades guaranteed profits. Huajing Securities. Bai Jinjin stared at the 2 side-by-side reports before her, lost in thought. The one on the left belonged to stock god Xiao Chuhe. Since breaking the 1 million mark a month ago, this account hadn't traded again, and all the funds had been transferred out, their whereabouts unknown. The one on the right belonged to Styx, the mysterious figure who had recently risen to fame in the futures trading world. Mr. Bai, we compared Minghe's trading records and found a very interesting phenomenon. The assistant pointed to the data on the screen. His trading style is very similar to that of Xiao Chuhe back then. Oh, yes. Both go all in, extremely aggressively. And their timing is shockingly precise. We have reason to suspect that this Minghe and that Xiao Chuhe are the same person. Bai Jinjin's fingertips tapped lightly on the table. From 1 million to 50 million now, only 2 months. Yes. According to our estimates, his funds are already close to 50 million. The assistant's tone was full of amazement. This speed of profit is terrifying. What's terrifying isn't the speed of profit. Bai Jinjin stood up, walked to the window, her eyes serious. What's terrifying is, how could he do this? Whether it's stocks or futures, every move he makes is like looking for the answer. This goes beyond the scope of insider trading. Insider information cannot cover all products. It's impossible to pinpoint every turning point. This person, Bai Jinjin murmured to herself, he must hold a tremendous secret. She turned and gave her assistant new instructions. Use all our resources and continue the investigation. I need to know who this Xiao Chuhe, or Minghe, is, where he is, and what he's doing. I need all his information. A strong intuition told her that this mysterious trader would be a bombshell that detonated the entire financial market. She had to find him before he spiraled out of control. Chapter 5, A Double Kill Between Bulls and Bears, a Legendary Battle. 2 months, 50 million. Xiao Chuhe woke up in his luxurious apartment, looking out at the sunrise over Shanghai, feeling a sense of unreality. He checked his phone. The text message notification of his bank account balance, that long string of zeros, kept him informed that this wasn't a dream. He was no longer the obsequious office worker bowing and scraping for a few thousand yuan a month. He was now Styx, a mysterious and feared tycoon in the futures trading world. It's still a bit slow. Xiao Chuhe frowned slightly. He still had a month left to reach his goal of 100 million in 3 months, but he was still halfway short of funds. 15 million was already a significant amount. In many commodities, his entry would attract attention, even being seen as a counterpart trader. He needed a larger stage, a more liquid battlefield. His gaze fell on international crude oil futures. This is one of the world's most traded futures contracts, with daily turnover in the trillions. Here, his 50 million would be nothing more than a drop in the ocean. This was the true arena for him to unleash his full potential. You're the one. That night, he activated quantum vision and began analyzing the trends of international crude oil. This time, the fatigue in his brain was more intense than ever before. The golden curve in his vision became somewhat unstable, seemingly flickering slightly. It seems that the larger and more complex the market, the greater the drain. Xiao Chuhe understood. He endured his headache and carefully deciphered the information conveyed by the curve. In the next 72 hours, crude oil prices would stage a breathtaking V-shaped reversal. Oil prices are expected to surge tomorrow after the market opens, influenced by news of geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. However, behind this surge lies a bull trap set by a financial giant using this news. After pushing prices up and attracting enough speculative buying, they will instantly reverse course and short sell, reaping the profits. Prices will plummet from a 5% surge to a 3% drop within 24 hours. Interesting, trying to lure in more buyers? A cold smile played on Xiao Chuhe's lips. To others, this is a den of thieves, a meat grinder for ordinary traders. But to him, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill both bulls and bears. He can first go long, riding the upward trend. Then, at the peak, he can short sell, joining the big players to reap the profits from those retail investors who chased the high. The next day, during the Asia-Pacific trading session, international crude oil futures open. A news report about an attack on a major oil pipeline in an oil-producing country suddenly spread across major media outlets. The market exploded instantly. Crude oil prices, like a runaway horse, surged wildly upwards. 1%, 2%, 3%. Countless traders, eyes red with greed, rushed in, frantically going long. Geopolitical conflict. This is an incredible boon. Brothers, all in on the long positions, target $100. Oil prices are about to take off, it'll be too late if you don't get on board. Xiao Chuhe calmly watched all this from his apartment. He didn't rush in immediately after the market opened. He waited. He was waiting for the optimal entry point, as seen through his quantum vision. At 10 a.m., after rising 3.5%, the price experienced a brief pullback. Many people, believing the upward trend was ending, rushed to take profits. Now, a glint flashed in Xiao Chuhe's eyes, and he decisively clicked the mouse. 50 million in capital, 20 times leverage, all in. Long. He established a long position worth 1 billion. After his entry, the price, as he predicted, stopped its pullback and, after a brief period of consolidation, launched a second, even more powerful attack. 4%, 5%. The price surged to its highest point in 3 days. Market sentiment reached a fever pitch, and Xiao Chuhe's account had a staggering floating profit 50 million. In just 1 hour, his capital had doubled. It's time to stop. While everyone was fantasizing about oil prices continuing to surge and breaking previous highs, Xiao Chuhe remained unusually calm. He knew that the peak of the euphoria was the beginning of the slaughter. Without hesitation, at that highest point, he decisively closed all his long positions. The funds were secured. His account balance officially surpassed 100 million. He had achieved his self-set goal. But he didn't stop. Because the second half of the drama had just begun. The very next second after closing his long positions, he immediately poured another 100 million into the market. This time, he shorted. A terrifying short position worth 2 billion, leveraged 20 times, silently pressed down on the market like a mountain. Just 5 minutes after he opened his position, the situation changed drastically. Another news item popped up. Official clarification: the report of an attack on the oil pipeline is false. The temporary shutdown was due to equipment malfunction and has now been restored. The market was instantly stunned. Those who had just been celebrating their gains were left speechless, their minds blank. Then came a massive, overwhelming sell-off. A huge, irresistible sell order rained down, instantly driving prices down. -1%, -2%, -5%. The price drop was even faster and more devastating than the rise. Countless long positions, unable to stop losses in time, were instantly liquidated. Liars! It's all a lie. My money! My money! It's all over, liquidated. The cries of despair echoed throughout every trading room. Xiao Chuhe, like a cold-blooded Grim Reaper, silently watched this massacre he had helped orchestrate. In his account, the profit figures began to fluctuate wildly again. 10 million, 30 million, 50 million. When the price fell to the predicted support level, he decisively closed his position again. With a principal of 100 million, he made another 60 million by shorting. In one day, one buy and one sell, one long and one short position. His capital soared from 50 million to 160 million. This battle was nothing short of legendary. The entire international crude oil futures market was shaken by this suddenly appearing, mysterious account codenamed Styx. Investigate. Investigate. Who exactly is this Styx? How could he possibly short sell at the peak? Did he know about the denial beforehand? On Wall Street, a trading director at a top investment bank roared at his subordinates. They were the orchestrators of this bull trap. They had planned to fleece all retail investors, but unexpectedly, at the peak, a mysterious opponent had taken a huge bite out of them. What terrified them even more was that Styx's entry and exit points almost perfectly coincided with their plans. It was as if someone had planted a spy within their ranks. Or rather, someone could see through all their operations. An unprecedented fear spread through their hearts. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuhe, after completing this earth-shattering battle, felt a dizzying sensation in his head, an unprecedented sense of exhaustion and weakness washing over him. The screen in front of him began to show double images. The consumption is too great. He knew this was a side effect of overdrawing his quantum vision. He forced himself to shut down the computer, collapsed onto the bed, and instantly fell into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to him, an invisible net was already being cast upon him from two directions. One was the regulatory force from within China, led by Bai Jinjin. The other was the overseas financial behemoth, the Blackstone Alliance, enraged by his snatching of profits. His codename, Styx, and his ruthless, unreasonable operating style had simultaneously entered the sights of these two major forces. Chapter 6: The Hidden Stock Market Guru Emerges. Xiao Chuhe slept soundly for what seemed like an eternity. When he woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. The sunlight outside the window was somewhat dazzling. He sat up, feeling a bit dizzy, as if he hadn't fully recovered from a hangover. Looks like I can't play like that again, he thought, rubbing his temples, still shaken. Yesterday's double-kill trade in the crude oil market, while making him incredibly wealthy, had taken an unprecedented toll on his mental energy. He had a premonition that if he did it again, he might faint. Quantum vision was a divine skill, but it wasn't a perpetual motion machine that could be used indefinitely. He had to be careful. He picked up his phone to check the time, only to find over a dozen missed calls and dozens of unread messages, all from an unknown number. He frowned and opened one of the messages. Mr. Xiao, hello. This is a client manager from Huajing Securities. We've detected unusual trading activity in your account and would like to verify the situation. Would it be convenient for you to call me back? Huajing Securities? Xiao Chuhe remembered, his initial stock account was opened with this brokerage. Unusual trading activity. He sneered. When you're losing money, nobody cares. But when you start making money, they say you're acting strangely. He couldn't be bothered and simply blocked the number. He wasn't short of money now, and he didn't want to deal with these so-called official entities. He just wanted to quietly remain a player behind the scenes. He got out of bed, went to his computer, and opened one of the largest stock forums in China. He wanted to check on the domestic market situation and relax a bit. As soon as he opened it, a highlighted post caught his attention. Breaking news! Breaking news! A hidden stock god appears in A-shares. Mysterious funds precisely position themselves, achieving returns that outperform all mutual funds. Hidden stock god. Xiao Chuhe became interested and clicked on it. The poster's ID was Data Emperor. He used detailed data and charts to review several of the most bullish stocks in the A-share market over the past 3 months. From the dramatic rise and fall of Tiankai Technology to the consecutive limit-up days of Dongsheng Lithium, and then to several other stocks that doubled in value. The original poster discovered that on the eve of the stock surge, a mysterious fund would always be present, lurking in advance. And they would always manage to exit safely at the peak of the frenzied rise. This fund size, initially tens of thousands, later increased to millions, with each move incredibly precise and always fully invested. According to my tracking, this mysterious fund's operating style can be described in 8 words: all in, bottom fishing at the limit down. Their aggressive methods and precise timing are simply unheard of. I would call them the hidden line stock god, because their operations are like a hidden line behind the candlestick chart, clearly outlining the perfect trajectory of each monster stock. The post already has over 1,000 replies. Holy crap! Really? That's incredible. You're a data genius, you never lie. I followed your analysis and reviewed the whole thing, and it's chilling. This isn't human, this is godlike. I remember the Tiankai technology wave. There was some idiot trying to buy at the limit down, and I even cursed him. Turns out he's a god. Please, stock market guru, take me as your apprentice. I don't want to work hard anymore. Which brokerage firm does this account belong to? Can you find out? I want to open an account next door to him and soak up some of his magic. Xiao Chuhe looked at these comments, his expression somewhat strange. This so-called hidden stock market guru, wasn't he talking about himself? He never expected that his small-time trading in the A-share market would be exposed and given such a childish nickname. He continued reading. At the end of the post, the poster asked a question. But, strangely, this hidden stock market guru's account suddenly disappeared a month ago. He cleared out all his stocks and transferred all his funds, vanishing without a trace. Does anyone know where he went? Did he retire from the market, or did he move to another market? Someone immediately replied, I know. He's definitely switched to futures. That's right. A big shot named Minghe has recently emerged in the futures market, and his trading style is exactly the same as hidden line stock god. Incredibly aggressive, killing both long and short positions. Holy crap, really? A stock market god, now he's slaughtering in futures? Is this even fair? It's confirmed. Hidden line stock god is Minghe, the same person. Seeing this, Xiao Chuhe's brows furrowed deeply. Things seemed to be developing in a direction he didn't want to see. He just wanted to make money discreetly, but his operations were too shocking to remain low-key. From stocks to futures, he was like a firefly in the dark, impossible to hide. This is troublesome, he muttered to himself. He knew very well that when someone's earning ability exceeds the comprehension of normal people, what they attract is not just worship and following, but also endless scrutiny, covetousness, and even danger. Just then, a friend request popped up in the lower right corner of his computer screen from an encrypted chat application. The profile picture was blank. The ID was just a simple letter B. Xiao Chuhe hesitated for a moment, then clicked accept. The other party immediately sent a message. Minghe, or should I call you hidden stock god? Xiao Chuhe's pupils constricted sharply. The other party knew both of his identities. He immediately realized that this B was definitely not an ordinary online friend. He suppressed his shock and his fingers flew across the keyboard. Who are you? An analyst who's very curious about you. The other party's reply was calm and unhurried. How did you find me? Xiao Chuhe continued to ask. This was the question he cared about most. His trading account had no connection to this chat application. If you can turn 100,000 yuan into 100 million yuan within 3 months, you'll be sought after by many people. The other party's reply, tinged with a hint of mockery, made Xiao Chuhe's heart sink. Sure enough, he was being watched. Moreover, they even knew his capital growth curve perfectly. What's your purpose? Xiao Chuhe's tone turned icy. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. The other party seemed to sense his wariness and softened their tone. I just want to remind you that your actions have attracted the attention of some big shots. Not just domestic ones, but also international ones. International ones? Your actions in the oil market yesterday were brilliant, but you took a bite out of the Blackstone Alliance's pie. Blackstone Alliance? Xiao Chuhe was unfamiliar with the name. A consortium of financial giants comprised of top Wall Street investment banks and hedge funds. They are the true predators in this market. And you snatched a piece of meat from their mouth. The other party paused, then sent a message that sent chills down Xiao Chuhe's spine. They have begun to use various technological means to locate your true identity globally. Xiao Chuhe's hands stopped on the keyboard. A layer of cold sweat instantly seeped down his back. For the first time, he felt real danger. He could foresee market fluctuations, but not the wickedness of human hearts. Before those financial giants who could manipulate events at will, his 100 million yuan might be nothing at all. If they really found him, what methods would they use? Coercion? Bribery? Or, simply make him disappear physically? You're telling me all this to help me? Xiao Chuhe composed himself and asked. Sort of. I don't want to see a trading genius perish so inexplicably. Who exactly are you? This time, the other party remained silent for a long time. So long that Xiao Chuhe thought she had logged off. Then, a sentence popped up. My name is Bai Jinjin. Chapter 7 Analysts Questioning and Probing. Bai Jinjin. Chief Analyst, Huajing Securities. The moment this name appeared on the screen, Xiao Chuhe instantly understood. The unfamiliar number that had been constantly calling and texting was hers. The person who linked his identity as the secret stock god and Minghe on the forum was likely also her, or her team. This woman, like a keen-nosed hunting dog, had managed to drag him, the prey hidden deep in the mountains, out of the slightest trace he had left behind. So it was you. Xiao Chuhe's tone was unreadable. It's me. It wasn't easy finding you. Bai Jinjin's reply carried a hint of womanly reproach, but Xiao Chuhe knew it was just a facade. This woman was far more formidable than he had imagined. Big analyst Bai, what advice do you have for this small-time investor who's been trading illegally? Xiao Chuhe deliberately emphasized the words trading illegally. He guessed that Bai Jinjin initially targeted him because she suspected him of insider trading. If you were just doing ordinary insider trading, I wouldn't be here today. Bai Jinjin seemed to see through his thoughts. Insider trading couldn't have made you 100 million in 3 months. It certainly couldn't have allowed you to accurately predict the Blackstone Alliance's harvesting plan in the international crude oil market. So I'm very curious. Bai Jinjin's tone was full of inquiry. Mr. Xiao Chuhe, how exactly did you do it? What was your source of information? Here it comes. Finally, she's asked the most crucial question. Of course, Xiao Chuhe couldn't tell her he possessed something as unbelievable as quantum vision. He thought for a moment and typed a reply, talent, plus a little bit of luck. On the other end of the screen, Bai Jinjin almost laughed out loud when she saw this reply. Talent? Luck? This kind of nonsense might fool a 3-year-old. Mr. Xiao, we're all adults. Can't we be a little more honest? Bai Jinjin said patiently. Your existence has shattered all our understanding of this market. I need a reasonable explanation. A reasonable explanation is that I'm better than all of you, Xiao Chuhe replied, simple, blunt, and full of provocation. He wanted to provoke her. He wanted to see what cards this woman would reveal after losing her composure. But Bai Jinjin wasn't provoked. She was silent for a moment, then sent a message. Okay, since you're so confident, how about we make a bet? What are we betting on? Xiao Chuhe asked, intrigued. We'll bet on the A-share market next week, Bai Jinjin said. The market is generally pessimistic right now. All institutions believe the market will continue to decline, testing the 2,800-point support level. What do you think? Xiao Chuhe narrowed his eyes. She was testing him, using the entire A-share market trend to verify his predictive ability. Interesting. He didn't answer immediately, but instead turned his chair around to face another blank screen. He concentrated and activated quantum vision. Target CSI 300 index. Buzz. A familiar sharp pain shot through his brain. In his field of vision, a golden curve representing the future trend of the market slowly emerged. The curve's movement caused Xiao Chuhe's eyebrows to twitch slightly. Because the market's trend was completely opposite to all the institution's predictions, quantum vision indicated that the market would open lower next Monday. But just when everyone thought it was going to continue its sharp decline, a mysterious force would suddenly enter the market. This force was neither ordinary speculative capital nor ordinary institutions. Its scale was extremely large, carrying an undeniable will, and its clear objective was to begin driving up all heavyweight stocks. Banks, securities firms, insurance companies, the three financial giants would collectively surge. The CSI 300 index would experience a strong rebound next week. The national team. These three words instantly flashed through Xiao Chuhe's mind. Only the national team had the strength and motivation to forcibly reverse the trend when the market was at its most desperate. He closed quantum vision, feeling mentally exhausted. He swung back into his chair, facing the chat window with Bai Jinjin again. He smiled and typed a line. My opinion is the opposite of everyone else's. Next week, the market will surge. On the other end of the screen, Bai Jinjin's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing this reply. Surge? In the current climate of global financial turmoil, continuous outflow of foreign capital, and collapsing market confidence, he said the market would surge? That's utterly delusional. What's your basis? Bai Jinjin couldn't help but press. No basis, just intuition. Xiao Chuhe's reply was as infuriating as ever. Bai Jinjin took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She knew that asking further wouldn't get her anything. This man was like a hedgehog wearing thick armor, completely unyielding. Okay, I'll remember your words, Bai Jinjin replied. Let's see what the market says next week. What if I'm right? Xiao Chuhe countered. If you're right, Bai Jinjin fell silent. If he could truly predict market trends that even she, the chief analyst, couldn't see through, then this man's abilities would truly be unfathomable. If you're right, I'll believe you're not relying on insider trading, she replied, enunciating each word clearly. And I will use all my resources to help you resolve the problem of the Blackstone Alliance. Xiao Chuhe's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. He was alone, outnumbered and outmatched. Faced with a behemoth like the Blackstone Alliance, he needed allies. And Bai Jinjin, and the Huajing securities behind her, were undoubtedly a powerful ally. It's a deal, Xiao Chuhe replied. It's a deal. Ending his conversation with Bai Jinjin, Xiao Chuhe leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. He knew he had successfully piqued Bai Jinjin's curiosity and drawn her to his betting table. Now, it was up to the market to decide. He was 90% confident he would win, but a lingering worry remained. What exactly was the origin of that mysterious national team fund that Quantum Vision had observed? Why did they choose to intervene and support the market at this time? What exactly happened in the domestic market? He opened financial news and began searching for recent information. Soon, details he had previously overlooked surfaced before his eyes. A-shares experienced consecutive circuit breakers, panic selling by investors, and the national team's emergency intervention to support the market, but with a huge funding gap, a magnificent yet extremely dangerous picture of financial warfare slowly unfolded before him, and he, unknowingly, had already stood at the center of this war. So that's how it is. Xiao Chuhe murmured to himself, his eyes becoming more serious than ever before. Chapter 8, a shocking prediction, the national team enters the field. Over the weekend, Xiao Chuhe stayed indoors. He locked himself in his apartment, frantically absorbing all information about this financial defense war. The more he learned, the more alarmed he became. While he was engrossed in making money for himself using quantum vision, the entire Chinese capital market was undergoing an unprecedented attack. Led by the Blackstone Consortium, international financial giants, in league with certain domestic insiders, launched a multi-pronged attack on the A-share market using various financial instruments. They shorted heavyweight stocks, causing the index to plummet and creating panic. They manipulated commodity futures, disrupting the costs of the real economy. They stirred up trouble in the foreign exchange market, attempting to undermine the foundation of the RMB. Their goal was singular: to reap the wealth accumulated by China over decades. Meanwhile, the national team, the top-level forces led by China Securities Finance Corporation and Central Huijin Investment Limited, had already intervened to support the market. However, information revealed in the news suggested the situation was far from optimistic. The opponent came on strong, with ample resources. The national team, hastily responding, faced a huge funding gap and was stretched thin. No wonder Quantum Vision predicted the national team would enter the market next Monday. Xiao Chuhe finally understood. This wasn't an ordinary rebound, it was a war they couldn't afford to lose. The national team was about to sound the charge for a counterattack. Bai Jinjin, as the chief analyst of a top domestic securities firm, couldn't possibly be unaware of these inside stories. Her disbelief in the market's rise likely stemmed from her view that, given the national team's current insufficient ammunition, they were simply incapable of launching an effective counterattack. Her judgment was based on logic and data. His own judgment, however, was based on the results seen by Quantum Vision. This was the information gap. Interesting. A smile returned to Xiao Chuhe's lips. He eagerly awaited Bai Jinjin's expression when Monday's market performance confirmed his prediction. Monday, early morning. Shanghai, Huajing Securities Headquarters Building. The atmosphere in the huge trading hall was oppressive and suffocating. All the traders and analysts sat at their desks, their expressions serious as they stared at their screens. Bai Jinjin, holding a cup of coffee, stood before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the gray sky outside. A similar gloom hung over her heart. Last Friday, A-shares plummeted again, the Shanghai Composite Index just a step away from the psychological barrier of 2,800 points. Over the weekend, a barrage of negative news had swept through the market, and market sentiment had reached rock bottom. Today, after the opening bell, it would most likely break through 2,800 points, triggering a new round of panic selling. A stampede was inevitable. Ms. Bai, this is our latest morning meeting minutes. Assistant Xiao Wang handed over a document, saying cautiously, all the analysts agree that today's trading recommendation should be to reduce positions and mitigate risk. Understood. Bai Jinjin nodded, without looking at the document. Xiao Chuhe's words kept echoing in her mind. Next week, the market will surge. What an arrogant and laughable prediction. In her 10 years in the industry, she'd seen countless self-proclaimed stock market gurus, but never anyone dared to utter such words in such a desperate market environment. What gave him the right? Just his so-called intuition? Ms. Bai, there are 5 minutes left before the market opens, Xiao Wang reminded her. Bai Jinjin took a deep breath and returned to her seat. Regardless of what Xiao Chuhe had said, she still had to trust her professional judgment. Today was bound to be a bloodbath. At 9:25, the opening auction ended. The CSI 300 index opened 1.5% lower. No suspense whatsoever. A chorus of low sighs filled the trading hall. It's over, 2,800 points definitely won't hold. Get ready for the storm. Bai Jinjin's heart sank. It seemed that Xiao Chuhe was just a boastful madman. At 9:30, the market opened. Just when everyone thought the index would plummet like a waterfall, a bizarre scene unfolded. The anticipated torrent of selling pressure didn't materialize. Instead, a massive wave of buying suddenly surged onto several key index-weighted stocks. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Ping An Insurance, Queiqiao Mutai, CATL. These stabilizing pillars that could significantly influence the entire index's trajectory were instantly and irresistibly pulled up from the depths by a massive influx of capital. Each buy order was in units of tens of thousands of lots. Each transaction was like a war drumbeat, striking heavily on everyone's hearts. The index's candlestick chart, after dipping for only a few seconds, rebounded sharply upwards at an unbelievable angle. 1%, 0.5%, turned positive, plus 0.5%, plus 1%. The entire trading hall fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the soaring bullish candlestick on the screen, their minds blank. What's going on? Who's buying? Are they crazy? The national team. It's the national team. Only the national team could pull this off. Finally, someone reacted, shouting hoarsely. Bai Jinjin froze in her seat. She stared intently at the screen, watching the intraday charts of the heavyweight stocks being pulled towards their daily limit by almost vertical lines. Her hands trembled slightly. The coffee cup slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor with a crack, splashing brown liquid all over her, but she didn't notice. Only one thought occupied her mind. He was right. That man named Xiao Chuhe, he actually was right. When the whole world was bearish, he accurately predicted the national team's desperate counterattack. How could this be? This wasn't analysis, it wasn't prediction. This is a divine decree. She jumped to her feet, rushed back to her office, and shouted, disregarding her image, Xiao Wang, now! Connect me to that encrypted line. Now! She needed to contact Xiao Chuhe immediately. She needed to know what else this man knew. Meanwhile, in his apartment, Xiao Chuhe calmly sipped his tea, watching the dramatic V-shaped reversal on the screen. Everything was exactly as he had anticipated. He knew that from this moment on, Bai Jinjin, this proud woman, would completely let go of all her doubts. He had won this gamble. And what he gained was more than just an ally. It was a ticket to the core battlefield of this top-tier financial war. In the lower right corner of the computer screen, the avatar codenamed B flashed frantically. Xiao Chuhe smiled and slowly clicked on it. Who, exactly are you? Bai Jinjin's first words were tinged with undisguised shock and a slight tremor. Xiao Chuhe leaned back in his chair and slowly typed a line. I told you, I'm stronger than all of you. Chapter 9: The Convincing and Alliance of Geniuses. I need your help. The second message Bai Jinjin sent on the screen surprised Xiao Chuhe. Her tone was no longer skeptical or probing, but rather tinged with urgency and pleading. The shift from shock at "Who are you?" to the plea of "I need your help" happened too quickly. So quickly that Xiao Chuhe realized the seriousness of the situation might exceed his expectations. What, the renowned chief analyst of Huajing Securities needs the help of a small-time investor like me? Xiao Chuhe teased deliberately. Xiao Chuhe, this is not the time for jokes. Bai Jinjin's tone was unusually serious. The national team's counterattack, although unexpected and temporarily stabilizing the situation, is only the beginning. You could even say it has pushed us to the brink. Oh, how so? Xiao Chuhe became interested. Although he could see future price movements, he didn't understand the deeper logic and game theory behind them. And this is precisely the strength of professionals like Bai Jinjin. Do you think the Blackstone Alliance is stupid? Do you think they'll just stand by and watch the national team successfully prop up the market? Bai Jinjin typed quickly, clearly agitated. This forced surge in heavyweight stocks has nearly exhausted half of the national team's available funds. Now, their ammunition is depleted. And the Blackstone Alliance could launch a second, or even a third, more powerful attack at any moment. If they choose to launch a surprise attack on a sector we don't expect, the national team won't have the resources to defend. At that point, the entire market will collapse even more severely than before. Xiao Chuhe frowned. He understood. The national team's actions today were like a high-stakes gamble. They used all their strength to deliver a powerful punch, trying to scare off their opponents. But if the opponent doesn't retreat, and instead seizes the opportunity when you're exhausted to deliver an even more devastating blow, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, what do you want me to do? Xiao Chuhe asked. I need you to tell me, where will the BlackRock Alliance's next target be? Bai Jinjin typed, each word deliberate. Her voice, seemingly carrying immense weight, traveled through the screen. Your intuition can see the national team's movements. So, you must also be able to see the BlackRock Alliance's movements, right? Xiao Chuhe remained silent. He could indeed see them. As long as he activated his quantum vision and locked onto the sectors or stocks most likely to be attacked, he could foresee the crisis 72 hours in advance. He was the unique early warning system in this war. Why should I help you? Xiao Chuhe countered. What benefit would it bring me? He wasn't a saint. He could have patriotism, but to risk exhausting his mental energy to serve a national team he didn't understand required a reason. On the other end of the screen, Bai Jinjin seemed to have anticipated his question. She paused for a moment, then replied, first, it's a matter of mutual dependence. If the A-share market really crashes, the money in your hands will also depreciate significantly. Do you think you can remain unaffected? Second, remember what I said before? I'll help you resolve the Blackstone Alliance problem. As long as you're willing to cooperate, I'll use all the power I have to protect you, so you no longer have to worry about being found by those Wall Street wolves. Third, Bai Jinjin paused, then sent a message that Xiao Chuhe couldn't refuse. If you truly have the ability to help the national team win this financial war, what you'll gain will be more than just money. It will be an honor and status that cannot be measured in money. You will become a national hero. Hero? Xiao Chuhe stared at those two words, somewhat lost in thought. He had never imagined that he, an ordinary person who only wanted to make money, would one day be associated with those two words. But undeniably, his heart was touched. Making waves in the capital market, no matter how much money you make, you're just a successful speculator. But if you can use your abilities to protect the country's financial Great Wall, to fight against those enemies who try to exploit your compatriots, that sense of accomplishment is something that no amount of money can buy. Okay. After a long silence, Xiao Chuhe replied with only one word. On the other end of the screen, Bai Jinjin let out a long sigh of relief. She knew she had made the right bet. This man named Xiao Chuhe, deep down, still possessed the fiery blood of a descendant of the Yellow Emperor. What should I do? Xiao Chuhe asked. It's simple. I'll give you a list of the sectors and leading stocks that we currently believe are most likely to be used as a breakthrough point by the Blackstone Alliance. Use your own methods to sense them and see which one is the most dangerous. Okay. However, I have one request, Bai Jinjin added. I need a reasonable logic to explain your prediction. I can't just take your intuition to the higher UPS, they won't believe it. Xiao Chuhe understood. Bai Jinjin needed a translator. Someone who could translate his mystical predictions into a data-driven and logically sound analysis report that the financial market could understand. And she herself was the best candidate. I'll handle the results, you handle the fabrication, no, the explanation of the process? Xiao Chuhe teased. You could say that, Bai Jinjin replied, a rare hint of a smile in her voice. We're allies now. Pleasant to cooperate. Pleasant to cooperate. Ending his conversation with Bai Jinjin, Xiao Chuhe felt like he had boarded a giant ship heading to an unknown destination. Ahead lay a turbulent sea, and enemies looming in the shadows. And he would become the lookout for this ship. Soon, Bai Jinjin sent him an encrypted file. The file detailed analyses of several key sectors, including new energy, semiconductors, biomedicine, and military industry. Each sector listed several leading stocks, along with the risks they currently face and the possibility of being shorted. The Blackstone Alliance excels at exploiting market panic to attack high-valuation, high-growth star sectors, Bai Jinjin added. New energy is their most likely next target. Xiao Chuhe's gaze fell on the new energy sectors section. Below, a familiar name caught his eye. CATL, Contemporary Amperex Technology Co., Limited, the king of Ning in the A-share market, the king of waiting on the Chinex board, and a major holding for countless funds and institutions. If the king of Ning were to fall, the entire new energy sector, and even the entire Chinex board, would face the risk of collapse. Let's start with you. Xiao Chuhe took a deep breath and concentrated. He activated quantum vision, his target locked CATL. Buzz. A dizziness more intense than ever before instantly struck. His vision even briefly went black. He knew this was because CATL's market size was far greater than any other stock he had previously anticipated. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to persevere. In his vision, the golden curve representing the future slowly, bit by bit, emerged. When he saw the curve clearly, his face turned deathly pale. The curve, starting from the current price, plummeted at an extremely steep angle. The estimated drop within 72 hours exceeded 25%. And beside the curve, the blue line representing capital flow clearly showed. Tomorrow at the market open, a terrifying sell order exceeding 10 billion would flood in from all directions. A long-planned, strangulation targeting Ningguang was about to begin. Xiao Chuhe abruptly shut down quantum vision, clutching his throbbing head, gasping for breath. Without taking a break, he immediately grabbed his phone and dialed a number he had just saved. The call was quickly answered, and Bai Jinjin's calm yet expectant voice came from the other end. How is it? Any results? Xiao Chuhe's lips were dry, he uttered only 3 words in a hoarse voice. Something terrible has happened. Chapter 10, $1 billion short selling leads to crisis. Something terrible has happened. When Bai Jinjin heard Xiao Chuhe's hoarse and urgent voice on the phone, her heart sank. She knew Xiao Chuhe. From their previous interactions, he was an extremely confident, even somewhat arrogant person. Even when facing the threat of the Blackstone Alliance, he remained calm and collected. For him to speak in such a tone as "something terrible has happened," the seriousness of the matter must be beyond imagination. Don't panic, tell me slowly, what happened? Bai Jinjin forced herself to remain calm and asked in a steady voice. It's CATL. Xiao Chuhe took a deep breath, trying to compose his voice. They're going to take action against Ningguang. It really is new energy. Bai Jinjin's guess was confirmed, but she felt no relief. What are they planning to do? How large is it? When the market opens tomorrow, a massive amount of short-selling funds will flood in. What I've seen is at least in the tens of billions. Xiao Chuhe's voice was somewhat weak. That fleeting glimpse of the quantum vision had nearly drained all his mental energy. 10 billion. Bai Jinjin gasped. She knew the Blackstone Alliance was powerful, but she hadn't expected their attack to be so devastating. Although CATL was a trillion-dollar giant, its publicly traded shares were limited. 10 billion in short selling, combined with market panic selling, was enough to smash its stock price through the cracks in a short time. Once King Ning collapsed, the entire new energy industry chain, hundreds of listed companies, would be dragged down. The Chinex index would inevitably plummet. At that point, the market that the national team had painstakingly propped up today would instantly crumble, perhaps even falling more drastically. What a brilliant, besieging way to rescue Zhao tactic. No, this was even more ruthless than besieging way to rescue Zhao. This was a direct attack on the heart of the enemy. The Blackstone Alliance aimed to utterly crush the confidence of A-share bulls with a decisive, localized annihilation campaign. Can you see their specific attack times and locations? By Jinjin pressed. This was the most crucial information. Knowing the opponent's firing positions in advance allowed for targeted deployment. Tomorrow, it will begin at the opening bell. Around 10 a.m., the first major attack will be. In the afternoon, there will be another wave, Xiao Chuhe said haltingly, his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Xiao Chuhe? Xiao Chuhe. What's wrong? Bai Jinjin sensed something was wrong in his voice. Nothing, just a little tired. After saying this, Xiao Chuhe could no longer hold on, his phone slipped from his hand, and he fell into a deep coma. Hello? Hello? Xiao Chuhe. Bai Jinjin called out anxiously from the other end of the line, but only a busy signal answered. Damn it! Bai Jinjin hung up the phone and paced anxiously in her office. She didn't know what had happened on Xiao Chuhe's end, but she knew she had to deliver this invaluable intelligence immediately. Without hesitation, she picked up the red, encrypted phone on her desk. Meanwhile, overseas, on an unknown island, in a heavily guarded villa, a blond, blue-eyed man held a glass of red wine, watching the closing data of the A-share market on the screen. A slight, disdainful smile played on his lips. The foolish national team, thinking they can reverse the trend by boosting a few bank stocks? They're just wasting their precious ammunition. Behind him stood a respectful Asian woman in a black suit. The woman was tall and slender, with delicate features, but her eyes were unusually cold, like those of an emotionless machine. Her name was Zhou Nangzhen, a Chinese American, and one of the core traders of the Blackstone Alliance. Boss, everything is ready. Tomorrow, we will launch a full-scale attack on CATL, Zhou Nangzhen reported. Very good. The blond man nodded, taking a sip of red wine. I want those Chinese to know that in the face of absolute capital power, any resistance is futile. However, boss, Zhou Nangzhen hesitated, then said, how's our investigation going with that account called Sticks in the oil market yesterday? At the mention of Sticks, the blond man's face instantly darkened. It was one of the few stains on his career. A large chunk of meat had been snatched from the tiger's mouth. No results yet, he said coldly. The other party is cunning, all traces have been erased. But I've had the technical department track him 24/7. If he dares to show his face again, I will definitely find him. I have a feeling this person is not simple, Zhou Nangzhen voiced her concern. His actions don't seem like trading, they're more like executing a pre-written script. In this world, no script is unrewritable. The blond man slammed his glass on the table. As long as our funds are abundant enough. He turned to look at Zhou Nangzhen, his eyes burning with fervor. Tomorrow, let's use 10 billion, no, 20 billion, to present A-share investors with a grand green fireworks show. Yes, boss. Zhou Nangzhen lowered her head, but a subtle, complex light flashed in her eyes. The night grew deeper. The entire Chinese financial elite was completely mobilized because of the intelligence Bai Jinjin had provided. An emergency closed-door meeting was being held overnight. Is the intelligence reliable? A billion-dollar short-selling attack on CATL? A middle-aged woman in military uniform, with general stars on her shoulders, spoke in a steady, yet authoritative voice. She was Qin Kaiying, the commander-in-chief of this market intervention operation and the head of the national team's secret market intervention group. Reporting, sir, the intelligence comes from Bai Jinjin of Huajing Securities. She guarantees its absolute reliability with her career. A participant reported. Bai Jinjin, Qin Kaiying recognized the name, a renowned financial talent. What was her source? Did you investigate? Investigated. The source is very mysterious. It's a private trader codenamed Sticks. It said that this person accurately predicted our market intervention operation today. A private trader? Qin Kaiying's brow furrowed slightly. She didn't believe in any so-called prophecy. In her view, there must be a deeper reason behind this. Perhaps, there was a spy within the Blackstone Alliance? But now, there was no time to investigate the source of the intelligence. The most urgent task was how to deal with tomorrow's crisis. How much cash flow do we have left? Qin Kaiying asked. Reporting, sir, less than 5 billion. The person in charge of fund allocation spoke with some difficulty. Less than 5 billion to fight against a short-selling attack worth tens of billions. This battle, before it even began, seemed already lost. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity. What are you afraid of? Qin Kaiying slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Her eyes, sharp as an eagle's, swept over everyone present. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Behind us are 400 million stock market investors, and the economic security of the entire nation. In this battle, we have no way out. Pass on my order. Yes, sir. Everyone immediately stood up, their posture ramrod straight. Tomorrow, concentrate all our forces and engage them in a skirmish on CATL's territory. I want to see whether their spears are sharper or our shields are stronger. Qin Kaiying's voice was powerful and resounding. Even if we use up our last bullet, we must not let King Ning fall. Yes, sir. The thunderous response echoed throughout the conference room. A fierce positional battle concerning the life and death of the A-share market was about to officially begin in 24 hours. At this moment, Xiao Chuhe, the catalyst for this storm, lay unconscious on his soft bed. His brow was faintly glowing, as if undergoing some strange transformation. His quantum horizon, after this severe overextension, seems to be undergoing some unknown evolution. Chapter 11: The Stinging Awakening and the Vision of Evolution. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chuhe awoke with a sharp, throbbing headache. It felt like someone was repeatedly churning a steel needle in his temple. Each heartbeat brought a sharp, stabbing pain. Damn! He forced out a single word through gritted teeth, struggling to sit up in bed. All his strength seemed to have been drained, a wave of weakness washing over him. He shook his groggy head, and fragments of last night's memories flooded back. CATL, a precipitous drop in its stock price, terrifying sell orders worth tens of billions, and then, a dizzying darkness. I overexerted myself too much, Xiao Chuhe muttered to himself. He knew that to see the future trajectory of a trillion-dollar giant like CATL, his quantum vision had consumed an unprecedented amount of mental energy, directly causing his unconsciousness. This ability, indeed, was not something to be used carelessly. He fumbled for his phone, which lay beside the bed. Several missed calls and a string of encrypted messages appeared on the screen, all from Bai Jinjin. The earliest one was from last night. Xiao Chuhe, are you all right? Get back to me. A few hours later, another message appeared. The intelligence has been reported. The higher UPS are taking it very seriously and are holding a meeting overnight. Are you all right? Reply when you see this message. The latest one was sent at 7 in the morning. I know you might need rest, but today is a day of life and death. If you wake up, please contact me. We need you. Xiao Chuhe looked at these messages, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He could imagine the immense pressure Bai Jinjin, on the other end of the phone, and the people behind her whom he had never met, were under at that moment. And the source of all this pressure was his fleeting prediction. He rubbed his aching temples, opened his financial news app, and the headlines were glaringly obvious. A-share defense escalates. A decisive battle between bulls and bears imminent. Market sentiment is pessimistic. Analysts generally believe the market will test the 2,800-point support level today. Rumors circulate that international short sellers have mobilized a large force, potentially aiming to target new energy leaders. The news was overwhelming, all negative. The entire market was like a powder keg that had been lit. Everyone was waiting for the earth-shattering explosion. Xiao Chuhe turned off the news. He didn't need this outdated information to create anxiety. What he needed to know was the real situation on the front lines. He dialed Bai Jinjin's number. The call connected almost instantly, after just one ring. You're awake. Bai Jinjin's voice was filled with barely suppressed joy and a sense of relief. I won't die. Xiao Chuhe's voice was still a little hoarse. How's the situation? 40 minutes until the market opens. All the news is against us. Panic has spread throughout the market. The opening auction is expected to be very ugly. Bai Jinjin quickly explained the situation. Based on your intelligence, the higher UPS have prepared for a tough battle with CATL. But, our funds are extremely tight. How tight? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before Bai Jinjin said in a low voice, less than 5 billion. That's all the resources we can mobilize right now. Xiao Chuhe's heart sank. Less than 5 billion against at least 10 billion, or possibly more, of short-selling funds. This was simply a battle on a completely different scale. It was like an egg hitting a rock. I understand. Xiao Chuhe took a deep breath. I'll keep an eye on the market. I'll notify you immediately of any unusual activity. Okay. You, take care of yourself, and don't do what you did yesterday. Bai Jinjin's concerns sounded genuine. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Chuhe forced himself to walk to his computer. As he concentrated again, trying to feel the pulse of the market, a strange sensation appeared. The source of his quantum vision, between his eyebrows, was no longer a simple stinging pain, but a warm, expanding feeling. He tried to focus his attention on CATL again. Buzz. A slight dizziness flashed by, but the expected excruciating pain of spinning the world didn't occur. His vision had become completely different. If his previous quantum vision was like looking at a two-dimensional golden curve representing future prices, now, his vision had transformed into a three-dimensional star map. CATL stock was like a giant star at the center of this map. Countless slender threads, radiating different colors of light, connected to this star from all directions. There were red threads representing buying, and blue threads representing selling. And at this moment, in the dimension representing the future, countless astonishingly thick blue threads were extending from a distant and dark corner, like octopus tentacles, menacingly lunging towards the CATL star. Each blue thread was marked with a string of numbers the magnitude of the funds involved. 100 million, 500 million, 1 billion. Xiao Chuhe could even clearly see the flow of these funds. They passed through hidden channels, disguised as countless small sell orders, poised to strike. This was the Blackstone Alliance's attack force. What shocked Xiao Chuhe even more was that he discovered he could seemingly actively touch these threads. With a thought, he focused his gaze on the thickest blue thread. Instantly, a series of more detailed information, like a data stream, flooded his mind. Source of funds: Blackstone Alliance Asia Branch, Fund Number 7. Trader: Zhou Nangzhen. Attack strategy: high-frequency algorithm order splitting, focusing on attacking round number levels, inducing market panic. First wave of attack time: 10 a.m. Intended attack point: XXX.XX yuan. Holy crap! Xiao Chuhe couldn't help but curse. What is this? If the previous Quantum Horizon was like an early warning aircraft, it could only detect enemy aircraft approaching. Now, this evolved ability is practically a battlefield radar. Not only can it see enemy aircraft, but it can also directly analyze their model, the missiles they carry, who the pilot is, and even know exactly when they're about to press the launch button. This fainting spell due to mental exhaustion has actually caused a qualitative leap in his abilities. He suppressed his inner elation in shock, immediately realizing what this information meant for the upcoming war. It meant that all of the enemy's tactical deployments would be completely transparent to him. He picked up his phone and dialed Bai Jinjin's number again. What's wrong? Is there new information? Bai Jinjin's voice immediately became tense. Xiao Chuhe said in a deep voice, Bai Jinjin, get paper and pen ready. I need you to write something down. This might be our only chance to turn the tide. A rustling sound came from the other end of the phone. Clearly, Bai Jinjin had immediately taken action. Tell me, the enemy's main attacker is named Zhou Nangzhen, and she's from the Blackstone Alliance. What? Bai Jinjin exclaimed in surprise. How do you know that name? Don't ask me how I know, Xiao Chuhe interrupted her. Let me continue. Their first wave of attack will launch at 10 a.m. sharp. They'll be using high-frequency algorithmic trading, breaking large orders into countless smaller orders to target key round number prices. Their first target price is. Xiao Chuhe reported the price, accurate to the cent, that he had seen to Bai Jinjin. They will use 3 minutes, regardless of cost, to drive the stock price down to that level, then use the technical breakdown to trigger a panic sell-off among retail investors. This is their first step. There was complete silence on the other end of the phone. After a full 10 seconds, Bai Jinjin asked in a trembling, almost dreamlike voice. Xiao Chuhe, what did you see? This prophecy, so precise as to include names, times, strategies, and locations, completely exceeded all her understanding gained in her 10 years in the industry. This wasn't analysis, this wasn't prediction. It was practically peeping into the opponent's battle plan. I saw the possibility of victory. Xiao Chuhe looked at the deep and vast starry sky representing the future on the computer screen and spoke each word carefully. At 9:25, the opening auction ended. CATL stock price opened -5.8%. The immense selling pressure, like a mountain, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The decisive moment was approaching. Chapter 12: Precision Sniping, Battlefield Radar. At 9:30 a.m., the A-share market officially opened. Without the slightest hesitation or pause, as if hearing the starting gun, CATL stock price plummeted like a burst dam the moment trading began. On the screen, the green candlestick chart stretched drastically, with massive sell orders raining down like a waterfall. -6%, -7%, -8%. Within just 5 minutes of trading, the stock price was heading straight for its daily limit down. The entire market was filled with despair. It's over, Ningguang is going to collapse. Who can withstand this? There are absolutely no buyers. Where's the national team? Help! Countless retail investors, in despair, pressed the sell button. They didn't want to be buried alive, they just wanted to escape this bloody meat grinder. Panic spread rapidly like a plague. Huajing Securities Headquarters, Trading Hall. The atmosphere was deathly silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the alarming green color on the main screen. Bai Jinjin stood in her office, her palms sweating profusely. Several screens were laid out in front of her, one of which displayed the intraday chart of CATL, Contemporary Amperex Technology Co., Limited. The white price line was almost vertically downward, descending without the slightest resistance. Her assistant, Xiao Wang, stood beside her, her face pale, her voice trembling. President Bai, we can't hold on. If this continues, it'll hit the daily limit down within 5 minutes. Once it hits the limit down, the entire Chinex market is finished. Bai Jinjin didn't speak, she stared intently at another screen. That screen was connected to an encrypted line, at the other end of which was the highest command center for this market stabilization operation. She was waiting for an order, or rather, waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity that Xiao Chuhe had told her about. Don't hold on at the opening bell, that's like throwing money into a bottomless pit. Their goal is to exploit the panic at the opening bell to deplete our resources. Let them crash, the deeper the better. What we need to do isn't defense, it's counterattack. Remember that time, 10 a.m. sharp. Remember that price, XXX.XX yuan. Xiao Chuhe's words echoed in her mind again and again. Reason told her this was insane. Watching the market collapse without trying to save it was agonizing in itself. But deep down, a voice told her to trust him. Trust the man who had created a miracle. Mr. Bai. It's already minus 9.5%. Almost there. Xiao Wan's voice was trembling with tears. Bai Jinjin's nails were almost digging into her flesh. Time passed, second by second. 9:50 a.m. 9:55 a.m. CATL stock price fluctuated between minus 9% and minus 9.8%, with the short sellers' momentum seemingly weakening, but massive selling pressure still loomed large. Several weak attempts by the bulls were instantly crushed. The market had completely lost confidence. Everyone believed that a limit down was only a matter of time. Overseas, in the Blackstone Alliance trading room, the blond man, Griffin, leisurely swirled his wine glass, a victorious smile on his face. See that, Joe? This is a rabble, he said contemptuously. Utterly pathetic. Our main force hasn't even entered the fray, and they're already routed. Zhou Nangzhen stood behind him, her face expressionless as she looked at the data on the screen. Boss, the national team hasn't made a move yet, she calmly reminded him. Make a move? What do they have to offer? Griffin laughed loudly. With their pitiful billions to fill this billion-dollar hole? If they dare to make a move, I'll bury them alive. Our plan is to launch the main attack at 10 o'clock, Zhou Nangzhen confirmed again. Of course, Griffin nodded. Proceed according to plan. I want to see it firmly nailed to the limit down within 10:03. I want the entire A-share market to hear the mournful music of Prince Ning's demise. Yes, boss. Zhou Nangzhen's eyes remained cold, but only she knew that her heart was beating a little faster than usual. For some reason, she felt a vague unease. Was Styx, that elusive figure in the crude oil market, truly unrelated to this incident? In Xiao Chuhe's apartment, he calmly watched everything on the screen, like a detached observer. His headache had subsided considerably, replaced by a strange, highly focused state of excitement. In his quantum vision, the three-dimensional star map was crystal clear. Representing the national team, a few scattered, not particularly thick, red threads lurked around the star CATL, ready to strike. Meanwhile, representing the Blackstone Alliance, countless ferocious blue tentacles were gathering power, the tips of their rays grew brighter, clearly preparing for a fatal blow. Everything was exactly as he saw. He picked up his phone and sent Bai Jinjin a message. Ready. 3 minutes left. Bai Jinjin's body trembled violently the moment she received the message. She took a deep breath and pressed the call button on the encrypted line. Commander Qin, Styx reports that the enemy will launch a general offensive in 3 minutes. Qin Kai's steady and powerful voice came from the other end of the line. Understood. Tell our soldiers to prepare to fix bayonets. 9:59 a.m. CATL stock price had been trading sideways at minus 9.6% for nearly 10 minutes. Trading volume began to shrink. This was the calm before the storm. 10 a.m. The very instant the clock struck 10 hours, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a deluge of sell orders flooded the CATL, Contemporary Amperage Technology Co., Limited, sell board. 10,000 lots. 50,000 lots. 100,000 lots. These sell orders weren't placed all at once, but rather at an unbelievable, relentless frequency, crashing downwards continuously. The stock price instantly spiraled out of control. Minus 9.7%. Minus 9.8%. Minus 9.9%. It was about to hit the daily limit down. A chorus of exclamations erupted in the trading hall. It's here. It's here. The main downward wave is here. It's over, it can't hold. However, just as the stock price was about to touch the precise price point provided by Xiao Chuhe XXX.XX yuan, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. 1 cent above that price point, suddenly, a massive buy order appeared out of thin air. 500,000 lots. This buy order, like an impenetrable wall that appeared out of nowhere, firmly blocked the path of the short sellers. All the sell orders aimed at that price point were instantly swallowed up by this massive buy order. The trading volume surged dramatically at that moment. On the screen, the data representing the transaction details scrolled wildly, almost too fast for the naked eye to see. It's the national team. The national team has intervened. Someone roared. In the Blackstone Alliance trading room, Griffin's smile froze. What's going on? He frowned. How did they know our attack point? And they dared to use such a large order to block it? Boss, our algorithm is attacking automatically, but their buy orders are too concentrated. They've eaten all our orders. A trader reported frantically. Zhou Nangzhen's face turned deathly pale instantly. She stared intently at the screen, her heart pounding. This defensive point, it's too precise. So precise, it's as if the other side had seen her trading instructions beforehand. This is impossible. Keep smashing. Use even bigger orders to break through it. Griffin roared. I refuse to believe their money is unlimited. However, the instant he gave the order, Xiao Chuhe's second order had already reached the front lines through by Jinjin. They're going to escalate. Now, counterattack. Target all sell orders in units of 500,000 lots placed at sell positions 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are bait orders placed by their algorithmic trading bots. Take them down. The order was executed flawlessly. Just as the Blackstone Alliance was preparing to launch a second wave of attack, the national team's funds, like a sharp scalpel, suddenly abandoned their defense below and launched an attack upwards. Their goal wasn't to drive up the stock price, but to precisely and one by one click down the sell orders on the sell side that matched Xiao Chuhe's description, using buy orders of moderate size. These orders were precisely the landmarks used by Zhou Nangzhen's algorithmic trading program to guide market sentiment and serve as coordinates for subsequent attacks. The landmarks disappeared one by one. Zhou Nangzhen's algorithmic program instantly descended into chaos. Boss, the program has crashed. It can't find the attack coordinates. What? Griffin jumped to his feet, his wine glass slipping from his hand and shattering. He stared at the screen at CATL's stock price. After failing to break below -10%, it began to rebound rapidly at an odd angle. -9.5%, -9%, -8.5%. Those sell orders that had been split by the algorithm but hadn't yet been placed were, because they had lost their attack coordinates, some were even incorrectly executed as cancellation orders by the program. A brief firepower vacuum appeared on the battlefield, belonging to the short sellers. The national team seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A full-scale counterattack. Boost the stock price. Qin Kaiying's order was decisive. That less than 5 billion yuan, at this moment, unleashed an effect that 5 billion, or even 10 billion, couldn't achieve. Because every bullet they fired hit the enemy's vitals. In Xiao Chuhe's apartment, watching the previously dim red threads in the quantum vision suddenly burst into brilliant light, precisely tearing apart the blue tentacle formation, an unprecedented surge of excitement welled up within him. He was the radar of this force. He was the eye of this war. Chapter 13: A decisive move, deadly intelligence. It's up! It's up! In the trading hall of Huajing Securities, someone shouted first, and instantly, the long-suppressed atmosphere ignited, erupting into thunderous cheers and applause. Everyone stood up, excitedly watching the soaring bullish candlestick on the main screen. CATL stock price, thanks to the precise and sharp counterattack from the national team, skyrocketed like a rocket. -8%, -6%, -4%. On the intraday chart, the white price line surged upwards at an almost 90-degree angle, its momentum unstoppable. Those who were previously trapped and forced to sell at a loss in despair now deeply regretted their actions. Meanwhile, quick-reacting speculative funds and institutions began a frenzied buying spree. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Conversely, when the bulls demonstrate overwhelming strength, the bears will also collapse like a house of cards. Those who had shorted the stock watched helplessly as the price soared, their losses escalating rapidly, their psychological defenses crumbling instantly. Stop the loss. They had to stop the loss immediately. A flood of stop-loss orders, essentially buy orders, began to emerge. This further fueled the price surge. Buying pressure pushed up the price, and the rising price triggered even more stop-loss orders, creating a perfect positive cycle. This is insane. This market is utterly insane. Assistant Xiao Wang stared in disbelief, muttering to himself. Bai Jinjin's body was still trembling slightly, but this time, it wasn't from nervousness, but from extreme excitement. She won. No, it was Xiao Chuhe who won. And even more importantly, it was the national team behind her, with its limited funds, that had waged an epic counterattack. They won. With less than 5 billion yuan, they swayed the entire market's confidence, single-handedly pulling a trillion yuan giant back from the brink of a market crash. This is a classic battle worthy of being recorded in the history of the A-share market. And at the heart of all this was that mysterious man, Xiao Chuhe. Every piece of information he provided was like a key, precisely unlocking the door to victory. The enemy's main attackers, the timing of their attack points, their attack strategies. He even knew the weaknesses of their algorithmic trading system. This wasn't just God. This was Ghost. A phantom capable of infiltrating the enemy's mind and uncovering all secrets. Her phone vibrated. It was a new message from Xiao Chuhe. The first wave of attack was repelled. They suffered significant losses, but their main force remains. This afternoon, they will launch a more ferocious second attack. Bai Jinjin's heart immediately jumped again. Yes, the war had only just begun. The morning's victory, though glorious, had nearly exhausted the national team's entire reserve funds. They had won a brilliant ambush thanks to overwhelming intelligence superiority. But in the afternoon, when the enemy returned, would they have any ammunition left? Can we hold on? She asked instinctively. Just holding on isn't enough, Xiao Chuhe replied quickly. A head-on confrontation is hopeless. We have to think of another way. What way? Cut off their supply lines. The Blackstone trading room was deathly silent. Griffin's face was so dark it seemed to drip water. On the floor lay shattered wine glasses. He stared intently at the glaring red candlestick on the screen. CATL stock price had rebounded from a 9.8% slump to around -2%. In just half an hour, his short-selling forces had suffered heavy losses. Preliminary estimates indicated losses exceeding 3 billion. This wasn't just a matter of money, it was a matter of face. He, Griffin, a veteran of Wall Street for decades, known as the Capital Butcher, had been ambushed in a market he despised most, by a group of country bumpkins in his eyes. Zhou. He practically spat out the name through clenched teeth. Boss, I'm here. Zhou Nangzhen's voice remained devoid of emotion, but her tightly clenched hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Tell me, what exactly happened? Why was our plan completely exposed? How were they able to target our algorithm nodes so precisely? Griffin's eyes were bloodshot. I don't know, Zhou Nangzhen shook her head with difficulty. There's only one possibility. What possibility? Our internal systems, or rather, our communication lines, were tapped. Someone leaked our entire plan to the enemy. Zhou Nangzhen uttered the most terrifying, yet most plausible, guess. Griffin's pupils constricted sharply. A leak. This filled him with more anger and fear than being defeated on the battlefield, because it meant that an unseen enemy was lurking among him, or within his system. Investigate. Investigate, he roared. Investigate everyone who came into contact with this plan, every single data stream. I don't care who he is, I want to find him, chop him up, and feed him to the sharks. Yes, boss. Should the afternoon's plan still proceed? Zhou Nangzhen asked. Execute. Why not execute? A ferocious smile spread across Griffin's face. They think they've won by repelling us once? Naive. He walked to Zhou Nangzhen's side, patted her shoulder, and his voice became low and ruthless. The reason they won this morning was because they had an intelligence advantage, but they must have run out of bullets. This afternoon, we'll change our strategy. Forget those complicated algorithms, let's use the most primitive, the most barbaric method. Throw it in with money. Use 20 billion, no, 30 billion, to buy up all the short-selling securities on the market, and then dump them without regard to cost. I want to see what kind of waves their pitiful funds can make when absolute power descends. I not only want Prince Ning dead, I want everyone who dared to buy the dip this morning to be buried alive. Griffin's eyes were filled with a crazed, destructive lust. He wanted to wash away the humiliation he suffered this morning with a bloody massacre. Zhou Nangzhen's heart sank. She knew that Griffin was completely enraged. The afternoon's A-share market was about to witness a true, ruthless, and utterly brutal battle. Xiao Chuhe's apartment. He leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, a warm sensation between his brows slowly restoring his overexerted spirit. The evolved quantum vision, while still incredibly energy-intensive, seemed to offer a faster mana regeneration rate. He had just observed the afternoon's market movements again. As he predicted, Griffin, in his rage, chose the simplest and most brutal strategy: unlimited financial crushing. In his quantum vision, starting at 2 p.m., the blue threads representing the Blackstone Alliance converged into an unprecedented torrent, several times thicker than in the morning, relentlessly crashing down on CATL, Contemporary Amperage Technology Co., Limited. Meanwhile, the red threads representing the national team had become as thin as silk, almost negligible. The result was obvious. The star that was CATL dimmed rapidly under the afternoon's attack, ultimately being completely swallowed by the blue torrent, heading towards collapse. To resist head-on was a dead end. Xiao Chuhe opened his eyes. He knew he had to find the key to cutting off the fuel supply. His gaze returned to the vast star map. This time, his target wasn't CATL, Contemporary Amperage Technology Co., Limited. He began rapidly searching through the starry sky composed of countless stocks. What was he looking for? He was looking for the Blackstone Alliance's money bag. The funds Griffin used to attack the A-share market couldn't have appeared out of thin air. These funds must be anchored somewhere, passing through one or more key transfer stations before entering the A-share market. These transfer stations might be in Hong Kong stocks, or perhaps in some offshore financial center. These were the Blackstone Alliance's Achilles heel. If he could find this Achilles heel and deliver a fatal blow, then no matter how insane Griffin's plans were, they would become mere nonsense because their ammunition would be cut off. This was the true decisive blow. Xiao Chuhe's mental energy was highly concentrated. His gaze swept rapidly across countless stars. Hong Kong stocks, US stocks, Singapore stocks, markets one by one, stocks one by one, threads of capital. The amount of information was enormous enough to crash any supercomputer. But at this moment, in Xiao Chuhe's mind, it was clearly being processed. Finally, his gaze settled on the Hong Kong stock market. He saw several unusually thick threads of capital, originating from the dark corner where Griffin was located. These funds did not directly enter the A-share market, but instead, through several disguised accounts, massively purchased a single stock. A stock that seemed completely unrelated to this A-share defense battle. HSBC Holdings. A long-established British bank, a super heavyweight stock in the Hong Kong stock market. Why did the Blackstone Alliance heavily invest in this stock before the war even began? Xiao Chuhe's mind raced. A bold, even somewhat insane, idea surfaced in his head. Pledge. They pledged their purchased HSBC Holdings shares at Hong Kong financial institutions, obtaining large sums of Hong Kong dollars in cash. They then converted this into RMB through underground banks or special channels and invested it in the A-share market. HSBC Holdings was their cash cow, their arsenal. Found it. A terrifying glint flashed in Xiao Chuhe's eyes. He immediately grabbed his phone and dialed Bai Jinjin's number, his voice trembling with excitement. Bai Jinjin, I found it. I've found their Achilles heel. The decisive battle this afternoon won't be fought in the A-share market. The battlefield is in Hong Kong. Chapter 14 Battlefield Shift, Surprise Attack on Hong Kong. What did you say? The battlefield is in Hong Kong? Bai Jinjin's voice on the other end of the phone was filled with shock and confusion. She couldn't understand Xiao Chuhe's logic at all. The enemy was clearly sharpening their knives against CATL in the A-share market, preparing to launch a thunderous attack, so why shift the battlefield to Hong Kong? Wouldn't this be tantamount to abandoning the main battlefield and letting the enemy slaughter us? Xiao Chuhe, are you mistaken? All our resources are concentrated in the A-share market right now. How could we possibly go to Hong Kong? Let me finish. Xiao Chuhe interrupted her with an unquestionable tone. Do you think the hundreds of billions of yuan that the Blackstone Alliance used to attack the A-share market came out of thin air? They obtained the cash by pledging HSBC Holdings shares in Hong Kong. What? Bai Jinjin was genuinely shocked. As a top financial analyst, she instantly understood the implications. Pledging stocks for cash to leverage is a common practice in the capital market. But to use shares of a company the size of HSBC Holdings for such a large-scale pledge, this was definitely the work of a top-tier financial tycoon. If what Xiao Chuhe said was true, then HSBC Holdings was the source of funding for the Blackstone Alliance's operation. It was their headquarters. You mean, we're going to attack HSBC Holdings? Bai Jinjin's voice held a hint of incredulous excitement. That's right. It's a classic case of besieging way to rescue Zhao, or cutting off the fuel supply. Xiao Chuhe said. Think about it, what will happen once HSBC Holdings stock price plummets? Bai Jinjin's mind raced. A sharp drop in stock price will reduce the value of their pledged shares. The financial institutions providing the loans will immediately demand additional margin. If they can't provide enough margin, the institutions will force liquidation, meaning they'll sell their pledged shares on the market to recover the loans. This means that not only will they be unable to withdraw more money from this ATM, but they'll also have to divert funds from the front lines of their attack on the A-shares market to replenish their positions. Furthermore, forced liquidation could trigger a further drop in HSBC Holdings stock price, creating a vicious cycle that could directly detonate their cash flow. At this point, Bai Jinjin's breathing became rapid. This plan is insane. And too, ingenious. Instead of confronting the enemy head-on their home turf, they're using a surprise attack to strike at the enemy's supply line. If successful, the entire battle will be instantly reversed. But, how do we attack HSBC Holdings? Bai Jinjin quickly calmed down and raised the most crucial question. It's a Hong Kong stock market behemoth, with a total market capitalization of trillions. With the money we have, we wouldn't even see a ripple. Who said we'd use our own money? Xiao Chuhe laughed. Then whose money? The money of the whole world. Xiao Chuhe said, enunciating each word clearly. Bai Jinjin, have you forgotten your profession? You're the chief analyst. What you need to do isn't buy and sell stocks, but guide the market. Bai Jinjin was stunned. You mean, I should write a report shorting HSBC Holdings? No, one report isn't enough. Xiao Chuhe's voice carried a seductive power. I need you to use all your resources and connections to spread a message throughout Hong Kong, and even the global financial markets, in the shortest possible time. What news? A rumor about HSBC potentially engaging in massive financial fraud and about to be thoroughly investigated by regulatory agencies. Bai Jinjin gasped. She was completely stunned by Xiao Chuhe's audacity and ruthlessness. Creating and spreading rumors about financial fraud at a top bank in any country, this would be a serious crime enough to land her in jail. This wasn't financial analysis, this was waging a propaganda war. This is too risky. What if it gets discovered? Fortune favors the bold. Xiao Chuhe said coldly. In war, people always die. Compared to the financial security of the entire nation, what is your personal risk? Besides, who said this is a rumor? What do you mean? Bai Jinjin didn't understand. A mysterious smile appeared on Xiao Chuhe's lips. In his quantum vision, when he focused on HSBC Holdings, the star, he saw more than just the flow of funds. He also saw something else. Hidden beneath the glossy financial statements were dark areas, like black spots, representing bad debts and risks. Although he couldn't understand the complex financial data, he could see that these black spots were far larger than what HSBC publicly disclosed. This meant that HSBC Holdings' financial statements might indeed have problems. His rumors merely revealed a corner of the truth prematurely. You don't need to know why. Xiao Chuhe's voice was filled with undeniable confidence. You just need to believe me. HSBC Holdings is rotten to the core. We just need to find a needle to pierce it. You are that needle. On the other end of the phone, Bai Jinjin fell into a long silence. She was torn between two conflicting emotions. On one side was the professional reputation she had painstakingly built over the past 10 years and the red lines of the law. On the other side was Xiao Chuhe's almost divinely accurate judgment and the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the nation's financial security. After a long while, she let out a long breath, as if making a firm decision. I understand. Her voice became unusually firm. Tell me what you need me to do. What exactly is the dirt? I want this story to sound real enough, to be damaging enough. Xiao Chuhe smiled. He knew that this proud and intelligent woman had completely become his most reliable ally and translator. Very good, he said, now listen carefully, this is the version of the story. Lunch break. The A-share market was temporarily at a standstill, but the tension in the air grew even stronger. Everyone knew that the final battle to determine life or death would begin after the market reopened at 1 p.m. However, in this brief respite from the calm, an unseen public opinion storm has quietly begun to brew, and it's growing stronger every day. Hong Kong. In the trading rooms of major investment banks and fund companies in Central, a number of top traders and fund managers, almost simultaneously, received a chilling rumor through various private channels. Have you heard? HSBC seems to be in trouble. What happened? Don't overreact. I don't know the specifics, but it seems to be related to their bad debts in Southeast Asia. The hole is huge, and they've been trying to cover it up. Now it seems they're under regulatory scrutiny, and an investigation team might arrive this afternoon. Really? Is the source reliable? It came from Huajing Securities. Apparently, their chief analyst, Bai Jinjin, personally leaked the information. Do you think it's reliable? Bai Jinjin? Is she crazy? Daring to spread such news? Who knows? Anyway, there's no smoke without fire. HSBC's financial reports for the past 2 years have had many suspicious points. Regardless of whether it's true or not, reducing positions is always a good idea. Similar conversations spread rapidly in countless private chat groups and phone calls. Bai Jinjin, as a top analyst at a domestic securities firm, also wields enormous influence in Hong Kong's financial circles. No one dared to take the news leaked personally by her lightly. Suspicion immediately enveloped the company. Some astute hedge funds had already begun quietly establishing short positions in HSBC Holdings. They didn't care whether the news was true or false. As long as there was potential market volatility, there was room for arbitrage. A perfect storm targeting HSBC Holdings was rapidly brewing. But at the eye of the storm, the traders of the Blackstone Consortium were completely unaware. They were making final preparations for the afternoon's all-out attack on the A-share market. Griffin had even opened a bottle of celebratory champagne, waiting to press the button of destruction at 1 p.m. He was completely unaware that a sharp knife from Hong Kong had already silently been pointed at his back. Afternoon. Hong Kong's stock market opens. HSBC Holdings share price, without warning, plummeted the moment the market opened. Chapter 15 The General's Decision, a gamble 1,000 miles away. In a heavily guarded underground command center in Beijing, a massive electronic screen, divided into dozens of small windows, displayed the real-time pulse of major global financial markets. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Qin Kaiang stood before the screen, hands clasped behind her back, her posture ramrod straight, like a silent statue. Before her lay a red, encrypted telephone. Just half an hour earlier, she had received Bai Jinjin's frantic phone call. Reporting, Commander. Styx has sent the latest intelligence. The enemy's weakness lies in Hong Kong. Their funds come from pledging HSBC holding shares. Styx suggests we abandon our frontal defense in the A-share market and concentrate all our media resources to create and spread rumors about a financial black hole at HSBC, launching a decisive attack on the enemy in the Hong Kong stock market. After Qin Kaiying heard Bai Jinjin's report, the entire command room fell into a deathly silence. All the advisors and experts exchanged opinions with the look of utter disbelief, as if they were staring at a madman. "Sir, this is absurd." An elderly expert with graying hair was the first to object. "On the main battlefield of the A-share market, we are about to face the crushing force of 30 billion yuan in enemy funds. Our survival hangs in the balance. How can we place our hopes on a vague propaganda war taking place in the Hong Kong market?" "Exactly," another person in charge of fund allocation said urgently. "We've run out of ammunition. All available resources are waiting for the final battle this afternoon. If we abandon our defense now, the victory this morning will be meaningless. CATL will collapse instantly, and the entire market will be finished. Moreover, spreading rumors about HSBC in Hong Kong? This is a serious financial crime. Bai Jinjin is playing with her career and personal freedom. What exactly is this so-called Styx up to? Could he be a double agent sent by the Blackstone Alliance, deliberately trying to throw us into disarray?" Discussions rose and fell. No one agreed with the plan. From any professional perspective, the plan was riddled with flaws and uncertainties. First, the veracity of the intelligence could not be 100% confirmed. Had the Blackstone Consortium really pledged HSBC holdings? How large was the pledge? These were all unknowns. Second, even if the intelligence was true, could spreading rumors really shake a financial behemoth like HSBC Holdings, with a market capitalization of trillions? The Hong Kong market is dominated by institutional investors. Would they easily believe such unverified rumors? Finally, and most fatally, was time. The A-share market was about to open that afternoon. The decisive battle was imminent. The so-called information war needed time to develop. Could distant water quench immediate thirst? If the Hong Kong stock market failed to achieve its goal, and the A-share market gave up resistance, the result would be a two-front defeat, a complete loss. Qin Kaiying listened quietly to everyone's analysis, her face expressionless. But internally, she was undergoing a fierce struggle. Reason and experience told her that the advisor's analysis was correct. This was a crazy plan that was almost suicidal. But her intuition, a soldier's intuition honed through countless life-or-death decisions, was telling her something else. That Styx was no ordinary person. From predicting the national team's entry into the market, to accurately pinpointing the timing, location, and strategy of Blackstone's attack on CATL, to uncovering their algorithmic trading, this person, so far, hasn't been wrong once. He created a miracle that reason and logic cannot explain. Now, this person who created the miracle has presented a battle plan that breaks with convention, even defies common sense. Should she choose to trust experience and logic, embarking on a difficult but ultimately predictable defensive path? Or should she choose to trust that mysterious Styx, gambling on a surprise attack with an uncertain outcome, but one that, if successful, could completely turn the tide? Qin Kaiying's gaze fell on the screen. The A-share market countdown showed less than 20 minutes until opening. Meanwhile, in the Hong Kong stock market, HSBC Holdings share price suddenly and unexpectedly dropped 1.5% the moment the market opened in the afternoon. Although the drop was small, the trading volume surged abnormally. Qin Kaiying's pupils contracted slightly. She knew that Bai Jinjin had begun her move. That renowned financial talent had wagered her future and destiny as the first bet in this high-stakes gamble. She had made her choice. Enough. Qin Kaiying spoke, her voice soft, yet it instantly silenced the entire command center. Her sharp gaze swept over everyone present. "Do we have a chance of winning with conventional tactics?" she asked. No one answered. Everyone knew the answer. No. Faced with an overwhelming financial advantage, any defense seemed futile. Defeat was only a matter of time. Since death is inevitable either way, why not take a gamble and fight for a chance at survival? Qin Kaiying's voice was firm and resolute. "I've decided to adopt Styx's plan. Sir, think it over." The old expert was sweating profusely with anxiety. "My mind is made up." Qin Kaiying waved his hand, leaving no room for argument. "Pass on my orders." Everyone immediately stood at attention. First, all media outlets, immediately mobilize all your media resources and connections in Hong Kong and overseas, in coordination with Bai Jinjin of Huajing Securities, and spare no effort to spread the news of HSBC's financial problems. I want this news to reach every trader in the world before 3 p.m. Second, all institutional funds in Hong Kong that we can influence, prepare. If HSBC's share price experiences a panic sell-off, immediately follow suit and short sell. We may not have ammunition, but we can be the final straw. Third, Qin Kaying's gaze turned to the person in charge of A-shares, his voice becoming extremely solemn. On the A-share side, after the market opens this afternoon, we abandon our defense against CATL. What? This order shocked everyone. But Qin Kaying's tone shifted, his eyes sharpening. We won't defend, but we'll act. I want you to use your remaining funds to create the illusion of a desperate resistance after the market opens. We need to drag things out, to fight back and forth, to make the enemy believe we're still engaged in a positional war. Our objective isn't to hold the position, but to buy time. To buy time until the surprise attack in Hong Kong is effective. To buy time until the enemy's rear is in turmoil, causing them to lose their composure. In the command center, everyone was stunned by Qin Kaying's bold and meticulous plan, abandoning defense, yet feigning it. This wasn't just simple financial manipulation, it was military strategy, psychological warfare. Using the A-share market as bait to deceive the enemy, buying precious time for the surprise attack in Hong Kong. This was a high-stakes gamble. A colossal gamble, risking the very survival of the entire A-share market, on the enemy's backyard in turmoil. At either end of the table are the Blackstone Alliance and the national team. And the unseen dealer is time itself. Do you all understand? Qin Kaying demanded sharply. Yes, sir. A thunderous response echoed throughout the command center. Qin Kaying turned back to the massive screen. Her hand gently rested on the red telephone. Only one thought occupied her mind. Ming He, by Jinjin, you mustn't let me down. Afternoon. 10 minutes until the A-share market opens. In the Hong Kong market, HSBC Holdings' decline has widened to -3%. An unseen storm is brewing. Chapter 16 Backyard on Fire, The Butcher's Astonishment. The A-share market opened in the afternoon. As everyone predicted, the Blackstone Alliance's retaliation arrived as scheduled. The instant the market opened, massive sell orders, like a dark cloud descending on CATL, appeared out of nowhere. These sell orders were unlike those in the morning, which used high-frequency algorithms or technical order splitting. They were the most primitive, barbaric, and irrational form of dumping. 100,000 lots. 200,000 lots. 500,000 lots. These massive sell orders, with their destructive force, relentlessly crushed the buy orders below. Griffin had delivered on his promise. He was going to use his absolute financial advantage to deliver a grand green fireworks show to A-share investors. However, something strange happened. The expected scene of the stock price plummeting to its daily limit did not occur. Below, the national team's funds actually stepped in. Although their buy orders appeared weak and insignificant compared to the selling pressure from the short sellers, a buy order of 10,000 lots was instantly swallowed up by a sell order of 100,000 lots. However, after the buy orders were swallowed up, new buy orders stubbornly reappeared. The stock price, at -3%, was driven down to -4.5%. Then, a mysterious buying force pulled it back up to -4%. Following this, an even more ferocious selling pressure drove it down to -5%. The bulls and bears engaged in a fierce tug-of-war within the -4% to -5% range. On the trading screen, volume surged dramatically, with funds being rapidly consumed like meat in a meat grinder. To ordinary investors, this was a breathtaking battle to defend their position. The national team, with its own flesh and blood, was building a defensive line, desperately resisting the frenzied attack of international short sellers. Countless retail investors, infected by this tragic atmosphere, joined the fray, placing buy orders with their meager funds to support the national team. Hold on. We must hold on. Damn it, I'm forfeiting my salary this month, I'm buying it all. Count me in for the national team. Market sentiment was completely stirred up. The Blackstone Alliance trading room. Griffin frowned, watching the stalemate on the screen. What's going on? Where did they get so much money? He asked, puzzled. He estimated that the national team was out of ammunition after the morning's battle. Their resistance this afternoon should have been like paper against his 30 billion attack plan, easily breached. How could it be so evenly matched? Boss, their capital isn't that large, Zhou Nangzhen calmly analyzed, pointing to the data stream on the screen. You see, each order they take on doesn't exceed 50,000 lots. And they never actively attack upwards, they're just passively defending. Most importantly, there are many very small buy orders constantly pouring in. These must be retail investor funds that they've incited. Griffin listened, a cruel smile appearing on his face. So this is a people's war? How foolish and laughable, he said contemptuously. Retail investors' money is the least steadfast money in the world. They're rushing in now only because the stock price hasn't fallen to their psychological threshold yet. Increase the pressure. Keep dumping. I want the stock price to fall below this morning's low. I want all the retail investors who rushed in to experience what despair is. I want to turn them from patriots into stampedes. Yes, boss. With Griffin's order, even larger sell orders began to emerge. CATL stock price spiraled out of control again, accelerating its decline towards -6%, -7%. The A-share market's position was hanging by a thread. Griffin picked up the glass of champagne prepared to celebrate the victory, his face once again displaying an expression of complete confidence. In his view, the outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. However, at that moment, a trader's exclamation shattered the atmosphere in the room. "Boss, something terrible has happened. Look at the Hong Kong stock market." Hong Kong stocks. Griffin frowned impatiently. What's so interesting about Hong Kong stocks? Is the sky falling? He casually glanced at the screen displaying the Hong Kong stock market trends. The next second, his pupils contracted to pinpoints. On the screen, HSBC Holdings' candlestick chart was plummeting vertically at a terrifying angle, like a kite with a broken string. -4%, -5%, -6%. Trading volume was more than 10 times higher than usual. What the fuck is going on? Griffin's roar echoed throughout the trading room. The champagne glass in his hand clattered to the floor, spilling the expensive liquor everywhere. HSBC Holdings was the source of their funds for this operation, it was their lifeline. He invested billions, heavily holding the stock, then pledged it to banks to obtain the ammunition to attack the A-share market. Now, this cash cow in his eyes is being slaughtered. How could it have fallen so much? What happened? He roared at his subordinates. A trader responsible for information gathering, pale-faced, held up a tablet computer, trembling as he said, "Boss, the market is full of rumors that HSBC's financial statements have huge holes. Their Southeast Asian lending business has seen massive amounts of bad debts, which have been hidden. Regulators may be about to investigate." Bullshit. Griffin snatched the tablet, quickly scanning the information. Bloomberg, Reuters, The Wall Street Journal. Almost all mainstream financial media reported this rumor simultaneously, with urgent updates. Although the wording was cautious, using phrases like "according to market rumors" and "according to insiders." However, when media outlets worldwide are reporting the same thing, it has already become a fact. Panic was amplified infinitely in the Hong Kong market. Countless institutions, upon seeing the news, immediately began selling at any cost. No one wanted to gamble on whether the rumor was true or false. For a bank stock like HSBC, reputation is its lifeblood. Once that reputation is tarnished, even a mere rumor can trigger a stampede. It's a trap. It's a trap. Griffin understood instantly. This was a vicious conspiracy against him. The other side never intended to fight him in the A-share market. Their target, from the very beginning, was his Hong Kong cash reserves. Quick! Contact the banks that provided the collateral immediately. Griffin's voice was shrill with fear. Tell them it's a rumor. It's market manipulation. Too late. Boss, Zhou Nangzhen's voice, like a chilling wind from hell, sent a shiver down Griffin's spine. Her gaze fell on another screen. On it were risk warning emails from the trading desks of several top investment banks, including Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. The content of the emails was almost identical. Dear client, due to the drastic fluctuations in the share price of HSBC Holdings, the underlying asset you pledged, it has triggered a risk warning. Please add 30 billion Hong Kong dollars in margin before the Hong Kong stock market closes at 4 p.m. today. Otherwise, we reserve the right to forcibly liquidate your pledged shares. Forced liquidation. These 4 words were like 4 red-hot branding irons, branding them fiercely onto Griffin's eyes. He knew what this meant. Once the bank began forced liquidation, billions of HSBC shares would be passively dumped onto the market. That would completely crush HSBC's share price and could even trigger systemic risks in the entire Hong Kong stock market. And he would lose everything. Withdraw funds. Immediately. Withdraw all the funds we used for shorting in A-shares. Convert them to Hong Kong dollars to cover the margin call. Griffin roared like a wounded beast. He no longer cared about the victory in A-shares. His priority now was to save his own life. For the first time, despair appeared on Zhou Nangzhen's face. Boss, it's too late. Most of our funds were raised through short selling. To convert them into cash, we have to buy back all the shares we sold on the market. But now, she pointed to the A-share screen. The selling pressure on CATL's stock price vanished instantly due to the Blackstone Alliance's sudden silence. Meanwhile, pent-up buying pressure and countless retail investors' retaliatory purchases were driving the stock price up wildly. Buying to close their positions now would be like carrying the burden for their opponents at the peak. At the front door lay massive losses for short positions in the A-share market. In the backyard, a margin call crisis loomed over pledged shares in the Hong Kong stock market. Griffin, this once arrogant capital butcher, was shocked to discover this. He had fallen into a meticulously laid trap. There was no escape. Chapter 17 The Traitor. A fatal backstab. Buy back at any cost. Close all our short positions in A-shares. Griffin's eyes were bloodshot, like a gambler who had lost all his chips, uttering his final, most desperate roar. He no longer cared about the losses. He didn't want the A-share market anymore. He accepted the billions in losses. His only thought now was to withdraw the funds as quickly as possible to fill the ever-widening hole in Hong Kong. Maintaining HSBC's pledged shares was his lifeline. Zhou Nangzhen took a deep breath and began to execute her boss's orders with almost numb precision. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, commands transmitted via undersea fiber optic cables to the servers at the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock exchanges. Close CATL, XXX million shares. Close Quaichao Mutai, XXX million shares. Close Ping and Insurance, XXX million shares. A-share market. At 2:45 p.m. Just as CATL's stock price was being driven down to around -8% by short sellers, and a fierce tug-of-war was raging between bulls and bears, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The massive sell orders, like a dark cloud looming over a city, vanished. In their place, a tsunami of buy orders appeared out of nowhere. 100,000 lots, 200,000 lots, 500,000 lots. These buy orders, in a reckless and almost frenzied manner, swept away all the shares hanging on the sell side. What's going on? The short sellers have betrayed us. No, this isn't betrayal. This is liquidation. The short sellers are cutting their losses. Experienced traders immediately saw through the deception and cried out in horror. The entire market was stunned. Just a minute ago, they were mortal enemies. The next minute, the short sellers transformed into the most frenzied bulls. They bought back the shares they had previously sold with even greater ferocity than when they were dumping them. CATL's stock price was completely out of control. The white price line on the intraday chart shot upwards at an almost vertical angle, beyond everyone's imagination. -7%, -5%, -2%, turned into positive territory. +2%, +5%. Beijing, Underground Command Center. Qin Kaiying and her advisors stared in disbelief at the magnificent V-shaped reversal on the screen. It's a success. We really succeeded. The gray-haired old expert's lips trembled, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. A seemingly inevitable defensive battle had turned into victory in such an unbelievable way. The mysterious man known as Styx, his audacious 1,000-mile surprise attack plan had actually worked. A rare smile appeared on Qin Kaiying's face. Though the smile concealed a profound sense of relief and exhaustion, she had won her gamble. She withstood all the pressure and doubt, choosing to believe in the complete stranger, Styx. And Styx had not betrayed her trust. Reporting, sir. An advisor monitoring Hong Kong stocks stood up excitedly. In Hong Kong, HSBC Holdings' share price has fallen below 8%. There are massive liquidations in the market. Blackstone's pledged shares have been liquidated. Good. Qin Kaiying waved his hand forcefully. Pass on my order. On the A-share market, all market-supporting funds immediately switch from defense to full-scale attack. Press the attack and crush the fleeing enemy. I want the index to hit its daily limit before the close. Yes, sir. The horn of victory has sounded. In Xiao Chuhe's apartment, he calmly watched everything on the screen, like a director who had finished writing a script, admiring his own work. He knew that this strangulation battle against CATL was over. Griffin, this arrogant capital butcher, was probably currently in his trading room, tasting the bitter fruit of a broken cash flow. Xiao Chuhe picked up his teacup and took a sip. Although mentally exhausted, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment filled him. This was far more satisfying than earning money himself. However, just as he was about to relax and rest, a slight tingling sensation suddenly shot through his brow. Xiao Chuhe frowned. He immediately refocused, projecting his quantum vision onto the vast star map. Wasn't the battlefield already cleaned up? Why was there still a danger warning? His gaze swept quickly across the map. The A-share market was a sea of red, the red lines representing buying converging into an unstoppable torrent. In the Hong Kong stock market, HSBC Holdings' share price was still falling, indicating that the Blackstone Alliance's funding chain had completely collapsed. Everything seemed so perfect. Where did the problem lie? Xiao Chuhe's gaze shifted from macro-level sectors to micro-level, specific fund flows. He began to carefully examine the funds that had participated in the A-share market's last-ditch counterattack that afternoon. There were state-backed funds, incited retail investors, and quick-reacting speculative capital. Of course, there was also the largest force, the Blackstone Alliance's own panic-driven liquidation. Countless red threads, crisscrossing, formed a picture of victory. Suddenly, Xiao Chuhe's gaze froze. He noticed a extremely strange thread. It was a blue thread, representing sell. It wasn't thick, in fact, it was quite thin. In the overwhelming torrent of red, it was like an inconspicuous needle in a vast ocean. but its very existence was a great inconspicuousness. Because, with the short sellers completely rooted in frantically liquidating their positions, how could anyone still be selling? Moreover, it wasn't ordinary selling. Xiao Chuhe focused his attention on this strange blue thread. More data flooded his mind. Source of funds unknown, disguised through multiple proxy servers. IP address, domestic, Shanghai. Trading seat, XX Securities, VIP channel. Trading target, CATL. Trading behavior, precise, small batch selling at each key price level during a round number price increases. Xiao Chuhe's heart sank. This wasn't ordinary retail investor selling. Retail investor selling is disorderly, panicked, or driven by profit taking. But this sale was calculated and calculated. The timing was extremely cunning. Each time, it happened when the bulls were breaking through a key price level, when market sentiment was at its peak, and it silently, like a ghost, dumped a small amount of shares. Its purpose wasn't to drive down the price. Such a small amount of capital couldn't drive down the price. Its purpose was more like price feeding. It was taking advantage of the bulls' frenzied price increases to calmly and gradually sell off its shares at the highest possible price. What truly chilled Xiao Chuhe was the blue thread's operational methods, its understanding of market language, its grasp of market sentiment. It bore a striking resemblance to the high-frequency algorithm Zhou Nangzhen had directed that morning. A terrifying thought struck Xiao Chuhe like lightning. This wasn't an ordinary sell-off. This was another force within the Blackstone Alliance. A force hidden within the A-share market, disguised as their own. They were using the all-out offensive launched by the national team and retail investors to cover their own escape at a high price. They might not have even put all their eggs in one basket short selling, while openly and aggressively shorting, attracting everyone's attention. Another force was secretly accumulating positions and accumulating shares. In this way, regardless of whether the bulls or the bears ultimately win, they are the winners. Losing on the short position is fine, the long position can recoup even more. What a brilliant double-dealing tactic. What a masterful infernal affairs maneuver. This is the Blackstone Alliance's true, and most lethal, killing move. They don't just want to reap the rewards, they want to devour the entire casino. A mole. Xiao Chuhe forced out the word through gritted teeth. He finally understood why Zhou Nangzhen's algorithm was cracked in the morning's battle. It wasn't because his quantum vision was so powerful. It was because there was a mole cooperating with them. That mole was very likely the operator behind this mysterious sell-off. He feigned cooperation with the Blackstone Alliance's short selling, and may even have deliberately leaked some insignificant plans to the national team, allowing them to win the morning's ambush. All of this was for one purpose. So that in the afternoon, when the national team and all retail investors thought victory was in sight and launched a final assault to drive the stock price to its highest point, he could sell the cheap shares he had already accumulated to these patriots, to complete the most perfect, and also the most cruel, harvest. This was a fatal backstab from an ally. Xiao Chuhe's blood instantly turned cold. He immediately grabbed his phone and, with trembling hands, dialed Bai Jinjin's number. The moment the call connected, Bai Jinjin's barely suppressed, excited voice came through. Xiao Chuhe, did you see that? We won. We really won. You're a god. No. Xiao Chuhe roared with all his might. We didn't win. We fell for their trap. There's a traitor among us. Chapter 18, Tracking the Ghost, Locating the Mole. What? A mole. On the other end of the phone, Bai Jinjin's excitement and joy froze instantly upon hearing Xiao Chuhe's roar, replaced by a chilling coldness. Xiao Chuhe, what are you saying? We've clearly won. The Blackstone Alliance's short positions are being liquidated frantically, the stock price is about to hit its daily limit. How could there be a mole? Her voice was filled with incomprehensible confusion and a hint of panic. The fruits of victory were right before her eyes, within her grasp. At this moment, the mention of a mole was far more terrifying than the assurance that the Blackstone Alliance would win, because being defeated head-on by the enemy wasn't so terrible. What was terrifying was being stabbed in the back by one's own comrades. Check the order book right now. Xiao Chuhe's voice was urgent yet calm. Check CATL's transaction details. Aren't there a large number of small sell orders, in whole numbers or with specific decimal places, like 88, 66, continuously appearing at every high point of the stock price surge? Bai Jinjin froze for a moment, then immediately rushed to her trading terminal, her fingers flying across the screen. She pulled up the most detailed Level 2 market data, staring intently at the rapidly scrolling transaction records. A few seconds later, her face turned deathly pale, just like Xiao Chuhe's. Yes, it really is. Her voice trembled. These sell orders are very well hidden, mixed in with the huge trading volume, you can't even spot them without careful observation. But, their timing is too precise, always near the peak of a surge. And the order placement method, it's very professional, like algorithmic trading. As a top analyst, she instantly understood what this meant. This was definitely not retail investors taking profits. Behind this, there must be an extremely experienced and well-funded trader, exploiting the market's frenzy to conduct a chillingly calm high-level distribution. Where did this money come from? Bai Jinjin broke out in a cold sweat. I don't know, Xiao Chuhe said in a deep voice, but I'm certain they're in cahoots with the Blackstone Alliance. This is very likely their plan B. Using short selling as a pretext to draw all our attention, then letting this friendly force secretly accumulate shares, and finally selling them to us at inflated prices when we think we've won. Bai Jinjin's mind went blank. A complete and vicious scheme unfolded in her mind. First, a siege of A shares, creating panic. Then an attack on CATL, drawing in the national team for a decisive battle. They might even have deliberately lost the morning's battle, letting the national team and the market taste success and lower their guard. Finally, in the afternoon's all-out offensive, they exploited the patriotic fervor of the national team and retail investors to push stock prices to a climax, while their hidden insiders reaped the final profits in this celebratory feast. From beginning to end, the A-share market was like a plaything manipulated in their hands. All the bulls, including the national team, became mere pawns in their plan B. Thinking this, Bai Jinjin felt a chill run from the solace of her feet to the top of her head. Too ruthless. This method is utterly vicious. What should we do now? She asked, completely lost. If they stop pushing the price up now, the market's hard-won confidence will collapse instantly, and the stock price will turn downwards again, rendering all the efforts of the morning and afternoon futile. But if they continue pushing the price up, it's tantamount to helping the insiders unload their shares, using the country's and the people's money to buy their overpriced goods. This is a deadly dilemma. Going forward is poison. Retreating is a precipice. We can't stop. Xiao Chuhe said decisively. Stopping now means total defeat. We must continue the upward push and finish the charade. But wouldn't that play right into their hands? Exactly. So, while continuing to push the price up, we must do something else. Xiao Chuhe's voice turned cold and sharp. Find this mole. Find him? How? Bai Jinjin asked anxiously. They're hiding so well, the trading channels are encrypted, how can we investigate? You can't find it, but I can see it. A chilling light flashed in Xiao Chuhe's eyes. In his quantum vision, the strange blue thread, though trying its best to disguise itself, was still impossible to hide from his battlefield radar. I need you to get me a list immediately, Xiao Chuhe said rapidly. What list? A list of all private equity funds, brokerage firms' proprietary trading desks, and large speculative capital firms in China capable of large-scale algorithmic trading and authorized to use VIP trading channels. The more detailed, the better. Bai Jinjin immediately understood Xiao Chuhe's intention. He was going to use the process of elimination. Although he could see the existence and operating methods of this fund, he couldn't directly see the true identities of the parties involved. However, if he could obtain a comprehensive list of suspects, he could use his magical ability to scan and compare them one by one, until he found the mole whose operating methods perfectly matched this blue thread. I understand, Bai Jinjin said without hesitation. I'll get on it right now. Huajing Securities has such a risk control list. Wait 10 minutes. Hanging up the phone, Bai Jinjin rushed out of the office and shouted to her assistant, Xiao Wang, immediately notify the risk control department and compliance department. Tell them I need a whitelist of active algorithmic trading accounts with the highest level of access. Immediately. Right now. This is a top-level order. In Xiao Chuhe's apartment. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. The headache began to throb again. To accurately pinpoint a target from hundreds or even thousands of suspects was an immense drain on his mental energy, but he knew he had no way out. He had to dig out this hidden cancer within the short hour before the market closed. Otherwise, today's seemingly glorious victory would become the biggest joke in the history of the A-share market. He locked his quantum vision firmly onto that blue thread. He wanted to imprint every characteristic, every fluctuation, and every trading habit of it firmly into his mind. Place order habit prefers to place 3 to 5 levels of suppressive sell orders above whole numbers. Cancellation order habit immediately cancels all orders once the stock price falls, never lingering. Trading frequency trades on average every 30 seconds. Capital allocation each sell order is split into 13 smaller orders of varying sizes. Xiao Chuhe meticulously analyzed each and every trading characteristic. This trader was calm, cautious, and possessed extreme obsessive-compulsive tendencies. These would all become his fingerprints. 10 minutes later, Bai Jinjin's call came right on time. I got the list. 127 institutions in total. I've sent it to your inbox using the highest level of encryption. Her voice was slightly breathless and tense. Very good. Xiao Chuhe immediately opened his email. A long list appeared before him. XX Fund, XX Investment, XX Securities Proprietary Trading Department. Each name represented a significant force in the domestic capital market. The mole was among them. I'm starting, Xiao Chuhe said in a deep voice into the phone. Under no circumstances should I stop supporting the A-shares market. Keep pushing. Don't stop. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Chuhe took a deep breath. Quantum vision, fully activated. His consciousness, like an invisible probe, probed towards the first target on the list. XX Fund. In his vision, this fund's capital threads displayed a chaotic and frenzied red. They were frantically buying at high prices, clearly influenced by the market atmosphere. Features don't match. Next, XX Investment. This institution's capital threads were a mix of red and blue, with buying and selling, but the trading methods were chaotic and haphazard, more like short-term high-sell, low-buy operations. Features don't match. Next, XX Securities Proprietary Trading Department. One target after another was quickly scanned by Xiao Chuhe and then eliminated. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Each scan of a target was like performing an extremely high-intensity data comparison in his mind. The mental exertion was far greater than simply seeing future trends. The list was rapidly shrinking. 127, 80, 50, 20. When only 10 names remained, Xiao Chuhe's face had turned as white as paper. His breathing became heavy. Hold on, I must hold on. He gritted his teeth, directing his consciousness towards the fifth-to-last name on the list. Shanghai Yuan Capital. Buzz. When his gaze touched the cash flow of Yuan Capital, his brain felt as if it had been struck by lightning. That's it. He saw it. The blue fund's thread extending from the trading desk of Yuan Capital, its pulsating frequency, its order placement habits, all its trading characteristics, perfectly, seamlessly, overlapped with the mole thread he had previously identified. It's you! A cold, excited glint flashed in Xiao Chuhe's eyes as he looked for his prey. He even followed this thread and saw something deeper. He saw a blurry figure sitting in a luxuriously decorated office, calmly typing on a keyboard. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, he could sense that the figure was inextricably linked to Zhou Nangzhen, the core trader of the Blackstone Alliance, whom he had seen yesterday in Quantum Vision. Found her. Xiao Chuhe abruptly opened his eyes, ignoring his severe headache, grabbed his phone, and with all his might, roared out that name. Bai Jinjin. The mole is. Farstar Capital. Chapter 19 The Inescapable Net, Time to Close. Yuan Capital. When Bai Jinjin heard this name on the phone, her first reaction wasn't shock, but absurdity. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She instinctively retorted. Liamo, the founder of Yuan Capital, is my senior from university and a recognized benchmark for value investing in the industry. He despises speculation and short selling above all else. How could he be an insider? In her memory, Liamo was a gentle and refined gentleman with profound investment philosophy. His Yuan Capital was also known for its stable and long-term investment style, a breath of fresh air in the industry. Associating such a handsome and reliable person with a treacherous and ruthless insider was simply unacceptable to Bai Jinjin. I don't care what kind of role model he is, or whether he's your senior. Xiao Chuhe's voice was weak from the intense strain on his mental energy, but his tone was unwaveringly cold. What I saw is him. His trading methods are exactly the same as the Blackstone Alliance. Now, immediately, report this name. Have the higher UPS check his financial statements and communication records. They will definitely find evidence of his collusion with the Blackstone Alliance. But, Bai Jinjin hesitated. This was no joke. Falsely accusing the manager of a top private equity firm of being a financial trader if they were wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. She, Bai Jinjin, and even the entire Huajing Securities, would face annihilation. No buts. Xiao Chuhe's voice suddenly rose, exploding in Bai Jinjin's ears like thunder. Bai Jinjin, listen to me. This is war. On the battlefield, it's a matter of life and death. There's no room for sentimentality. If you hesitate for even a minute longer, hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars of the nation's and people's hard-earned money will be pocketed by this traitor and transferred overseas. Do you still care about your damn senior's reputation? Do you have any respect for those retail investors who supported us with their hard-earned money, protecting the market for the country? Every word Xiao Chuhe spoke was like a heavy hammer, striking Bai Jinjin's heart. Her body trembled violently. Yes, this is war. She looked at the red candlestick on the screen, still stubbornly rising, and at the countless buy orders below, contributed by retail investors, small yet flowing like a river. Her eyes reddened. She felt a deep shame for her momentary hesitation. I understand. She took a deep breath and hung up the phone. Without further hesitation, she pressed the speed dial button on the red, encrypted phone. Commander Qin, this is Bai Jinjin. The mole has been located. Target, Shanghai, Yuan Capital, founder, Liamo. 3:15 p.m. Shanghai, Lujiazhuai, International Financial Center Building. Top floor, UNC Capital's office. The luxuriously decorated room contained only one man. The man was about 40 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a refined face and a calm demeanor. He was Li Mo, the founder of UNC Capital. At this moment, he sat calmly at his trading terminal, observing the data on the screen. On the screen, CATL's stock price, fueled by his price feed and the frenzied buying by state-backed funds and retail investors, had successfully surged to plus 8%. A faint, cold smile played on his lips. Perfect. Everything was part of his script. No one knew that he, Li Mo, the benchmark of value investing in the eyes of outsiders, had been recruited by the Blackstone Consortium years ago, becoming their most deeply embedded pawn in the Chinese market. This A-share siege was, from the very beginning, a joint plan orchestrated by him, Griffin, and Zhou Nangzhen. Griffin's overt strategy was responsible for drawing attention and creating chaos. His underhanded strategy was responsible for the final, clandestine harvest. Even the seemingly glorious CATL defense battle that morning was part of his plan. It was he who deliberately leaked Zhou Nangzhen's attack plan to buy Jinjin through a third-party channel. His aim was to ensure the national team won once, creating a false sense of confidence in them and the market, so that they would rush in even more frantically in the afternoon to take over his unloaded shares. Now, his goal has been largely achieved. The over 5 billion yuan worth of cheap shares he accumulated at the bottom have been successfully distributed amidst the market frenzy. While Griffin suffered heavy losses in this battle, he made a fortune. After the market closes, he will transfer these profits to an overseas account through a pre-prepared underground channel. Then, he will still be the respected value investing master, Li Mo. No one will suspect him. He glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. There were only 15 minutes left before the market closed. That was enough. He picked up his phone on the table and sent a message to an encrypted overseas number. Close the net. Prepare to leave the country. Having done all this, he let out a long sigh of relief, leaned back in his comfortable leather chair, picked up a cup of Blue Mountain coffee that had been prepared beforehand, and prepared to enjoy the final 15 minutes of the retail investor frenzy. However, just then, bang! A deafening crash. The heavy door to his office, crafted from expensive solid wood and supposedly bulletproof, was violently smashed open from the outside. Amidst flying sawdust, a dozen Special Forces soldiers in black combat uniforms, heavily armed, and with camouflage paint on their faces, rushed in like cheetahs. The dark muzzles of their guns were immediately pointed at him. "Don't move. Police!" The lead officer's voice was as cold as ice. Li Mo's coffee cup fell with a clatter onto the expensive handmade carpet, the brown liquid splattering everywhere. The refined composure and calmness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by utter, incredulous shock. He froze in his seat, his mind completely blank. How could this be? How did they find this place? This is impossible. His plan was flawless, his identity perfectly concealed. How could he possibly be exposed? Li Mo. A cold female voice came from the doorway. Li Mo turned his head with difficulty. He saw Qin Kaiang, the legendary iron-fisted woman who had only appeared in financial news, the one who supposedly wielded the nation's financial power, walking towards him step by step. Behind her followed by Jinjin, her face equally cold. The moment Li Mo saw Bai Jinjin, he seemed to understand something. His pupils contracted sharply. It was you. He stared intently at Bai Jinjin, his voice distorted with fear and anger. You betrayed me. Bai Jinjin looked at this senior she had once respected so much, her eyes filled only with endless disappointment and cold disgust. I didn't betray you, she said, enunciating each word clearly. I simply handed a traitor over to where he belonged. A traitor? Ha ha ha! Li Mo suddenly burst into manic laughter, his voice filled with madness and resentment. It's all about the victor. I just lost. How did you find me? I don't believe it. My plan couldn't have been flawed. Qin Kaiang walked up to him, looking down at him, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Your plan was indeed perfect, but you miscalculated one thing. You thought you were facing just a group of mortals relying on data and logical analysis. But you don't know that in this war, Qin Kaiang paused, the mysterious figure codenamed Styx flashing through her mind. We have the heavenly eye. Having said that, she didn't look at Li Mo again, coldly giving orders to her team behind her. Take him and all his trading equipment away. Yes. At the same time, on the A-share market screen, the blue thread from UNC Capital, which had been distributing shares at high levels, suddenly disappeared. In its place was an even larger, thunderous red buy order. That was Qin Kaiang's final assault after taking over UNC Capital's accounts. In the last 10 minutes, CATL's stock price completely broke free from all constraints. Plus 9%, plus 9.5%. At 3 p.m. sharp, the closing bell rang. CATL's stock price firmly locked at the daily limit. The red plus 10% flashed like a victory flag on the screen. The entire A-share market witnessed an epic, earth-shattering reversal from hell to heaven that day. Chapter 20, Nameless Heroes, A New Battlefield. As the closing bell rang throughout Shanghai, the trading hall of Huajing Securities erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Countless traders and analysts embraced each other excitedly, celebrating this hard-won victory. Many of them even shed tears. From the despair at the opening bell, to the morning's elation, to the afternoon's terrifying moment, and finally to this magnificent, breathtaking reversal, their hearts had endured so much that day. But the final result was sweet. Assistant Xiao Wang, carrying a stack of documents, rushed into Bai Jinjin's office, his face flushed with excitement. President Bai, we won! The CSI 300 index closed up 4.5%. CATL hit the daily limit. The entire market sentiment has returned. However, he saw Bai Jinjin simply standing quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the sky clear from overcast to sunny. Her face showed not the ecstatic joy he had imagined, but only a serene and weary expression. President Bai? Xiao Wang asked, somewhat puzzled. I understand, Bai Jinjin nodded gently. Let everyone go home early. Everyone's worked hard today. Yes, President Bai. After Xiao Wang left, only Bai Jinjin remained in the office. She raised her hand, looking at her still slightly trembling fingertips. Even now, she couldn't fully recover from the shock of the arrest scene. Li Mo's incredulous, desperate, and frantic gaze. Commander Qin Kaiyang's resounding words, "We have the heavenly eye." All of this was branded into her mind. She knew that this victory didn't belong to her, nor to Huajing Securities, nor even entirely to the national team represented by Qin Kaiyang. This victory belonged to only one person. The mysterious man codenamed Styx, currently hiding in some corner of the city. It was he who foresaw the national team's entry. It was he who provided the Blackstone Alliance's complete plan. It was he who saw through the deadly, underhanded tactic. It was he who, at the last moment, exposed the most deeply hidden mole. He was like a ghost, an omniscient and omnipotent god, orchestrating every crucial moment of this war from a place unseen by everyone. A hero, nameless. Bai Jinjin took out her phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally dialed Xiao Chuhe's number. She didn't know what to say. Say thank you? Those two words seemed too pale and powerless in the face of such immense merit. The call connected. On the other end came Xiao Chuhe's somewhat tired, but still steady voice. It's over? Yes, it's over, Bai Jinjin said softly. CATL hit its daily limit, Li Mo was taken away. We won. That's good. Xiao Chuhe's voice sounded like he breathed a sigh of relief. You? Bai Jinjin paused, but still asked the question she most wanted to know, are you alright? Finding Li Mo must have taken a toll on you. I won't die, Xiao Chuhe interrupted her, seemingly unwilling to discuss the matter further. I just need some rest. A brief silence fell between the two ends of the phone. Bai Jinjin could sense that Xiao Chuhe's exhaustion was real. This man, though possessing godlike abilities, was ultimately still human. Humans get tired and get hurt. Xiao Chuhe, Bai Jinjin took a deep breath, speaking with unprecedented seriousness. Commander Qin wants to see you. In Xiao Chuhe's apartment. He hung up the phone, his entire body slumped into a chair as if all his bones had been drained. A severe headache, like a tidal wave, assaulted his nerves. This time, the continuous high-intensity use of quantum vision, especially the final carpet bombing scan, had caused near-devastating depletion of his mental strength. He felt his brain was like a CPU overloaded with programs, burning hot and about to explode. But inside, he felt an unprecedented peace and satisfaction. He stared at the numbers in his account on the computer screen, numbers that had multiplied several times over due to shorting the crude oil market. For the first time, he felt that the money wasn't so important anymore. Today, he had used his abilities to protect something more important than money. The feeling was strange. Just as Bai Jinjin had said before, a sense of honor that couldn't be measured in money. Qin Kaiyang wanted to see him. Xiao Chuhe wasn't surprised. If those in power remained indifferent to his astonishing abilities, that would be strange. To go, or not to go. Going meant he would step completely from behind the scenes into the limelight. He would no longer be an ordinary person just looking to make money, he would be drawn into a deeper, national-level power struggle. He would gain unimaginable status and resources, but at the same time, he would lose his freedom, becoming a pampered tool of the state. Not going? He could continue to lurk in the shadows, using his abilities to wield immense power in the capital markets, amass unimaginable wealth, and live a carefree life. But the sense of accomplishment from protecting his country, the exhilaration of standing with his nation, he would never experience again. And would the Blackstone Alliance let him go? Griffin suffered such a crushing defeat this time, and Li Mo was captured. They would stop at nothing to investigate who this mysterious Styx truly was. With the power of Wall Street tycoons, could he really remain hidden forever? Xiao Chuhe's mind was in turmoil. Just then, a warm sensation suddenly emanated from the source of his quantum vision between his brows. That warmth soothed the stinging pain in his head, bringing a touch of coolness. He subconsciously activated his quantum vision again. This time, he set no goal. His gaze drifted aimlessly towards the dimension representing the future. Then he saw it. He saw that in the future timeline, the darkness representing the Blackstone Alliance had not dissipated because of today's defeat. On the contrary, it had become even denser and deeper. A far larger and more terrifying force of capital, greater than it was today, was converging upon it from every corner of the world. Today's defeat, far from deterring them, has instead fueled an even fiercer retaliation. And their new target is no longer the A-shares market. It's the RMB exchange rate. They're targeting the very foundation of this nation's economy. Xiao Chuhe's heart skipped a beat. He knew that today's victory was merely a fierce positional battle. The real decisive battle, a financial nuclear war fought over national monetary sovereignty, a war he couldn't afford to lose, was imminent. Faced with this higher-level war, his individual strength seemed so insignificant. He needed allies. He needed a national-level ally who could transform his vision into the most powerful artillery. Xiao Chuhe opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer clouded by confusion or hesitation, but filled with unprecedented determination. He picked up his phone and replied to Bai Jinjin with 2 words: time, place. He, Xiao Chuhe, chose to step out of the shadows, because he knew a much bigger storm was brewing, and he would no longer be a bystander. He would become the eye of the storm. Chapter 21. The carnival ends, the hero falls. It was exactly 3 p.m. As the closing bell rang, the entire A-share market erupted in jubilation. Stock forums, chat groups, and financial live streams were instantly flooded with a wave of jubilant red. It hit the daily limit. CATL really hit the daily limit. Holy crap! An epic comeback. I went from an 8% loss to a 10% gain today, an 18% swing in one day. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Protecting the market for the nation. No regrets being born Chinese. Brothers, we won. Who said it was all over this afternoon? Who said the national team couldn't hold it up? Come out here. With the money I made today, I'll buy you a keyboard so you can learn how to type. Where's the Styx God? Come out and accept our worship. This is the real God. He predicted the short-selling algorithm this morning, and this afternoon he wiped out the short-selling army. This isn't technical analysis, this is divine magic. Countless retail investors, at this moment, forgot the fear and despair of the morning, only feeling the ecstasy of surviving a catastrophe and the pride of triumph. Many of them had rushed in with their meager funds during the most critical moment of the afternoon. They were prepared to lose everything, but unexpectedly, they personally participated in and witnessed a glorious victory worthy of being recorded in the history of the A-share market. This immense sense of accomplishment and participation even surpassed the joy of making money itself. Today, they are not a metaphor for retail investors being exploited, they are the defenders of the nation. Beijing, Underground Command Center. When CATL's intraday chart finally and steadily settled at the plus 10% limit up, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the blinding red. A few seconds later, we won. The elderly expert, his hair graying, trembled as he took off his reading glasses, wiping his eyes vigorously with the back of his hand, his voice choked with emotion. We won. A suppressed cheer, like the fuse of a powder keg, instantly ignited the entire arena. Oh, we won. We really won. The tension, anxiety, and fear that had been building up all day erupted in a deafening roar of cheers and shouts. The young staff members embraced each other excitedly, laughing and jumping. Even the usually composed middle-aged core members couldn't help but tear up, pumping their fists forcefully. This victory was incredibly hard-won. They faced the world's most ruthless financial behemoth, a thunderous attack of $30 billion. At the moment the market opened that afternoon, almost everyone thought the position was lost. But they, through an unbelievable surprise attack spanning 1,000 miles, coupled with a fierce and tragic counterattack, ultimately achieved a stunning reversal. Qin Kaiying stood before the command platform, watching her subordinates unleash their emotions. The tense lines on her face, which had been taut all day, finally softened. She had won. More accurately, the mysterious man codenamed Styx had won. She had simply made the right choice to trust him. Commander Qin, Bai Jinjin approached Qin Kaiying, her face still flushed with victory, but a lingering worry lurked deep in her eyes. Shouldn't we contact Styx? Tell him the good news? She couldn't forget Xiao Chuhe's desperate roar before the call ended, and the chilling busy tone that followed. He must have paid an unimaginable price to find the mole. Qin Kaiying's gaze shifted from the cheering crowd, returning to its calm and sharp focus. The victory champagne can be saved for the celebration banquet. She surveyed the room, her voice not loud, but clearly drowning out all the noise. The war isn't completely over yet. Everyone stopped moving, turning to look at her. Intelligence team, immediately conduct an in-depth investigation of all of Li Mo's communication devices, bank accounts, and social relationships. I need to know who's behind him. How many spies like him has the Blackstone Alliance planted within the country? Action team, immediately coordinate with Shanghai authorities to control all assets and personnel of Farstar Capital. Investigate all their holdings and fund flows. Public relations team, prepare the press release. Release it promptly at 7 p.m. tonight. Emphasize our determination and capability to safeguard financial security, but strictly maintain confidentiality regarding sticks and all details of Li Mo's capture. Maintain a unified narrative. The regulatory authorities discovered abnormal market trading behavior through the big data early warning system. Orders were issued methodically and systematically by Qin Kaiying. The group, who had just been immersed in the joy of victory, instantly became solemn and returned to their posts, beginning their high-speed operation. A war without gunpowder. The fruits of victory needed to be consolidated with even more rigorous and meticulous work. After issuing a series of orders, Qin Kaiying turned to Bai Jinjin, looking at her worried face, and nodded. Go see him immediately. First, on our behalf, express our highest level of gratitude to him. Second, tell him that the nation will not forget his contributions. The subsequent rewards will far exceed his expectations. Third, Qin Kaiying's tone became extremely solemn. Confirm his safety and health. He is our greatest contributor to this victory, and our most valuable strategic asset. Nothing can go wrong with him. I understand. Bai Jinjin nodded heavily. She didn't even have time to change out of her business suit, soaked with sweat from nervousness, grabbed her car keys, and rushed out of the command center like a whirlwind. In Xiao Chuhe's apartment, the quartz clock on the wall had just passed 3 in the afternoon. The moment the crisp closing bell of the stock exchange rang in her ears through the computer speakers, Xiao Chuhe's nerves, stretched to their limit, finally snapped with a snap. The world before him, the star map composed of countless blue and red threads, seemed to have all its energy drained away, instantly collapsing and disintegrating into countless swirling specks of light, ultimately returning to nothingness. Then, an indescribable, excruciating pain, as if tearing his skull apart, erupted like a burst dam. Ugh! Xiao Chuhe let out a painful groan, clutching his head tightly with both hands. Pain! It hurt so much. This was no longer a simple headache. He felt his brain was like a sponge repeatedly drained of moisture, now completely dry and cracked. Each heartbeat felt like a heavy hammer slamming into his temples. His vision blurred. His stomach churned violently. Ugh! He couldn't hold back any longer and lunged at the trash can, retching violently. However, he hadn't eaten much all day, his stomach was empty, and he couldn't vomit anything but bile. This violent physiological reaction further exacerbated the oxygen deprivation and pain in his brain. He felt his consciousness being dragged, bit by bit, into a bottomless abyss of darkness. He tried to stand up to get himself a glass of water, but his limbs felt like lead, completely unresponsive. The computer screen that had played such a crucial role was still lit. On it was the towering red candlestick chart of CATL, Contemporary Amperage Technology Co., Limited, a stock hitting its daily limit, and below, countless retail investors in the stock forum were worshipping Styx, the company's name. Victory! Yes, he won. But this joy of victory felt so distant and unreal at this moment. Xiao Chuhe's mind was a complete blank. He only had one last thought left. So tired. I want to sleep for a while. He could no longer hold on, his body went limp, and he slid off the gaming chair, crashing heavily to the floor. In the final second before his consciousness faded into darkness, he seemed to hear the hurried sound of a key opening the door, and a familiar, anxious, and panicked cry. Xiao Chuhe! Xiao Chuhe! Are you in there? Bai Jinjin opened the door with the spare key and rushed in, only to be met with this scene. Xiao Chuhe was curled up on the floor, his face as white as paper, his eyes tightly closed, his brows furrowed in pain, and his forehead covered in cold sweat. The trash can beside him was overturned. The glaring red on the computer screen contrasted sharply with his current pallor, creating an incredibly ironic scene. Xiao Chuhe! Bai Jinjin's mind went blank for a moment. She rushed over, her hand trembling as she reached out to check Xiao Chuhe's breath. When she felt his weak but relatively steady breathing, her heart, which had been pounding in her throat, finally calmed down slightly. He had simply passed out. Bai Jinjin didn't have time to think. With tremendous effort, she half-dragged, half-carried the tall Xiao Chuhe to the sofa. She wanted to call an ambulance, but reason told her not to. Xiao Chuhe's identity was top secret. If he went to the hospital, there would be no way to explain why he had suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Looking at the man on the sofa, deep in a coma, his lips devoid of color, she felt, for the first time, a feeling she couldn't quite describe. There was gratitude, admiration, heartache, and a hint of lingering fear, which she herself hadn't even noticed. She couldn't imagine what the A-share market would have been like today if this man hadn't been there. What a disastrous situation the A-share market would have been in. What fate awaited her and Commander Qin. He single-handedly turned the tide of the entire battle. Yet, as the celebrations ended, he silently collapsed in a corner unknown to anyone. Bai Jinjin bit her lip, turned and rushed into the bathroom, wrung out a hot towel, returned, and gently wiped the cold sweat from Xiao Chuhe's face. Her movements were gentle and focused. Outside the window, night began to fall. The victor's celebration had only just begun, but the hero's battle seemed far from over. Bai Jinjin picked up her phone and dialed Qin Kaiying's number, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Commander Qin, he's fainted." Chapter 22. A bowl of porridge, a promise. "He's passed out." Qin Kaiying's voice on the other end of the phone instantly turned somber. Even through the phone, Bai Jinjin could feel an oppressive pressure. "What's the situation? Is he in any danger?" "I just checked his breathing and pulse, they're relatively stable. It should just be shock due to excessive mental exertion." Bai Jinjin looked at the unconscious Xiao Chuhe on the sofa, trying to make her voice sound professional. "I don't dare take him to the hospital, his identity." "You did the right thing," Qin Kaiying said decisively. "Hospitals are too crowded and dangerous, we can't go. I've already sent our best medical experts, equipped with portable equipment, to visit him under the guise of a community doctor making a home visit. They'll arrive within 20 minutes. Until then, stay with him and don't let anyone near him." "Understood." Hanging up the phone, Bai Jinjin let out a long sigh of relief. Having a professional doctor arrive finally put her at ease. Silence fell over the room. Only the ticking of the quartz clock on the wall and Xiao Chuhe's faint, steady breathing on the sofa remained. Bai Jinjin sat on the carpet beside the sofa, quietly watching him. This was the first time she had observed this man who had changed everyone's fate so closely, so unguardedly. His sleeping appearance lacked the mystery and sharpness he possessed when awake. He looked like a boy next door, even, somewhat vulnerable. His eyebrows were thick, his nose high, and his lips sharply defined, only now appearing pale with weakness. It was hard to imagine that this still somewhat youthful face had, today, stirred up the storms of the global financial markets, causing the once arrogant financial predator Griffin to lose everything. Bai Jinjin's mind involuntarily replayed everything that had happened that day. From the precise ambush in the morning to the surprise attack across the miles in the afternoon, and finally that earth-shattering roar the mole is. Far Star Capital. Every step was like dancing on a knife's edge, the slightest misstep would lead to certain doom. And he, like a director with a script in hand, calmly and precisely controlled every rhythm. Until finally, all the enemies were wiped out in one fell swoop. But what was the price of this script? Bai Jinjin's gaze fell on Xiao Chuhe's tightly furrowed brows. Even in his unconscious state, he didn't seem to be sleeping peacefully. Was this quantum vision ability a talent or a curse? It could bring wealth and glory unattainable by ordinary people, but each use seemed to burn away his life force. Bai Jinjin's heart suddenly felt heavy. She stood up and looked around the slightly messy apartment. Take-out boxes piled in the corner, and unwashed dishes lay in the sink. This was a typical home for a single man who didn't know how to take care of himself. As if possessed, she walked into the kitchen. She opened the refrigerator. It was empty except for a few bottles of mineral water and a can of milk that was about to expire. Bai Jinjin frowned. She took out her phone and placed an order on a fresh food app, some fresh pork ribs, vegetables, and a bag of rice. She didn't know why she did it. Perhaps, she just felt that this man, after saving so many lives, shouldn't be deprived of even a hot meal. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Bai Jinjin checked through the peephole and confirmed that two middle-aged men in white coats carrying medical kits were standing outside before cautiously opening the door. "Commander Qin sent us," the lead doctor said, flashing his badge. Bai Jinjin let them in. The two specialists didn't waste any words and immediately began examining Xiao Chuhe. Electrocardiogram, EEG, blood pressure, blood oxygen. A series of portable professional devices were attached to Xiao Chuhe. Bai Jinjin stood nervously to the side, barely daring to breathe. "How is he, doctor?" A dozen minutes later, seeing them remove the equipment, Bai Jinjin quickly asked. "His vital signs are stable." The lead doctor adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. "However, his brainwave activity is highly abnormal. It shows a state of extreme fatigue and disorder. It's like the kind of data you'd see if an ordinary person went 72 hours without sleep and engaged in extremely intense mental work." What will be the consequences?" Bai Jinjin's heart leaped again. "There's no immediate danger to his life. But if this continues, it will cause irreversible damage to his central nervous system," the doctor said seriously. "Memory loss, neurasthenia, even personality disorder are all possible. What he needs most right now is rest. Absolute, deep, undisturbed rest. We've given him an injection of nutrients and a sedative to help him recover better. Once he wakes up, his diet must be light and nutritious." The doctor spoke as he packed up the equipment. "Our mission is complete. Commander Qin has instructed that you will be temporarily in charge of the follow-up care. Call this number immediately in case of any emergency." The doctor handed Bai Jinjin a business card with only a phone number, no name. After seeing the doctor off, Bai Jinjin returned to the living room. On the sofa, Xiao Chuhe's brow seemed to relax slightly, and his breathing became longer and more even. The sedative had taken effect. Bai Jinjin looked at him, then at the fresh produce order that had just arrived on her phone. She took a deep breath and walked into the kitchen, a place she had never set foot in before. She didn't know how much time had passed. Xiao Chuhe's consciousness slowly surfaced from a state of chaotic darkness. His head was still somewhat heavy, but the excruciating pain that felt like it was about to split open was gone. In its place was a long-lost feeling of relaxation, as if he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He slowly opened his eyes. Instead of the familiar ceiling, he was greeted by soft lighting. He found himself lying on the living room sofa, covered with a thin blanket. A faint aroma, unlike anything he had ever smelled in this house before, filled the air, the scent of food. It was the aroma of porridge. He struggled to sit up. "Don't move." A clear female voice came from the direction of the kitchen. Xiao Chuhe looked in the direction of the voice and froze. He saw Bai Jinjin, the woman in the command center who always wore a sharp, efficient business suit, was now wearing an apron with a cartoon bear print, the one he'd gotten as a free gift with his instant noodles, and carrying a clay pot. Her hair was simply pulled back, revealing her smooth forehead and fair neck. Soft light shone on her profile, enveloping her in a gentle glow that Xiao Chuhe had never seen before. At this moment, she didn't seem like the top analyst managing billions of dollars. She looked more like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. How did you get here?" Xiao Chuhe's voice was hoarse, his mind still reeling. "You still have the nerve to ask me?" Bai Jinjin placed the clay pot on the coffee table, giving him a disgruntled glare. "If I hadn't come, were you planning to suddenly die at home and make tomorrow's financial headlines? Mysterious stock market guru Ming He dies from exhaustion while saving the A shares." Although she was scolding him, her movements were gentle. She ladled out a bowl of steaming pork rib congee, stirred it with a spoon, blew on it, and then handed it to Xiao Chuhe. "The doctor said you just woke up and can only eat light food. I'm not very good at cooking, so I just made some congee. Make do with it." Xiao Chuhe stared blankly at the bowl of congee in front of him. The congee was thick, the rice grains were blooming, the pork ribs were tender, and it was sprinkled with bright green scallions. The aroma wafted into his nostrils. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten such a home-cooked meal. Since his parents' unexpected death, his life has consisted only of stocks, data, and revenge. "Thank you," he said softly, took the bowl, scooped up a spoonful, and put it in his mouth. The warm rice porridge slid down his esophagus and into his stomach. A warm current instantly spread through his body. It wasn't just the warmth from the food, but also a long-lost feeling of warmth and comfort. "How is it? Is the taste all right?" Bai Jinjin looked at him nervously. It's delicious." Xiao Chuhe nodded, taking another large mouthful. He ate quickly, like a child who hadn't eaten in a long time. Bai Jinjin watched him wolf down his food, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." As she spoke, she picked up a tissue and naturally wiped the rice grains from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chuhe's movements abruptly stopped. He looked up at Bai Jinjin, who was so close to him. In the lamplight, he could clearly see her long eyelashes and the undisguised concern in her bright eyes. A strange feeling quietly spread through his heart. "Commander Qin asked me to tell you." Bai Jinjin seemed to sense the subtle change in the atmosphere, quickly sitting up straight and resuming her businesslike tone, "that you have made a tremendous contribution this time. The country will not forget you. You can ask for any reward you desire." "Reward?" Xiao Chuhe slowed his movements as he drank his porridge. He watched the steam rise from the bowl, but what surfaced in his mind wasn't money, nor status, but the face of Griffin, contorted with anger and terror, as seen in that quantum vision. "Griffin, how is he?" he asked, looking up. Bai Jinjin paused, then replied, "According to our latest intelligence, Blackstone's pledged positions in the Hong Kong stock market have all been liquidated. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley are liquidating their assets. Conservatively estimated, Griffin's losses this time exceed $20 billion. His personal assets are basically wiped out. You could say he's bankrupt." "Bankrupt?" Xiao Chuhe's gaze became distant. "Not enough. Far from enough. For the executioner who indirectly caused his parents' deaths, mere bankruptcy wasn't enough. What he wanted was for him to be utterly disgraced, never to rise again. The reward I want." Xiao Chuhe put down his bowl, looked at Bai Jinjin, and said, word by word, "First, I want all the information about sticks from this operation to be classified as top secret. I don't want anyone to know I exist." "That's no problem." Bai Jinjin nodded immediately. "Commander Qin has already given the order. The official statement is that the regulatory department's big data system made a contribution. Second, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Chuhe's eyes. I want all the illegal, shady information about Farstar Capital and Liemo, including how he has profited through insider trading and market manipulation over the years, and how he colluded with the Blackstone Alliance, channeling profits to them. What do you want all this for? Bai Jinjin asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm going to expose all this to the public. Xiao Chuhe's voice was as cold as ice. I want everyone to see what kind of scum this so-called benchmark of value investing really is. I want him, and his master behind him, to be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. Bai Jinjin's heart skipped a beat. She understood. Xiao Chuhe wasn't just punishing the mole, he was going to destroy their spirit. He wanted to completely destroy Griffin and Limo's last shred of respect in the financial world. I need to consult with Commander Qin. Bai Jinjin hesitated. Tell her this is my only request. Xiao Chuhe looked at her, his eyes more serious than ever before. As long as she agrees, the next time the country needs sticks, I'll be there at a moment's notice. This was a promise. A promise worth a fortune. Bai Jinjin's breath caught in her throat for a moment. She knew the weight of those words. She nodded heavily. Okay, I will definitely convey your words verbatim. Chapter 23, Interrogating Liemo, Uncovering a Giant Crocodile. Shanghai, a secret interrogation room. The lights were deathly white. The air was still. Liemo sat on a cold iron chair, his wrists and ankles bound by metal shackles. His once expensive, bespoke suit was now wrinkled and crumpled, and his gold-rimmed glasses were nowhere to be seen. He looked like a defeated rooster, disheveled and dejected. More than 36 hours had passed since he was taken from his office in the clouds by heavily armed Special Forces soldiers the day before yesterday. In those 36 hours, he hadn't eaten or drunk a drop of water. It wasn't that the interrogators wouldn't give him any, he simply couldn't eat or drink. His mind was frantically replaying the entire incident over and over again. He couldn't understand it. He really couldn't understand it. Why did he lose? And the defeat was so swift, so devastating, so inexplicable. His plan was flawless. Plan A, short the A-shares market, with Griffin and Zhou Nangzhen drawing all the firepower on the front lines. Plan B, secretly accumulate shares himself, then distribute them at the peak, reaping the profits. The two plans complemented each other. Regardless of which side won, they would be the ultimate winners. He even kindly leaked Zhou Nangzhen's attack algorithm from the morning to Bai Jinjin through a third-party channel to facilitate Plan B's execution. He orchestrated the national team's victory, letting them taste success and lower their guard, so they could use even more frenzied enthusiasm to prop up his position in the afternoon. Everything was going according to his script. Until 2:45 p.m., everything was perfect. He watched as the profits in his account snowballed. He had even planned which Michelin-starred restaurant he'd go to after the market closed, open a bottle of 1982 Lafite, and celebrate properly. Then came the sudden, dramatic crash of the Hong Kong stock market. HSBC Holdings, their financial stronghold, was swiftly and ruthlessly destroyed. Following that was the complete collapse of Griffin's operations and the panic liquidation of short positions. Finally, there were the Special Forces soldiers who broke down the door, and Qin Kayang's words that still sent chills down his spine to this day. We have the Heavenly Eye. The Heavenly Eye. What is the Heavenly Eye? Is it some kind of supercomputer? Or some mysterious intelligence organization? Liemo racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. He only knew that everything he had meticulously planned was like a child's game in front of this Heavenly Eye, seen through perfectly. Creak. The interrogation room door opened. Qin Kayang walked in, surrounded by a team of security personnel. Her face was expressionless, her eyes were colder than the interrogation room lights. She didn't sit opposite Liemo, but pulled up a chair and sat down beside him, as if chatting with an old friend. Liemo, founder of Yuanxing Capital, 42 years old, graduated from the Guanghua School of Management at Yenching University, where he studied under the renowned economist Professor Liu Zhendong. After graduation, he joined Huajing Securities, rising to the position of investment director within 3 years. He then resigned to start his own business, founding Yuanxing Capital. In 10 years, he built Yuanxing Capital into one of the top private equity firms in China with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. Qin Kayang's voice was calm, as if reciting a resume. Your life is practically perfect. A graduate of a prestigious university, a distinguished mentor, a successful career, and a happy family. To outsiders, you are a model of value investing, an idol worshipped by countless financial professionals. You yourself must enjoy this feeling, right? Limo's eyelids twitched, but he remained silent. I'm very curious. Qin Kayang's tone remained calm. What could possibly make you give up all of this and choose to become a dog, betraying your country and your people? A dog? Liemo looked as if his tail had been stepped on, abruptly raising his head, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Qin Kayang. It's all about the winner taking all. Who are you calling a dog? He roared. What makes you so-called national teams so noble? Aren't you just using your information and capital advantages to fleece retail investors in the market? Why can you do it, but I can't? We are maintaining financial stability. You, on the other hand, are colluding with foreign capital to hollow out the foundation of this country, Qin Kaying said coldly, looking at him. The nature of the crimes is different. Ha ha ha, that sounds nice. Li Mo laughed maniacally. Don't try to portray yourself as so noble. The financial market is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. I simply chose a more powerful ally. What's wrong with that? Whether it's wrong or not, the law will give you a fair judgment. Qin Kaying's patience seemed to be running out. I didn't come here today to discuss philosophy with you. I just want to know one thing. She leaned forward slightly, staring into Li Mo's eyes. When did you start colluding with the Blackstone Alliance? Besides you, do they have any other collaborators in China? Li Mo's laughter abruptly stopped. He looked at Qin Kaying, his face returning to that cynical, mocking smile. Want to know? Sure. He licked his dry lips and said, let me see my lawyer. Then, get me a more comfortable place. The food here is terrible. He thought this information was his last, and most important, bargaining chip. He could use it to negotiate with Qin Kaying and the people behind her. However, Qin Kaying's next reaction plunged him into utter despair. After hearing his words, Qin Kaying didn't get angry, instead, she smiled. It was a smile tinged with pity and disdain. She stood up, took a tablet computer from her briefcase, and tossed it onto the table in front of Li Mo. Do you think you still have the right to negotiate with us? The tablet screen lit up. On it, a video was playing. The video was dimly lit, seemingly set in a luxurious hotel suite. A man in a bathrobe stood with his back to the camera in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, making a phone call. Though his face was obscured, Li Mo recognized that silhouette even if he were ashes. It was Griffin. And coming from the phone was Zhou Nangzhen's calm, emotionless voice. Boss, our cash flow has dried up. Our short positions in A shares have been forcibly liquidated, resulting in losses exceeding $7 billion. Our pledged positions in Hong Kong stocks have all been liquidated, resulting in losses of $13 billion. We are finished. In the video, Griffin's body suddenly stiffened. Then, as if possessed, he whirled around, sweeping everything within reach to the ground. Fuck! 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 He roared madly, like a wounded beast. Who did this? I'll kill him. I must kill him. The video ended there. Li Mo stared blankly at the blacked-out screen, his blood running cold. He knew what this video meant. It meant that Qin Kaying and his group had not only arrested him domestically, but even Griffin, thousands of miles away, was under their close surveillance. His so-called powerful ally was like a transparent man before Qin Kaying and his group, with no secrets whatsoever. And he, this clown, still dared to try and use that pitiful amount of information as leverage? This video was filmed 2 hours ago in the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Hong Kong. Qin Kaying's voice was like a pronouncement from hell. Mr. Griffin is probably busy right now, discussing the details of bankruptcy liquidation with Goldman Sachs' legal team. Oh, and by the way, the SEC has also launched an investigation into him for market manipulation. I think he'll most likely spend the rest of his life in jail. As for you, Qin Kaying looked down at Li Mo, her eyes like those of someone looking at an ant. The so-called secrets you know, we actually have pretty much all the information. As she spoke, she tapped a few more times on the tablet. On the screen appeared a series of top-secret documents. Investigation report on fund transactions between Farstar Capital and Blackstone Alliance. List of Li Mo's personal overseas accounts and asset details. Li Mo's encrypted email correspondence with Zhou Nangzhen over the past 3 years, cracked. Each document was like a heavy hammer, slamming into Li Mo's psychological defenses. His face went from pale to ashen. His prized secrets, hidden behind layers of firewalls, were now laid bare before everyone, like a naked prostitute. No, impossible. His lips trembled. You, how could you? I told you, Qin Kaying's voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. We have the heavenly eye. Now, I'll ask you one last time. Qin Kaying's gaze, like a blade, pierced into the depths of Li Mo's soul. Besides you, who else in the Blackstone Alliance is in the country? Tell me, and maybe I can get you a lenient sentence in court for confessing voluntarily. If you don't, then you'll spend the rest of your life contemplating life in a windowless room. Li Mo's psychological defenses completely collapsed at that moment. He felt as if all his bones had been removed, slumping into the chair, gasping for breath. After a long while, he raised his head, his eyes now empty and numb. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, he said hoarsely. The Blackstone Alliance's plan is far larger than you imagine. Their real target isn't the A-shares market, nor the Hong Kong stock market. Their appetite is the entire Asian financial market. and I'm not their only pawn. In China, they've also developed many other people, private equity firms, securities executives, even the media. Qin Kaiying's pupils constricted sharply. She knew she had caught a big fish. No, not a big fish. It was a prehistoric crocodile, lurking beneath the surface. Continue, she said in a low voice. In China, besides me, their most important contact person is. Li Mo paused, seemingly recalling a name he was extremely reluctant to mention, but had to. It's Chen Kaiming, the editor-in-chief of Financial Observer. Chapter 24: The Roar of the Loser, The Butcher's End. Hong Kong, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, penthouse presidential suite. This once luxurious space, a symbol of wealth and power, now resembles a room ravaged by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Shards of crystal wine glasses and deep red wine stains litter the expensive Persian carpet. A limited edition cigar box is smashed to pieces, and valuable Cuban cigars are scattered and trampled beyond recognition. The Italian-made custom sofa is ripped open with several jagged gashes, revealing its white filling. Kenneth Griffin, the man who once commanded respect on Wall Street and was revered as the butcher of capital, now paces frantically through the chaotic room like a caged beast. His hair is a tangled mess, like a bird's nest. His once impeccably tailored Armani suit is now wrinkled, and his tie is askew. His eyes were bloodshot, his handsome face contorted with extreme anger and resentment. Why? Why did this happen? He grabbed a relatively intact vase and smashed it against the priceless Monet masterpiece on the wall. Bang! The crisp sound of shattering porcelain, accompanied by the cracking of the frame, was particularly jarring in the empty room. But he seemed oblivious. Only one thought swirled wildly in his mind. Defeat. He, Kenneth Griffin, the undefeated legend, had actually been defeated. And defeated by the backward, closed A-share market he had always looked down upon. Defeat, inexplicably. Defeat, utterly and completely. $200 billion. A full $200 billion. That wasn't just his personal wealth, it was the cornerstone of his entire financial empire. Now, all of that had vanished in just a few hours. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, UBS, those bankers who had once treated him like royalty, vying to lend him money, were now like a school of sharks smelling blood, frantically pouncing on his last remaining assets. His phone was ringing off the hook. Some calls were demanding margin payments. Some were informing him that his assets had been frozen. And then there were calls from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, informing him that he was under formal investigation for alleged market manipulation and spreading false information. Bankruptcy, jail. These two words, which he had never even imagined in his life, now weighed heavily on him like two mountains, making it hard for him to breathe. Boss. Zhou Nangzhen stood in the doorway, looking at the seemingly frantic Griffin, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. There was sympathy, disappointment, but above all, the calm and rationality of a top trader. Losing your temper now won't solve anything, she said calmly. We must immediately find a way to deal with the upcoming investigation. Deal with? How are we going to deal with it? Griffin suddenly turned around, roaring at her, My money is gone. My company is gone. My reputation is gone. Everything is gone. I only want to know one thing. His voice was shrill with excitement. Who's behind this? It's that guy called Styx. He cracked our algorithm in the A-share market. He spread the rumors about HSBC. It must be him. I'll find him. I'll kill him. I'll make sure his whole family suffers a terrible death. Griffin's roar echoed in the room. Zhou Nangzhen listened quietly, without interrupting. She knew that Griffin had lost his mind, reasoning with him was useless. After he had vented enough, she slowly spoke. Boss, please calm down. Our failure this time is indeed very strange. Every step the other side took seemed to foresee our actions. Whether it was the defensive counterattack in the A-share market or the precise strike on HSBC, they demonstrated extraordinary insight. This can't be explained by a simple intelligence leak. Zhou Nangzhen's eyes gleamed with wisdom and inquiry. As a top-tier algorithmic trading expert, her sensitivity to data and logic far surpassed that of ordinary people. She repeatedly reviewed all the trading data of the day. She discovered that the opponent's operations were not merely fast and accurate. Even more terrifying was a sense of omniscience. It was as if the opponent possessed a real-time map of the entire battlefield, all their troop deployments, fund flows, and even their next attack plan were clearly visible on that map. This feeling sent chills down her spine. I suspect, Zhou Nangzhen's voice was low, that the other side might possess some kind of information technology that we can't understand. Information technology? Griffin's breathing calmed slightly. He frowned, looking at Zhou Nangzhen. What do you mean? You mean they have a weapon more powerful than our high-frequency trading system? Perhaps, it's not on the same level. Zhou Nangzhen shook her head. She couldn't quite describe the feeling either. Our system pursues ultimate speed and efficiency within the rules. But the other side, to me, feels like they're outside the rules, looking down on the entire chessboard. Looking down on the chessboard, Griffin chewed on those words, his eyes growing increasingly sinister. No matter what kind of sorcery he used, he gritted his teeth, I will definitely find him. And that good-for-nothing Li Mo. Didn't he say he could control everything in China? Why was our headquarters attacked? Why didn't he give us any warning? I can't contact him anymore, Zhou Nangzhen said calmly. Since 3 p.m. yesterday, all his communication methods have been cut off. I guess he's most likely been taken into custody by the Chinese side. Good for nothing. What a useless piece of trash. Griffin cursed again. The room fell silent again. After a long while, Griffin seemed to have exhausted all his strength, slumping down on the sofa. He looked at the mess on the floor, his eyes slowly shifting from frantic anger to a chilling, venomous resentment. He knew he was finished. In the financial markets, a comeback was impossible. No bank would lend money to a loser who had lost $20 billion in a single day and was now under SEC scrutiny. But that didn't mean he would give up. Nangzhen. He looked up at his most trusted subordinate, his voice hoarse and calm. A calmness that was frightening. Yes, boss. How much money do we still have available? I mean, the unregulated, anonymous, absolutely safe money, Griffin asked. Zhou Nangzhen's pupils contracted slightly. She knew what her boss was asking. That money was the black gold they had accumulated over the years through various shady means. It was their last line of defense. About $300 million, she stated. $300 million US. Griffin's lips curled into a cruel smile. That's enough. Now, do two things immediately. First, use all our intelligence resources, at all costs, to find out the true identity of that Styx. I need to know who he is, where he lives, and who his family is. Second, a crazed killing intent flashed in Griffin's eyes, contact Ouroboros. Ouroboros. Hearing that name, even the composed Zhou Nangzhen's expression changed drastically. That wasn't the name of a financial institution. That was a top-tier global mercenary and assassin organization operating in the underworld, specializing in dirty work. Their services included, but were not limited to, kidnapping, assassination, and creating accidents. Their fees were astronomical. Boss, Zhou Nangzhen's voice was hoarse, what do you want to do? We're just businessmen, there's no need for that. Businessmen? Griffin laughed maniacally. When they used such despicable means to destroy everything I had, this game was no longer business. This is war. He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked out at the dazzling night view of Hong Kong. They took my money, my empire. Then I will. His voice echoed eerily in the luxurious suite, like the whisper of a demon. Take their lives. Chapter 25. The Heavenly Eye manifests its power, locking down Editor-in-Chief Chen. Beijing, 11 p.m. The underground command center was still brightly lit, but the atmosphere was even more somber than during the day. Qin Kayang sat in the main seat, her face ashen. Before her was a huge electronic screen. On the screen was a newly compiled interrogation record of Li Mo. Every word was shocking. According to Li Mo's confession, the Blackstone Alliance's Asia Harvest Plan had already begun to be laid out 3 years ago. An intelligence analyst was reporting to Qin Kayang. His voice was somewhat hoarse from the shock of the content. Their plan consists of 3 steps. The first step is infiltration. Using money, women, or leverage over their targets, they develop and cultivate agents within the financial, media, and even academic circles of major Asian economies such as China, Japan, South Korea, and Singapore. Li Mo and Chen Kaiming, the editor-in-chief of Financial Observer, are 2 key pawns in the Chinese sector. The second step is negation. Before the plan is launched, they release negative news through media outlets and experts they control, coordinating with their overseas propaganda machine to systematically undermine the Asian economy, creating market panic and paving the way for their short selling. The third step is harvesting. They choose a suitable time, using a core asset of a particular country as a breakthrough point, launching a blitzkrieg to ignite the market, and then using a chain reaction to spread the damage, ultimately harvesting the entire Asian market. The strategist paused, swallowed hard, and continued. This time, their chosen breakthrough point was CATL, Contemporary Amperage Technology Co., Limited, in the A-share market. If their plan succeeds, the A-share market will crash, triggering a domino effect. Hong Kong stocks, the Nikkei, the South Korean Kospi, will all plummet. They will then reap profits of hundreds of billions, even trillions of US dollars. While our victory this time has taken down Griffin's main force and captured Li Mo, this big fish, in reality, it has only severed one of their outstretched claws. The mastermind behind the entire plan, the parent company of the Blackstone Alliance, and their undiscovered pawns in Asia, remain unscathed. The report ended. The entire command center was deathly silent. Everyone's face was etched with lingering fear and solemnity. Who could have imagined that behind this breathtaking financial defense battle lay such a vast and vicious conspiracy? This was no longer a simple financial attack. This is a war for the nation's destiny, fought without gunfire. Chen Kaiming. Qin Kaiying's fingertips tapped lightly on the table, making a knock sound. Her gaze fell on the name of another key figure implicated by Li Mo in the interrogation records. How's the investigation into this Chen Kaiming and his financial observation going? Report. A staff officer in charge of network monitoring immediately stood up. We have conducted data analysis on all of Chen Kaiming's public reports and social media posts, as well as those of his financial observer. We found that in the past year, they published over 300 in-depth reports on the Chinese economy. Of these, fewer than 20 were positive or neutral. The rest, under the guise of in-depth analysis and exclusive observation, systematically criticized our real estate, local government debt, and high-tech industries. Especially in the last month, the frequency of their posts has noticeably increased. Almost everyone suggests that the Chinese economy is about to experience a hard landing and that the financial system faces enormous systemic risks. These articles, after being reposted and translated by some with ulterior motives, have circulated widely on overseas social media, severely damaging the confidence of international investors. We also discovered, the staff officer pointed to a relationship diagram on the screen, that many of exclusive reports from Financial Observation cited the views of a so-called senior industry insider. And through technical means, we found that this senior's information network highly overlaps with Li Mo's Yuanxing capital. The chain of evidence has been formed. Li Mo released the information, while Chen Kaiming followed behind, leveraging the credibility of the media to package these in-depth reports into precise poison to the market. Their coordinated efforts were seamless. Where is Chen Kaiming now? Qin Kaiying asked coldly. According to our location data, he's currently in Shanghai, at his magazine's headquarters. He seems to be working through the night preparing articles for the new issue. Very good. A cold glint flashed in Qin Kaiying's eyes. Immediately notify the Shanghai authorities to prepare for the raid. The man, and all the evidence I want them. Yes, sir. Just as Qin Kaiying issued the order, in Xiao Chuhe's apartment, 1,000 miles away. Having just finished a bowl of hot porridge and regained some energy, Xiao Chuhe's brows suddenly furrowed again. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Bai Jinjin, standing beside him, immediately asked anxiously. No. Xiao Chuhe shook his head. His face was still somewhat pale, but his eyes had become deep again. I just saw something interesting again. He closed his eyes, immersing his newly recovered mental energy once more into the vast quantum horizon. This time, he didn't look at A-shares or Hong Kong stocks. His gaze followed the blue thread representing Li Mo, which had been severed, tracing it back to its source. He wanted to see who was providing energy to Li Mo, this puppet string. Soon, within the intricate star map, he discovered another thread, intricately connected to Li Mo's, also radiating a cold, eerie blue light. This thread was much thinner than Li Mo's. It didn't directly participate in market transactions. Its power lay primarily in the dissemination and diffusion of information. It's like an invisible spider web, connecting hundreds of news websites, social media accounts, and so-called financial coals, both domestically and internationally. And at the center of this web, the spider constantly spinning its silk, its IP address points squarely to Shanghai, the headquarters of Financial Observation magazine. Source of funding: Blackstone Alliance, injected through offshore shell companies under the guise of advertising fees and sponsorship fees. IP address: Shanghai, XX District, XX Road, Financial Observation Headquarters Building. Behavioral pattern: receiving topic selection instructions from Blackstone Alliance, processing and packaging them into news articles, and disseminating them virally through its media matrix. Simultaneously, bribing and controlling other media outlets and individuals for secondary reposting, creating a resonance of public opinion. It really is you. A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chuhe's mouth. This Chen Kaiming is Blackstone Alliance's mouthpiece in China. However, just as Xiao Chuhe was about to withdraw his attention, suddenly, a chilling premonition gripped his heart. A powerful sense of being watched surged from a corner of the quantum vision. Xiao Chuhe's pupils contracted instantly. He immediately followed the gaze of that gaze. He saw it. In the starry sky region representing Hong Kong, an extremely cold and malevolent energy was gathering. That energy originated from an aura he knew all too well: Kenneth Griffin. At this moment, Griffin's financial threads, though broken and dimmed, had extended a brand new thread from his core, radiating an ominous, dark red light. This dark red thread did not flow into any financial market. It was like a venomous snake, slithering and searching through the vast starry sky. Its search target was none other than that mysterious, mist-shrouded area representing the river Styx. It's looking for me. Xiao Chuhe's heart sank. He immediately understood. Griffin, after losing the financial war, hadn't given up. He was about to launch an off-the-ground attack. What made Xiao Chuhe even more uneasy was that the dark red thread, after circling once, actually split into an extremely thin, almost imperceptible branch. And that branch was extending in the direction of Bai Jinjin. It was slowly coiling towards Bai Jinjin, who was sitting beside him, completely unaware. Although Griffin couldn't find the true form of the river Styx, he had, through some intelligence means, already focused his suspicions on the core members of the national team who had direct contact with the river Styx. Bai Jinjin was in danger. Oh no! Xiao Chuhe abruptly opened his eyes, his face instantly turning even more ashen than before. What's wrong? Bai Jinjin was startled by his sudden reaction. Xiao Chuhe didn't answer. He grabbed Bai Jinjin's wrist and pulled her abruptly behind him. His gaze was fixed intently on the deep night outside the window. It was as if countless unseen eyes were watching them from the darkness. We're being watched. His voice was hoarse with tension. From now on, you don't leave my side. Chapter 26: The $300 million Bounty. We've been targeted. Bai Jinjin's mind went blank. She followed Xiao Chuhe's gaze to the window. Outside the window, the city of Shanghai was ablaze with lights, a tapestry of traffic and flashing neon signs. Everything seemed normal, just like always. But when she met Xiao Chuhe's extremely serious gaze, a chill uncontrollably shot from the solace of her feet to the top of her head. She knew Xiao Chuhe was absolutely not joking. His miraculous quantum vision could not only see the flow of funds in the financial markets, but perhaps also sense the unseen dangers from the real world. Who is it? Her voice trembled slightly. Is it Griffin? Besides that financial predator who had lost everything, she couldn't think of anyone else who would be targeting them at this time. Xiao Chuhe nodded, his gaze still warily scanning the window, as if searching for something. Although he lost, he hasn't given up, Xiao Chuhe said in a deep voice. He can't find me, so he set his sights on you. He probably thinks you're the only clue to finding the river Styx. Bai Jinjin's heart sank. She instantly understood the gravity of the situation. She wasn't afraid of Griffin's retaliation in the financial markets, because she believed that with the country and Xiao Chuhe around, they couldn't win. However, what she feared was this kind of underhanded, ruthless tactic from the shadows. A gambler who has lost all his chips and gone mad is capable of anything. Then, what do we do now? Should we call the police? Or notify Commander Qin? Bai Jinjin was completely lost. It's too late, Xiao Chuhe shook his head. His quantum vision, though capable of sensing approaching danger, revealed that the dark red killing intent thread coiling around Bai Jinjin was still blurry and distant. This indicated that the enemy's actions hadn't truly begun. They were likely still in the intelligence gathering and target locking phase. Calling the police now, or notifying Qin Kaiang, would only cause unnecessary panic. You can't exactly tell the police, I sense someone is trying to harm us, can you? Don't panic, Xiao Chuhe said, looking at Bai Jinjin's pale face, trying to keep his voice calm. They won't act for now. We still have time to prepare. He released Bai Jinjin's wrist, walked to the window, and drew the thick curtains, shutting out everything from the outside world. The room immediately dimmed considerably. This feeling of isolation gave Bai Jinjin a slight sense of security, but the unease in her heart didn't lessen at all. Xiao Chuhe, are you sure we're really safe? She asked, watching Xiao Chuhe's retreating figure. Xiao Chuhe didn't turn around. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number he hadn't dialed in a long time. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Hello? Who is this? A slightly aged but strong voice came from the other end of the line. Uncle Wang, it's me, Chuhe. Xiao Chuhe's voice carried a hint of dependence, one he himself didn't even realize. Chuhe. The aged voice on the other end of the line instantly became agitated. You brat. You still know how to call me. I haven't heard from you in almost a year. I thought you'd fallen into some ravine. Uncle Wang, I'm fine, I'm doing well. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Chuhe's face. I'm calling this time to ask you for a favor. A favor? What favor? You brat, have you gotten into some trouble out there? The man addressed as Uncle Wang immediately became wary. Sort of. Xiao Chuhe glanced at Bai Jinjin behind him and lowered his voice. I need a few skilled and reliable brothers, preferably the kind who have been on the battlefield and seen blood. Help me protect someone. Price is not a problem. Silence fell on the other end of the line. After a good dozen seconds, Uncle Wang's solemn voice finally rang out again. Chuhe, tell me the truth, who exactly have you messed with? A guy who had a lot of influence on Wall Street, but now he's gone mad, Xiao Chuhe said succinctly. I understand. Uncle Wang didn't press further. Send me the address. He'll be here before dawn. Thank you, Uncle Wang. You brat, why are you being so polite with me? Uncle Wang sighed. Your parents are gone, I'm your only family now. Take care of yourself, don't get into trouble. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Chuhe finally felt a sense of relief. Uncle Wang was his father's comrade in arms, a retired special forces soldier. After his father's death, Uncle Wang opened a security company, and most of the employees were soldiers he had trained. In terms of professionalism and reliability, you probably couldn't find a stronger team in all of China. You, Bai Jinjin looked at Xiao Chuhe, her eyes filled with complex emotions. You have such background? She had always thought Xiao Chuhe was just a gifted, tech-savvy geek. But she hadn't expected his connections to be so far deeper than she had imagined. My father used to be a soldier, Xiao Chuhe explained casually, without elaborating. He sat back down on the sofa, picked up the bowl of porridge that had grown cold, and continued eating, as if the tense phone call earlier was just a trivial interlude. Bai Jinjin looked at him, momentarily speechless. Just how many secrets did this man still hold? Just then, Xiao Chuhe's phone suddenly dinged. It was an encrypted, anonymous email. Xiao Chuhe frowned and opened the email. The email content was simple, containing only one image. The image was a bounty poster from the dark web. Bounty target codename Ming He, a mysterious stock market manipulator in China's A-shares market. Bounty, a reward of $50 million will be given to anyone who provides detailed information about the suspect's real identity, address, and family members. A reward of $100 million will be given to anyone who captures the suspect alive and brings them to the designated location. A reward of $300 million will be given to anyone who can cause the suspect's accidental death and provide conclusive evidence. Issued by K.G. Kenneth Griffin, guarantor Ouroboros. $300 million. For the life of a complete stranger. Even Xiao Chuhe's heart skipped a beat when he saw this number. He knew Griffin was insane, but he hadn't expected Griffin to be this insane. This wasn't just revenge. This was a relentless pursuit to the death. What's wrong? Bai Jinjin noticed the change in his expression and leaned closer. The moment she saw the email's contents, she was struck dumb, as if by lightning. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from screaming. $300 million. Her voice was distorted beyond recognition by extreme fear. It wasn't that she hadn't seen money before. But using $300 million to buy a life, this was a scene straight out of a movie, happening right before her eyes. The impact was devastating. A large reward always attracts brave men. She could easily imagine how many desperate criminals from all over the world would flock to China, to Shanghai, like hyenas smelling blood, just to find the man named Styx. Then, kill him, and take that bounty that would drive anyone mad. And this man was sitting right beside her. Xiao Chuhe, we. Her pale lips trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence. Don't be afraid. Xiao Chuhe's voice was unexpectedly calm. He deleted the email and tossed his phone aside. Then, he turned to look at Bai Jinjin, who was terrified and completely disoriented, his eyes deep and bright. He wants to play, then we'll play along to the end. It's just $300 million, isn't it? A cold, bloodthirsty smile slowly curved at the corners of Xiao Chuhe's lips. I'll see if his money is harder, or my life is harder. He picked up Bai Jinjin's laptop from the coffee table and opened it. His fingers flew across the keyboard. What are you doing? Bai Jinjin asked, puzzled. Nothing. Xiao Chuhe's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his head bowed as he spoke. Send a return gift to Mr. Griffin, who is currently in Hong Kong. He logged into an encrypted overseas website. Then, using an anonymous account, he posted a new message. I am Styx. I've heard that someone has offered a $300 million bounty for my life. I am deeply honored by this. To express my gratitude, I have set up a wager. I am willing to wager my entire fortune against Mr. Kenneth Griffin. The wager, within 3 days, I will acquire all related assets under Mr. Griffin's name that have not yet been liquidated or frozen. If I lose in 3 days, my head will be offered to me. If I win. Xiao Chuhe paused here, a chilling killing intent flashing in his eyes. I want you to jump from the top floor of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Chapter 27 Uncle Wang's Defense Line. 4 in the morning. While the city was still deep in its slumber, a black, inconspicuous Buick minivan silently glided into the residential complex where Xiao Chuhe lived. The car's headlights were off, and under the dim streetlights, it moved like a ghost, stopping in the most inconspicuous shadows beneath the apartment building. The door opened, and 3 burly men with imposing presence stepped out. The leader was a middle-aged man around 50. He wasn't particularly tall, but standing there, he resembled a pine tree rooted deep in the ground, exuding a sense of profound and imposing strength. His face was etched with the marks of time, a shallow scar running from his left brow to the corner of his mouth, adding a touch of steely ruthlessness. This was Uncle Wang, the man Xiao Chuhe had mentioned, Wang Hanshan, the former chief instructor of Dragon Fang, China's elite special forces unit. The 2 young men following behind him were equally extraordinary. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, their movements silent yet possessing a rhythmic explosiveness. They were clearly true elites, forged in the crucible of gunfire. Lynx, hound, check the surroundings. Wang Han's voice was deep, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yes, Captain. The two young men immediately vanished into the surrounding darkness like phantoms, one on the left and one on the right. Wang Han's hand didn't move. He simply looked up at the window of Xiao Chuhe's house, where the light was on. His eyes were complex, filled with worry, concern, and a deeply hidden sense of relief. He hadn't seen his nephew for almost a year. Since the unexpected death of his old comrade in arms, Xiao Zhenbang, and his wife, the boy seemed like a different person, isolating himself. He refused Wang Han's offer to return to the army with him, and he also refused all the stable jobs Wang Han arranged for him. He went alone, clutching the old computer his father had left him, plunging headlong into the stock market, a market Wang Han completely couldn't understand. Wang Han was worried about him, afraid he wouldn't be able to overcome the shadow of his parents' death, afraid he would be swallowed up by the dazzling world of capital. But now, it seemed this boy had grown up faster and was more, stronger than he had imagined. Strong enough to have offended the madman of Wall Street. Captain, the surrounding area is safe. No suspicious persons have been found. The high points of buildings B and C have been confirmed, there are no ambushes. Two figures silently returned behind Wang Han. Wang Han nodded, took out his phone, and dialed Xiao Chuhe's number. We've arrived. The door opened. When Xiao Chuhe saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing in the doorway, his nose inexplicably stung with tears. Uncle Wang, he called softly. You brat, you've lost weight. Wang Han looked at him, extending his large, fan-like hand to pat him firmly on the shoulder. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with the unique affection of an elder for a younger generation. Standing behind Xiao Chuhe, Bai Jinjin looked at the three men exuding an aura of unapproachability and felt a strange, unprecedented sense of security. Especially the man in the lead, referred to as Uncle Wang, whose mere presence seemed to form an insurmountable great wall of steel. Come in, Uncle Wang, Xiao Chuhe said, ushering them into the house. Wang Han entered the room, his gaze immediately falling on Bai Jinjin. His eyes were sharp as knives, as if trying to see right through her. Bai Jinjin felt uncomfortable under his gaze and instinctively shrank back behind Xiao Chuhe. Uncle Wang, this is Bai Jinjin, my friend, Xiao Chuhe introduced. She's the one who needs protection this time. Friend? Wang Han raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Xiao Chuhe and Bai Jinjin, a knowing smile in his eyes. All right, I understand. He didn't ask any further questions, turning around to carefully examine the layout of the entire room. The windows aren't bulletproof, the glass is too thin, making them easy targets for snipers. The curtains are ordinary material, only blocking light, not effectively blocking infrared spying. The door is a regular security door, the lock cylinder is Class B, a professional could open it in 30 seconds. The community security system is practically non-existent, 7 of the surveillance cameras have blind spots, and 2 security guards are dozing off. As Wang Han walked, he calmly pointed out the fatal flaws in the room and its surroundings. He spoke professionally and calmly, but to Bai Jinjin, it sent chills down her spine. She had never imagined that this seemingly safe and comfortable home, where she had lived for so long, could be so vulnerable. Chuhe, you can't stay here any longer, Wang Han concluded. It's too dangerous. I understand, Xiao Chuhe nodded. I've already booked a flight to Beijing for tomorrow morning. Once we get there, Commander Qin will arrange everything. Beijing? Wang Han paused. Commander Qin? Which Commander Qin? Well, it's a long story. Xiao Chuhe gave a wry smile. Anyway, these few hours before dawn will be tough on you, Uncle Wang. Wang Han gave him a deep look, but didn't press further. He knew this child had grown up, had his own world and secrets. No problem. Wang Han nodded, then turned to the 2 young men behind him and gave orders. Lynx, go to the underground parking garage and get our equipment. Also, check all the fire exits and emergency exits in this building. Hound, you're in charge of setting up a temporary security system here. Infrared sensors, pressure sensors, miniature cameras, use everything you can. My requirement is, I need to know immediately if even a fly flies in. Yes, Captain. The 2 men accepted the orders and immediately sprang into action. Their movements were swift and efficient, displaying the characteristic efficiency and precision of soldiers. Soon, a huge black military equipment box was brought up. The box opened, revealing a dazzling array of high-tech devices Bai Jinjin had only ever seen in movies. Miss Bai, Wang Han approached Bai Jinjin and handed her a black metal block about the size of a matchbox. This is an emergency distress signal transmitter with only one button. Whenever and wherever you feel danger, press it. Our people will be with you within 3 minutes. Also, he handed her something resembling a USB drive. This is a powerful electromagnetic pulse jammer with an effective range of 10 meters. Activated if you are locked onto by electronic devices, such as mobile phones or cameras. It can instantly destroy all electronic components in the surrounding area. Bai Jinjin blankly accepted these two futuristic devices, momentarily speechless. Thank you, she could only manage to utter those two dry words. No need to thank me. Wang Hanshan shook his head, glancing at Xiao Chuhe, who was gazing out the window at the night sky, lost in thought. If you want to thank someone, thank that kid. He values you more than his own life. Bai Jinjin's heart skipped a beat. She turned to look at Xiao Chuhe's back. The lamplight cast a long shadow, and although he was just a boy a few years younger than her, at this moment, in Bai Jinjin's eyes, his back seemed so tall and reliable. The night passed without incident. Under the tight security provided by Wang Hanshan and his men, the small apartment seemed like an impregnable fortress. Bai Jinjin barely slept a wink. Sitting on the sofa, watching the two men standing like statues guarding the door and window, she felt both tense and an unprecedented sense of security. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuhe spent the entire night in his room, studying data on his computer. He didn't look at the gambling match on the dark web anymore, because he knew that from the moment he issued the challenge, he had firmly grasped the rhythm of this war. His task now was to find Griffin's Achilles heel and deliver the fatal blow within 3 days. Dawn broke. As the first rays of morning light pierced the room through the gaps in the curtains, Xiao Chuhe finally stood up from his computer. His face showed a hint of fatigue, but his eyes shone with an alarming light. He had found it. He had found Griffin's last and most vulnerable weakness. 28. Griffin's Achilles heel. It was 6 in the morning. Xiao Chuhe came out of his room, carrying a thick, printed document. Although his face showed fatigue, his overall spirit was surprisingly high. Wang Hanshan was sitting on the sofa in the living room, resting with his eyes closed. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes and glanced at the document in Xiao Chuhe's hand. Found it? Yes. Xiao Chuhe nodded and placed the document on the coffee table. Griffin has really lost desperately this time. He's transferred all his available assets to an offshore account called the Griffin Hedge Fund. This fund is registered in the Cayman Islands, and on the surface, it has no legal connection to him personally. But in reality, Xiao Chuhe flipped through the documents, pointing to a page with a densely packed equity structure diagram. The actual controller of this fund, through 7 layers of nested shell companies, ultimately points to Griffin himself. Wang Hanshan frowned, since it was hidden so deeply. How did you find it? Xiao Chuhe didn't answer directly. He just smiled. My abilities are far greater than you imagine. Wang Hanshan didn't press further. From a young age, he had been accustomed to not asking questions he shouldn't ask. So what do you plan to do? It's simple. Xiao Chuhe picked up his phone and opened a trading app. The Griffin Hedge Fund currently holds its largest position in 3 Nasdaq-listed biotech stocks. These 3 stocks account for 60% of the fund's assets. And these 3 stocks happen to be involved in a clinical trial for a drug called an Alzheimer's disease cure. If the trial is successful, the stock price will at least triple. But if it fails... Xiao Chuhe paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. These 3 stocks will plummet to delisting within a day. Wang Hanshan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. You mean you're going to short these 3 stocks? No. Xiao Chuhe shook his head. What I'm going to do is make this clinical trial fail prematurely. What? Wang Hanshan stood up abruptly. Chuhe, are you crazy? Clinical trial data is confidential information from the lab and hospital. How could you? Uncle Wang, don't worry. Xiao Chuhe raised his hand, interrupting him. I won't tamper with the data, nor will I bribe the doctors. I'm just letting some negative data that should have been made public leak out prematurely. He opened his computer and pulled up an encrypted file from a medical database. This is an internal testing report from last year by the pharmaceutical companies behind those 3 stocks. The report shows that their special drug showed severe liver toxicity during animal testing, but they suppressed this report and didn't submit it to the FDA. And now, this report will appear precisely at 9 o'clock this morning on the world's largest medical forum. Wang Hanshan listened in silence for a long time. He looked at the child he had watched grow up and suddenly felt a sense of estrangement. Chuhe, if you do this, you'll ruin those pharmaceutical companies, destroy countless jobs, and even kill those patients waiting for this life-saving drug. Xiao Chuhe's hand paused on the keyboard. He looked up at Wang Hanshan. Uncle Wang, you're right. But if I don't do this, Griffin will continue to live, continuing to use his money to bribe assassins all over the world to kill me, kill Jinjin, and even kill you. I have no choice. Either he dies, or I die. The room was eerily quiet. Bai Jinjin had woken up sometime during the night. She stood at the bedroom door, having overheard the conversation. Her face was frighteningly pale. Xiao Chuhe. Her voice trembled slightly. You really want to do this? Xiao Chuhe turned around and looked at her. Jinjin, are you scared? Bai Jinjin bit her lip, remaining silent. She was afraid. Of course she was afraid. She was afraid that Xiao Chuhe would become a ruthless person because of her. She was afraid that the world would turn him into a second Griffin. But what she feared even more was that if Xiao Chuhe didn't do this, they really would die. She opened her mouth, but found that she had no idea what to say. Just then, Xiao Chuhe's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar, international number. Xiao Chuhe glanced at the screen, his brows furrowing slightly. He answered the phone. "Hello? Mr. Ming He, hello." A deep, hoarse male voice came from the other end of the line. The voice carried a sickly weakness, but its tone was filled with a frenzied excitement. "I am Kenneth Griffin." Xiao Chuhe's pupils contracted sharply. Wang Hanshan and Bai Jinjin also looked over nervously at the same time. "Griffin." Xiao Chuhe sneered. "You're bolder than I thought. You actually dared to call me personally?" "Heh, cough cough." A violent cough came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Sticks, you misunderstand. I'm not calling to threaten you. I'm here to accept your challenge." Xiao Chuhe narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you agree?" "Of course." Griffin's voice carried a desperate, reckless madness. "Didn't you say you would short all my assets within 3 days? Come on. I want to see just how capable you are, you rat hiding in the shadows. However, Mr. Sticks, I also have a condition." Xiao Chuhe remained silent, waiting for him to continue. "If you lose in 3 days, I want you to come to Hong Kong in person, to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, to stand before me. Then, kneel down, cut off your head, and place it on my table. Do you dare?" A brief silence fell on the phone. Bai Jinjin's face was deathly pale. Wang Hanshan's hand instinctively went to the holster at his waist, but Xiao Chuhe smiled. His smile was relaxed. "Griffin, you really are getting worse with age. You think you can provoke me with this childish banter?" "I agree, but I have one condition. If you lose, you don't have to jump off the building. You just need to leave your life with me. Because..." Xiao Chuhe's voice suddenly turned icy cold. "I will personally go to Hong Kong and send you on your way." The words had barely left his lips. The phone was hung up. The room fell silent again. Bai Jinjin's legs felt weak. She leaned against the wall to steady herself. "Xiao Chuhe, are you crazy? How could you agree to him? What if you lose?" Xiao Chuhe didn't answer her. He simply sat back down at the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard once more. "Don't worry. I won't lose. Because, from the very beginning, this wasn't a fair bet." He pressed enter. On the screen, the internal testing report about the drug's side effects was instantly uploaded to the world's largest medical forum. At the same time, in the United States, on the Nasdaq Stock Exchange, 3 biotech stocks, just after the market opened, suddenly experienced a terrifying plunge. Within 5 minutes, the drop exceeded 15%. Chapter 29 Weakness, The Last Empire. Xiao Chuhe's room was filled with smoke. He didn't smoke, but to force himself to stay awake, he lit something he'd never done before. The acrid smoke filled his lungs, causing him to cough a few times, but the nicotine stimulation made his mind unusually clear. Before him, on his laptop screen, was no longer a stock chart or some dark web gambling game, but an extremely complex, spiderweb-like diagram of company ownership structures. At the center of this diagram was an offshore hedge fund called Griffin Global Macro Fund. Extending from this center were hundreds, even thousands, of densely packed lines of ownership relationships, connecting hundreds of seemingly unrelated shell companies, trusts, and family offices around the world. They were like the capillaries of a vast empire, transporting its resources to the most secretive and secure corners of the world. This is Kenneth Griffin's true business empire, and his final safe haven. The Blackstone Alliance is merely his public army, used for expansion and conquest. The Macro Fund, hidden behind countless offshore jurisdictions and layers of firewalls, is his true personal guard and treasury. It contains his most core and most clandestine assets, accumulated over the years through various means. Xiao Chuhe spent an entire night, utilizing his terrifying quantum vision, meticulously unraveling the complex web of funds hidden beneath the surface of Griffin's already dimmed financial threads. Indeed, even a centipede with 100 legs doesn't fall down easily, Xiao Chuhe smirked. He discovered that although Griffin had suffered heavy losses in the A-share and Hong Kong stock markets, and his personal assets were nearly bankrupt, he wasn't crippled. He had merely made a drastic sacrifice, abandoning the Blackstone Alliance, a warship already exposed to attack, while his true wealth had long since been transferred through this macro fund to a place inaccessible to regulatory agencies in any country. According to Xiao Chuhe's estimation, the hidden assets controlled by this fund are at least $5 billion. This is the real reason he dared to take the gamble. $50 billion. That's quite a lot. Xiao Chuhe tapped the table lightly with his fingers. "Unfortunately, you've met my match." His gaze swept rapidly across the complex shareholding structure diagram. His brain, enhanced by quantum vision, functioned like a supercomputer capable of billions of calculations per second, frantically analyzing the information and logic represented by every node and every connection on the diagram. He was searching for the most vulnerable link in this seemingly flawless offshore empire. Even the most perfect system has flaws, even the strongest fortress has its Achilles heel. Griffin was no exception. Finally, Xiao Chuhe's gaze settled on an extremely inconspicuous corner of the shareholding diagram. It was a family trust fund registered in Switzerland called the Don Trust. From an equity perspective, this trust was an extremely insignificant link in the Griffin empire. Its assets were less than $100 million, and it did not participate in any high-risk speculative transactions. Its investment portfolio consisted almost entirely of the most stable and conservative safe haven assets such as U.S. Treasury bonds, Swiss francs, and gold. In the entire aggressive and volatile Griffin empire, this trust was like a peaceful anomaly. However, Xiao Chuhe sensed a completely different aura from the financial thread representing the Don Trust. All the other financial threads in the Griffin empire emitted a cold, greedy, and emotionless blue light. This one alone emitted an extremely faint, yet exceptionally pure, warm yellow light. Moreover, and most importantly, Xiao Chuhe discovered that Griffin's own lifeline and this warm yellow thread had an extremely close symbiotic relationship. It was as if this thread was a vital organ of Griffin's, and if it were damaged, Griffin himself would feel the pain. What is this? Xiao Chuhe's brows furrowed deeply. He concentrated all his remaining mental energy on this strange Don Trust thread. More profound information flooded his mind. Trust name, Don Trust, establishment date 18 years ago, trust settler, Kenneth Griffin, trust beneficiary, Aurora Griffin. Aurora Griffin? Xiao Chuhe had never heard of this name before. In all publicly available information, Kenneth Griffin was a highly eligible bachelor, without a wife or children. Who is this Aurora? Xiao Chuhe's gaze continued to dig deeper. He saw some of the trust's daily financial records. Most of the expenditures went to a top-tier private nursing home in Switzerland to pay for exorbitant medical costs. A small portion was used to purchase women's daily necessities, clothing, and fairy tale books. A terrifying, yet most logical, guess struck Xiao Chuhe's mind like lightning. This Aurora Griffin was very likely Griffin's hidden, never before revealed, daughter. And this daughter was likely seriously ill, residing year-round in a Swiss nursing home. This Don Trust was Griffin's last line of defense for his frail daughter. It held his cleanest, safest money. No matter how ruthless and dangerous he was on the outside, this trust was the softest, most untouchable sanctuary deep within his heart. This was his weakness. Found it. A cold, excited light, as if he had found his prey, flashed in Xiao Chuhe's eyes. He finally understood why Griffin, such an arrogant man, would name this trust Dawn because his daughter was named Aurora. In mythology, Aurora is the name of the goddess of dawn. Kenneth Griffin. Xiao Chuhe's lips curled into a cruel smile. You put a $300 million bounty on my life, so I'll take what you cherish as your life as a return gift. He didn't hesitate for a moment. He knew that dealing with a heartless demon like Griffin, any mercy would be cruelty to himself. He picked up his phone and dialed Bai Jinjin's number. At that moment, Bai Jinjin and Wang Hanshan were waiting in their van downstairs, preparing to head to the airport. Hello? Xiao Chuhe? Are you ready? We should go. Bai Jinjin's slightly nervous voice came from the other end of the line. No rush. Xiao Chuhe's voice was calm and steady. Before I leave, there's one more thing I need you to do for me. What is it? I need you to use all of Huajing Securities' connections in Europe to help me register a shell company in Switzerland. Register a company? Bai Jinjin was stunned. Now. What for? To short sell. Xiao Chuhe's tone was casual, yet it contained overwhelming power. To short sell a fund called Don Trust. I want it to disappear from this world completely within 24 hours. Chapter 38 Deadly Move from 1,000 miles away. Short selling. Don Trust? On the other end of the phone, Bai Jinjin's mind went blank. What kind of fund is this? I've never heard of it before? As a top analyst at Huajing Securities, she was intimately familiar with almost every well-known hedge fund in the global market, but this Don Trust was completely foreign to her. You don't need to know what it is. Xiao Chuhe's voice left no room for argument. You just need to do as I say. First, immediately establish a completely anonymous offshore investment company in Switzerland as quickly as possible. The name of the company doesn't matter, the account will be opened with UBS. Second, I will inject a sum of money into this account through an encrypted channel. This money is our entire ammunition for this operation. Third, Xiao Chuhe's tone turned serious, use all your authority and connections to get me all the information on the private sanatorium in Switzerland called St. Moritz. Including their shareholder structure, financial situation, and whether they've had any recent scandals. St. Moritz Sanatorium? Bai Jinjin was even more confused. Aren't we shorting funds? How did we get involved with a sanatorium? Don't ask why. Xiao Chuhe interrupted her. Just do as I say. Remember, we don't have much time. Okay, I understand. Although full of doubts, Bai Jinjin agreed without hesitation, trusting Xiao Chuhe completely. Hanging up the phone, she immediately said to Wang Hanshan beside her, Uncle Wang, the plan has changed. We won't be going to the airport for now. What's wrong? Wang Hanshan frowned. Xiao Chuhe, he's about to launch a counterattack. Bai Jinjin's eyes brightened, filled with a mixture of excitement and tension at the prospect of witnessing history. She took out her work computer, connected to the encrypted network, and began typing at a dizzying pace. Commands were instantly transmitted via undersea fiber optic cables to the European branch of Huajing Securities in Zurich, Switzerland. A hunt thousands of miles away had officially begun. In Xiao Chuhe's apartment, he stood by the window, watching the black van below turn and drive away from the complex. He knew very well that from this moment on, Bai Jinjin was no longer just a simple liaison. She had become his most important, and only, trustworthy comrade in this war. He had recently accumulated almost all of his savings from the stock market, approximately 60 million RMB, which he then laundered through an extremely complex network of underground banks before transferring it to the account of the shell company soon to be established in Switzerland. 60 million RMB is equivalent to just over 8 million USD. Using 8 million USD to attack a trust fund with a size of hundreds of millions is, in anyone's eyes, a suicidal act. However, Xiao Chuhe showed not a trace of tension on his face. Because he knew that this war, from the very beginning, was not a contest of financial strength, but an information war and a psychological war. His target wasn't the assets of the Don Trust, but the heart of the man behind it. He sat back down at his computer, closed his eyes, and once again immersed his consciousness in that quantum vision. This time, his target was crystal clear: the St. Moritz Sanatorium. In his vision, this picturesque sanatorium nestled at the foot of the Alps presented a complex picture. Its information threads revealed a facade of glamour masking underlying turmoil. Most of its funds came from shady offshore accounts, and many of its shareholders were established European aristocrats and prominent figures in politics and business. They used it as a private haven for their unsuitable family members and a place for exchanging favors. Xiao Chuhe's vision, like a sharp scalpel, precisely sliced through the sanatorium's glamorous exterior, beginning to probe its internal decay and festering sores. Soon, he saw something that shocked even him. Financial fraud. Over the past 5 years, the nursing home concealed more than 50 million euros in income from the Swiss tax authorities by falsifying medical expenses and exaggerating assets. Illegal medical experiments. A secret laboratory at the nursing home, without approval from the Swiss Drug Regulatory Agency, conducted human experiments on some mentally unstable patients using high-risk biological agents still in the preclinical research stage. Medical malpractice. 3 years ago, a prince from a Middle Eastern royal family died unexpectedly from an allergic reaction to medication while receiving treatment at the nursing home. The nursing home covered up the incident by falsifying medical records and paying a huge sum of hush money to the family. One shocking scandal after another, enough to instantly ruin this century-old nursing home, was continuously retrieved from the sea of information by Xiao Chuhe. Very good, very good. A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chuhe's lips. This was exactly what he needed. He immediately encrypted and packaged the key information about the scandal and some verifiable clues, and sent it to Bai Jinjin with the message: "Have your people in Europe investigate these matters. I need evidence." Having done all this, Xiao Chuhe let out a long sigh of relief. Everything was ready, except for the final push. Now, all he had to do was wait. Wait for Bai Jinjin to deliver the ammunition. Meanwhile, at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Hong Kong, Griffin had also spent a sleepless night. He stood before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, watching the sun slowly rise over the sea outside. His face no longer bore yesterday's madness and rage. Instead, it held a terrifying calm before the storm. Behind him, Zhou Nangzhen was reporting the latest situation. "Boss, according to our tracking on the dark web, the last IP address that Minghe logged in was in Shanghai, China. However, the other party's anti-tracking capabilities are very strong, and our people cannot pinpoint his exact location. However, his so-called betting challenge has already spread throughout the global underground financial circles. Now, everyone is watching us. They want to see how you, the former king of Wall Street, crush this arrogant Eastern rat." Zhou Nangzhen's tone remained as calm as ever, but a hint of worry, imperceptible even to herself, flashed deep in her eyes. Her intuition told her that this Styx was no ordinary person. His willingness to issue a challenge under these circumstances was not impulsive. He must have a backup plan. A backup plan? Griffin scoffed disdainfully. Before absolute strength, any schemes and tricks are futile. He turned to Zhou Nangzhen, his eyes filled with the confidence and arrogance of a king. "He thinks he's found my Achilles heel? He thinks he can defeat me using my most effective methods? Too naive." Griffin picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip. "I've mobilized all the available liquid funds in the macro fund, a total of $3 billion. Furthermore, I've reached a temporary alliance agreement with the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Wealth Fund in the Middle East. They've pledged to provide us with $10 billion in firepower support if necessary. 10 billion, 30 billion US. Griffin's eyes gleamed with madness. I've laid a trap across the entire market. No matter which asset he attacks, it will be trapped in our steel defenses built with funds. His pitiful profits from the A-shares market won't even make a ripple. I'll make him watch his bullets run out, and then await my judgment in endless despair and regret. Griffin opened his arms, as if embracing the impending victory. This war, from the moment he issued the challenge, its outcome was already sealed. He's doomed. Chapter 31: The Fangs of Huajing Securities. In a shabby business hotel suite in Shanghai, Bai Jinjin and Wang Hansan had made it their temporary command center. The air was thick with the bitter smell of instant coffee and the crisp clatter of rapidly pounding keyboards. 3 laptops sat before Bai Jinjin, their screens flashing with countless data streams and encrypted email windows. Her fingers danced across the keys, almost leaving after images. Wang Hansan and his 2 henchmen, Lynx and Hound, stood like 3 guardian deities, silently watching over the room from their respective corners. They knew nothing of finance or short selling, but they could sense that a silent war had already begun thousands of miles away, transmitted through these unseen channels. "How's it going?" Wang Hansan asked in a low voice, looking into Bai Jinjin's bloodshot eyes. He hadn't seen a girl with such astonishing focus and work ethic in a long time. "The company registration is complete." Bai Jinjin didn't look up, her voice slightly hoarse from prolonged concentration. "The Swiss side is very efficient. An anonymous investment company called Void Capital has been registered in Zurich, and the UBS account has been activated. Xiao Chuhe's funds of $8.3 million have arrived." "Over $8 million US? Wang Hansan frowned. "Although I don't understand, I know that this amount of money is like pocket money to those financial tycoons. Griffin is a billionaire. So this isn't a conventional war." Bai Jinjin finally stopped what she was doing, rubbed her sore eyes, picked up her now cold coffee and gulped it down. She looked at Wang Hansan, her eyes flashing with a mixture of exhaustion and excitement. "Uncle Wang, you're a military expert. If the enemy's forces on the front lines were 100 or 1,000 times ours, what would you do?" Wang Hansan answered without hesitation. "Then we'd decapitate them, or attack their supply lines, making them collapse without a fight." "Exactly." Bai Jinjin nodded heavily. "What Xiao Chuhe needs to do now is decapitation. Don Trust isn't Griffin's army, it's his heart, and that St. Moritz sanatorium is the blood vessel supplying that heart. We won't attack his billions of troops, we'll just sever that blood vessel." She took a deep breath and turned one of the computers toward Wang Hansan. "Just now, I used all of Huajing Securities' intelligence resources in Europe, including our informants and Swiss financial regulators and the media, to verify the leads Xiao Chuhe provided." On the screen was a newly transmitted encrypted investigation report. "Any results?" Wang Hansan leaned closer. "Preliminary results." Bai Jinjin's fingertip traced across the screen. "Xiao Chuhe's first lead was financial fraud. Our informant, through bribing a finance staff member at the sanatorium, obtained a copy of an internal ledger. Although it's not direct evidence yet, this ledger differs from their publicly submitted financial statements to the tax authorities by nearly 60 million euros. In Switzerland, where reputation is extremely important, this would be a massive scandal if proven true. Enough to bankrupt any company." Wang Hansan stared at the densely packed German document. Although he couldn't understand it, he could sense the immense power it contained. He paused for a moment, then asked, "So, what does Chuhe plan to do? Leak this information?" "No, not yet." Bai Jinjin shook her head. "This is just the first bomb, not fatal enough. Xiao Chuhe said that people like Griffin won't admit defeat until they're faced with a death sentence. Even if it's just a financial issue, he has countless ways to pay off, even shifting the blame to some unfortunate CFO. So what do we do now?" Hound couldn't help but ask. "Wait." Bai Jinjin's gaze returned to the computer screen. "Once the second and third shells are all in place, Xiao Chuhe doesn't want harassment, he wants a fatal blow. He wants these scandals to explode simultaneously from different channels, creating a media storm that Griffin and the entire country of Switzerland can't react to." Just then, the encrypted communication software on another computer suddenly beeped. Bai Jinjin's pupils contracted sharply, and she immediately clicked on the window. The message was sent personally by the head of Huajing Securities' European branch. It was simple, containing only one image and one sentence. The image was a scanned copy of an internal hospital document, partially redacted, and the sentence read, "President Bai, regarding the clue about the illegal medical experiments, we found a German doctor who was dismissed from the sanatorium 3 years ago. He is willing to testify and has provided this." Bai Jinjin's gaze was fixed on the title of the document. It was a German informed consent form for human experimentation, and the subject's signature was a crooked, childlike handwriting. Most importantly, the guardian's signature section was blank. This meant that the sanatorium had conducted high-risk human experiments on a patient who might not have full civil capacity, without the guardian's knowledge. Bai Jinjin's heart began to pound. She knew the second bomb had been loaded. She immediately picked up her phone and dialed Xiao Chuhe's number. Xiao Chuhe, we got it. Evidence of the illegal experiments. On the other end of the line, Xiao Chuhe's voice was terrifyingly calm. Very good, not enough. What? Bai Jinjin was stunned. What I want is the truth about the Middle Eastern prince's death. That's the final nail that will nail this sanatorium to the pillar of shame. Xiao Chuhe's voice was devoid of any emotion. But, this is too difficult. It involves the royal family, and 3 years have passed, all traces might have been erased. Bai Jinjin felt utterly helpless. If you can't find it, buy it. Xiao Chuhe's voice was icy cold. Use money to pry open the mouths of those who know the truth and tell our people. I don't care how much it costs, I'll make Griffin pay back this money 10-fold, 100-fold. I need to see that forged medical record within 24 hours. Hanging up the phone, Bai Jinjin stood there, stunned, her palms sweating profusely. At this moment, she truly realized just how terrifying Xiao Chuhe's determination was. He wasn't joking, he genuinely intended to drag Griffin and the vast financial empire behind him into hell. Wang Han's hand, seeing her pale face, patted her shoulder. What's wrong? Bai Jinjin took a deep breath, her eyes regaining their resolve. Nothing, Uncle Wang. She sat back down at her computer and issued new instructions to her team in Europe. Find the death report at all costs. A silent battle, revolving around money, connections, and information, silently intensified at the foot of the Alps. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuhe, after hanging up the phone, simply and calmly opened the page for the dark web gambling game. On the page, the odds for his bet against Griffin had subtly shifted. Initially, almost everyone was betting on Griffin to win, but now, small, sporadic bets were appearing on sticks to win. Clearly, some astute wolves had sensed something unusual in the dormant market. Xiao Chuhe stared at the page, muttering to himself, the calm before the storm is always so fleeting. He closed the web page, got up, and walked to the window, gazing at the dazzling night view of Shanghai. He knew that when the sun rose again, he would personally unleash a colossal wave sweeping across the global financial markets, while Griffin and his $13 billion steel Great Wall remained completely unaware, still awaiting a head-on collision that would never come. Chapter 32 Testing the Waters, a Gentle Breeze. At 9 a.m. Zurich time in Switzerland, it was just the start of an ordinary trading day for global financial markets. Wall Street traders were still asleep, European indices were lukewarm, and Asian markets had already entered their midday break. Everything seemed calm and uneventful. However, at this very moment, a small pebble was silently thrown into the still lake. The Financial Times, one of Europe's most prominent financial media outlets, suddenly published an exclusive investigative report on its website, authored by Deep Throat. The title wasn't particularly sensational. A century of glory dusted? Unveiling the financial mysteries behind the top-tier St. Moritz nursing home. The article, written in a calm and restrained tone, cited several internal financial documents from anonymous sources, detailing how the St. Moritz nursing home allegedly systematically concealed tens of millions of euros in profits from the Swiss tax authorities over the past few years through complex related-party transactions and inflated expenses. The article didn't draw any conclusions, but at the end, it raised questions to the Swiss Financial Markets Supervisory Authority, FINMA, and the tax authorities, calling for an investigation into this prestigious century-old institution. This report was like a pebble thrown into a lake, initially creating only minor ripples. After all, for a private institution like the St. Moritz Sanatorium, serving the world's wealthiest individuals, some financial flaws seem insignificant. In the world of capital, legitimate tax avoidance, or even tax evasion, is practically an open secret. In the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Hong Kong, Zhou Nangzhen immediately translated the report and reported it to Griffin. Boss, there's been a minor public relations crisis in Switzerland. Zhou Nangzhen's voice was devoid of emotion. The Financial Times published a negative report on the St. Moritz nursing home, accusing them of financial fraud. St. Moritz? Griffin, holding a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking Victoria Harbor. Hearing the name, his brow twitched almost imperceptibly, but he didn't turn around, simply asking calmly, is the impact significant? Not so much at the moment, Zhou Nangzhen analyzed calmly. St. Moritz isn't a publicly listed company. This report is currently only circulating within the financial media circle and hasn't attracted widespread public attention. Moreover, the report only contains some unsubstantiated financial accusations, lacking conclusive evidence. Financial accusations? Griffin sneered, his tone filled with disdain. What large company in this world doesn't keep some books? This kind of underhanded trickery thinks it can shake me? He took a sip of coffee, his voice turning cold and arrogant. The sticks, it seems, is nothing special. He thinks finding out Aurora is in St. Moritz gives him leverage over me? He thinks this harassing media attack will throw me into disarray. Ridiculous. He doesn't understand at all that in the face of absolute financial power, these so-called public opinion tactics are as fragile as a piece of paper. Griffin turned to Zhou Nangzhen, his eyes radiating an air of absolute confidence. Pass on my message to the board of directors of St. Moritz. Tell them to immediately spend money to remove this report from all websites. Also, get several top accounting and law firms to issue a joint statement refuting all the allegations in this report. Tell them it doesn't matter how much it costs, put it on my tab. I want to see if that rat hiding in the gutter can type faster, or if I can print money faster. Yes, boss. Zhou Nangzhen nodded and immediately turned to carry out the orders, but for some reason, a vague unease rose within her. Could this Styx really be so simple? He went to such lengths to orchestrate a high-stakes gamble that shocked the entire underground financial world, only to produce such a harmless smear article? It didn't make sense. It seemed more like a probe, like a scout sent by one side in a battle, whose purpose wasn't to kill, but to observe the opponent's reaction and deployment. Thinking of this, Zhou Nangzhen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly walked to Griffin's side and whispered, "Boss, I don't think things are that simple. Their target is very clear, St. Moritz. This shows that they are well aware of how important this nursing home is to you. This financial charge may just be the beginning. Shouldn't we make some more thorough preparations?" Prepared? Griffin raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure on his face. "Nangzhen, you've been with me for so many years, when did you become so timid? My $13 billion is ready and waiting. Every corner of the market is under my surveillance. If he dares to establish a short position exceeding $10 million in any financial derivatives market, my people will detect him within 3 seconds and crush him to dust with 10 times the capital. This is my preparation, the most powerful and effective preparation." As for St. Moritz, a rare tenderness flashed in Griffin's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by icy killing intent. "No one can harm Aurora. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on her head, I'll make them disappear from this world. Right now, that Styx has only thrown a stone a few hundred meters away, and you're worried about whether our fortress will collapse? Go, carry out my orders." Griffin's voice brooked no argument. "I don't want to see any negative news about St. Moritz online in half an hour." "Yes, boss." Zhou Nangzhen lowered her head, concealing the worry in her eyes, and quickly left the room. Watching Zhou Nangzhen's departing figure, Griffin shook his head disdainfully. He turned his gaze back to the window. In his view, the initiative in this war remained firmly in his hands. That Styx was like a novice boxer, wildly swinging his fists at a fully armed heavyweight champion. He didn't even bother to block, because he knew that as long as his opponent dared to step within arm's reach, he only needed one punch to end this boring game. In a hotel suite in Shanghai, Bai Jinjin stared at the news report on her computer screen, which had just been published and then quickly deleted within minutes. Her brows furrowed deeply. He reacted so quickly, Bai Jinjin murmured to herself. Our report was deleted from the entire internet in less than 10 minutes, and several top Swiss PR firms have already been hired by Griffin to whitewash St. Moritz. Isn't that normal? Wang Hanshan, wiping a strangely shaped military dagger beside him, said without looking up, "Money talks. This is nothing to him." "That's not what I'm worried about," Bai Jinjin shook her head. "What I'm worried about is that our first wave of attacks seems to have had absolutely no effect. Griffin doesn't care at all." A slight wavering arose in her heart. Had Xiao Chuhe's judgment been wrong? Was this sanatorium not that important to Griffin? Just as she was feeling uneasy, Xiao Chuhe's call came in. "Did you see that?" Xiao Chuhe's voice was as calm as ever. "I saw it." Xiao Chuhe, he wasn't fooled at all. "Our attacks were like hitting cotton." Bai Jinjin's voice carried a hint of frustration. Who said he wasn't fooled? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Chuhe chuckled lightly. The more intense his reaction, the more eager he is to pay to delete the posts, the more it proves we've hit the right spot. He's feeling guilty. But he's still pretending to be calm. He thinks he can plug all the holes with money. So what should we do next? Bai Jinjin asked anxiously. It's simple. Xiao Chuhe paused, then said, word by word, fire the second ammunition. This time, don't go through those financial media outlets. Hand it directly to the Swiss Federal Drug Administration and the German Human Rights Organization. I want to turn this from a financial scandal into a criminal case of human rights abuses. Chapter 33 The Price of Arrogance. Hong Kong, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Griffin was in high spirits. Just an hour earlier, through his powerful financial resources, he had almost instantly extinguished the small flame of public opinion against St. Moritz. After receiving a public relations fee sufficient to cover the salaries of their entire editorial staff for a year, the Financial Times website not only deleted the report but also proactively issued a clarification statement, claiming that the previous report was unverified misinformation. Meanwhile, several top European accounting firms jointly released a report, providing authoritative endorsement of St. Moritz's financial situation. A small crisis seemed to have been easily resolved. Griffin leaned back on the soft sofa, swirling a glass of 1982 Lafite in his hand, a victorious smile on his face. See that, Nangzin? He raised his glass to Zhou Nangzin, who stood beside him. That's the power of money. Before it, so-called truth is worthless. That Styx is probably hiding in some dark corner right now, regretting the failure of his ridiculous attack plan. Zhou Nangzin didn't speak. She simply placed a newly printed urgent intelligence report on the coffee table in front of Griffin. Boss, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Ha! Griffin's smile froze on his face. He put down his wineglass, picked up the document, and his brows furrowed instantly. The document was an official announcement from the Swiss Medicines Agency, Swissmedic. The announcement was brief, but every word struck Griffin like a hammer blow. Announcement regarding the recent report received concerning the St. Moritz nursing home's alleged unauthorized and high-risk human biological agent experiments. Our agency takes this matter very seriously. A special investigation team has been established and officially entered the St. Moritz nursing home at 3 p.m. today to conduct an on-site investigation. During the investigation, all non-routine medical activities at the nursing home must cease immediately, and the relevant laboratories must be sealed off. Bang! Griffin's wine glass slammed to the floor, splattering dark red liquid in shards of glass everywhere. Illegal, human experimentation. His voice was distorted with rage. What's going on? How dare they? He jumped to his feet, staring intently at Zhou Nangzin, his eyes bloodshot. Who leaked this information? It was a German human rights organization, Zhou Nangzin said with difficulty, her head bowed. They held a press conference. A German doctor claiming to be a former employee of St. Moritz made a public accusation at the conference, presenting an informed consent form for human experimentation without a guardian's signature. This news immediately ignited public opinion throughout Europe. Now all the mainstream media are reporting on it. The Swiss Federal Drug Administration was forced to act so quickly under immense public pressure. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Griffin paced back and forth in the room like an enraged lion, all his previous composure and arrogance vanished in that instant. Financial fraud could be settled with money, it was just a matter of money. But illegal human experimentation, especially when it involved human rights, had touched a raw nerve in Western society. This wasn't something money could solve. Once the charges were proven, St. Moritz would face not only exorbitant fines, but also the revocation of its license and the destruction of its century-old reputation, a catastrophic disaster. And he, Griffin, as the biggest financier and protector of this nursing home, would inevitably be dragged into this terrifying vortex of public opinion. What terrified him even more was Aurora. His daughter was still in that nursing home. That damned, unsigned consent form for the experiment. A chilling thought flashed through his mind. He grabbed Zhou Nangzin's shoulders, his grip so tight it felt like he was crushing her bones. Aurora. Quick. Check. Has Aurora been included on that damned experiment list? His voice was hoarse and trembling. Boss, calm down. Zhou Nangzin was startled by his frantic state. I'm already checking, but the sanatorium is in chaos. The investigation team has sealed off all the medical records rooms. Our people can't get in for the time being. Useless. All useless. Griffin shoved Zhou Nangzin aside, grabbed the phone on the table, and dialed the director of the St. Moritz Sanatorium's private number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Hello? Is this Mr. Griffin? A panicked, aged voice came from the other end. Martin, you old bastard. Griffin roared into the phone. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. What exactly is this illegal experiment? Why did such an unforgivably stupid thing happen? Mr. Griffin, please let me explain. It's a misunderstanding. It's malicious revenge from a disgruntled employee we've already fired. Dean Martin's voice trembled with tears on the other end of the line. All our experiments are compliant. They're all for tackling those medical challenges. I don't care about your damn bullshit excuses. Griffin interrupted him, asking each word clearly. I only have one question for you. My daughter, Aurora Griffin, is she on your experiment list? A deathly silence fell on the other end of the line, a silence like an invisible hammer that slammed into Griffin's heart, his breath catching in his throat. Speak, he roared those two words with all his might. Mr. Griffin, Dean Martin's voice trembled violently. Miss Aurora, her condition is rather special. We're only trying a new gene therapy to get her better treatment. This therapy is still in the experimental stage, but theoretically it's safe. Boom! A bomb seemed to explode in Griffin's mind. His vision went black, and he staggered backward, collapsing onto the cold floor. His daughter, the fragile life he cherished, the one he had carefully nurtured with the world's most expensive medical resources, had become a guinea pig for those mad doctors without his knowledge. An unprecedented fear and rage erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcano. For the first time, he felt out of control, a feeling he both hated and dreaded most. Styx. He spat out the name through clenched teeth. He finally understood what the other party's purpose was. They didn't want his money, they wanted his life. They wanted to destroy the only thing he cared about in this world. Nangzin. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, like a wounded beast. Give me everything. Contact the best lawyers in Switzerland. Contact all the government officials and media we can bribe. Suppress this matter. Furthermore, his voice turned sinister and terrifying. Activate the highest level of bounty. 300 million US dollars. No. 500 million US dollars. I want the true identity of that Styx. I want information on everyone around him. I want him and his family and friends to pay a price 100 times worse than death for what they've done today. Zhou Nangzhen looked at the crazed Griffin, her heart turning cold. She knew this war had completely spiraled out of control. What began as a high-stakes gamble in the financial markets had escalated into a personal feud that would never end. And that mysterious adversary in the East had, with just 2 moves, precisely struck the most vulnerable and fatal weakness of this Wall Street king, making him taste for the first time the price of arrogance. Chapter 34 Fatal Evidence. Inside a hotel suite in Shanghai, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Wang Han's Han, Lynx, and Hound formed a triangle around Bai Jinjin, protecting her in the center. Though silent, their taut muscles and wary eyes indicated they were on high alert. Just moments ago, a chilling message had leaked through Huajing Security's internal channels. Griffin had gone mad. He had increased the bounty for the assassination of Styx from $300 million to $500 million. $500 million. This sum was enough to drive the world's top assassin organizations and mercenary groups mad. It meant that from this moment on, they would no longer be facing amateur assassins, but professional killers who had crawled out of mountains of corpses. Chuhe, he's in danger now. Bai Jinjin's face was ashen, her voice trembling. She couldn't imagine how Xiao Chuhe, a boy several years younger than herself, would face a terrifying bounty that could topple a small country. Don't panic. Wang Han's voice was as steady as a mountain, giving Bai Jinjin a sense of reassurance. He glanced at the bustling city nightscape outside the window, his eyes becoming incredibly deep. Things have developed to this point, beyond our control. Contact Chuhe immediately and tell him to halt all operations. Then come here right away. I'll arrange the safest route to take you to the capital. Once you're in Commander Qin's territory, even the Emperor himself won't be able to touch a hair on his head. Bai Jinjin didn't hesitate for a moment. She immediately picked up the encrypted phone, but as soon as the call connected, before she could speak, Xiao Chuhe's calm, almost cold voice came through. I already know about the bounty. Xiao Chuhe, don't be impulsive. Uncle Wang said. Bai Jinjin desperately tried to persuade him. Jinjin, listen to me. Xiao Chuhe interrupted her. Do you think it's too late to back down now? Bai Jinjin was stunned. Griffin has gone mad. Even if we beg for mercy on our knees now, he will never let us go. There was no turning back from the very beginning in this war. Either he dies, or we are doomed. Xiao Chuhe's voice was soft, but every word was like a heavy hammer, striking Bai Jinjin's heart. She knew that Xiao Chuhe was telling the truth. Facing a billionaire who had completely lost his mind, any compromise or retreat was meaningless. Then what should we do? Bai Jinjin's voice trembled with despair. It's simple. Xiao Chuhe's voice regained its calm, controlling tone. Accelerate. What? Accelerate our actions. Griffin has lost his composure. The more frantic he becomes, the closer he is to collapse. We must deliver the most fatal blow before he recovers and uses all his strength to counterattack. Xiao Chuhe's tone was resolute. Have you obtained the report on the Middle Eastern prince's death? Bai Jinjin took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She turned her gaze to another computer screen, where the latest update from Huajing Security's European team was displayed. Not yet, but we have a lead. Bai Jinjin quickly scanned the information. Our people found a nursing home caregiver who handled the prince's funeral arrangements back then. He's already resigned. This person is very wary and demands a high price. He's asking for 5 million euros to tell the truth and provide evidence. 5 million euros. Bai Jinjin's brows furrowed deeply. This is no small sum. She knew very well that Xiao Chuhe had staked almost his entire fortune on this operation. The 4 million US dollars were their only ammunition. Where were they going to get another 5 million euros? Give it to him. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Chuhe's voice was unwavering. Money is no problem. What? Bai Jinjin was stunned again. Jinjin, have you forgotten what we do? Xiao Chuhe chuckled. We play the capital game. Right now, open your company's trading software and log into our Void Capital account registered in Switzerland. Although Bai Jinjin was full of doubts, she immediately followed his instructions. When she logged into the account and saw the amount of funds, she was completely stunned. How is this possible? The original principal of 4,300,000 US dollars in the account had now turned into 12 million US dollars. What did you do? Bai Jinjin's voice became slightly stuttering due to extreme shock. It's simple, Xiao Chuhe said casually. The moment the Swiss Medicines Agency issued its announcement and declared its investigation, I used all the funds in my account, leveraged 20 times, to short sell a Swiss-listed company called Novartis. Novartis! Bai Jinjin exclaimed in shock. This was one of the world's largest pharmaceutical giants, the anchor of the Swiss stock market. Shorting it? That was even more insane than shorting the Swiss franc. Why short Novartis? Because Novartis is the largest pharmaceutical supplier for the St. Moritz Sanatorium, and I saw that the high-risk biological agent used in this illegal experiment was developed in a secret Novartis laboratory. Once the St. Moritz scandal continues to escalate, Novartis will inevitably be implicated, and their stock price will plummet. And now, it turns out, I bet right. Xiao Chuhe's voice was as calm as if he were talking about something trivial, but to Bai Jinjin, it was like a magnitude 10 earthquake. She finally understood that Xiao Chuhe's scheme was far more profound than she had imagined. From the very beginning, he had constructed a series of deadly traps. Attacking St. Moritz wasn't just about striking at Griffin, it was about igniting a scandal in the entire Swiss pharmaceutical industry, then seizing enough war funds to sustain the war that was his true purpose. Now we have the money. Xiao Chuhe's voice pulled Bai Jinjin from her shock. Tell our people to give the money to that caregiver immediately. I don't care if he wants cash or bearer bonds. I need to see that damned evidence within an hour. I have no patience left to waste with Griffin. This game should end. An hour later, a top-secret, encrypted document appeared on Bai Jinjin's computer. The document had two parts. The first part was a 10-minute recording. In it, an elderly man with a heavy regional accent recounted in detail everything that happened 3 years ago on that stormy night, how the young prince from the Middle East convulsed and foamed at the mouth after being injected with an unknown drug, ultimately dying in extreme agony, and how the sanatorium's management fabricated a death report of sudden heart attack overnight, and used an astronomical sum of hush money to get the prince's entourage and family to accept this accidental result. The second part of the document contained a scanned copy of the original, forged death report, and a top-secret meeting summary from the nursing home regarding the matter. Looking at the irrefutable evidence on the screen, Bai Jinjin's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. She knew this was the nuclear bomb Xiao Chuhe wanted, the one capable of destroying everything. This was the deadly evidence. Chapter 35: The Beginning of the Avalanche. Geneva, Switzerland, 11 p.m. local time. As the city slept peacefully, a media frenzy, powerful enough to upend Europe's high society, quietly exploded in the shadows of the internet. A newly registered Twitter account, The Truth of St. Moritz, simultaneously posted dozens of identical tweets. The tweets were simple: a 10-minute audio recording with altered voice, and 2 heavily censored top-secret documents. The tweets ended with a chilling statement: when power and money can cover up death, then the truth will be our only weapon. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, we will release all the raw, unprocessed evidence. Unless someone can stop us before then. This tweet, like a spark thrown into a powder keg, initially attracted little attention, but fueled by the substantial funds of Void Capital and the frenzied reposting by countless hired online trolls, it began to spread virally across European social networks. From Twitter to Facebook, to major news forums and dark web communities, countless netizens, journalists, and conspiracy theorists stayed up all night, captivated by the chilling recording and the 2 mysterious documents. My God, is this true? St. Moritz murdered a Middle Eastern prince. I forged death report? And bribed the family? This is more bizarre than a movie. I recognize that gene therapy mentioned in the recording isn't that the high-risk project Novartis recently halted. No wonder the Swiss Federal Drug Administration suddenly intervened. There's such a huge conspiracy. Public opinion was in an uproar. If the previous accusations of financial fraud and illegal experiments only plunged St. Moritz into a serious crisis of trust, then the accusation of murdering a prince and covering up the truth is tantamount to a death sentence for this century-old nursing home. This is no longer a scandal, this is blatant crime, a public provocation against the bottom line of human law and morality. Hong Kong, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Griffin sat slumped on the sofa, like a petrified statue. Before him, his laptop screen played the altered recording on a loop. Each hoarse syllable was like a red-hot steel needle piercing his eardrums and brain. His face was deathly pale, his eyes vacant and unfocused. He had lost, utterly and completely. He didn't even know how he had lost. His $13 billion steel fortress still stood unmoved in the financial markets, his global business empire continued to operate smoothly, but he knew it was all over. The moment the evidence regarding the prince's death was made public, he had already lost the war. Boss, Zhou Nangzhen stood behind him, her voice dry and strained. Now, what should we do? What to do? Griffin also wanted to know what to do. Paying to have posts deleted? Useless. This time, the other side had learned their lesson. They had spread the evidence to every corner of the internet. Unless they could paralyze the entire European internet, they couldn't stop the truth from spreading. Using connections to exert pressure? Even less useful. This matter had already alarmed the notoriously vengeful Middle Eastern royal family. Even if the Swiss government had the audacity, they wouldn't dare provoke the royal family at this time. They would only sever ties with St. Moritz as quickly as possible and hand over all those involved to appease the royal family's anger. As for himself, Griffin gave a bitter smile. He could almost foresee his fate. As St. Moritz's biggest financial backer and protector, as the indirect funder of that illegal experiment, he would inevitably be torn to shreds by angry public opinion and various forces eager to find a scapegoat. His business empire, his macro fund, everything he had would be completely buried in this avalanche. Just then, his dedicated encrypted phone rang incessantly. The caller ID showed a number from Abu Dhabi. Griffin stared at the number, his eyes momentarily glazed over. He knew it was the head of the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Wealth Fund calling the ally who had just days before been his sworn brother, promising him $10 billion in support. He didn't answer. He knew what the other end would say, just polite farewells and termination of cooperation. He had no interest in even listening. Sure enough, the phone rang a few times and then hung up. Immediately afterward, a cold text message appeared. Mr. Griffin, in light of the unpleasant events that have occurred, we regret to inform you that all cooperation agreements between us are terminated immediately. Best of luck. Good luck. Griffin stared at the text message, then suddenly burst into manic laughter. The laughter grew louder and more frantic, and as he laughed, tears streamed down his face. He had dominated Wall Street for decades, ruthlessly eliminating countless rivals and amassing immense wealth. He believed himself to be a god at the top of the food chain, able to manipulate the fates of others at will. Only today did he tragically discover that he was merely a pawn utterly vulnerable before a far greater force. That sticks. Who exactly was he? How did he do it? In less than 2 days, in a way he utterly couldn't comprehend, he had driven this once invincible king of Wall Street to his doom. Nangzin. Griffin's laughter abruptly ceased. He looked up at the sorrowful Zhou Nangzin, his voice chillingly calm. Do me one last thing. Boss, please speak. Contact the best private jet for me. Bring Aurora from Switzerland as quickly as possible and take her to a place no one can find. And Griffin paused, then pulled a black Swiss bank draft from his suit pocket and handed it to her. This contains $100 million. It's my last personal asset. The pin is your birthday. You've followed me for so many years, you've worked hard. Take this money, go. Go somewhere no one knows you, and start a new life. Zhou Nangzin looked at the promissory note, her eyes instantly reddening. Boss, I won't go. I want to stay with you. Go. Griffin suddenly roared, what use are you if you stay here except to die with me? I, Kenneth Griffin, don't need anyone's pity, even in death. Zhou Nangzin bit her lip, tears silently streaming down her face. She finally accepted the promissory note and bowed deeply to Griffin. Boss, please take care. With that, she turned and walked out of the room that had witnessed the end of an era without looking back. The room returned to a deathly silence. Griffin slowly stood up and walked to the huge French windows. Looking at the dazzling lights of Victoria Harbor outside, his eyes held no anger, no resentment, only a deathly gray desolation. He knew his era was over. The war he had personally instigated had ended in a way he least expected, a veritable avalanche. And he was the first to be buried. Chapter 36. The Roar of the Loser. Shanghai, Hotel Suite. It was 5 in the morning, the sky outside was already beginning to lighten, but the room was brightly lit. Bai Jinjin, Wang Hanshan, Lynx, and Hound stayed up all night, sitting around the computer, silently watching the constantly refreshing news headlines from all over the world on the screen. Shocking scandal erupts at century-old Swiss sanatorium, alleged murder of Middle Eastern prince. Novartis shares plunge 30% pre-market, facing potential huge lawsuits. Middle Eastern royal family furious. Demands Swiss government thorough investigation and severe punishment of murderers. Wall Street giant Griffin deeply involved in scandal, macro fund may face liquidation run. A series of shocking headlines, like a brutal carpet bombing, have shattered the entire financial world. The avalanche has begun, and its speed and destructive power far exceed anyone's imagination. The St. Moritz nursing home is besieged by angry demonstrators and journalists from around the world. Its entire board of directors has been detained by Swiss police. Novartis, the former pharmaceutical giant, saw its market capitalization evaporate by tens of billions of euros within minutes of the market opening, with countless funds and investors frantically selling at any cost. And at the eye of this storm, Kenneth Griffin and his massive macro fund has become a plague to be avoided by everyone. According to the latest news, more than 10 institutions that have invested in Griffin's macro fund have submitted forced redemption requests to the Cayman Islands, where the fund is located. A terrifying run on the fund is brewing. Once it materializes, Griffin's so-called $5 billion last bastion will crumble within a day. It's over, Bai Jinjin murmured to herself, staring at the news reports on the screen announcing the fall of the Griffin Empire. Her voice held no joy of victory, only a dazed feeling of witnessing history and a deep weariness. This war, lasting less than 48 hours, had finally come to an end. Its bizarre process and tragic conclusion were enough to be included in any finance textbook. Yes, it's over. Wang Hanshan let out a long sigh of relief, his body, tense all night, finally relaxing. He turned to look at the rising sun outside the window, his eyes filled with complex emotions. That kid Chu he really did it. He used $4 million to trigger a global financial tsunami, not only emerging unscathed but also profiting tens or even hundreds of millions. What's even more terrifying is that he never engaged in a direct financial confrontation with Griffin from beginning to end. He simply found the enemy's weakness and then, with the most precise information and the most ruthless psychological tactics, dragged them step by step into an abyss of no return. This kind of fighting style, Wang Hanshan shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on his face. In all my years in the military, I've never heard of anything like it. He's a genius, an absolute war genius. Hound exclaimed sincerely from the side. No, Bai Jinjin shook her head, her gaze somewhat lost. He's not a genius. He was just an ordinary person driven to desperation. If Griffin hadn't put a $300 million bounty on his life, if those assassins hadn't repeatedly pushed him and those he cared about to the brink of death, he might never have revealed such a terrifying side. It was this cruel world that turned him into the sharpest knife. A silence fell over the room. Yes, who is born willing to become a cold-blooded executioner? Just then, the encrypted phone rang again. Bai Jinjin glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar Hong Kong number. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively looked at Wang Hanshan. Wang Hanshan nodded to her. Bai Jinjin took a deep breath, pressed the answer button, and turned on speakerphone. First came a suppressed, beast-like panting sound from the other end of the line, then a hoarse, weak voice filled with endless resentment. Sticks. River. It was Griffin. Bai Jinjin's pupils constricted sharply. She never expected Griffin to call at this crucial moment. Are you smug, aren't you? Griffin's voice was like a demon crawling out of hell. Watching me being manipulated like a dog, watching everything I painstakingly built vanish overnight, do you feel like you've won? No one spoke on the other end of the line. Bai Jinjin just gripped the phone tightly, her palms sweating. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Griffin laughed maniacally again on the other end of the phone. You're wrong. You didn't win. I didn't lose either. This game will never end as long as I, Kenneth Griffin, live. His voice suddenly became high-pitched and crazed. You ruined my career, so I'll ruin your life. You hurt my daughter, so I'll kill your woman. I know everything about you. Xiao Chuhe, a third-year finance student at Shenzhen University. Your parents died in an accidental car accident, and that woman beside you named Bai Jinjin, an analyst at Huajing Securities. She's right here beside you, isn't she? Boom! Bai Jinjin's mind went blank. How could he know? Wang Hanshan's face instantly turned ashen. He snatched the phone and roared into the other end. Griffin, if you dare touch a hair on her head, Wang Hanshan, swear I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and tear you to pieces. Wang Hanshan? Griffin paused for a moment on the other end of the line, then laughed even more wildly. Oh, I remember now, the head instructor of Dragon Fang, Xiao Chuhe's father's old comrade in arms. What? You're involved in this game too? Very good, very good. This makes it even more interesting. Listen up, all of you. Griffin's voice was like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. I'm giving you 24 hours. After 24 hours, if that coward Xiao Chuhe still doesn't dare to come to Hong Kong to see me, I'll tie that woman named Bai Jinjin to the rooftop of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Then I'll slice off her flesh piece by piece, broadcast it live globally, and let the whole world see the consequences of offending me, Kenneth Griffin. You dare? Wang Hanshan's eyes widened in fury. You'll see if I dare. Griffin let out his final, defeated roar. I'll be waiting for him in Hong Kong. Either he comes kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, or he'll be waiting to collect his woman's corpse. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was abruptly slammed shut. Deathly silence filled the room. Bai Jinjin was completely stunned. Her body was ice cold, and she trembled uncontrollably. Fear, like an invisible hand, gripped her throat, making it hard to breathe. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid of becoming a burden to Xiao Chuhe. She was afraid that she would plunge Xiao Chuhe into an abyss of despair. Uncle Wang, she looked at Wang Hanshan, her voice trembling with tears. What should we do? Wang Hanshan didn't answer her. He simply closed his eyes slowly. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with a chilling killing intent, like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He picked up his phone and dialed a number he hadn't called in years. The call connected. It's me, Wang Hanshan. Prepare a secret route to Hong Kong for me. Also, call all the retired brothers from Dragon Fang. Tell them, we're going to kill. Chapter 37 The Final Gamble. In Xiao Chuhe's apartment, he had already smoked his third cigarette. For someone who almost never smoked, this was the limit. The nicotine didn't bring calm, instead, it brought waves of nausea and dizziness. But he needed this intense sensory stimulation to suppress the overwhelming murderous intent surging within him. Before him, the computer screen no longer displayed any data or news, but a live surveillance video. The source of the video was a pinhole camera hastily installed by Hound in the suite of the business hotel in Shanghai. He had seen everything that had happened on the phone. He saw Bai Jinjin's face, as pale as paper, he saw her body trembling violently with fear, he saw Wang Hansan's thunderous rage and resolute back, and he heard Griffin's insane ultimatum to threaten him with Bai Jinjin's life to force him to go to Hong Kong. Hey! Xiao Chuhe suddenly chuckled softly, his laughter hoarse and dry. He stubbed out his cigarette, slowly stood up, and walked to the window. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating his face, but offering no warmth. He had underestimated Griffin's madness and overestimated his understanding of human nature. He thought he had destroyed everything Griffin had: his career, his wealth, his pride. He thought this former king of Wall Street would be like a stray dog, awaiting legal judgment in endless regret and despair. But he was wrong. A man who would even use his own daughter as a guinea pig, a butcher who treated human life like dirt in the financial markets. The word humanity simply didn't exist in his dictionary. Once you stripped him of everything he cared about, all that remained was the most primal and purest bestiality, revenge, a ruthless, all-or-nothing revenge. Hong Kong. Xiao Chuhe gazed at the bustling city outside the window and uttered those two words softly. He knew it was a trap, a den of wolves tailor-made for him. Griffin had been operating in Hong Kong for years, with deeply entrenched influence in both the legitimate and underworld circles. Although he was now at his lowest point, even a weakened giant is still formidable. He was absolutely capable of laying a trap in Hong Kong, waiting for Xiao Chuhe to walk right into it. Uncle Wang was going, and he was even going to use his connections with Dragon Fang. Xiao Chuhe knew that Wang Hansan and his old subordinates were all elite soldiers, each capable of taking on 100 men. But times had changed. This wasn't a jungle or a battlefield, this was a modern metropolis of steel and concrete. Individual martial arts were so pale and powerless against an organized, modern machine of violence. Moreover, Griffin is now a desperate man, capable of anything: bombs, snipers, even larger-scale terrorist attacks. He can't let Uncle Wang take such risks, nor can he let those retired heroes shed blood and sacrifice themselves for personal grudges. As for Bai Jinjin, thinking of her helpless and fearful eyes on the phone, Xiao Chuhe's heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He owed her so much. From the very beginning, she was innocently dragged into this vortex. She could have stayed out of it, but she chose to stand by his side without hesitation, becoming his only light in this lonely war. Now, that light is about to be extinguished because of him. No, he absolutely cannot allow it. Xiao Chuhe slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness once again sank into the quantum horizon, composed of countless threads of information. He found the lifeline representing Griffin. That line had become extremely dim and twisted, radiating a crazy and desperate black-red light. However, beside this main line, there was another thread, extremely faint, yet still radiating a pure, warm yellow light. That was Aurora, Griffin's last weakness. A crazy plan quickly took shape in Xiao Chuhe's mind. He opened his eyes, all hesitation and doubt vanishing, replaced by a resolute determination more insane and colder than Griffin's. He picked up his phone and dialed Bai Jinjin's number. "Jinjin, it's me. Xiao Chuhe." Bai Jinjin's voice came from the other end of the line, a mixture of surprise and anxiety. "Where are you? You mustn't act rashly. Don't go to Hong Kong. Uncle Wang, he..." "Jinjin, listen to me." Xiao Chuhe interrupted her. "Do one last thing for me." "What?" "I need all of Griffin's daughter Aurora's information, including where she's been transferred to, which private jet she's on, the flight path, and which airport she'll ultimately land at. I need everything about her." On the other end of the phone, Bai Jinjin froze. "Xiao Chuhe, what do you want to do?" She vaguely guessed what was going on, and her voice began to tremble. "An eye for an eye." Xiao Chuhe's voice was icy cold, devoid of any human emotion. "Didn't he try to threaten me with you? Then I'll use his daughter to play one last gamble with him. I'll make him beg me to let you go." "No, Xiao Chuhe, you can't do this." Bai Jinjin screamed. She's innocent. She's just a patient. A child. We can't become like Griffin." "Innocent?" Xiao Chuhe smiled bitterly. "Jinjin, what about you? Aren't you innocent? Aren't my parents innocent? In this dog-eat-dog world, there is never true innocence, only winners and losers. I don't want to be a loser anymore. So, help me." Xiao Chuhe's tone left no room for argument. "This is our only chance." A long silence fell on the other end of the phone. Bai Jinjin cried, sobbing uncontrollably. She knew Xiao Chuhe was right, but she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. She was afraid that when Xiao Chuhe really used an innocent girl's life as a bargaining chip, he would never come back, he would fall completely into that endless abyss called the river Styx. Okay. Finally, Bai Jinjin squeezed out the word through gritted teeth, her voice hoarse and desperate, I'll help you. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Chuhe felt no joy of victory, only a hollow, cold emptiness. He knew he had just extinguished the last vestige of hope in Bai Jinjin's heart, but he had no choice. He went to the wardrobe, took out a clean set of clothes, and changed. Then he dragged a dusty suitcase from under the bed. Inside were no clothes, only a brand new Chinese passport and a one-way ticket to Hong Kong, departing at 9 o'clock this morning. He stared at the ticket, his eyes calm. Griffin wanted him to go to Hong Kong, didn't he? Then he would go, but not to walk into a trap, he would personally send him on his way. He picked up his phone and dialed Wang Han's number, Uncle Wang, cancel all operations. You stay in Shanghai and protect Jinjin. I'll go to Hong Kong alone. Before Wang Han could roar on the other end, Xiao Chuhe hung up, turned off his phone, removed the SIM card, and flushed it down the toilet. Having done all this, he pulled his suitcase and walked out of the home he had lived in for 3 years, without a trace of regret. The moment he closed the door, he seemed to hear something shatter within him. He knew that from this day forward, the boy named Xiao Chuhe was dead, and only an Avenger codenamed Styx remained. Chapter 38 Hunter and Prey. Hong Kong, Chek Lap Kok International Airport. At 11:30 a.m., a Cathay Pacific flight from Shanghai landed smoothly on the runway. Among the economy class passengers, a young man dressed in a plain white t-shirt and jeans, carrying a black backpack, slowly descended the steps with the flow of people. He had delicate features and a clean-cut demeanor, looking like an ordinary university student visiting Hong Kong. No one would notice him, and certainly no one would associate him with Styx, the mysterious figure who had stirred up a storm in the global financial markets and carried a $500 million bounty. He was Xiao Chuhe. The moment he stepped onto Hong Kong soil, Xiao Chuhe felt no tension or unease. His heart was as calm as still water. He even had the leisure to observe this familiar yet unfamiliar international metropolis. He knew that from the moment he stepped off the plane, he had entered the hunter's sights. Griffin must have laid a trap at the airport, countless eyes secretly watching every flight from Shanghai, every male passenger matching his age. However, Xiao Chuhe didn't care, because he knew very well that in this cat-and-mouse game, it was too early to say who the hunter and who the prey were. He didn't rush to collect his luggage or head for the exit like other passengers, but instead leisurely walked into an airport convenience store. He bought a bottle of mineral water and a copy of the latest Hong Kong Economic Journal, then found a corner seat and quietly read the newspaper while drinking his water. The front page headline was a follow-up report on the St. Moritz scandal, the title written in shocking black bold font Century Collapse. The Griffin Empire vanished in 48 hours. Xiao Chuhe looked at the familiar name, a cold smile curving his lips. He didn't act rashly. He waited for Bai Jinjin to send him the final intelligence, and also for Griffin's hounds to bare their fangs. Meanwhile, in a secluded monitoring room at the airport, a dozen burly men in black suits and headsets stared intently at rows of monitor screens. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He was the head of Blackwater International, Hong Kong's most famous security company, codenamed Scarface, and Griffin's most trusted henchman in Hong Kong. How's it going? Any findings? Scarface asked in a hoarse Cantonese. Reporting, Scarface, all passengers on flight KA-803 from Shanghai have been checked. No suspicious targets were found, a subordinate reported. Useless. Scarface slapped his subordinate on the back of the head. What do you mean no suspicious targets? The boss gave us $500 million. Not for you to sit here and watch the scenery. Open your eyes wide. Don't let any man around 20 years old from the mainland escape. Better to arrest 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free. Yes, Scarface. Just then, another subordinate in charge of monitoring the lobby suddenly pointed to one of the screens and said, Scarface, look, this guy is a bit strange. Scarface immediately turned his gaze to the screen, which displayed Xiao Chuhe quietly reading a newspaper in the convenience store. What's strange? Scarface frowned. He's a passenger on flight KA-803, but he's been off the plane for almost half an hour. He hasn't gone to collect his luggage or go through customs, he's just been sitting there reading a newspaper, like he's waiting for someone. And, his subordinate zoomed in on the image, look at his eyes. Scarface moved closer to the screen. He saw that the young man, seemingly reading a newspaper, while his gaze was fixed on the paper, his peripheral vision was subtly scanning every person in every corner around him like radar. That wasn't the look of an ordinary tourist, it was the extremely vigilant and calm look of someone who had undergone long-term professional training, like a lone wolf entering unfamiliar territory. Scarface's heart skipped a beat. His intuition told him that this person was suspicious. Get me all his identification information. Quickly. Scarface gave the order. Yes. A few minutes later, a simple set of information appeared on the screen. Name, Xiao Chuhe, age, 22, ID number 410. Flight information Ka803, Shanghai, Hong Kong. Purpose of entry individual tourism. Xiao Chuhe. Scarface murmured the name. It was exactly the same name his boss had given him as the target's name. That's him. Scarface's eyes gleamed with the excitement of finding prey. He was almost certain that this seemingly harmless college student was the $500 million sticks. Damn it, he really is a case of choosing the path to hell over heaven. Scarface licked his chapped lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He actually dared to come to Hong Kong alone. Notify all brothers. Group A and Group B, seal off all exits. Group C and Group D, flank from both sides. Remember, the boss wants him alive. I want to personally break his limbs and drag him to the boss like a dog. Move! At the command, dozens of burly men in black, lurking in every corner of the airport, moved like an invisible net, silently closing in on the small convenience store. These self-proclaimed hunters were completely unaware that their so-called prey, the boy quietly reading the newspaper, was, in his quantum vision, clearly visible as the lines on his palm to the dozens of red dots representing danger and killing intent. Their positions, their routes, their encirclement, everything was crystal clear. Xiao Chuhe put down the newspaper, picked up the half-empty bottle of mineral water, and stood up. His face showed no panic. Instead, a faint smile appeared, like someone who had waited a long time and finally received a friend. He knew the game had begun, and he had finally gotten what he wanted. Just as he stood up, the disposable cell phone he had just bought with cash at the convenience store vibrated slightly in his pocket. An encrypted text message appeared on the screen. Target, Aurora Griffin. Traveling on a Gulfstream G650 private jet, flight number N666KG. Departed Geneva an hour ago and is scheduled to land at Mail International Airport, Maldives, in 8 hours. Live flight path map has been sent to your backup email. Xiao Chuhe, are you really going to do this? It's not too late to turn back now. Looking at the last message from Bai Jinjin, Xiao Chuhe remained silent for a moment. He didn't reply, but simply deleted the message and threw his phone into the nearby trash can. Turning back? Those two words were long gone from his vocabulary. He looked up at the group of burly men in black pretending to make phone calls or read newspapers at the convenience store entrance, but whose eyes were fixed on him, then strode towards them, like prey walking into a trap, or like death about to reap its harvest. Chapter 39. Who is the prey? The air seemed to freeze at the convenience store entrance. The burly men in black, disguised as passers-by, stared blankly at the young man walking straight towards them. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. According to the normal procedure, shouldn't the target, upon realizing he was surrounded, panic and turn to run? Why was he instead approaching them? And with that chilling smile on his face? Was this a fool who didn't know his own limitations, or a fearless madman? In that instant of stunned silence, Xiao Chuhe had already reached them. He stopped, his gaze calmly sweeping over the group of burly men with bulging temples, and then spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but every word carried clearly to each of their ears. You were sent by Griffin? The burly men's pupils constricted sharply. Before they could even speak, their identities had been exposed. Now, they dared not underestimate him in the slightest. This young man was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. One of the burly men with a buzz cut sneered, stepping forward to block Xiao Chuhe's path. You know who we are and still dare to talk to us like that? I advise you to come with us obediently, or you'll suffer some physical pain. Go. Xiao Chuhe smiled. Where to? To see Griffin? Perfect, I want to see him too. But not now. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chuhe moved. His movements weren't fast, even somewhat slow. He simply splashed the bottle of mineral water in his hand at an extremely tricky angle towards the buzzcut man's eyes. Ah! Caught off guard, the buzzcut man was hit squarely by the icy water, his eyes stinging. He instinctively closed his eyes and raised his hand to rub them. At that very moment, Xiao Chuhe's body moved like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, lunging forward. His shoulder slammed hard into the buzzcut man's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, the burly man, weighing at least 180 pounds, was sent flying backward as if hit by a speeding car, crashing heavily onto his two companions behind him. The three of them tumbled and rolled like gourds. The whole thing happened in the blink of an eye. The surrounding passengers hadn't even had time to react when Xiao Chuhe, like a slippery eel, slipped through the gap in the encirclement. Instead of choosing a less crowded direction, he plunged headlong into the bustling arrival hall. Damn it! Grab him! Don't let him get away! The men in black behind him finally reacted, their faces ashen, roaring as they gave chase. A chase ensued in full view of everyone. Airport passengers, terrified by the sudden turn of events, screamed and scattered in all directions, plunging the arrival hall into chaos. Stop! Kid, if you run again, I'll shoot. The pursuers were closing in, some even pulling out dart pistols. However, Xiao Chuhe seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. he always managed to evade their encirclement in line of sight at the most crucial moments, using the chaotic crowd and complex terrain. His figure weaved through the crowd, flashing and maneuvering, every turn and change of direction perfectly timed, as if the entire airport's map was etched into his mind. He wasn't running away, he was toying with the enraged pursuers behind him. In the monitoring room, Scarface stared at the ghostly figure on the screen, his face ashen. He finally understood the fatal mistake he had made. He had underestimated this young man from the very beginning. This Xiao Chuhe was no ordinary college student. His skills, his reflexes, his mental fortitude, everything revealed him to be a top-tier expert who had undergone extremely rigorous training. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Dozens of us trying to catch one. And he's completely outmaneuvered us. Scarface slammed his fist on the monitor in a rage. Seal off the airport. Sound the alarm. Say terrorists have broken into the airport. I'll make sure he can't escape. Scarface. No way. One of his men quickly tried to dissuade him. This is an international airport. We don't have that authority. If we make a scene and alert the police and the flying tigers, none of us will escape. Then what do you suggest? Scarface grabbed the man's collar, his eyes bloodshot. Are we just going to watch those $500 million fly away right before our eyes? Just as they were arguing, Xiao Chuhe's figure suddenly disappeared from the screen. He appeared in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, turning into an employee passageway leading to the baggage claim area. Where is he? Scarface roared. I lost him. Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground, find him if you must. In the employee corridor, the light was dim, and the air was thick with the smell of engine oil and dust. Xiao Chuhe leaned against the cold wall, breathing heavily. That intense sprint and dodge had almost completely exhausted him. Although his physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, he was still flesh and blood. He knew he was temporarily safe, but he was also trapped here. All the exits were undoubtedly blocked. He was like a mouse trapped in a cage, waiting for the hunter to slowly pull in the net. He took out a new disposable cell phone from his backpack, his second backup plan. He quickly turned it on and logged into his backup email account. An encrypted email from Bai Jinjin lay quietly in the inbox. The email contained a real-time flight path map of the Gulfstream G650 private jet. A small red dot was flying steadily over the Indian Ocean, less than 3 hours' flight from the Maldives. Xiao Chuhe's gaze was fixed on the red dot, his mind racing. He was trapped at the airport, while Aurora was thousands of kilometers away on a plane. How could he use this hostage, so far away, to threaten Griffin, who was right next door? It was a seemingly unsolvable problem. Time ticked by, and the sounds of hurried footsteps and barking dogs filled the air. The search had begun. Xiao Chuhe took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His consciousness once again sank into the quantum vision. This time, his target wasn't people, but the Gulfstream G650 private jet. In his vision, the complex internal structure and electronic systems of this luxurious aircraft, representing the pinnacle of modern industry, were transformed into countless shimmering blue threads of information. Engines, control systems, communication systems, navigation systems, everything was clearly displayed in his mind. He was searching for a vulnerability that could be exploited from the outside to gain control of the aircraft. This was virtually impossible. Modern commercial aircraft flight control systems are physically isolated, independent networks. Unless one could physically access the aircraft, no hacker could break into it remotely. However, the quantum vision could see far more than any hacking technique. It could see the most fundamental physical logic, the minute flaws that even the designers themselves hadn't noticed. Finally, Xiao Chuhe's gaze settled on an extremely inconspicuous component at the tail of the aircraft, a satellite communication antenna, responsible for providing Wi-Fi to passengers in the cabin. To facilitate connection with the ground network, this system didn't employ strict physical isolation. A tiny logical backdoor existed between its data cable and the aircraft's main control system. Found it. A terrifying light flashed in Xiao Chuhe's eyes. He immediately connected his phone to the airport's public Wi-Fi, and his fingers began frantically typing on the small virtual keyboard at a speed beyond human limits. Lines of code, incomprehensible to ordinary people, traversed half the globe through the weak network signal, like an invisible key, precisely inserting itself into the Gulfstream G650's only backdoor. In the Indian Ocean, 10,000 meters above the ground, inside the luxurious cabin of the Gulfstream G650, Zhou Nangzhen looked worriedly at the blonde girl lying on the bed, wearing a ventilator and sleeping peacefully. Aurora. Suddenly, the entire cabin jolted violently. A piercing alarm blared without warning. Warning! Warning! Autopilot disengaged. Warning! Warning! Unknown error in engine control system. Aircraft is out of control. Aircraft is out of control. Zhou Nangzhen's face turned deathly pale. She rushed to the cockpit, where 2 experienced captains were sweating profusely, desperately pulling on the control stick, trying to steer the plane, which was like a runaway horse. What's going on? Zhou Nangzhen screamed. I don't know. The captain roared desperately, the plane is out of control. Someone has taken control of our plane. What? Just then, all the displays in the cabin suddenly went black simultaneously. A few seconds later, a line of English text appeared on the screen in bright red. Hello, Mr. Griffin. Now, it's my turn to set the rules of the game. Your daughter is in my hands. 1 hour. I'll give you only 1 hour. Have your men lay down their weapons and get out of Hong Kong airport. Then, you'll come to see me alone on the A380's dedicated parking area. Otherwise, this plane and your daughter will become the most dazzling fireworks display over the Indian Ocean. Now, the choice is yours. Hunter or prey. Chapter 40 Ace vs. Ace. Hong Kong, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Presidential Suite. Bang! The rosewood coffee table, worth tens of thousands of US dollars, shattered into pieces with a single kick by Griffin. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with a frenzied rage. He looked like a wild beast driven to the brink of destruction. Before him, on the screen of his dedicated encrypted phone, was a terrifying screenshot sent by Zhou Nangzhen from 10,000 meters in the air with her last bit of signal. Hello, Mr. Griffin. Now, it's my turn to set the rules of the game. Every word was like a red-hot branding iron, deeply imprinted in Griffin's pupils, searing away his last shred of sanity. Griffin let out a beast-like roar, grabbing everything within reach and smashing it wildly in all directions. Expensive antique vases, limited edition artworks, custom-made furniture, all symbols of wealth and status were reduced to a chaotic mess of fragments in his frenzied outburst. He couldn't accept it. He truly couldn't accept it. He had clearly laid a trap, clearly trapped that damned rat in its cage, clearly the hunter who controlled everything. Why, in an instant, did the roles of hunter and prey reverse so absurdly? How did he do it? How on earth did that damned bastard hijack a Gulfstream G650 flying at tens of thousands of meters altitude thousands of kilometers away? This was beyond Griffin's comprehension. It was something no human could do. This was the work of a devil. Boss, calm down. A dozen bodyguards rushed in, but seeing Griffin's crazed state and the mess in the room, they were too frightened to approach. Get out. All of you, get out. Griffin grabbed a broken lamp base and smashed it down. The bodyguards scrambled to avoid him. After venting his anger for so long, Griffin finally exhausted himself. He gasped for breath and collapsed onto the sofa like a rag doll, staring blankly at the ceiling. Fear, a chilling fear that seeped into his bones, overwhelmed him. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of Aurora, the daughter he had wronged his entire life, the only sanctuary deep within his heart. If Aurora died, he couldn't bear to imagine it. Boss, a bodyguard who seemed to be the leader cautiously stepped forward. Scarface called, saying the target has been lost, but the airport is completely sealed off by our people. He can't escape. Can't escape? Griffin gave a bitter laugh, a laugh more like a sob. Now, it's us who can't escape. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to the bright red countdown on his phone screen, 58 minutes and 32 seconds. 1 hour. He only gave me 1 hour. If I don't see him in 1 hour, Aurora will die. The bodyguards stared at those words, each gasping in horror. They finally understood why their boss had lost control so drastically. This opponent was terrifying. His methods were simply unbelievable. So, boss, what do we do now? Should we call the police? Call the police? Griffin looked at him like he was an idiot. And then? Tell the police that I, Kenneth Griffin, deployed dozens of armed mercenaries at Hong Kong airport to kidnap a Chinese citizen? Or tell them my daughter has been kidnapped by a mysterious hacker? Send them to negotiate with that devil who can remotely control airplanes. Do you think they'll save my daughter first, or arrest me first? The head of the bodyguards was speechless, cold sweat pouring down his back. Yes, everything they were doing was illegal. If exposed, they and Griffin would face imprisonment. So, we're just going to listen to him like this? Let you go to the airport alone? That's too dangerous. He's definitely set a trap. A trap? Griffin gave a bitter laugh. Is there anything more important than Aurora's life right now? Even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire ahead, I have to go. He struggled to his feet from the sofa, straightening his disheveled collar. Although his face was ashen and his body swayed precariously, at this moment, the ruthless nature of the King of Wall Street seemed to return somewhat. Pass on my orders. His voice was hoarse, but unwavering. Have everyone at the airport evacuate immediately. Drop all weapons and clear the A380's dedicated parking area. Tell Scarface to wait for me outside the parking area. No one is allowed to approach without my order. Boss. No, the bodyguards cried out in unison. That's an order. Griffin roared with his last strength. He knew he had no room for negotiation. His only bargaining chip was himself, and he would trade his life for his daughter's. This was an ultimate showdown between two aces. He had lost the world, he couldn't afford to lose Aurora. Hong Kong Airport, A380's dedicated parking area. This was the most open and unobstructed spot in the entire airport. A massive Airbus A380, like a steel behemoth, sat silently in the night. Xiao Chuhe stood in the shadow of this behemoth. The sea breeze ruffled his thin clothes, making him feel a slight chill. His strength hadn't fully recovered, and his face was somewhat pale, but his eyes shone with an astonishing light. He watched the black Rolls-Royce slowly approaching in the distance, knowing his opponent had arrived. The car stopped 100 meters from the tarmac. The door opened, and a tall, slightly hunched figure stepped out. Kenneth Griffin. He wasn't accompanied by any bodyguards, just himself, wearing his wrinkled Armani suit. He walked slowly and heavily towards Xiao Chuhe, each step feeling like walking on a knife's edge. Xiao Chuhe watched him quietly, observing this once powerful and arrogant man who commanded the financial world, now resembling a defeated old dog, dejected and pathetic. Finally, Griffin reached him, the two less than 10 meters apart, their eyes meeting. One gaze was as cold as a knife, filled with deep-seated hatred, the other's was as calm as still water, unfathomable, revealing no emotion. "You are Styx." Griffin spoke, his voice hoarse as if sanded smooth. "You are Griffin?" Xiao Chuhe countered. "Where is my daughter?" Griffin had no time for pleasantries, cutting straight to the point. "She is safe," Xiao Chuhe said calmly, "at least for now. What exactly do you want?" Griffin clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. "It's simple." Xiao Chuhe looked at him and said, word by word, "Fulfill our bet. You lost. Now, leave your life to me." Griffin heard this and suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with utter desolation. "Fine. I can give you my life. But I want to see Aurora land safely." "Okay." Xiao Chuhe nodded. He took out the disposable phone and, in front of Griffin, quickly made a few gestures on it. Thousands of miles away over the Indian Ocean, the out-of-control Gulfstream G650 suddenly jolted violently. The piercing alarm stopped, and the plane regained its stability. In the cockpit, the two captains, who had been in despair, discovered that they had regained control of the aircraft. "Fly the plane to the Maldives." A cold, synthesized voice suddenly rang out in the cockpit. "After landing, you and everyone on board will survive. Otherwise, I don't mind playing another heart-pounding game with you." The two captains exchanged a glance, both seeing the euphoria of surviving a near-death experience and deep fear in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they piloted the plane towards the Maldives. On the tarmac, Xiao Chuhe put his phone back in his pocket. "Your daughter will land safely in the Maldives in 3 hours. Now, it's your turn." He looked at Griffin, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "Do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you?" Griffin gave him a deep look, his eyes incredibly complex: anger, resentment, bitterness, but mostly a resigned sense of relief. He slowly pulled a silver Browning pistol from his pocket, released the safety, and pointed the dark muzzle at his temple. "Xiao Chuhe," he called out the name with his last strength, "I'll remember you. Even if I go to hell, I'll return as a vengeful ghost to haunt you." With that, he closed his eyes, his finger about to pull the trigger. At that critical moment, bang! A crisp gunshot pierced the night sky, but it wasn't Griffin who fired, it was a bullet that came from the darkness in the distance. The bullet struck Griffin's wrist, the one holding the gun, with pinpoint accuracy. "Ah!" Griffin screamed, the pistol slipping from his hand and falling to the ground, blood instantly staining his wrist. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Xiao Chuhe's pupils constricted sharply, he whirled around, looking in the direction the bullet had come from. On the edge of the tarmac, atop a row of shipping containers, a ghostly figure clad in a black, tight-fitting combat suit and wearing night vision goggles slowly rose. He held a menacing anti-materiel sniper rifle, wisps of smoke rising from its muzzle. Behind him, dozens of similarly dressed figures, like phantoms crawling from hell, silently surged forth from all directions. They exuded a terrifying aura of carnage, and each bore the same tattoo on their arm: a dripping wolf fang. "Dragon Fang." The words flashed through Xiao Chuhe's mind instantly. Uncle Wang's men. How could they be here? In that instant of shock, the lead sniper had already holstered his rifle and leaped from the container several meters high, landing silently. He walked step by step towards Xiao Chuhe, then stopped in front of him. He removed the night vision goggles from his face, revealing a sharply defined face, weathered and resolute, with a faint scar on his left eyebrow. He looked at Xiao Chuhe with a complex expression, a mixture of relief, heartache, and a hint of an elder's reproach towards a younger man. "You brat. You actually dared to come alone. Do you think your uncle, Wang, is dead?" He was none other than Wang Hanshan. Chapter 41. Uncle Wang, why did you come? Staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before him, Xiao Chuhe's mind went blank, a complete void. He had considered countless possibilities. He had imagined Griffin's trickery, that he had hidden axe-wielders nearby. He had imagined a life-or-death battle with Griffin's mercenaries on this empty helipad. He had even imagined dying alongside Griffin. But he had never expected Wang Hanshan to appear here, and with such a commanding, kingly presence. That gunshot not only interrupted Griffin's suicide attempt but also completely disrupted all of Xiao Chuhe's plans. His meticulously planned, perfect revenge, his ultimate showdown with Griffin, was abruptly halted. Uncle Wang. Xiao Chuhe opened his mouth, his throat dry, and it took him a long time to squeeze out those two words. His voice held no relief at surviving the ordeal, nor the joy of seeing family, only a bewilderment at his disrupted plans and a deep sense of confusion. How did you get here? How did I get here? Hearing this, Wang Hansan was furious. He strode over to Xiao Chuhe, reaching out his free hand to grab his ear, but stopped abruptly halfway, finally poking Xiao Chuhe's forehead hard with his finger. You brat! You dare ask me how I got here? If I hadn't come, were you planning to watch him shoot himself right in front of you, and then you could just walk away? Do you even know what you're doing? You drove an American financial tycoon to his death at Hong Kong airport. Do you know how much international trouble this will cause? What do you think this place is? Your backyard. Wang Hansan's voice was low, but every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with lingering fear and barely suppressed rage. He was truly terrified. When he learned through secret channels that Xiao Chuhe had actually bought a ticket to Hong Kong alone, he was terrified. He immediately used connections he never wanted to use again, gathering a group of brothers who had fought alongside him through countless battles. They sneaked into Hong Kong overnight via the most dangerous smuggling route and rushed to the airport. Fortunately, they made it in time. Any later, even a minute later, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Faced with Wang Hansan's roar, Xiao Chuhe remained surprisingly calm. He neither refuted nor argued, but simply looked calmly at Wang Hansan and asked again, I'm asking you, how did you find me? This question reignited Wang Hansan's anger. How did I find you? You have the nerve to ask. You thought I couldn't find you after you hung up on me? Have you forgotten who gave you that phone? What's the point of that GPS system? Xiao Chuhe froze. He suddenly remembered the encrypted phone Wang Hansan had given him. He only remembered turning it off, removing the SIM card, and throwing it in the toilet, completely overlooking the fact that the phone itself contained a top-of-the-line military-grade tracking chip. As long as the phone was on him, no matter where he went, Wang Hansan could pinpoint his location. So that's how it was. From the very beginning, he had never truly escaped Wang Hansan's control. His supposedly flawless solo trip was, in Wang Hansan's eyes, nothing more than a child's runaway farce. An indescribable sense of shame, anger, and defeat welled up in Xiao Chuhe's heart. He was no longer the mysterious Styx, who manipulated the financial markets and controlled the king of Wall Street. In Wang Hansan's presence, he seemed to have reverted to the naive boy needing his elder's protection. So, you've been spying on me from the very beginning? Xiao Chuhe's voice turned cold. This isn't surveillance. This is protection. Wang Hansan corrected. You're my old comrade's only bloodline. I promised him I'd take good care of you. I can't just stand by and watch you go to your death. Go to my death? Xiao Chuhe laughed, a self-deprecating laugh. Uncle Wang, do you think I'm going to my death? He turned his head and glanced at Griffin, who was being held down by two Dragon Fang team members, his wrists bleeding profusely, his face filled with shock and resentment. Look at him, what kind of dog does he look like? I won, Uncle Wang. I won in my own way. I don't need your protection, and you shouldn't be here. Xiao Chuhe's words were like a knife, piercing deeply into Wang Hansan's heart. Looking at the stubborn and indifferent young man before him, Wang Hansan suddenly felt powerless. He realized that he had never truly understood this nephew he had watched grow up. In his memory, Xiao Chuhe had always been a smart, sensible, but somewhat introverted and withdrawn child. When did he become so sharp, so cold, even so unfamiliar? Yes, when did it all begin? Perhaps it started with his parents' accidental car accident, perhaps with Griffin's $300 million global bounty on his head, or perhaps with the moment he chose to become Styx and embark on this path of revenge. What exactly had this boy, barely in his 20s, experienced? Wang Hansan's heart clenched as if gripped by something sharp. The anger in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep pang of heartache and self-reproach. He reached out and patted Xiao Chuhe's shoulder heavily. Kid, I know you harbor hatred. But revenge isn't done this way. He's scum, a beast. He deserves to die 1,000 times over. But he can't die by your hand, much less here. You have a long life ahead of you. You can't ruin yourself for a scumbag. Hand him over to me, and I promise I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. Wang Hansan's voice softened and became sincere. He tried to soothe Xiao Chuhe this way, but Xiao Chuhe simply shook his head in explanation. Uncle Wang, what explanation can you give me? Hand him over to the law? Let those lawyers and judges he can buy with money try him. In the end, he might just spend the rest of his life in a luxurious single cell, or even be released on medical parole in a few years to live a carefree life. Is this the explanation you're talking about? No, this is not the ending I want. Xiao Chuhe raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Hansan. I made a bet with him. He lost, and he has to pay the price, and that price is his life. Today, he must die. Xiao Chuhe's tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable resolve. This was no longer a discussion, but a notification. Wang Hansan's face instantly darkened again. He hadn't expected Xiao Chuhe to be so obstinate. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a Dragon Fang team member codenamed Ghost strode over and whispered in Wang Hansan's ear, "Boss, a large number of unidentified armed men have been spotted gathering outside the airport. They're probably Griffin's men. Also, the Hong Kong police's armored vehicles will arrive in 5 minutes at most. We must evacuate immediately." Upon hearing this, Wang Hansan frowned. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. He glanced at Griffin, who was still groaning on the ground, then at Xiao Chuhe, who was refusing to budge. A difficult decision formed in his mind. He gave a signal to the two team members holding Griffin down, "Take him, let's go." "Yes, sir." The two team members immediately lifted the still struggling Griffin and prepared to leave. "Halt!" Xiao Chuhe stepped in front of them, his gaze fixed on Wang Hansan. "Uncle Wang, I'll say it again, leave him here." The air seemed to freeze. The sea breeze whistled across the empty helipad, and the distant sirens grew clearer as they approached. All the Dragon Fang team members stopped, their eyes fixed on Wang Hansan and Xiao Chuhe. They didn't know what was happening, but they could sense the tense atmosphere between the uncle and nephew. Wang Hansan looked at Xiao Chuhe blocking his way, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, all the warmth and hesitation had vanished, replaced by the iron-fisted coldness of the Dragon Fang's chief instructor, Xiao Chuhe. For the first time, he called him by his full name. "I'm not negotiating with you, this is an order. Get out of the way." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Xiao Chuhe stared at the suddenly unfamiliar Uncle Wang before him, his heart clenching. He knew Wang Hansan was serious. If he didn't step aside, Wang Hansan would truly attack him. He wasn't afraid to fight anyone, but this man was Wang Hansan, his father's best comrade in arms, the only elder who had genuinely cared for and looked after him all these years. How could he possibly lay a hand on him? In an instant, a crack appeared in the seemingly impenetrable defenses of Xiao Chuhe's heart. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Wang Hansan moved. His hand, like an iron clamp, gripped Xiao Chuhe's shoulder precisely, then shoved him violently to the side. Xiao Chuhe felt an irresistible force, staggering several steps backward before barely regaining his balance. Wang Hansan, with his men and Griffin in tow, strode quickly towards the SUVs already waiting in the darkness without looking back. "Wang Hansan!" Xiao Chuhe roared, watching the resolute figure disappear into the distance. But no one turned back, only the cold sea wind and the ever-increasing wailing of sirens answered him. Xiao Chuhe stood rooted to the spot, his body ice-cold. He looked at his hands capable of unleashing monstrous waves in the virtual world of the internet, yet in the real world, he couldn't even hold on to the person he wanted to keep. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and rage swept over him. He abruptly raised his head, watching the SUVs disappear into the night, a crazed resolve flashing in his eyes. "You won't let me kill him? Then I'll do it my way, making him suffer worse than death." Chapter 42. He can't die here. A black Toyota SUV sped through Hong Kong's crisscrossing highways, the atmosphere inside incredibly tense. Wang Hansan sat in the passenger seat, his face ashen, utterly silent. In the rearview mirror, he could see Xiao Chuhe in the back seat, who, since getting in, had been staring out the window, saying nothing. His handsome face had lost its previous sharpness and coldness, replaced by a chilling silence that kept everyone at arm's length. Wang Hansan felt a tightness in his chest. He knew his actions had hurt the boy's pride, but he had no choice. In that situation, every second of delay could have led to their deaths. He couldn't possibly let his brothers perish for Xiao Chuhe's obsessive thoughts, nor could he actually lay a hand on him. Therefore, he could only choose the most direct and hurtful method. "Boss," the driver, Ghost, broke the silence in a low voice, "we've shaken off the tail. Where do we go now? Back to the safe house?" Wang Hansan rubbed his throbbing temples, glancing at the back seat. Another car was following them. Griffin was in that car. That guy was a hot potato, kill him, but let him go was even more dangerous. "Not back to the safe house yet," Wang Hansan said in a low voice. "To backup point number 2. It's more concealed and safer there." "Yes, sir. Also, tell the brothers to be on their toes. This is the most dangerous time." "Understood." The car turned onto a secluded side road, winding its way through several lanes before finally stopping in the underground parking lot of an unremarkable industrial building. This was one of their pre-prepared backup outposts. Several men got out of the car, and members of another vehicle brought Griffin over. Griffin's wrist had been hastily bandaged, but his face was still deathly pale. He looked at the group of Eastern men exuding a military aura, his eyes filled with resentment and confusion. Who were these people? Why were they saving him? What was their relationship with that kid called Styx? Take him inside, gag him, and tie his hands and feet tightly, Wang Hansen coldly ordered. Yes, sir. Two Dragon Fang members dragged Griffin like a dead dog into an inconspicuous elevator nearby. Xiao Chuhe stood there, coldly watching everything, still silent. Wang Hansen walked to his side, and softened his tone. Chuhe, come with me, let's talk. He led Xiao Chuhe to the other end of the parking lot, next to a ventilation vent. Wang Hansen took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Xiao Chuhe, who shook his head. Wang Hansen lit one for himself, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled. His expression was weary amidst the swirling smoke. Still angry with me? Xiao Chuhe didn't look at him, his gaze fixed on the peeling paint on the wall in the distance. I have no right to be angry with you. You're my elder, the head instructor of Dragon Fang, your decisions are all correct. His words sounded like an apology, but the distance and sarcasm in his tone made Wang Hansen feel even worse. You brat, still trying to pull this on me? Wang Hansen gave a wry smile. I know you're upset. You feel I ruined your plans and made you lose face in front of your enemy. But Chuhe, have you thought about what will happen after you kill him? Do you think you can get away unscathed? Griffin is an American citizen, a prominent figure on Wall Street. He died in Hong Kong, at your hands. This will immediately become a serious diplomatic incident. The US government and the FBI will use all their resources to track down the killer. At that time, not only you, but our entire country will be in a very passive position. It's only right for you to avenge your parents, but not in a way that leads to mutual destruction. Wang Hansen tried to reason with him, explaining the pros and cons in detail, but Xiao Chuhe only gave a cold laugh. Uncle Wang, I understand everything you're saying. Diplomatic incidents, international disputes, national passivity. I understand all these grand principles. But I want to ask you something. Xiao Chuhe turned his head, his gaze fixed on Wang Hansen, his eyes filled with an icy chill. When he killed my parents using such despicable methods, who tried to reason with me? When those assassins repeatedly tried to kill me, tried to kill Jinjin, who tried to reason with them? This world has never been a world of reason, it only matters strength. When he was strong, he could treat human life like dirt, acting with impunity. Now, I'm stronger than him. Why can't I make him pay for his crimes and blood? Xiao Chuhe's question struck Wang Hansen's heart like heavy hammer blows. Wang Hansen opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Yes, this kid was right. Trying to reason with a scumbag was ridiculous. If he hadn't intervened, Griffin would already be a corpse, and Xiao Chuhe's revenge would have been achieved. He might become a globally wanted criminal, but at least he would have a clear conscience. Was what he did right or wrong? For the first time, Wang Hansen doubted his decision. Seeing Wang Hansen's silence, Xiao Chuhe's tone softened. Uncle Wang, I'm not blaming you. I know you're doing this for my own good. But you have your principles and concerns, and I have my own convictions and bottom line. Our paths are different. You shouldn't have gotten involved. Bullshit. Wang Hansen slammed his cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his foot. What do you mean you shouldn't have gotten involved? Have you forgotten what your dad told me? If he were still alive, seeing you like this, he'd break your legs. Let me tell you, Xiao Chuhe. As long as I, Wang Hansen, live, your business is my business. I'm going to get involved. You don't want to reason? Fine. Then we'll settle this in an unreasonable way. Wang Hansen stared at Xiao Chuhe and said, word by word, I can spare his life, but I guarantee that every day from now on will be worse than death for him. I will dig out everything of value from his brain, and turn all his secret accounts and illicit assets upside down. I will turn him into a penniless cripple, then throw him into the darkest corner of the world to fend for himself. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Wang Hansen thought his words were ruthless enough, sincere enough. This was almost the biggest concession and promise he, as a former soldier, could make. However, Xiao Chuhe simply shook his head slightly, not satisfied. What? Wang Hansen was stunned. Uncle Wang, you still don't understand. Xiao Chuhe's eyes were eerily calm. I don't want him to suffer a fate worse than death. I want a trial. A public trial that I will preside over. I want the whole world to see the ugly face beneath Kenneth Griffin's hypocritical mask. I want him to confess to all the crimes he has committed. I want his filthy financial empire to collapse completely from its foundation. I don't want his destruction alone. I want the destruction of the entire corrupt system he represents. Xiao Chuhe's voice wasn't loud, but every word was weighty. Wang Hansen was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the young man before him, suddenly realizing how terribly wrong he had been. He had always thought Xiao Chuhe was just a child blinded by hatred, thinking only of a simple life for a life. Only now did he truly understand that Xiao Chuhe's vision and ambition were far greater than he had imagined. He wasn't going to be a revenger, but a judge. A judge who would judge the entire dark side of Wall Street. This idea was too insane, so insane that even Wang Hansan, a seasoned veteran who had seen countless storms, felt a chill run down his spine. What do you plan to do? Wang Hansan's voice was hoarse. Xiao Chuhe didn't answer him directly. He simply took out the disposable cell phone he had bought at the airport and dialed a number right in front of Wang Hansan. The call connected quickly. Jin, it's me. A frantic, tearful voice came from the other end. Xiao Chuhe, how are you? Are you all right? Did Uncle Wang find you? I'm fine. Uncle Wang is with me. We're safe. Xiao Chuhe's voice was calm. Listen to me, do me a favor. What is it? Contact all the major news media outlets worldwide and tell them that in 4 hours, Styx will be broadcasting a live global broadcast. The broadcast will be about the public trial of Kenneth Griffin. Wang Hansan, who was standing nearby, nearly popped his eyes out. He reached for Xiao Chuhe's phone. Are you crazy? Xiao Chuhe dodged the call first, continuing into the phone. Tell them, if they want to know the whole truth about the St. Moritz nursing home murder, the shocking secrets behind Novartis, how Kenneth Griffin committed so many crimes in the financial markets, then watch the live stream on time. I'll send them the address 10 minutes before the stream starts. Without giving Bai Jinjin any time to react, Xiao Chuhe hung up the phone. He then looked at the stunned Wang Hansan, a cold smile playing on his lips. Uncle Wang, now, do you understand what I'm going to do? The game has only just begun. Chapter 43 Evacuation from Czech Lapcock. Wang Hansan stared intently at Xiao Chuhe, feeling his blood pressure soaring. He'd lived half his life, led the most elite troops, carried out the most dangerous missions, and witnessed the most desperate criminals, but he'd never seen anyone as insane as Xiao Chuhe. A global live-stream trial of Kenneth Griffin? Who did he think he was? The International Criminal Court in The Hague. Xiao Chuhe, you take that idea back right now. Wang Hansan roared in a low voice, afraid his team members nearby would hear this shocking plan. Do you know what this means? It's like announcing to the whole world that he's in our hands. You're putting us all on the hot seat. Then, not only the US government, but the whole world will be focused on Hong Kong, focused on us. We won't be able to fly away even if we had wings. I never intended to fly away. Xiao Chuhe's reply was terrifyingly calm. What? Wang Hansan thought he'd misheard. I said, I never intended to leave. Xiao Chuhe met Wang Hansan's gaze, his eyes unwavering. This trial is the end. Either he is utterly disgraced, everything he represents turns to ashes, or we turn to ashes together here. His tone was calm, as if he were discussing something completely unrelated to himself, but Wang Hansan detected a resolute determination to destroy everything in his words. This kid never intended to leave Hong Kong alive from the very beginning. Wang Hansan's heart sank, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. He finally understood why this kid dared to come alone, why he reacted that way after he had ruined the situation, because in this kid's script, there was no option of escaping unscathed. You bastard. Wang Hansan trembled with rage, raising his hand to slap Xiao Chuhe, but looking at Xiao Chuhe's face, a face that bore a striking resemblance to his old comrade, yet etched with a weariness and vicissitude beyond his years, his raised hand ultimately fell limply to his sides. He couldn't bring himself to hit him. How could he lay a hand on a child who had come with a death wish for revenge? Boss. Just then, Ghost and another team member codenamed Battleaxe strode over, their expressions unusually grave. What is it? Wang Hansan forcibly suppressed the turmoil within him, regaining the composure of a chief instructor. The situation is bad, Ghost said in a deep voice. Our observation posts on the outskirts report that Scarface's gang hasn't dispersed. Instead, they've gathered even more men and surrounded this industrial area. It seems they're determined to trap us here. Scarface. Xiao Chuhe raised an eyebrow. Griffin's most loyal dog in Hong Kong, the head of Blackwater International, ruthless and vicious, Wang Hansan explained, then looked at Warhawk. Anything else? Tomahawk's face darkened further. The Hong Kong police are also converging here on a large scale. Even the Flying Tiger's command vehicle has appeared. I suspect our operation at the airport has been classified as a terrorist attack. Damn it! Wang Hansan cursed under his breath. Things were spiraling out of control. Caught between a rock and a hard place, they were a piece of meat everyone wanted a bite out of. We must move immediately, Wang Hansan decided decisively. It's no longer safe here. But boss, there are eyes everywhere outside. How do we break out? Ghost asked. Wang Hansan glanced at the complex network of pipes and exits in the parking lot, his mind racing. Tomahawk, take 2 men and drive the 2 cars we came in to exit A on the east side. Make some noise and draw their attention. Yes, sir. Tomahawk didn't hesitate and immediately turned to carry out the order. Ghost, notify the rest of the brothers to take the target and go through the fire escape on the north side. It leads directly to the back alley of the building. We'll meet there. Understood. What about you and him? Ghost glanced at Xiao Chuhe, hesitating. We'll take another route. Wang Hansan glanced at the dense network of ventilation ducts overhead. "We'll go up there." Ghost paused, then understood Wang Hansan's meaning. He didn't ask any more questions and immediately went to relay the order. Soon, the entire Dragon Fang squad began operating silently, like a sophisticated war machine. A few minutes later, from exit A on the east side of the parking lot, a screeching sound of tires and a violent impact suddenly rang out, followed by a burst of flames. Boom! The violent explosion shook the entire underground parking lot. "Action!" Wang Hansan shouted, pulling Xiao Chuhe nimbly up the water pipe against the wall. In a few swift movements, they were up the ventilation duct, 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Xiao Chuhe, being pulled along, climbed up almost effortlessly. Looking at Wang Hansan's agile movements, so unlike those of a middle-aged man, he felt a complex mix of emotions. Was this the real elite soldier? "Stay close to me, don't fall," Wang Hansan instructed without turning his head, then moved swiftly through the darkness like a gecko, clinging to the duct. Xiao Chuhe took a deep breath, suppressing all his thoughts, and followed closely. While his physical abilities couldn't match those of a seasoned soldier like Wang Hansan, they were far superior to the average person. Coupled with his strong learning and imitation abilities, he quickly adapted to this method of movement. The two of them, one in front of the other, traversed the maze-like network of pipes, the sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts already rising from below. "Damn it! They got away! Where are they? Search them! Don't miss a single corner!" Clearly, Scarface's men had been drawn by the explosion. Wang Hansan, leading Xiao Chuhe, precisely avoided all the searchlights and figures below, finally slipping through a hidden maintenance opening into the building's fire escape stairwell. The stairwell was empty. Wang Hansan didn't linger, leading him downstairs to the back alley of the building. In the alley, an unremarkable gray van sat quietly in the shadows. Ghost and the other team members were already waiting beside it, with Griffin bound like a mummy. "Boss!" Ghost breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wang Hansan and Xiao Chuhe appear safely. "Where are Warax and the others?" Wang Hansan asked. "They've already retreated along another route as planned. They'll draw most of the pursuers away, buying us at least half an hour." "Good." Wang Hansan nodded, glancing around. "Get in the van. We're leaving immediately." The group quickly got into the van, started the engine, and silently merged into the city traffic. The carriage was dimly lit. Xiao Chuhe sat in a corner, watching Griffin, who had recently been a powerful financial tycoon controlling a multi-billion-dollar empire, now looked like a stray dog, his mouth taped shut, only able to whimper, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Wang Hansan and his team, meanwhile, stood solemnly, vigilantly observing everything outside the carriage. Each of them was like a cheetah poised to pounce, calm, professional, and deadly. Xiao Chuhe suddenly realized that his audacious global live broadcast plan might not be entirely impossible. He might not have the ability to accomplish it under such circumstances, but Wang Hansan and his Dragon Fang team did. He looked at Wang Hansan sitting opposite him. Although this man had consistently opposed his plan, everything he had done from beginning to end was to create opportunities and pave the way for him. He was protecting him in his own way, and also, indulging him. A strange emotion welled up in Xiao Chuhe's heart. He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Uncle Wang." Wang Hansan looked up at him. "Thank you." This was the first time Xiao Chuhe had uttered those two words that evening. Wang Hansan was taken aback, then a relieved smile appeared on his face. He knew that this stubborn brat was finally beginning to accept him. "Silly boy, don't be so polite with me." He was about to say something when the encrypted satellite phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated rapidly. Wang Hansan's smile froze instantly. Only one person knew this number. He picked up the phone, glanced at the caller ID, and his pupils contracted sharply. It was a top-level encrypted number from Huajing. Wang Hansan took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. "Hello." A frail but powerful voice came from the other end of the line. "Hansan, it's me." Upon hearing this voice, Wang Hansan's body tensed instinctively. "Old Chief, are you in Hong Kong now?" "Yes," Wang Hansan admitted with difficulty. "Nonsense." The voice on the other end of the line suddenly became stern. "Who gave you permission to lead a team there without authorization? Do you know how sensitive your current position is? What you've done is a serious violation of discipline." "Old Chief, the situation is urgent." I don't want to hear your explanation," the old commander interrupted him. "I only have one question for you. Is that American named Kenneth Griffin in your hands?" Wang Hansan fell silent. Everyone in the carriage held their breath, knowing that this phone call would determine their and Griffin's ultimate fate. After a long silence, Wang Hansan finally answered in a hoarse voice, "Yes." Chapter 44: An Unfinished Trial. When Wang Hansan forced out the word yes through clenched teeth, the air in the entire van seemed to be sucked out, even breathing became cautious. On the other end of the phone, the man referred to as the old commander remained silent for a full half-minute. That half minute felt like an eternity to everyone in the van. They were all men who had survived countless battles, men who had never flinched in the face of death. But now, because of a single phone call, they felt unprecedented pressure, because they knew what the person on the other end represented the will of the nation. Hansan, oh Hansan, the old commander's voice rang out again, filled with disappointment and exhaustion. What can I say to you? You were too impulsive. Old commander, that kid from the Xiao family is my old comrade's only hope. I can't just stand by and watch him get hurt. Wang Hansan's voice held a hint of pleading. I understand your feelings, Xiaoyan's son, who is also my junior. However, this is not the way to handle things. The old commander's tone left no room for argument. Kenneth Griffin is a very special person. He's not only a Wall Street tycoon, but he also has connections to many political forces in the United States. The entire Western world is watching this matter, and we cannot give them a handle at this time. Then what do you mean? Wang Hansan's heart sank. Hand him over. The old commander's words were simple and direct. Hand him over to whom? The Hong Kong police. Let them handle it according to legal procedures. This is the only correct approach right now. No! Before Wang Hansan could answer, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the carriage. It was Xiao Chuhe. He had been sitting quietly in the corner, but when he heard the words hand him over to the Hong Kong police, he could no longer remain silent. Wang Hansan's expression changed, and he immediately said to the person on the other end of the phone, Old commander, I have some issues here. I'll get back to you later. Let him speak. The old commander interrupted him. Wang Hansan was stunned. He hadn't expected his old commander to know Xiao Chuhe was also there. Helpless, he handed the phone to Xiao Chuhe. Xiao Chuhe took the phone, took a deep breath, and spoke into the receiver in an incredibly calm tone. Commander, hello, this is Xiao Chuhe. Child, I know about your situation. The old commander's voice on the other end of the line softened. You've been wronged. This sudden "you've been wronged" made Xiao Chuhe's heart tremble. Since his parents passed away, no one had ever spoken to him like this, like an elder. His eyes instantly welled up with tears, but he quickly suppressed the surging emotions. Thank you for your concern, sir, but I cannot hand Griffin over. Why? Because the law cannot bring him to justice. Xiao Chuhe said, enunciating each word clearly. Handing him over to the police would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. He has the best legal team in the world, countless politicians backing him, and many of his crimes occurred in the gray areas of the law, making it impossible to obtain evidence. The final result will only be that things fizzle out, and I, and everyone he has hurt, will never see true justice. So, you want to carry out this justice yourself? The old commander's voice was unreadable. Yes. Xiao Chuhe answered decisively, the blood debt he owes must be repaid with blood, but he can't just die so easily. I want him to be utterly disgraced in front of the whole world. I want him to destroy everything he built with his own hands. Global live broadcast? The old commander asked. Xiao Chuhe's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected even the old commander to know. It seemed Bai Jinjin had already leaked the information. Yes. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. Another long silence followed on the other end of the phone. Wang Hansan and his team members were sweating with tension. They thought Xiao Chuhe's plan was utterly absurd. The old commander would never agree to it. However, the old commander's next words shocked everyone. How much time do you need? What? Xiao Chuhe thought he had misheard. I'm asking you, how much time do you need to complete your plan? The old commander repeated. 4 hours, Xiao Chuhe answered instinctively. Too long, the old commander immediately rejected. I can only give you 3 hours at most. 3 hours later, regardless of the outcome, you must hand the person over to our people unharmed. Our people? Yes, I've already dispatched a special operations team from our Hong Kong garrison to meet you. 3 hours later, they will appear at your designated location. You hand the person over to them, and they will be responsible for secretly escorting Griffin back to the mainland. As for the subsequent diplomatic pressure and public opinion storm, you don't need to worry about it, the country will handle it for you. I have only one request. What request? Xiao Chuhe's heart began to race. I want Griffin alive. The old commander's voice suddenly turned incredibly serious. And I want everything in his head. He's been operating on Wall Street for years, possessing far too much intelligence we need, crucial for our future financial war. Son, I want you to understand, there are many ways to take revenge. Letting him die is the simplest, but also the most worthless. Let him live, let him talk, let him become the sharpest blade in our hands. That's the most thorough punishment for him, and the best solace for your parents' spirits in heaven. The old commander's words were like lightning, cleaving through the fog in Xiao Chuhe's mind. He had been struggling with whether or not to kill Griffin, but had never considered that keeping Griffin alive might offer greater value. Yes, killing him would only end his individual crimes, but if he could be used to fight against the entire vast, dark financial system behind him, that might be a true victory. I understand. Xiao Chuhe took a deep breath. 3 hours is enough. Good. The old commander seemed satisfied with his answer. Remember your promise, and remember that the entire nation stands behind you. Don't be afraid, just go for it. But protect yourself too. You're Xiao Yun's son, you can't die here. The call ended abruptly. Xiao Chuhe held the now silent phone, motionless for a long time. The carriage was deathly silent. Wang Hanshan and his team stared at Xiao Chuhe as if he were a monster. They couldn't understand why their old commander would agree to Xiao Chuhe's almost insane plan, even promising to take all the consequences for him. What kind of spell had this kid cast on his old commander? Ahem. Wang Hanshan coughed twice, breaking the eerie silence. He took the phone back from Xiao Chuhe, looked at him, and asked with a complex expression, What did you say to the old commander? He agreed. Xiao Chuhe said succinctly. I heard that. What I mean is, why did he agree? Wang Hanshan pressed. Because our goals are aligned. Xiao Chuhe glanced at the unconscious griffin on the ground. It's just that I want his life, while the nation wants what's in his head. Wang Hanshan nodded thoughtfully. He roughly understood. This was a deal. Xiao Chuhe used Griffin, and his ability to manipulate him, to obtain the nation's tacit approval and support for his reckless actions. This kid actually negotiated with the nation, and he actually succeeded. Looking at Xiao Chuhe, Wang Hanshan suddenly felt like he had truly aged. The world had become something he couldn't understand. Alright, this isn't the time to discuss this. Xiao Chuhe interrupted Wang Hanshan's thoughts, his eyes sharpening again. We only have less than 3 hours left. He glanced at the rapidly receding street scene outside the window. Uncle Wang, I need a place that's absolutely safe and has a completely stable internet signal. I need a top-of-the-line computer. And Xiao Chuhe's gaze fell on the package still whimpering on the ground. I need to bring him to his senses and make him cooperate with us willingly. Wang Hanshan looked into Xiao Chuhe's intimidatingly bright eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. He had a premonition that in the next 3 hours, he would witness a trial he would never forget, a trial of one devil against another. Chapter 45 The Devil's Tribunal. The van wound its way through the city's elevated highways under the cover of night, eventually turning into a secluded dockside warehouse district. Far from the hustle and bustle of the city center, the sea breeze carried a salty, fishy smell, and the only sounds were the distant horns of cargo ships and the crashing waves against the shore. This is it, the driver, Ghost, said, stopping the van in front of an unassuming red brick warehouse and turning off the engine. Wang Hanshan got out first, looked around to make sure everything was alright, and then gestured to the people inside. The team members immediately sprang into action. 2 men supported Griffin, who was still whimpering and struggling, while the others remained on guard, quickly entering the warehouse. Xiao Chuhe was the last to get out. He glanced up at the massive warehouse, a legacy of Hong Kong's prosperous shipping industry, now somewhat dilapidated. But for him, this was about to become the courtroom where a financial tycoon would be tried. This is our safest base in Hong Kong. It was originally used to store equipment that was inconvenient to cross the border, Wang Hanshan explained in a low voice as he walked to Xiao Chuhe's side. The network is a dedicated submarine fiber optic line, physically isolated, absolutely secure. The computer you wanted is inside, it's military grade, top of the line globally. Xiao Chuhe nodded, said nothing, and walked straight in. The warehouse was vast, divided into several areas. The air was thick with the smell of machine oil and dust. In the center of an open area, a simple iron table and 2 chairs were already set up. Next to them, a menacing-looking black computer with multiple screens was flashing a ghostly blue standby light. This was his courtroom, and also his battlefield. Ghost, have your men clean up outside. I need to know if even a fly gets in, Wang Hanshan ordered in a deep voice. Yes, boss. The rest of you, tie this guy to a chair and make sure he can see in here, but can't move or speak. Wang Hanshan pointed to Griffin, who was lying on the ground. The team members swiftly carried out the order. Soon, Griffin was securely tied to one of the chairs, facing the huge multi-screen computer. His Armani suit was wrinkled like a rag, and blood was still seeping from the wound on his wrist. His eyes were filled with a mixture of resentment and fear as he stared intently at Xiao Chuhe not far away. Wang Hanshan walked to Xiao Chuhe's side and watched as he sat down at the computer, his hands rapidly typing on the keyboard. Lines of code, incomprehensible to the average person, flowed across the screen like a waterfall. Chuhe, what the old commander means is. Wang Hanshan wanted to confirm the plan again. I understand. Xiao Chuhe didn't turn around, his eyes still fixed on the screen. 3 hours. Make him talk, and hand him over alive. So how do you plan to get him to cooperate willingly? Wang Hanshan asked the most crucial question. With someone like Griffin, torture probably wouldn't work. He has a million ways to prevent you from getting what you want. Xiao Chuhe's fingers stopped on the keyboard. He turned to look at Wang Hansan, his face expressionless. Uncle Wang, to deal with a devil, you have to use the devil's methods. He paused, then continued, have someone prepare a high-concentration adrenaline injection and a strong sedative. Wang Hansan was taken aback. What are you going to do? One to keep him absolutely conscious, and the other to prevent him from truly going insane when he has a mental breakdown. Xiao Chuhe's tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. A trial needs a conscious prisoner. Looking into Xiao Chuhe's calm eyes, Wang Hansan felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized that his nephew, in some ways, was even more terrifying than Griffin. Griffin's evil was outward, based on greed and power, while Xiao Chuhe's ruthlessness was inward, a coldness and decisiveness emanating from his very bones. Okay, I'll go prepare it right away. Wang Hansan didn't ask any more questions. He knew that all he could do now was cooperate unconditionally. He turned to make the arrangements, but his mind was in turmoil. He began to genuinely worry that after this trial, Xiao Chuhe himself might become a true devil. Only Xiao Chuhe, Griffin, tied to a chair, and a few Dragon Fang team members guarding the warehouse remained in the distance. Xiao Chuhe ignored Griffin. He put on his headset and began adjusting his equipment, connecting to a secret global network node to create an untraceable and uninterruptible channel for the upcoming live broadcast. His fingers flew across the keyboard, almost blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Time ticked by. Less than 2.5 hours remained until the 4 hours Xiao Chuhe had mentioned to Bai Jinjin. Meanwhile, the global media was in an uproar. Styx, the mysterious codename that had stirred up a storm in the financial markets, had reappeared after a period of silence in such a shocking way. A global live broadcast of the trial of Kenneth Griffin. This news exploded like a nuclear bomb at the headquarters of major news organizations. Reuters, Associated Press, AFP, CNN, BBC, all the major international media outlets with a name held emergency meetings at the first opportunity. Has the source been confirmed? Confirmed. It's by Jinjin, the genius analyst known as the new goddess of Wall Street. She posted it using her own verified account, and multiple sources have confirmed that she is now Styx's spokesperson. My God, this is insane. Styx kidnapped Kenneth Griffin? How is that possible? Griffin's security team is the best in the world. Whether it's possible or not, this is absolutely the biggest news of the century. Immediately establish a top-level reporting team, mobilize all resources, and track down Styx's live stream address. I need the footage as soon as possible. What's the reaction from the US government? The White House press secretary held an emergency press conference, stating that they are verifying the authenticity of the information and strongly condemn any form of kidnapping and illegal detention. The FBI has listed this case as a top priority transnational case. What about Wall Street? It's complete chaos. The stock price of Griffin's Castle Capital plummeted in after-hours trading, affecting all companies associated with him. Everyone is panicking, speculating about what Styx is up to. A global storm is brewing, and at its eye is this unassuming dockside warehouse in Hong Kong. Wang Hansan returned with the prepared syringes, seeing Xiao Chuhe had finished all preparations and was leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, resting. Everything's ready, Wang Hansan said, placing the items on the table. Xiao Chuhe opened his eyes, glanced at the clock on the wall, then stood up and walked step by step towards Griffin. Griffin, seeing Xiao Chuhe approaching, involuntarily tensed, letting out an angry and fearful woof. Xiao Chuhe stood before him, looking down at him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Mr. Griffin, it seems you haven't grasped your situation. He reached out and unceremoniously ripped the duct tape sealing Griffin's mouth. Pa! Griffin spat, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Xiao Chuhe. You damned bastard. What do you want? You think you've won? You're dead. The FBI will find you, and our men will tear you to pieces. Xiao Chuhe smiled nonchalantly. He crouched down, meeting Griffin's gaze at him. It seems you need a little help to face reality. He picked up the adrenaline syringe on the table, removed the cap, and, under Griffin's horrified gaze, plunged the needle into his thigh without hesitation. Ah! Griffin screamed, feeling a surge of hot liquid being injected into his body. Almost instantly, a powerful electric current surged from his spine to his brain. His heart pounded wildly, his blood seemed to be burning, every pore expanded, and all his senses were amplified countless times. This unprecedented clarity brought with it an unprecedented fear. Now, how do you feel? Xiao Chuhe's voice rang in his ears, each word like a hammer blow striking his nerves. You devil, Griffin gasped for breath. He found his mind racing. Everything that had happened at the airport, the fear of his daughter being kidnapped, and the despair of being imprisoned, all the details were vividly presented in his mind. Welcome to my courtroom, Mr. Griffin. Xiao Chuhe stood up and walked back to his computer. Trial, begin immediately. He put on his headphones and pressed the final enter key. The several huge screens in the center of the warehouse lit up simultaneously. On one of them, a black mask composed of countless streams of data, constantly shifting in shape, appeared. A cold, processed, synthesized voice reverberated throughout the warehouse through the speakers. Hello, world. Chapter 46 Your First Choice. As that cold, synthesized voice echoed throughout the warehouse, Griffin, strapped to his chair, narrowed his eyes sharply. He recognized the voice. It was that voice that had rang out in the cockpit of his private jet, declaring his loss of control. It was that voice, like a death knell, that had led him step by step into the trap set by his adversaries. Now, that voice rang out again, but no longer alone with him. It was through the massive screens in front of him, to the entire world. I am Styx. Those 4 simple words, transmitted instantly across the globe through countless secret network nodes. In New York, in London, in Tokyo, in Frankfurt, in countless trading rooms of financial institutions, in countless news media editorial offices, countless eyes were fixed on the black mask composed of data streams on the computer screens. The world held its breath at that moment. Perhaps many of you are curious about me, and full of questions, the synthesized voice continued emotionlessly, but today, I am not the protagonist. The scene shifted, and one of the secondary screens lit up, displaying a live surveillance feed. On the screen, a man was disheveled and tied to a chair, his face deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror. It was none other than Kenneth Griffin, the King of Wall Street. Boom! The world's media exploded. My God! It's true! He really arrested Griffin. Where is he? Where is this live stream taking place? Analyze it. Untraceable. The other side's technology is too advanced. All signals have undergone at least hundreds of relays and encryptions. We simply cannot find the source. In the warehouse, Griffin looked at himself on the screen, humiliation and rage driving him to the brink of madness. He had spent his entire life at the top of the pyramid, enjoying the admiration and awe of the world. When had he ever experienced such a humiliating moment? And in front of the entire world. Today, I will be holding a public trial for Mr. Kenneth Griffin here. Trial. Griffin roared, his voice booming with power from the adrenaline, but behind that power lay an undisguised fear. What right do you have to judge me? You cowardly criminal. A kidnapper. What right do I have? Xiao Chuhe's voice came through the voice changer, tinged with mockery. Because of the truths you buried with your own hands, because of the innocent souls who died because of you. The first issue, Xiao Chuhe gave him no chance to refute. The main screen switched again, displaying a picture of a picturesque sanatorium. St. Moritz, Switzerland's most luxurious private sanatorium, a haven for countless wealthy and political figures. But few know that this is also a slaughterhouse. Griffin's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. 3 years ago, Saudi Prince Fahd died here from a sudden heart attack. 2 years ago, Russian energy oligarch Ivanov died here from an accidental fall. A year ago, Watanabe Uichi, heir to a Japanese conglomerate, died here due to an allergic reaction to medication. And, with each name Minghe uttered, a photograph of the deceased and an official death report appeared on the main screen. Far away in the St. Moritz nursing home in Switzerland, in the director's office, an elderly man with white hair stared at the screen's contents, so shocked he fell off his chair. His hands trembled as he reached for the phone, but he couldn't dial. These seemingly unrelated accidents all have one thing in common. That is, before their deaths, they were all Mr. Kenneth Griffin's main business rivals. And after their deaths, Mr. Griffin's castle capital acquired their most valuable assets at extremely low prices. The cold voice stated the facts. On the screen, clear records of business acquisitions were displayed, the timeline perfectly corresponding to the deaths of those wealthy individuals. The chain of evidence was shockingly clear. Nonsense! Griffin roared, but his pale face and rapid breathing betrayed his inner panic. These are all coincidences in business competition. You're slandering me. You're defaming me. Coincidence. Xiao Chuhe sneered. Then let's look at something that isn't a coincidence. The screen switched again, displaying an encrypted audio file. This audio comes from the secret computer of Michael Jones, the former security chief of the St. Moritz nursing home. He died a year ago in a car accident. Fortunately, his computer hard drive was preserved. Xiao Chuhe pressed play. A conversation came through clearly. Boss, the Swiss police are still investigating Ivanov's case. They seem to have found some clues and suspect it wasn't an accident. A voice rang out. It was the deceased security chief, Michael. A bunch of idiots. Just give them some money and they'll shut up. Another voice rang out, slightly altered, but Griffin heard it clearly. It was his own voice. But boss, this whole thing has blown up a bit, I'm afraid. No buts. Griffin's voice turned impatient. I spend so much money supporting you all, not so you can question me. Clean up this mess thoroughly. I don't want to hear any more noise about this, understand? Yes, boss. The audio recording wasn't long, but its content was enough to shake the world. If the previous death reports and acquisition records were merely circumstantial evidence, then this recording was irrefutable proof. Griffin froze, sitting stiffly in his chair like a statue, his mind blank. He couldn't understand how Styx had obtained this recording. This was clearly his most confidential conversation with Michael. There was no one around, and there couldn't possibly have been any recording equipment. Michael had been disposed of long ago, so why did this recording still exist? Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Chuhe's quantum financial vision, after its evolution, could not only see the flow of funds, but also trace all the electronic traces left by the people in the financial chain in the online world. Even data that had been completely deleted and physically destroyed could be found as fragments at the quantum level and then reconstructed. This was Xiao Chuhe's biggest trump card that allowed him to initiate this trial. In the online world, he was a god. Well, Mr. Griffin, are you satisfied with this coincidence? Xiao Chuhe's voice rang out again, like a sharp all-piercing Griffin's eardrums. Griffin didn't answer. He just gasped for breath, sweat soaking his forehead. He could feel countless eyes from all over the world focused on him through the screen, eyes filled with shock, contempt, and anger. His lifelong reputation, the image of a business leader he had painstakingly built, began to crumble at this moment. In a corner of the warehouse, Wang Hanshan and his team listened in stunned silence. While they had guessed Griffin wasn't a good person, they hadn't expected him to be so ruthless, treating human life like dirt. This wasn't an ordinary businessman, he was a complete executioner. Now, Mr. Griffin, I'm giving you a choice. Xiao Chuhe's voice was full of temptation. Your first option is to confess now, in front of the whole world, that you orchestrated the series of murders at the St. Moritz nursing home. If you confess, then all further evidence related to the case, how you bribed the doctors, the specific methods you used to stage the accidents, the flow of funds, etc. will not be released. This is the last bit of dignity I'm leaving you. Your second option, Xiao Chuhe's tone suddenly turned cold, is to continue denying it. Then, in the next 10 minutes, I will release the recording you just heard, along with hundreds of other pieces of evidence, including your secret emails with the nursing home director, the bank transfer records from your Swiss bank to the hitman, even photos of your men disposing of the bodies. Everything will be made public. At that time, what you lose will be far more than just dignity. Griffin jerked his head up, staring intently at the black mask. He understood. The other party didn't want him dead, they wanted to destroy his spirit. Admitting guilt meant being branded a murderer, but at least the dirtiest, bloodiest details wouldn't be exposed. He could still argue that it was a necessary evil in business competition. Refusing meant being stripped bare, leaving not a trace of dignity. He would become a complete, utter monster. This was a devil's choice. Either way, it was hell. My patience is limited, Mr. Griffin. You have 60 seconds to consider. On the main screen, a bright red countdown began to tick. 59, 58, 57. Every second felt like a hammer blow to Griffin's chest. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, his brain racing frantically. What to do? What to do? He glanced at Wang Hanshan and the others in the corner of the warehouse. They stared at him coldly, as if he were an inanimate object. He knew he had no outside help. This was his hell. The countdown continued. 32, 31. Admit it? Admit to being a murderer? He, Kenneth Griffin, a Wall Street legend, how could he? But not admit it. Those pieces of evidence, if even photos of the body being disposed of were available, then Aurora, if Aurora saw those. No, he couldn't let his daughter see such a despicable side of him. Absolutely not. In Griffin's heart, his daughter was his only sanctuary, the only real existence beneath all his hypocritical masks. He could lose his wealth, his reputation, even his life, but he couldn't lose the image of father in his daughter's heart. The countdown reached its final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Griffin's voice was hoarse as he closed his eyes, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. 3, 2, I admit it. When the last word came out of his mouth, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Chapter 47. The eve of the global storm. When Griffin uttered the words "I confess" with all his might, time seemed to freeze. In the warehouse, Wang Hanshan and his team were stunned. They had imagined Griffin would deny it, roar, or break down, but none of them had expected that this ruthless figure who manipulated the financial world and treated human life like dirt would actually bow down in the very first round of confrontation. They looked at Xiao Chuhe sitting in front of the computer. That young figure, in their eyes, now seemed incredibly unfathomable. How had this young man done it? What trump cards did he still hold that could destroy Griffin? And through the internet, every detail of this trial was clearly transmitted to every corner of the world. Wall Street, Castle Capital headquarters, brightly lit. The huge conference room was filled with the company's core executives and top legal team. When they heard their boss, their spiritual leader, confess on the giant screen to being the mastermind behind the series of murders, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Thud! A cell phone fell to the ground, its crisp sound breaking the suffocating silence. It's over. A silver-haired chief lawyer slumped into his chair, his eyes vacant. Everything is over. He admitted it. He actually admitted it himself. Legally, there is no more lethal evidence than a suspect's confession. especially when it's happening in front of the entire world. Any defense seems utterly futile at this moment. Immediately. Sell all non-core assets immediately. Recover funds at all costs. The company's coup abruptly stood up, roaring at the head of the trading department, prepare for the devastating run and lawsuits to come. Now. But, the boss. There's no boss now. The coup's eyes were bloodshot. There's only a sinking ship. We must find a way to save ourselves before it sinks. Panic spread like a plague within Castle Capital. Like a tree falling, its branches scatter. The once impregnable financial empire began to crumble from within the moment its creator confessed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in Beijing, in a highly confidential command center, the elderly man known as Old Chief was watching the live broadcast on the screen with several equally high-ranking colleagues. When Griffin confessed, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the command center. "This kid from the Xiao family, he's a genius," exclaimed a middle-aged man with a rank of general on his shoulder. "His grasp of human nature is terrifying." He wasn't interrogating him, he was dismembering Griffin's will. He knew perfectly well that for someone like Griffin, reputation, especially in his daughter's eyes, was more important than his life. Analyzed another man with gold-rimmed glasses, who appeared refined. He used a more sordid truth as leverage, forcing Griffin to confess to a relatively respectable crime. That was a brilliant move. The old commander remained silent, gazing at the black mask composed of data streams on the screen, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was admiration, praise, but above all, a deep-seated apprehension. He knew he had given Xiao Chuhe 3 hours, given him the nation's absolute authority, but this sword was too sharp, so sharp that it might even harm the wielder himself and everyone around him. Notify the sharp sword team of the Hong Kong garrison to immediately move to the perimeter of their designated positions and block all access routes. The old commander finally spoke, his voice steady and powerful. "When the 3 hours are up, no matter how far the live stream has progressed, you must immediately take control of both people and equipment. Remember, I need a living, mentally sound Griffin." "Yes, sir." Furthermore, the old commander looked at the refined-looking man. "Our fisherman's plan can be launched ahead of schedule. Now that the fish has jumped ashore, we can't let it slip back into the sea. Have our financial team ready to immediately begin asset assessment and acquisition preparation should Griffin's Castle Capital experience a liquidity crisis." Understood. A global game surrounding Griffin, this big fish, had quietly begun outside Xiao Chuhe's live stream. Meanwhile, in a luxurious estate on Long Island, New York, the other core members of the Blackstone Alliance watched this unforgettable live stream through an encrypted connection. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. "A madman. This Styx is a complete madman." A burly German banker stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray. "What is he trying to do? Is he trying to drag us all down with him? Kenneth, that idiot. How could he be caught with such a weakness? And he even admitted it himself." Another well-dressed descendant of French nobility spoke with contempt and anger. "Now is not the time to assign blame." A man who had remained hidden in the shadows, his face obscured, spoke. His voice was hoarse, with a metallic quality, seemingly belonging to the true core of the alliance. "Kenneth knows too many of our secrets. We must not let him speak again." "You mean? Activate the purification protocol," the man in the shadows said coldly. "Contact all our forces in Hong Kong, including Scar's men. Find their location at all costs. If you can't find them, find a way to cut off all communications and electricity there. If that still doesn't work." He paused, his tone becoming even more sinister. Then erased the entire Czech Lapkok from the map. "What?" Everyone present gasped. Czech Lapkok was Hong Kong's port and industrial area. While not densely populated, it wasn't uninhabited either. To erase an area from the map meant, "That's an order," the man in the shadows said firmly. "Kenneth must die, and Styx must die. And they must die before the US government and the Chinese military find them." Furthermore, he changed the subject, "The Chinese government is absolutely implicated in this matter. Without the support of state power, that Styx couldn't have accomplished all this. They want to use this to intimidate us, so we'll give them a lesson they'll never forget. Immediately mobilize all reserve funds and prepare to launch a full-scale, indiscriminate attack on China's A-shares and Hong Kong stock markets. I want to set their financial markets back 10 years. A financial storm far more violent than any before officially began at this moment." And Xiao Chuhe, the instigator of all this, seemed completely unaware. He looked at Griffin on the screen, his face ashen, and the cold, synthesized voice sounded again. "Very good, Mr. Griffin, you have made a wise choice. Now, let's move on to the second topic." The main screen switched again, displaying the logo of a pharmaceutical company, Novartis. Griffin's body trembled violently, even more violently than when he heard St. Moritz. If the St. Moritz secret was his sin, then the Novartis scandal was the root of his sin, and the forbidden zone he least wanted to touch. Because this matter directly relates to his judge today, Xiao Chuhe. Novartis, one of the world's largest pharmaceutical groups, is renowned for developing effective and innovative drugs. However, beneath its glamorous exterior lies a scandal that could shock the world. Xiao Chuhe's voice, like a scalpel, began to precisely dissect the most visibly abscessed part of this pharmaceutical empire. 5 years ago, Novartis developed a targeted drug for cardiovascular disease, codenamed C17. In phase 3 clinical trials, they discovered a fatal side effect, severe myocardial fibrosis in some patients, with a mortality rate as high as 5%. However, to expedite the market launch of this drug, which could generate billions in profits, Novartis's management, at the behest of one person, that is, Kenneth Griffin, falsified clinical data and concealed all side effect reports. Xiao Chuhe's voice suddenly rose, filled with suppressed rage. My parents, Xiao Yun and Sum Yixu, were the chief scientists at Novartis's China R&D center at the time. They discovered the anomalies in the data and, through their own channels, obtained the original, unmodified clinical report. They planned to release this report to the public. They were prepared to prevent this impending humanitarian disaster. Therefore, they had to die. On the main screen, a heartwarming family photo appeared. In the photo, young Xiao Yun and Sum Yixu were holding a 7 or 8-year-old boy, smiling brightly. That little boy was none other than Xiao Chuhe as a child. Immediately following the photo, a horrifying report of a car accident scene appeared. A meticulously planned accident, a brilliant scientist couple, vanished just like that. And that drug, codenamed C17, successfully entered the market after clearing the final hurdles, and was sold worldwide, bringing astronomical profits to you and Novartis. Mr. Griffin, Xiao Chuhe's voice had turned icy cold. Now, do you still think I'm not qualified to judge you? Chapter 48, The Souls of St. Moritz. When the heartwarming family photo and the gruesome car accident report appeared side by side on the main screen, the whole world felt the chilling coldness and boundless rage emanating from the person hidden behind the black mask. The previous trial of the St. Moritz case was calm, objective, like a cold-blooded judge reading out evidence. But now, as the topic shifted to Novartis and the cause of his parents' deaths, the overwhelming hatred beneath that icy voice almost pierced the screen, searing everyone watching the live broadcast. This was no longer a simple trial. This was revenge. A son's tearful accusation against his parents, a bloody indictment against the world. In the warehouse, Griffin stared at the family photo on the screen. The innocent, smiling little boy in the picture, and the sticks before him, who plunged him into an icy abyss. The two figures eerily overlapped in his mind. So it was him. So, the root of all this was that seemingly insignificant cleanup operation 5 years ago, something he considered trivial in the business world. He finally understood. Why Styx knew him so well, why they relentlessly pursued him, why they used such extreme methods against him. It wasn't for money, nor for fame. It was for lives. For the lives of his parents, lives he had so casually erased. No, it wasn't me. Griffin's lips trembled. He instinctively wanted to deny it. Your parents' car accident, it was just an accident, it had nothing to do with me, it was Novartis's decision. He tried to absolve himself of all responsibility, but before those all-seeing black masks, his explanation seemed so ridiculous and powerless. Nothing to do with us? Xiao Chuhe's electronic voice was full of sarcasm. Mr. Griffin, have you forgotten who Novartis's largest individual shareholder is? The data on the screen switched rapidly, revealing a complex shareholding structure. Through layers of offshore companies and trusts spanning the globe, all the shares ultimately pointed to one name: Kenneth Griffin. He was the true mastermind behind Novartis. Have you forgotten who sent that email ordering the disposal of my parents? The scene shifted again, revealing the contents of an encrypted email. Sender, KG. Kenneth Griffin. Recipient, Pierre Dupont, head of security at Novartis. Subject, clear the obstacles. Content, those two troubles in China must be eliminated this week, in the cleanest, most accidental way possible. Project C17 cannot be compromised. The email was sent 3 days before Xiao Chuhe's parents' car accident. Irrefutable evidence. Griffin let out a desperate wail, staring intently at the email, feeling as if his soul had been drained away. He clearly sent this email from a physically isolated private server, and immediately destroyed all traces after the recipient confirmed receipt, even physically melting down the server's hard drive. How did he find it? He's not human. He's a devil. A devil who can seize evidence from nothingness. Now, do you still want to say this has nothing to do with you? Xiao Chuhe's voice, like a death knell, pounded on Griffin's already crumbling nerves. The world's audience, upon seeing this email, was completely engulfed in a frenzy of anger. If the murder of St. Moritz involved a tycoon of Griffin's caliber, and ordinary people could merely remain spectators, then the murder of an upright scientist to cover up the deadly side effects of a drug had crossed the line of human conscience. Because that drug, C17, had been sold worldwide over the past few years. This meant that countless innocent patients had unknowingly taken this deadly drug. They didn't die from disease, but from the greed of capitalists. Instantly, the phone lines of drug regulatory agencies in countless countries were overwhelmed with calls. Countless patients and their families who had purchased the C-17 drug stormed hospitals and pharmacies, demanding an explanation. Novartis's offices worldwide were surrounded by angry mobs. A global crisis of trust in healthcare was ignited by this email. Novartis's stock price plummeted in after-hours trading on exchanges worldwide, almost instantly wiping out to zero. A century-old pharmaceutical empire crumbled in minutes. And the mastermind behind it all was simply sitting in front of his computer, calmly watching the distraught man on the screen. "Griffin, look up." For the first time, Xiao Chuhe's voice, unprocessed, came through the warehouse speakers in his slightly hoarse, cold tone. Griffin jolted, looked up, and met Xiao Chuhe's bloodshot, yet frighteningly bright eyes. "Look at the screen, the list of patients who died from taking C-17, their photos, their families." Black and white photos flashed across the screen. There were elderly people with white hair, middle-aged people in their prime, even children with congenital heart disease. Behind each photo was a broken family. "Listen, that's the sound of their families crying." From the speakers came heart-wrenching cries in various languages. "My father just wanted to live. He trusted the doctors so much, trusted Novartis so much. Why? My child. He was so young. He was about to have surgery. After taking that drug, he never woke up again. Murderers. You are all murderers." These voices, like countless steel needles, pierced Griffin's ears and brain. He tried to cover his ears, but he was bound tightly and couldn't move at all. He could only listen, he could only watch. Watching the lives lost because of his decision, hearing the curses emanating from families shattered by his greed. Griffin's spirit completely collapsed. He struggled and screamed frantically, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. "Don't let him go. Please, don't let him go," he pleaded, tears and snot streaming down his face, all traces of the dignity of the King of Wall Street gone. He wasn't afraid of death, but he feared this judgment from countless departed souls. This judgment was more agonizing than any torture. In a corner of the warehouse, Wang Hansen watched the scene, silently turning his head away, unable to bear it any longer. The Dragon Fang team members behind him clenched their fists. These hardened men, accustomed to life and death, now had reddened eyes. They finally understood the true meaning of the judgment Xiao Chuhe spoke of. He wasn't taking Griffin's life. He was using the world's anger and hatred to slowly tear Griffin's soul apart. "Now, answer my question." Xiao Chuhe's voice returned to its cold, synthesized electronic tone. "The deaths of my parents, do you plead guilty?" Griffin slumped in his chair like a lump of mud, gasping for breath, his eyes unfocused. He was no longer capable of thought, merely repeating instinctively and mechanically. "I plead guilty, I plead guilty, it was me, I did it all." His voice was soft, but through the highly sensitive microphone, it carried clearly throughout the world. Once again, he confessed. This time, it was more thorough, more humiliating than before. Xiao Chuhe looked at him, his eyes devoid of any satisfaction from successful revenge, only an unyielding sorrow. He slowly stood up, walked to the warehouse window, and looked out at the dark sea. "Dad, Mom, did you see that? I did the first step." His voice was soft, almost a soliloquy, carried away by the sea breeze into the night. Just then, the encrypted satellite phone belonging to Wang Hansen in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently. Wang Hansen's expression changed. He quickly walked over and answered the phone. "Boss, something bad has happened," came the urgent voice of Warhawk from the other end of the line. "Our brothers stationed on the perimeter report that a large number of unidentified armed personnel are gathering here. Their firepower is extremely heavy, they look like mercenaries. At the same time, the Hong Kong police and the Flying Tigers have also been deployed. They've sealed off the entire dock area." Wang Hansen's heart sank. The worst had happened. The forces behind Griffin had begun their counterattack. He was about to speak when his old superior on the other end of the line forcibly interrupted the call through another encrypted channel. "Significant." The old commander's voice was heavier than ever before. "The situation has changed. The Blackstone Alliance has gone mad. They've just launched a full-scale attack on our A-share and Hong Kong stock markets, on an unprecedented scale. Our financial defenses are suffering a devastating blow." Chapter 49: The Inside Story of Novartis Pharmaceuticals. When the words "Blackstone Alliance launches full-scale attack" came through the encrypted line, Wang Hansen felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart tightly, almost stopping it. He abruptly turned his head to look at Xiao Chuhe by the window. Xiao Chuhe, at the same moment, turned around, their eyes meeting in midair. No words were needed, they both understood the same message from each other's eyes: the real war had begun. "Old chief, what's the situation now?" Wang Hansen forced himself to remain calm and asked in a deep voice into the phone. "It's terrible." The old commander's voice was filled with exhaustion and anger. The other side came on strong, dumping stocks without regard for cost. Within 10 minutes of the A-share market opening, thousands of stocks hit their daily limit down, and the Shanghai and Shenzhen indices instantly breached our first line of defense. The first batch of 500 billion yuan invested by the national team has vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, without even a ripple. The situation is even worse in Hong Kong. They're exploiting the differences in trading rules between our market and international markets, engaging in rampant short selling in the derivatives market. The Hang Seng Index futures have already experienced several flash crashes. Our losses are being measured in billions, measured in seconds. In the command center, the old commander stared at the precipitous green lines on the screen, his heart bleeding. This wasn't a financial war, this was a massacre. The Blackstone Alliance used the most barbaric and unreasonable methods to declare their anger and power to the world. They intended to retaliate against Styx's trial of Griffin by destroying a nation's financial system, and to warn the Eastern superpower that dared challenge their authority. They're forcing us, Wang Hanshan said through gritted teeth, forcing us to immediately hand over Griffin and stop the live broadcast. That's right, the old leader's voice became incredibly firm, but we can't back down. If we back down now, it's tantamount to admitting to the world that we're afraid. They'll escalate their actions, and all our previous efforts will be in vain. Now, this isn't just Xiao's revenge, this is a battle for the fate of the nation. We have no way out. I need your help, Chuhe. The old leader suddenly changed the subject, speaking directly to Xiao Chuhe. He knew Xiao Chuhe was listening. Please speak, sir. Xiao Chuhe walked over and took the phone from Wang Hanshan. His expression was calm, as if the earth-shattering financial tsunami outside had nothing to do with him. But Wang Hanshan could see that Xiao Chuhe's hands, hanging at his sides, were clenched tightly. He knew that Xiao Chuhe's heart was far from as calm as he appeared. This war, which he had ignited, had ultimately spread to the entire nation, the very situation he least wanted to see. I need you to immediately analyze the main source of funding for the Blackstone Alliance's attack, their attack path, and their weakest link. The old commander spoke rapidly. Our technical team is also tracking them, but their methods are too unpredictable, the flow of funds is erratic, and we can't keep up. Only your abilities, can possibly see through their scheme in the shortest amount of time. I know this request is excessive. You're avenging your parents, but now, the country needs you. Xiao Chuhe remained silent. On one side was his father's killer, so close, so within reach. He had more evidence, more methods to completely nail Griffin and his entire corrupt system to the pillar of historical shame. On the other side was the nation's financial market, being ravaged by bloodshed, the hard-earned money of countless innocent investors evaporating. What should he choose? Chuhe, Wang Hanshan looked at him, his eyes filled with worry. He knew how cruel this choice would be for Xiao Chuhe. Just then, on the screen in the center of the warehouse, the mentally broken Griffin seemed to have heard the conversation on the phone, and suddenly burst into manic laughter. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. His laughter was hoarse and manic, filled with the exhilaration of surviving a catastrophe. Retribution, this is retribution. He raised his head, looking at Xiao Chuhe with a venomous and triumphant gaze. You think you can judge me? You think you're God? See? This is the power of the Alliance. You messed with me, and they will destroy your country. All your compatriots are paying the price for your foolish actions. You wanted to be a hero? Now, go save them. Go, you self-righteous fool. You lost. You lost from the very beginning. Griffin's maniacal laughter was like sharp knives, stabbing deeply into Xiao Chuhe's heart. Xiao Chuhe ignored him, he simply closed his eyes slowly. His parents' smiling faces appeared in his mind. Xiao Chuhe, remember, with great power comes great responsibility. We do research not to make money, but to make this world a little better. These were the words his father had told him since he was a child. He recalled his old commander's words on the phone, behind you stands the entire nation. Yes, he was never fighting alone. When he decided to embark on this path of revenge, he had already bound his fate to that of the nation. Slowly, he opened his eyes. All hesitation and struggle had vanished from those eyes, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and resolve. Uncle Wang, he spoke. Here, gag him. Xiao Chuhe pointed to Griffin, who was still laughing maniacally. I don't want to hear any more noise. Yes, sir. A Dragon Fang member immediately stepped forward and sealed Griffin's mouth tightly with tape once again. Then, Xiao Chuhe picked up the phone and spoke to his old superior, word by word. Sir, the trial can be suspended, but it cannot end. I'm going to have Griffin. I'll take everything from his head. But right now, I'll help the country win this battle. I need the highest trading authority in all domestic securities, futures, and foreign exchange markets. I need all the funds the national team can still mobilize, immediately, transfer them all to the account I designate. I need absolute command. On the other end of the phone, the old commander was first stunned upon hearing these words, then an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within him. He had gambled correctly. This young man, between personal hatred and national righteousness, ultimately chose the latter. Good, the old commander replied without hesitation. I will immediately have Qin Kaiang connect with you. From this moment on, you are the overall commander of the National Protection Operation. All departments and all personnel will unconditionally cooperate with your orders. Qin Kaiang, the major general-level commander known for her calm and decisiveness in the national team, was also one of the first to recognize Xiao Chuhe's abilities. Having her cooperate with Xiao Chuhe was the best choice. Also, Chuhe, the old commander's voice carried a hint of apology, your side might not be able to hold out much longer. The Black Stone Alliance mercenaries and the Hong Kong police have formed an encirclement. The Sharp Sword team can hold them off for now, but... I understand, Xiao Chuhe interrupted him. Give me an hour. An hour later, I will show the Black Stone Alliance what true despair is. With that, he hung up the phone, not even giving the old commander a chance to speak again. He turned and strode back to the multi-screen computer, sitting down. Uncle Wang, for the next hour, no matter what happens outside, even if the sky falls, don't let anyone disturb me. His fingers were already hovering over the keyboard. I'm starting. Wang Hanshan watched his resolute back and nodded heavily. Don't worry, as long as I, Wang Hanshan, have a breath left, no one can cross this threshold. He turned and made a tactical hand gesture to all the Dragon Fang team members. Everyone instantly entered a state of high alert. A bloody battle in the real world and a fierce struggle in the virtual financial world simultaneously began. Xiao Chuhe took a deep breath and put on his headphones. Before his eyes, the warehouse scene was no longer visible. Instead, a vast universe composed of endless streams of data had appeared. Quantum financial vision, activated. His mental energy instantly focused to a high level. The entire world's financial markets, all capital flows, all buy and sell orders, were clearly presented in his vision in a way that transcended 3 dimensions. He saw the Blackstone Alliance's massive, octopus-like financial network, surging from thousands of disguised accounts, converging into torrents that fiercely impacted various sectors of the A-share market. He also saw the national team's funds, like a dam struggling against a raging storm, being breached and torn apart time and again. Found it. Xiao Chuhe's gaze pierced through layers of mist, finally locking onto several of the most crucial and active attack points. So, you were hiding here. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. His fingers landed heavily on the keyboard. Counterattack, begin. Chapter 50. Breaking his first line of defense. The moment Xiao Chuhe's fingers touched the keyboard, his entire aura changed. If he was a ruthless avenger during the trial of Griffin, now he was a battlefield commander controlling the life and death of billions of dollars. His eyes were extremely focused, his pupils seemingly reflecting the shimmering stars. With the enhancement of the quantum financial vision, the entire vast and complex financial market transformed into a holographic star map that he could zoom in and out at will. Each stock, each futures contract, was a planet, and the flowing funds were the shipping lanes and interstellar dust connecting these planets. He could clearly see the Blackstone Alliance's torrent of funds, along several major shipways, carpet-bombing the heavyweight sectors of the A-share market, such as finance, energy, and technology. Their methods were extremely ruthless, using massive sell orders far exceeding the market's capacity, relentlessly dumping shares at any cost to create panic and trigger a stampede. The national team's funds, like scattered fleets, fought desperately, but were stretched thin and overwhelmed by this all-encompassing saturation attack. Captain Qin, this is Xiao Chuhe. He contacted the national team's command center in Beijing directly through an encrypted voice channel. Xiao Chuhe, you're finally here. Qin Kaiang's urgent yet steady voice came from the other end of the line. The situation is extremely critical, we can't hold on much longer. Qin Kaiang, the commander known as the Iron Lady on the financial battlefield, now spoke with a hint of anxiety. This was a desperate situation she had never faced in her career. Don't panic, Xiao Chuhe's voice was unusually calm. Now, abandon all defense against heavyweight stocks. What? Qin Kaiang exclaimed in shock. Abandon defense? The index will completely collapse. Market confidence will be utterly destroyed. No destruction, no construction, Xiao Chuhe said succinctly. Let them dump if they want to. Withdraw all funds immediately. Qin Kaiang was struggling internally. This completely contradicted all her past trading principles. Supporting the market meant protecting the index, protecting market confidence. Voluntarily abandoning it was tantamount to cutting off her own arms. However, she remembered her old commander's order unconditional cooperation. She also remembered the miracles this young man had created in the past. Okay. Qin Kaiang gritted her teeth, choosing to believe him. I'll execute it immediately. What's next? Divide all the funds into 100 groups, 100 billion each. On my command, prepare to precisely target and sell off individual stocks on the Chinext and Star market. Target and sell off? Qin Kaiang was even more confused. In this market downturn, with all stocks hitting their daily limit down, how could they target and sell off? Although the Blackstone Alliance's funds are vast, they are not monolithic, Xiao Chuhe said, rapidly operating on his computer, displaying dozens of seemingly insignificant small-cap stocks on the Chinext. Their main force is indeed attacking heavyweight stocks, but to create greater panic, they've also dispatched countless guerrilla squads to manipulate small-cap stocks with deliberate sell-offs. These guerrilla squads don't have large sums of money, and their operations are highly formulaic in pursuit of efficiency. What I need to do is find these guerrilla squads and then devour them. In Xiao Chuhe's quantum financial vision, the fund flows of those guerrilla squads hidden behind countless limit-down stocks are as clearly visible as fireflies in the dark. He can even predict which stock they'll target next and where their orders will be placed. First group, target Blue Ocean Technology, code 300XXX, buy 3 million shares at the limit-down price. Second group, target Zonk Optoelectronics, code 300XXX, buy 5 million shares at the limit-down price. Third group, Xiao Chuhe's instructions, transmitted via encrypted channels, flowed smoothly to the various trading groups of the national team. Although Qin Kaiang was filled with doubt, he strictly followed the orders. In an instant, the national team's massive funds, amounting to trillions of yuan, were broken down into countless precise cruise missiles, swooping down on hundreds of small-cap stocks on the Chinext and Star Market. A miraculous scene unfolded. Those small-cap stocks that had been firmly pinned to their daily limit down saw their massive sell orders completely absorbed the moment the national team's funds entered. Immediately afterwards, the stock prices rebounded like springs, even turning positive. What's going on? Qin Kaiang stared at the stocks that had soared from their daily limit down to their daily limit up, speechless with shock. It's simple, Xiao Chuhe's voice came through. The buy orders I had you place were just put up by those guerrilla squads of the Blackstone Alliance. They thought the market was dead, that no one dared to buy, so after placing their orders, they moved on to their next target. We used their funds to strangle themselves. The intricate web they laid has now become our hunting ground. Qin Kaiang gasped. She finally understood Xiao Chuhe's tactics. Better to cut off one finger than injure all 10. Abandon the main battlefield, use your strongest information advantage to precisely strike the enemy's weakest link. This wasn't manipulation, this was a dimensional attack. Meanwhile, on the Blackstone Alliance's side, their command center quickly detected the anomaly. What happened? Why were our hundreds of accounts on the Chinext board suddenly forced to liquidate? Report. Our funds are trapped. Someone is buying up shares at the daily limit down price. All our sell orders were filled, and now the stock price has gone up, leaving us stuck. Who did this? Was it retail investors trying to buy the dip? Impossible. Absolutely impossible for such a large-scale, coordinated action by retail investors. It's the national team. They abandoned the main board and ambushed us. Damn it. Those cunning yellow-skinned monkeys. The commander of the Blackstone Alliance, a Jewish trader known as the Butcher, slammed his fist on the table. He immediately ordered all guerrilla squads, cease operations immediately and withdraw completely. Concentrate your forces and attack the CSI 300 index futures. I'm going to drive their stock index futures to their daily limit down. I'm going to make them liquidate. They reacted quickly, but Xiao Chuhe was even faster. They're running away. Xiao Chuhe looked at the retreating funds in quantum financial vision and smiled coldly. Team leader Qin, order all teams to immediately sell all their holdings at the daily limit up price. What? Sell at the daily limit up price? Qin Kaiang was stunned again. Sell now? We've only just turned the tide a little. They're like frightened birds, now they're thinking about cutting their losses and getting out immediately. If we place our orders at the daily limit up, they'll buy them back regardless of cost in order to get out, Xiao Chuhe explained. This in and out move, from the daily limit down to the daily limit up, is a 20% profit. Trillions of yuan, a 20% profit, you can do the math. Qin Kaiang's heart pounded. She dared not calculate, it was an astronomical figure. In just over 10 minutes, amidst the seemingly bloodbath in the main board market, Xiao Chuhe, leading the national team, had silently and perfectly reaped the rewards behind enemy lines. Quick! Execute the order! Qin Kaiang roared at the traders. Sure enough, as Xiao Chuhe had predicted, when the national team placed its limit up sell orders, the desperate Blackstone Alliance funds flooded in, instantly pushing the stock price to its limit up, allowing the national team to successfully exit. For a moment, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded in the A-share market. On one side, the Shanghai and Shenzhen main boards were in utter despair, with indices continuing to plummet. On the other side, hundreds of stocks on the Chinext and Star Market staged a spectacular sky-to-earth phenomenon, going from limit down to limit up, followed by massive trading volumes at the limit up price. Countless retail investors, despairing in front of their computers, were dumbfounded. Holy crap! What happened? Is this a battle of gods? Which big shot made a move? Buying at the limit down and selling at the limit up, making 20% in one day? Is that even humanly possible? It's the hidden line stock god. It's definitely the hidden line stock god's hand. I recognize this style. The stock god is back. The stock god has come to save us. Market confidence, at this moment, began to quietly gather in an unexpected way. Meanwhile, in the national team's command center, Qin Kaiying looked at the nearly 200 billion yuan profit that had suddenly appeared in her account, too excited to speak. Looking at the constantly changing data on the screen, for the first time, she had such strong confidence in the word victory. Xiao Chuhe. She murmured the name, her eyes filled with awe. This is just an appetizer. Xiao Chuhe's voice rang out again, but this time, there was a hint of weariness in his voice. Simultaneously manipulating trillions of yuan and performing such high-intensity, precise calculations was taking a huge toll on his mental energy. Their next move will definitely be an attack on stock index futures. Now, gather all our funds, including the profits we've just made. Prepare for a decisive battle with them in the futures market. Chapter 51: The Panic of the BlackRock Alliance. New York, Long Island, a luxury estate. When hundreds of bizarre limit-up-to-limit down data points from the A-share market, along with reports of funds instantly trapped and forcibly liquidated in the Chinex market, flooded the Blackstone Alliance's command center, the previously arrogant and contemptuous conference room fell into a deathly silence for the first time. The butcher stared blankly at the glaring red limit-up data on the screen, and at the billions of dollars that had instantly evaporated from his account, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. How could this be? He muttered to himself, unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. This was completely illogical. In that wave of panic selling, how could anyone dare to invest hundreds of billions of yuan to buy at the limit-down price? Weren't they afraid of being buried alive? And how did they achieve such precision? It was as if they could predict the attack targets and order placements of every one of their guerrilla squads in advance. The feeling was like a fully armed elite special forces soldier storming into what he thought was a slum, ready to wreak havoc, only to find that his every move was being monitored by the enemy's infrared scope. He was the prey being targeted. This isn't manipulation, this is cheating. The butcher slammed his fist on the table, roaring at the shadowy figure on the other end of the encrypted line. The Chinese must have installed a backdoor in their market. They can see everything we do. This isn't fair. Enough, the butcher, the man in the shadows said, his voice taking on a serious tone for the first time. A loss is a loss. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. This isn't incompetence. This is. The butcher tried to argue. I'm asking you, the man in the shadows interrupted him, who is directing this counterattack? I don't know. The butcher's arrogance subsided. Their methods are unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar. That reckless, all-in, mad dog-like approach is very similar to that Sticks. Sticks. The moment that name was uttered, everyone in the conference room felt a chill. Impossible, the German banker immediately retorted. Sticks should be in Hong Kong right now, in that damn livestream room. How could he possibly be in two places at the same time? Yes, and financial market manipulation is completely different from hacking. Even if he's a top hacker, he can't be a top trader, especially on a battlefield of this scale. Unless, the French nobleman descendant, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, unless, he's not a single person. Everyone looked at him. What I mean is, Sticks might not be a code name, but the name of an organization, he slowly analyzed. A secret organization composed of top hackers, top traders, and even top intelligence analysts. The person trying Kenneth in Hong Kong today, and the person retaliating against us in the A-share market, are essentially the same two people. This speculation sent chills down the spines of everyone present. If they were facing not a lone hero, but a tightly organized, well-defined, and mysterious institution, the seriousness of the situation would rise to a whole new level. Whether he's an individual or an organization, the man in the shadows spoke again, his voice now filled with undisguised killing intent. He must die today, and China's financial markets must collapse. Butcher, I'm giving you one more chance. Concentrate all your forces, abandon the A-share spot market, and use 5 times leverage to short the CSI 300 index futures and Hang Seng index futures with all your might. I want their financial derivatives market to explode. Crush them with absolute power. Let them know that in the face of true financial giants, any conspiracy or trickery is futile. Yes, a bloodthirsty glint rekindled in Butcher's eyes. His forte was this aggressive, all-out style of play, overwhelming his opponents with sheer financial superiority. His earlier setback in small-cap stocks was simply because the battlefield was too scattered, leaving him with nowhere to direct his power. Now, the battlefield will focus on stock index futures. This will be a true clash of titans. Furthermore, the chilling voice continued, inform our contacts within the CIA and FBI to find a way to link Sticks with the terrorist organization, pressuring the Hong Kong government to use all available force to eradicate them. I want to plunge them into a desperate situation both in reality and online. Meanwhile, on another, even more secretive, encrypted line, Zhou Nangzhen sat in her Singapore apartment, expressionless, watching the live broadcast and the brutal battle in the A-share market. Before her, the image of the man in the shadows also appeared. "Zhou, what do you think of this?" the man in the shadows asked. "A very exciting show." Zhou Nangzhen's voice was devoid of emotion. Styx's methods exceeded everyone's imagination. "That's not what I'm asking." The man in the shadows seemed somewhat dissatisfied. "I'm asking you, what do you think of the A-share market's counterattack? Do you think Styx was behind it?" Zhou Nangzhen was silent for a moment. In her mind, the mysterious opponent who had caught her off guard with unconventional operations in the crude oil futures market flashed through her mind. That feeling was so similar to the butcher's experience today. "It was him," Zhou Nangzhen answered with certainty. "Oh? Why are you so sure?" "Intuition," Zhou Nangzhen said calmly. "The intuition of a top trader. That style of dancing on the edge of a knife, maximizing risk, even enjoying risk, I've only seen it in one person. So, we all underestimated him." The man in the shadows seemed to be talking to himself. "He's not just a hacker, he's a trading genius. A trading genius who has mastered a godlike perspective," Zhou Nangzhen added. A long silence followed on the other end of the phone. "Zhou." After a long silence, the man in the shadows spoke again. "Now, I need you to do something." "What is it? Didn't you always want to find an opportunity to get close to him and figure out the secret of his abilities? Now, the opportunity has arrived. I want you to fly to Hong Kong immediately." Zhou Nangzhen's pupils contracted slightly. "Now?" "Yes, right now." The cold voice said, "I've already obtained the approximate operational route and rendezvous point of the Chinese military's sharp sword team through my inside contacts. I need you to find Styx before they do." "And after finding him?" Zhou Nangzhen asked. "Turn him to their side." The man in the shadows uttered a word that shocked Zhou Nangzhen. "What? You heard me right, turn him to our side," the man in the shadows explained. "It would be a waste to kill someone as talented as him. Besides, his current cooperation with the Chinese government is only based on shared interests. This kind of cooperation is the most fragile. He wants revenge, we can help him. He wants money, we can give him 10 times, 100 times more than China. He wants status, we can make him the 13th core member of the Blackstone Alliance, on equal footing with us. Your task is to deliver these offers to him. Tell him that a wise bird chooses its tree, and cooperating with a bunch of bureaucrats is far less desirable than joining us and becoming the master of the world." Zhou Nangzhen listened to these words, a chill running through her. She knew this was only Plan A. If turning him to our side failed, then Plan B would inevitably be to destroy him at all costs. "What if he refuses?" Zhou Nangzhen asked. "Then activate Plan B," the man in the shadows said without surprise. "You have our latest quantum beacon. Once you get within 10 meters of him, the beacon will be activated. Then, no matter where he goes, we can pinpoint his exact location. A god exposed to the sunlight is no longer a god." Zhou Nangzhen's heart sank. She understood, she was the bait. Whether it was Plan A or Plan B, she was merely a pawn to be sacrificed at any moment. "I understand," she replied calmly. "Very good. Remember, Zhou, this is your best chance to atone. Don't disappoint me again." With that, the communication was cut off. Zhou Nangzhen sat in the dark room, motionless for a long time. She glanced at the ongoing trial on the screen, then at the breathtaking V-shaped reversal in the A-share market. For the first time, a deep doubt arose in her mind about everything she had done all along. Was she really going to continue being a pawn in the shadows? Or, could there be another option? She slowly stood up, walked to the window, and dialed a number. "It's me." On the other end of the line came by Jinjin's anxious voice. "Nangzhen ji? How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhou Nangzhen took a deep breath, as if making a decision. "Jinjin, please tell Xiao Chuhe something for me. Tell him that the Blackstone Alliance's real target is stock index futures. And they sent me to kill him." Chapter 52. Your financial empire is collapsing. Hong Kong, Dockside Warehouse. Xiao Chuhe's entire being was immersed in the vast sea of data constructed by quantum financial vision. He had just led the national team in a brilliant counterattack, like a seasoned hunter precisely finding an opening in the enemy's massive encirclement and delivering a fatal blow. The nearly 200 billion yuan profit not only greatly replenished the national team's ammunition, but more importantly, injected a precious glimmer of confidence into the entire market in dire straits. But Xiao Chuhe knew this was only the beginning. The real battle was yet to come. He had thoroughly grasped the butcher's tactical style by reviewing his past trading records through quantum financial vision. This was a trader who extremely revered power, believing in crushing everything with absolute financial superiority. The recent setback in small-cap stocks would only provoke an even more frenzied counterattack. And in the entire financial market, there was only one battlefield that best embodied power, offered the greatest potential for high returns with low investment, and could inflict the most devastating damage: stock index futures. Captain Qin, transfer all funds to the China Financial Futures Exchange's backup account, prepare for the impending attack. Xiao Chuhe's voice, transmitted clearly through the headset, reached the command center in Beijing. Understood. All funds are in place, totaling 1.18 trillion. Qin Kaiyang's voice carried a hint of excitement and tension. This was the largest sum of money the national team had ever been able to mobilize, and the command of this fund was now entirely in Xiao Chuhe's hands. Very good. Xiao Chuhe's gaze was already fixed on the trading interface of the CSI 300 index futures. At this moment, the index futures market was already on the verge of a storm. Due to the plunge in the spot market, index futures opened sharply lower and continued to seek support under the relentless pressure from short sellers. Although the bulls were putting up a tenacious resistance, they seemed powerless. Suddenly, in a single second, the market situation changed dramatically. A massive, suffocating sell order, like a mountain crashing down from the sky, slammed into the best bid price. 50,000 lots. Qin Kaiyang stared at the terrifying number on the screen, gasping in shock. One CSI 300 index futures contract represents a market value of approximately 1 million. 50,000 lots meant that in that instant, 50 billion yuan worth of short-selling funds flooded the market. And this was just the first wave. Immediately afterwards, another 50,000 lots. And another 50,000 lots. It was as if an endless stream of sell orders surged forth, swallowing up all the buy orders on the screen, then relentlessly driving the price down. The price plummeted at a visible speed. -3%, -5%, -7%. In less than a minute, the main CSI 300 index futures contract was firmly pinned to its daily limit down. The entire market went mad. Countless retail and institutional investors who bought at the bottom had no time to react before their margin accounts were wiped out, and they received forced liquidation notices from their futures companies. It's liquidated. All of it. My money. All my money is gone. Wailing echoed everywhere. In the butcher's command center, a wave of triumphant cheers erupted. Well done. That's it. Crush them. The butcher grinned cruelly at the massive green bearish candlestick on the screen. Let these Easterners know who the masters of this market are. He knew that the moment stock index futures hit their daily limit down, the resulting panic would immediately spill over into the spot market, creating a vicious cycle. A drop in the spot market would drag down futures, a futures market limit down would intensify the panic selling in the spot market. Under this cycle, any resistance would be futile. China's financial market would collapse today. The atmosphere in the national team's command center was incredibly tense. What do we do now? A young trader asked Qin Kaiyang, his voice trembling. Qin Kaiyang didn't answer. She just stared intently at the screen, waiting for the man's instructions. She believed he had a way. Don't rush. Xiao Chuhe's voice remained eerily calm. Let them smash it. The harder they smash, the faster they'll die. Captain Qin, now, use our first batch of funds, 100 billion. Place 10,000 buy orders on the limit down board. What? Go in now? Qin Kaiyang's heart leaped into his throat. Going in now is suicide. Their sell orders are still pouring in, our 10,000 lots will be devoured instantly. That's exactly what we want them to do. Xiao Chuhe's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Doesn't he like to crush things with brute force? Then I'll play along. He thinks he's smashing our stock, but he doesn't realize that every penny he smashes is building a noose around his own neck. Although completely baffled, Qin Kaiyang still gave the order. The 10,000 buy orders were placed on the limit down board. Sure enough, almost instantly, they were overwhelmed by the butcher's massive sell orders. Ha ha, see that? This is their resistance. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The butcher laughed triumphantly. Another 10,000 lots, Xiao Chuhe's voice continued. Another 10,000 buy orders were swallowed up. Another 20,000 lots. Another 50,000 lots. The national team's funds, like fuel by oil, were poured into that bottomless abyss of a stock hitting its daily limit down, only to be mercilessly devoured by the short sellers. Qin Kaiyang's heart was bleeding. In just a few minutes, 300 billion yuan was gone. This was the national team's hard-earned money. She didn't understand what Xiao Chuhe was trying to do. This wasn't market manipulation, it was practically handing over money. Just as Qin Kaiyang was about to question Xiao Chuhe, the previously silent Xiao Chuhe suddenly spoke. His voice carried a hint of cold excitement. Now, Captain Qin, put all the remaining money, 800 billion, buy it all at once at a price one level above the daily limit down. What? This time, not only Qin Kaiyang, but all the traders in the command center thought they had misheard. Placing a super buy order of 800,000 lots at a price 1 point above the daily limit down? What an insane move. This meant that if the price were to pry open even the slightest bit from the limit down, these 800 billion buy orders would act like a giant black hole, instantly sucking up all the sell orders in the market. Quick! Execute! Xiao Chuhe's voice suddenly rose, carrying an unquestionable command. Qin Kaiyang shuddered. She knew the moment of truth had arrived. Execute, she roared at all the traders with all her might. The next second, on the trading screen of the CSI 300 index futures, an unprecedented buy order, seemingly endless, appeared. 800,000 lots. When this number appeared before the eyes of all the traders worldwide watching this battle, everyone felt their breath catch in their throats. The butcher's smile instantly froze. What is this? He pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. He suddenly understood. The previous 300 billion incremental tactic wasn't resistance at all. That was a test. It was a test of his resolve to short sell and the depth of his funds. Only when Styx confirmed he had committed enough short positions and was still adding more did he reveal his true hand. This was a trap. An unprecedented and likely never to be repeated massive trap, using 300 billion as bait. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Withdraw all the sell orders! The butcher roared frantically. But it was too late. When that super buy order of 800,000 lots appeared, the market trend had already reversed. Countless bullish funds, suffocating under the pressure of the short sellers, saw hope, saw that high-flying banner of counterattack. Counterattack! It's the national team counterattacking. Charge! Charge with the national team! Countless buy orders surged from all directions, rushing to buy before the national team could act. The price was instantly pried open from the limit down. And once the price was above the limit down, Xiao Chuhe's 800 billion black hole of buy orders began to unleash its power. It was like a ravenous beast, starving for millennia, opening its gaping maw. All the sell orders hanging above, whether from the butcher or other short sellers following suit, were mercilessly swallowed whole. The price began to surge upwards at an incredible speed. -5%, -3%, 0%, turns positive, +2%, +5%. In just 3 minutes, stock index futures went from limit down to over 5% gain. A deep V-shaped reversal. No, this was a nuclear-level violent surge. In the butcher's command center, there was deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the towering red bullish candlestick on the screen. The butcher's face went from flushed to ashen, then to deathly pale. He knew he was finished. He had invested hundreds of billions in short selling, with his cost basis near the daily limit down. Now, the index had been pushed up to +5%, meaning his account had suffered a massive loss of over 12%. 12% of hundreds of billions. That was a number he simply couldn't bear. No, impossible. He slumped into his chair, muttering to himself. But Xiao Chuhe's voice, like a death knell, rang in Qin Kayang's ears once more. Captain Qin, notify the media. Tell them that Styx will begin live-streaming the dismantling of Kenneth Griffin's financial empire in 10 minutes. I want the whole world to see just how utterly vulnerable everything he built is. Chapter 53 Ace vs. Ace, the final chip. When Xiao Chuhe's icy voice reached Hua Jing via the encrypted line, Qin Kayang felt her blood boil. They won. At least, on the most crucial battlefield of stock index futures, they fought a resounding victory. That massive bullish candlestick, which violently surged from the daily limit down to +5%, was like a stabilizing force, firmly anchored in the market and in everyone's hearts. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Qin Kayang's voice trembled slightly with excitement. She knew that Xiao Chuhe was going to press his advantage and ruthlessly crush the Blackstone Alliance. He not only wanted to defeat the Blackstone Alliance on the financial battlefield, but also to conduct a final, thorough reckoning with Griffin on the media battlefield. He wanted to turn the Blackstone Alliance's frantic counterattack into a complete joke. The news was released with lightning speed through special channels of official media. Styx preview: in 10 minutes, the global dismantling of Kenneth Griffin's financial empire will be broadcast live. This headline instantly replaced all previous headlines, spreading wildly across the world's internet. If the previous trial exposed Griffin's moral and legal crimes, then this time, Styx aims to destroy the very foundation of his reign as the King of Wall Street. This is the most fatal blow to him. Countless investors, financial analysts, and economists flooded into the mysterious live broadcast room, waiting to witness history. Meanwhile, in a warehouse at the Hong Kong docks, the atmosphere was extremely tense. "Boss, they've broken in." Ghost's urgent shout and rapid gunfire rang out from outside the warehouse. Wang Hanshan, hiding behind a container, his automatic rifle spitting fire, held back several mercenaries trying to rush in. Scarface's men, along with more professional mercenaries from the Blackstone Alliance, had completely abandoned all pretense of civility and launched a full-scale assault. They outnumbered the Dragon Fang squad several times over, possessed fierce firepower, and were fearless in the face of death. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong Police's Special Duties Unit, SDU, had completed its outer perimeter deployment and was using loudspeakers to demand the immediate surrender of those inside. Although the Sharp Sword team had established a defensive line further out, their orders were to provide support and control, not to initiate firefights. Faced with the dual pressure from the mercenaries and local police, they appeared hesitant and ineffective. Wang Hansan knew they couldn't hold out much longer. He glanced at the figure deep within the warehouse, sitting in front of a computer, seemingly isolated from the world. 10 minutes. Xiao Chuhe said he needed 10 minutes. Brothers, hold the line. Wang Hansan roared, loading a new magazine. Even if the sky falls, hold the line for 10 minutes. Yes, sir. The Dragon Fang team members roared in unison. These veterans, who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, unleashed astonishing fighting power at this moment. Using the complex terrain of the warehouse, they constructed a network of interlocking fire, like wounded tigers, fiercely defending their position. Bullets whistled through the air, explosions echoed everywhere. The battle in the real world had entered a fever pitch. In the online world, Xiao Chuhe's final judgment officially began. He ignored the cleanup efforts in the stock index futures market. He knew that once those 800 billion buy orders were placed, the outcome was decided. The butcher was left with only the fate of margin calls and forced liquidation. He focused all his attention on Griffin's vast financial empire. Welcome back, everyone. The cold, synthesized voice sounded again, but this time, everyone detected a hint of victory in it. The main screen no longer displayed Griffin's disheveled face, but instead showed an extremely complex network structure diagram. On it, there were hundreds, even thousands, of nodes, scattered across the globe. Each node represented a company, a fund, or a bank account. Countless lines connected these nodes, forming a vast, intricate, yet filthy financial network. This is the wealth empire that Mr. Kenneth Griffin has built over the past 30 years. It consists of 127 shell companies registered in tax havens such as the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and Bermuda, 342 secret trust funds held by nominees, and over 800 anonymous accounts distributed across 58 banks worldwide. Through this network, Mr. Griffin transfers and launders tens of billions of dollars in profits annually from around the world, ultimately transforming them into his personal legitimate wealth. With each sentence Xiao Chuhe spoke, the corresponding section on the screen lit up, displaying detailed information, including company registration documents, fund holding agreements, and bank account statements, all clearly presented. Financial professionals worldwide were stunned. They knew that the super-rich used various methods to evade taxes and hide their wealth, but they had never seen anyone dissect this underground financial empire so clearly and thoroughly. This was no longer an investigation, it was God taking stock of the entire fortune of a sinner. Bound to the chair, Griffin was utterly numb. He watched as the secrets he thought were perfectly hidden were laid bare on the screen, one by one. His last shred of hope vanished. He knew that even if he left this place alive today, he would have nothing. No, he would be burdened with astronomical debts, pursued by tax authorities and securities regulators worldwide, and spend the rest of his life in prison. But simply exposing them isn't enough. Xiao Chuhe's voice suddenly turned eerie. I will make this empire, before all of you, toll its own death knell. With that, his fingers lightly tapped the keyboard. On the screen, an anonymous account in a Swiss bank was suddenly activated. Account balance $1.24 billion. Immediately afterwards, a transfer instruction was automatically generated. Recipient International Red Cross. Transfer amount $1.24 billion US. Confirm transfer? A pop-up window appeared. The cursor moved to the yes button. No! Griffin screamed in anguish, but his mouth was gagged, and he could only make muffled sounds. That was the money he had saved for his retirement. It was his last resort. Xiao Chuhe ignored him. He switched a secondary screen in front of Griffin, displaying a clear photo of his daughter, Aurora. Aurora in the photo smiled brightly. Mr. Griffin, now it's your turn to make the final choice. Xiao Chuhe's voice, transmitted clearly through a separate earpiece, reached Griffin's ears. This $1.24 billion is to be donated to the International Red Cross for a cheap redemption of your filthy soul. Or... Xiao Chuhe paused. Next to Aurora's photo on the screen, a document appeared. It was a trust agreement. Or, transfer this money to a Scandal Truth Fund, just established in Switzerland in your daughter Aurora's name. The sole purpose of this fund is to compile all the crimes you've committed today, and over the past 30 years, including the most sordid, bloodiest details that even I wouldn't deign to reveal live, into a book, make it into a documentary, translate it into 100 languages, and send it to everyone in the world. Let your daughter, your most cherished Aurora, see for herself what kind of monster her father truly is. Let her live her entire life in the eternal shame you've brought her. Now, you choose. Yes, or no. The confirm transfer pop-up remained in the center of the screen. The cursor bounced back and forth between yes and no, like a death knell. Griffin's body trembled violently. He looked at his daughter's smiling face on the screen, then at the Scandal Truth Fund, a symbol of hell. His mind went completely blank at that moment. This was a trap more cruel and insidious than any choice before. Choosing yes would mean losing his last pension, but at least he would preserve his daughter's reputation, preserving the last vestige of his pitiful, false image in her heart. Choosing no might save the money, but his daughter, his only source of emotional support, would be dragged into an abyss of no return. Ace against ace. This was Xiao Chuhe's final trump card, using a father's deepest love for his daughter as the final straw that broke the camel's back. Time ticked by. The gunfire outside the warehouse grew closer. Wang Hanshan had already been shot in the arm, blood staining his sleeve, but he remained like a war god, fiercely guarding the door. He knew that the battle inside had reached its most critical moment. Finally, Griffin slowly and laboriously raised his uninjured hand. His index finger, trembling, reached for the screen in front of him. With the last ounce of strength in his body, he pressed down hard on the button that represented yes. Chapter 54 Countdown, National Team enters the field. When Griffin's finger landed heavily on the yes button on the screen, the whole world seemed to hear the collapse of an empire. The $1.24 billion vanished instantly from his secret account, flowing into a destination he never imagined: the International Red Cross. The successful transfer receipt was clearly displayed on the screen to a global audience. After making that choice, Griffin seemed drained of all his energy, collapsing completely into his chair. His eyes, once filled with ambition and ruthlessness, were now lifeless, devoid of any light. He lost. Completely defeated, utterly humiliated. He not only lost all his wealth, fame, and freedom, but in the end, he was forced to sever his last connection with the world. Xiao Chuhe looked at him, his eyes devoid of any joy of victory, only emptiness. He stood up and took off his headphones. "It's over," he said softly to everyone in the warehouse, and to himself. This trial, which he had orchestrated and which had shocked the world, came to a close at this moment. Almost simultaneously, the warehouse door, riddled with bullet holes, was smashed open with a tremendous force. A dozen soldiers in black combat uniforms, gas masks, and carrying state-of-the-art weaponry, like gods of war descending from the heavens, rushed in with lightning speed in perfect combat formation. On their arms wore a bright red armband embroidered with a sword and a five-pointed star. It was the Sharp Sword Team. They had finally arrived at the last moment. "Don't move. Drop your weapons." The leading commander pointed his cold gun at the two sides still locked in fierce combat inside the warehouse. Wang Hanshan looked at them, then at his wounded brothers beside him, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, throwing away the rifle that was now burning hot from firing. The mercenaries, upon seeing this well-equipped and imposing regular army, completely lost their will to resist and surrendered en masse. The Sharp Sword Team moved with lightning speed. Some quickly subdued all the armed personnel on site, while others rushed to the center of the warehouse. "Reporting, sir, target location successfully secured. Hostage safe. Target Kenneth Griffin's vital signs stable," the leading commander reported loudly into the communicator. He walked up to Xiao Chuhe, removed his mask, revealing a young but resolute face. He gave Xiao Chuhe a crisp military salute. "Mr. Xiao, under orders from higher command, we've come to provide backup. We must evacuate immediately." Xiao Chuhe nodded, glancing at the clock on the wall. 5 minutes remained of the 3 hours his old commander had given him. The timing was perfect. "Uncle Wang, you're injured." He walked to Wang Hanshan's side, his brows furrowing as he looked at the deep, bone-revealing wound on his arm. "It's just a minor injury, I won't die." Wang Hanshan grinned, though his face was pale. "You little brat, you're finally done for. A few minutes later, and your Uncle Wang might really be dead." Xiao Chuhe didn't speak. He took gauze and medicine from the Sharp Sword Team's first aid kit and silently, yet with practiced ease, bandaged Wang Hanshan's wound. His movements were as precise and steady as when he was trading or coding. Wang Hanshan looked at him with his head bowed, a warmth spreading through him. This stubborn brat had finally learned to care for others. Just then, a communications soldier from the Sharp Sword Team rushed to the commander, reporting gravely. "Report. We've received the latest instructions from the Huajing Command Center." Everyone fell silent. The communications soldier glanced at Xiao Chuhe, then loudly announced, "Butcher, the main operator of the Blackstone Alliance, suffered a complete margin call in the CSI 300 index futures market 3 minutes ago. Preliminary estimates indicate losses exceeding 300 billion RMB. The Blackstone Alliance's all-out attack on A-shares and Hong Kong stocks has failed." Wow! Inside the warehouse, both the Dragon Fang team members and the Sharp Sword warriors couldn't help but erupt in thunderous cheers. Although they weren't financial professionals, they all understood that a loss of 300 billion RMB meant a devastating blow to any financial institution. They won. In this war for the nation's destiny without gunpowder, they achieved a glorious victory. All eyes were focused on the young man who had just bandaged Wang Hanshan's wounds. Their eyes were filled with awe and admiration. It was he who, single-handedly, turned the tide and averted disaster in just 1 hour. He was a true hero. However, the communications soldier's report wasn't over yet. He took a deep breath and continued reading in an even more excited voice. Furthermore, according to the latest intelligence just transmitted by Ms. Bai Jinjin, Zhou Nangzhen, a core member of the Blackstone Alliance, proactively provided the Chinese embassy in Singapore 5 minutes ago with confidential information, financial networks, and criminal evidence of all core members of the Blackstone Alliance worldwide. The Blackstone Alliance, this dark organization that has dominated the global financial markets for decades, has its core network completely exposed to our control. What? This news was even more shocking than the previous victory. If defeating the Butcher was merely winning a battle, then obtaining all of the Blackstone Alliance's core secrets meant they had won the entire war. Wang Hanshan and the commander of Sharp Sword exchanged a glance, both seeing unbelievable ecstasy in each other's eyes. They knew that from this day forward, the global financial landscape would be completely rewritten. The turning point in all of this stemmed from the still somewhat naive young man before him. "Well done, kid." Wang Hanshan patted Xiao Chuhe's shoulder heavily, his voice filled with pride. Xiao Chuhe, however, simply shook his head calmly. He knew that Zhou Nangzhen's betrayal wasn't just due to his trial, but also the awakening of her conscience. On that dark path, she ultimately chose the light. "Let's evacuate," Xiao Chuhe said. "This place will soon be surrounded by reporters from all over the world." "All right," the Sharp Sword commander immediately ordered, "take the target and all important equipment, and evacuate in batches." The medic quickly stepped forward, injected Griffin, who was practically a living corpse, with a sedative, and then lifted him and the computers containing a massive amount of evidence onto the prepared military transport vehicle. Wang Hanshan and his Dragon Fang team, under the cover of the Sharp Sword Group, would also return to the mainland through secret channels. Everything seemed to be settling down. Just as Xiao Chuhe was about to get into the vehicle with Wang Hanshan, his steps suddenly stopped. He abruptly raised his head, looking at the pitch-black night sky outside the warehouse. A strange, extremely intense sense of unease suddenly gripped his heart. It felt like being stared at from the depths of an ancient, terrifying beast. "What's wrong, Chuhe?" Wang Hanshan noticed his abnormality. "Something's wrong," Xiao Chuhe muttered to himself. His quantum financial vision had activated on its own without his conscious effort. Before him, the scene at the dock was no longer there, but rather, an endless, profound universe, darker than anything he had ever seen before. At the center of this universe, he saw the shattered financial network of the Blackstone Alliance. But atop those ruins, an even larger, more ancient, and more terrifying shadow was slowly emerging. That shadow, seemingly composed of countless black holes, emanated a terrifying aura that devoured everything. It simply hovered there silently, yet it made the entire financial universe tremble. Xiao Chuhe saw that from within that shadow, a gigantic hand composed of pure dark energy reached out and gently grasped the fragments of the Blackstone Alliance that he had shattered. Then, that gigantic hand slowly turned towards him. Spanning endless space and dimensions, it pointed at him. Puff! Xiao Chuhe coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision went black, and he fell straight backward. "Chuhe!" Wang Hanshan's horrified roar was the last sound he heard before losing consciousness. Chapter 55 The Gaze of the Abyss. "Chuhe!" Wang Hanshan's horrified roar, like a broken gong struck by a giant hammer, shook the entire warehouse. 1 second, the young man was calmly bandaging his wounds, a warmth in his eyes he had never seen before. The next second, he coughed up blood without warning, falling straight backward like a tree snapped in half. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Wang Hanshan watched helplessly as the blinding mist of blood filled the air, watched Xiao Chuhe's face instantly drain of all color. His mind went blank, his heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, almost stopping. Without thinking, he lunged forward, using his uninjured arm to catch Xiao Chuhe just before his head hit the ground, managing to pull him into his arms. "Chuhe! Chuhe! Wake up! Don't fucking scare me!" Wang Hanshan's voice trembled violently. He reached out to check Xiao Chuhe's breath. The barely perceptible air sent a chill down his spine. The commander of the Sharp Sword team was also stunned by this sudden turn of events, but he reacted quickly, immediately roaring into the communicator, "Medic! Medic! Coming immediately! Highest emergency!" 2 soldiers carrying medical kits rushed over like lightning. They had just been treating the mercenaries' wounds, and now their faces were filled with astonishment. "Quick! Get out of the way!" They shoved Wang Hanshan aside and laid Xiao Chuhe flat on the ground. One quickly cut open Xiao Chuhe's clothes and attached electrodes for a cardiac monitor, while the other took out a portable oxygen cylinder and put an oxygen mask on him. Beep, beep, beep. On the monitor, the heart rate was plummeting, and the blood pressure was alarmingly low. "Report. Target's vital signs are extremely unstable. Bradycardia, continuously dropping blood pressure. Pupils have lost their light reflex." The medic's voice was urgent and grave. How could this be? He was perfectly fine just now. The commander rushed to the side, staring intently at the data on the monitor, veins bulging on his forehead. "I don't know. No external injuries. Preliminary assessment, possibly a sudden increase in intracranial pressure, or acute heart failure." the medic said, quickly drawing adrenaline and dopamine from the medical kit, establishing an intravenous line, preparing for resuscitation. Wang Hansan knelt blankly to the side, staring at the still wet bloodstain on the ground, then at Xiao Chuhe's face, as white as a sheet. He felt as if his soul had been ripped out. He couldn't understand what had happened. He was fine just a moment ago. How could this suddenly happen? He had clearly won that war worth hundreds of billions, won against that arrogant Wall Street king. The news of victory still echoed in his ears. How could he have fallen? Something's wrong. Wang Hansan murmured to himself, suddenly remembering Xiao Chuhe's last words before he collapsed. He said something's wrong. Wang Hansan grabbed the commander's arm, his eyes bloodshot. Before he fell, he looked up at the sky and said something's wrong. He must have discovered something. The commander's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked up at the pitch-black night sky outside the warehouse. The searchlights on the dock dispelled the nearby darkness, but further away, the night was as thick as impenetrable ink, as if lurking some predatory monster. But there was nothing there. Save him first. The commander suppressed his doubts and roared at the medic, save him at all costs. This is a death order. Yes, sir. Adrenaline was slowly injected into Xiao Chuhe's body, and the dying heart rate curve on the monitor finally showed a slight increase. No, the conditions here are too poor. We must move him immediately, the medic said, looking up. His condition is extremely complicated. He must be taken to a hospital with full equipment for a comprehensive examination. No local hospital. The commander immediately rejected. His identity is top secret. Contact headquarters immediately and activate Red Wall Level 1 contingency plan. Clear all roadblocks to the Southern Theater Command General Hospital. We need an absolutely safe green channel. Understood. The communications officer immediately relayed the orders. Get him into our command vehicle, it has life support. The commander decisively ordered. Several Sharp Sword team members immediately carried a stretcher and carefully transferred Xiao Chuhe. Wang Hansan staggered behind, wanting to reach out and touch Xiao Chuhe, but afraid of disturbing the rescue. His large, calloused, and scarred hand hung limply in the air. He looked at the young man who had once been so playful and occasionally cheeky in front of him, now lying there lifeless like a fragile porcelain doll, a respirator in his nose. Wang Hansan's heart ached as if it were being repeatedly cut by a knife. He would rather take 100 bullets himself than see Xiao Chuhe like this. Huajing, National Team Command Center. Qin Kaiying had just hung up the phone with the official media representative, her face still flushed with victory. The butcher's margin call, the A-share market's dramatic comeback, Zhou Nangzhen's betrayal, Griffin's trial, a series of victories plunged her and the entire command center into a state of immense euphoria. We won! We really won! A young trader shouted excitedly, taking off his headphones and hugging his colleague tightly. That was incredible. When that 800 billion buy order came out, my legs went weak. From limit down to a rebound, I've never seen such a thrilling market in my life. It's Xiao Chuhe. It's that secret stock market guru. He's a god. Captain Qin. We have to have a big meal tonight. No, a victory celebration. The entire command center was immersed in the jubilation of surviving a close call. Qin Kaiying looked at her excited subordinates, a rare smile appearing on her face. This battle had been incredibly tough, from the initial retreat to the later strained resources, and finally the stunning reversal. Every step had been a perilous one, and the turning point of all this was that young man named Xiao Chuhe. She picked up the internal phone on the table and connected to the old commander's office. Commander, this is Qin Kaiying. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. I know everything. On the other end of the phone, the old commander's voice, usually as steady as a mountain, carried a rare hint of amusement. Well done, Qin Kaiying. You, and that little guy, are all heroes of the nation. It's all thanks to your excellent command, Commander, and Xiao Chuhe. Qin Kaiying was about to give a proper report on Xiao Chuhe's phenomenal performance when the old commander's voice suddenly became incredibly serious. Qin Kaiying, don't talk about that now. I just received an urgent report from the Southern Theater Command. Qin Kaiying's heart skipped a beat. The noisy cheers in the command center seemed to vanish instantly. Xiao Chuhe is in trouble. The old commander's voice struck Qin Kaiying's heart like a heavy hammer. What? She exclaimed in shock, her smile freezing instantly, all color draining from her face. Everyone in the command center noticed Qin Kaiying's unusual expression. The cheers stopped abruptly, and everyone held their breath, looking at their commander. Just 5 minutes ago, he suddenly collapsed without warning. He's vomiting blood, and his vital signs are extremely dangerous. The Sharp Sword team is urgently transporting him to the Southern Theater Command General Hospital. The old commander's voice was filled with anxiety and gravity. The specific cause is unknown. With a boom, Qin Kaiying felt her brain explode. Collapse? Vomiting blood? Life-threatening? How could this be? Hadn't he just led her to victory in this financial war? Hadn't he just announced that he would live stream the dismantling of Griffin's financial empire? How could the man on the phone, whose voice was terrifyingly calm, as if everything was under control, suddenly collapse? A huge, indescribable panic instantly gripped her heart. That feeling was 100 times stronger than when facing the full-scale attack of the Blackstone Alliance. Because she knew that their victory was entirely due to Xiao Chuhe. He was the anchor of this war, the backbone of everyone. If he falls, Qin Kaiying dared not think any further. I'll fly there right now, she said, grabbing her coat, her voice trembling. You can't go, the old commander refused decisively. You have more important tasks. Although the A-share market has stabilized, the subsequent cleanup and stabilization work is incredibly complex. While the Blackstone Alliance has been crippled, the forces behind it haven't yet surfaced. The intelligence Zhou Nangzhen sent requires you to immediately organize a team to analyze and verify it. You are the commander-in-chief now, you cannot leave your post. But Xiao Chuhe, I've already dispatched the best medical expert team from Beijing on a special plane. Wang Hanshan is also with him. The old commander took a deep breath. Qin Kaiying, I know you're worried about him. So am I. But, especially at times like these, we mustn't panic. Holding our ground is the greatest support we can give him. When he wakes up, he needs to see a completely stable, victorious battlefield, not a mess that has fallen into chaos again because of his collapse. The old commander's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Qin Kaiying's feverish mind. She slowly put down her coat and sat back down in her chair. She stared at the now reddened candlestick chart before her. The massive bullish line now resembled a monument forged in blood. She had won the war, yet it felt as if she had lost the hero who had won it. A profound emptiness and lingering fear washed over her. She realized then that, unknowingly, the young man's safety had become inextricably linked to the outcome of this national battle, and to her own heart. I understand, Commander, Qin Kaiying said, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze had regained the calm and resolve of a commander. Please rest assured, I will guard this place. Please keep me informed of his situation. Okay. The call ended. Dead silence fell over the entire command center. Everyone looked at Qin Kaiying, awaiting her orders. Qin Kaiying stood up, surveying the faces etched with worry and confusion. The celebration of victory is temporarily suspended, her voice cold and hoarse. Everyone, return to your posts. The battle in the A-share market is not yet over. The liquidation work begins now. Also, establish a top-level analysis team, led personally by me. We just received top-secret enemy intelligence. A preliminary analysis report must be ready before dawn. Yes, sir. No one asked why, and no one mentioned a victory celebration. They understood the gravity of the situation from Qin Kaiying's unprecedentedly serious expression. The joy of victory was replaced by a heavy pressure. They knew that an even more difficult and unknown battle might have just begun. After issuing a series of orders, Qin Kaiying walked alone into the adjacent lounge. She closed the door, leaned against the cold wall, and slowly slid down to sit on the floor. Her strong facade shattered instantly. She buried her face between her knees, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 56 Shattered Vision. Pain. Boundless pain. It felt as if someone had plunged a red-hot iron rod deep into his skull, churning it wildly inside his brain. Xiao Chuhe wanted to scream, but no sound came out. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't feel his limbs. Was he dead? No, death should be a release, an eternal peace. What he was enduring now was a torment 1,000 times more terrifying than death itself. His consciousness, like a lone boat, drifted in a stormy sea of pure darkness and chaos. There was no up, down, left, or right, no passage of time, only eternal, soul-tearing pain. Where was he? He tried to think, fragments of memory churning and colliding in the storm. The Hong Kong dock warehouse, Wang Hanshan's injured arm, Griffin's desperate face, and that huge bullish candlestick that violently rose from the limit-down price. That's right, he won. He defeated the butcher, defeated Griffin, defeated the Blackstone Alliance. Then why is he here? A terrifying scene, like lightning, abruptly cleaved through the chaotic darkness. A financial star map deeper and more desolate than any universe. Above that ruin, an ancient shadow composed of countless black holes slowly emerged. And then there was that colossal hand, transcending dimensions, pointing directly at him, composed of pure dark energy. As if experiencing that soul-piercing attack once more, Xiao Chuhe's consciousness shuddered violently, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to disintegrate. He understood. This was his quantum financial vision. Or rather, the remnants of his quantum financial vision after being attacked by that terrifying colossal hand. The holographic star map that had once been clear, orderly, and easily controlled in his eyes had now become a complete wasteland filled with quantum storms and turbulent data flows. Some of the planet representing stocks and futures had gone out, while others flickered wildly, releasing chaotic, meaningless streams of data. The shipways connecting the planets had also broken and twisted, becoming all-consuming rifts. His spirit, his consciousness, was trapped within the remnants of his own abilities. That hand, that shadow, what exactly was it? It wasn't financial capital at all. In his vision, the vast torrent of funds from the Blackstone Alliance, though immense, was ultimately composed of countless independent financial accounts, traceable and traceable. It was like a series of massive planets, orbiting according to the laws of gravity. But that shadow was different. It wasn't a planet, it was gravity itself. It wasn't composed of any specific funds, it was a rule, a will, a more fundamental existence that transcended the entire financial universe. When it pointed at him, Xiao Chuhe felt his quantum financial vision being forcibly severed from the entire financial market. No, not severed, but contaminated, invaded. That giant hand, composed of dark energy, like an incomprehensible virus, attacked his very spirit, the very foundation of his abilities, through his connection to the financial market. It told itself, you've seen what you shouldn't have seen. It told itself, you are but a tiny insect. A primal, instinctive fear surged from the depths of Xiao Chuhe's consciousness. He had always believed his quantum financial vision was unique, a godlike perspective. He thought he was the only god in this financial universe. Only now did he realize with horror that, deeper within this universe, lurked an even more ancient and powerful greater one. And he was merely a mortal who had inadvertently stumbled into the temple and glimpsed the secrets of the gods. Then, the god unleashed his punishment. No, I can't die here. A powerful will to survive caused Xiao Chuhe's consciousness to begin to coalesce again. He couldn't die. He hadn't avenged his parents. Griffin was merely an executor, the true mastermind was the shadow lurking in the darkness. He hadn't yet witnessed this nation's true rise, its standing atop the world. He hadn't even had a proper drink with Uncle Wang, hadn't. Qin Kaiang's strikingly handsome face, always tinged with anxiety, suddenly flashed into his mind. He remembered her on the phone, from initial skepticism to shock, and finally, unconditional trust. He remembered the unique tension beneath her calm and her voice. If he simply disappeared, what would happen to her? Would the woman who always shouldered everything blame herself? Would she be heartbroken? And by Jinjin, the girl who first discovered his secret and silently supported him, and Li Yu, the genius hacker who built a protective barrier for him, they were all waiting for him to return. I must go back. This thought, like a spark, ignited a raging fire in his chaotic sea of consciousness. He began to try to regain control of this shattered vision. It was difficult. Every ounce of his mental energy he mobilized brought a tearing pain to his brain. The raging data currents, like countless sharp knives, slashed at his consciousness. He abandoned trying to repair the broken channels, and he abandoned trying to rekindle the extinguished planet he knew he couldn't in his current state. He concentrated all his remaining mental energy on one point, searching for an exit. He needed to find the singularity connecting his consciousness and body, and then, break free. Like a traveler lost in the dark universe, he began his arduous journey. All around him were the mental imprints left by the terrifying shadow. Images assaulted his consciousness relentlessly. He saw an ancient council of 13 masked figures, seated around a circular stone table, beneath which swirling galaxies lay. One mask belonged to the Blackstone Alliance. The other 12 masks represented energy, technology, military industry, food, and even religion. He saw it all. This parliament, like puppeteers, had, for centuries, instigated wars, created famines, overthrown regimes, and reaped the wealth and lives of generation after generation. He saw them turn the entire world into a vast, meticulously planned ranch. And all of humanity was their lambs. These images were immense, bloody, and dark, filled with maddening negative information. Any ordinary person, exposed to even a fraction of it, would instantly suffer a mental breakdown, becoming a complete madman. Xiao Chuhe's consciousness was repeatedly battered and teetering in this torrent of information. He desperately guarded his mental clarity, telling himself again and again that it was all fake, all illusions, all mental garbage used by the demon to pollute his mind. I am Xiao Chuhe. I am not your slave. Get out. He let out a silent roar with all his might. His consciousness, at that moment, ignited, transforming into a golden beam of light that crashed headlong into the faintest, yet only, direction not completely tainted by darkness. From that direction came a series of faint, yet incredibly warm, calls. Chu-He, wake up. You brat, if you don't wake up, I'll donate all your billions. It was Uncle Wang's voice. And, Xiao Chu-He, respond if you hear me, this is an order. It was Qin Kaiang's voice. They're outside. They're waiting for me. The exit connecting to the real world is there. Boom! The golden light slammed violently against the barrier of that space. The entire shattered vision trembled violently. The endless darkness seemed to be torn open by this impact, creating a barely perceptible crack. A faint sliver of light pierced through the crack. Outside the ICU at the Southern Theater Command General Hospital, Wang Han's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the cardiac monitor inside the room. He had been there for a full 24 hours, without food, water, or sleep. Xiao Chuhe's heart rate was like a small boat in a stormy sea, fluctuating wildly, repeatedly breaking the warning line, causing a flurry of activity among the experts and professors. Just now, his heart rate had plummeted again, almost becoming a flat line. Just when everyone thought he wouldn't make it, that flat line miraculously jumped upwards. Immediately afterwards, the number representing the heart rate on the monitor began to slowly but steadily rise again. He's back. His heart rate is back. An elderly expert with white hair exclaimed excitedly. The blood pressure is rising. A miracle. This is simply a medical miracle. The entire rescue team erupted in a sigh of relief. Outside the ward, Qin Kaiying, who had been maintaining communication with the expert team via encrypted line, nearly collapsed upon hearing the news. Her body, tense for a day and a night, suddenly went limp. She braced herself against the table, gasping for breath. Tears, finally unable to be held back, silently streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 57 The Price of Victory. Beijing, Zishan, a secluded courtyard not open to the public. Qin Kaiying put down the encrypted phone, the tension that had gripped her body for a day and a night finally releasing. A wave of exhaustion washed over her, almost making her unsteady on her feet. She had won, but won with a heavy heart. She had held her ground, but nearly lost her most important warrior. Outside the window, dawn was breaking, a new day had begun. For most A-share investors, yesterday was a day of hell and heaven. They witnessed history and cheered for this epic V-shaped reversal. The front pages of major financial media outlets used exaggerated language to extol the great victory of this battle to defend China's financial system. The national team injects trillions of yuan, turning the tide. The mysterious secret stock market guru strikes again, precisely targeting and severely damaging international short sellers. The butcher suffers a margin call, the Blackstone alliance collapses, and Wall Street is shaken. On the internet, countless retail investors revered Xiao Chuhe as a god and hailed the national team as saviors. Market confidence, after a hellish ordeal, was frantically rebuilding in a vengeful manner. No one knew the price they paid for this victory. No one knew that the young man hailed as a god was currently lying in an intensive care unit thousands of miles away, his fate uncertain. Qin Kaiying walked to the window, looking at the sky dyed red by the sunrise, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Joy, fear, worry, confusion, all these emotions intertwined, making her feel suffocated. Come in. Behind her came the old commander's steady voice. Qin Kaiying straightened his slightly disheveled military uniform, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to the study. A faint aroma of tea filled the study. The old commander was sitting behind his desk, intently reading a document. It was a report that Qin Kaiying's analysis team had just finished working on overnight. The report's title was only 4 words above the black stone. Sit, the old commander gestured to the chair opposite him, gently setting the document down. Commander, Xiao Chuhe, he. Qin Kaiying's first words after sitting down were still about the young man. The expert team said his vital signs have stabilized and he's temporarily out of danger. But he hasn't woken up yet, he's in a deep coma. The old commander's brow was tightly furrowed. They conducted the most comprehensive examination, scanning every organ from the brain to the heart, but they couldn't find any organic lesions. His body is like a precision instrument that suddenly ran out of energy and automatically shut down. They've never seen anything like it. Qin Kaiying's heart sank again. Unable to find the cause meant there was no way to treat it. Everything from now on depended on Xiao Chuhe's own willpower. How's your analysis of the intelligence Zhou Nangzhen sent? The old commander changed the subject, his gaze returning to the report. Qin Kaiying immediately focused her attention and got back into work mode. Reporting to the commander, we conducted cross-verification and preliminary analysis of the core information provided by Zhou Nangzhen overnight, and we can confirm that the intelligence is over 95% accurate. According to the intelligence, the Blackstone Alliance, as we previously suspected, is indeed just an executive body on the surface. Above it exists a much more secretive and massive organization. Zhou Nangzhen calls it the Parliament. A global shadow power group composed of 13 seats. Qin Kaiying's voice became extremely solemn. Each of these 13 seats represents a monopolistic capital complex that controls the global economic lifeline. The Blackstone Alliance is only the 13th seat, responsible for the harvesting and manipulation of the financial sector. And the other 12 seats, according to Zhou Nangzhen's limited understanding, have respectively dabbled in global energy, minerals, food, military industry, biotechnology, information technology, and even some areas we've never even considered. The old commander listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. They are like a giant octopus hidden beneath human civilization, with countless tentacles reaching silently to every corner of the world through layers of shell companies, foundations, and NGOs, controlling the economic lifelines of various countries, and even influencing the political landscape to some extent. Zhou Nangzhen said that the members of the parliament are not specific individuals, but ancient families and conglomerates that have been passed down for hundreds of years. They have an extremely strict set of rules and a system of power succession. They never pursue personal fame, only the perpetual existence and absolute control of the entire group. They are the true rulers of this planet. As Qin Kaiang uttered the last sentence, a chill ran down her spine. If it weren't for the shockingly detailed evidence provided by Zhou Nangzhen, including internal meeting minutes, financial transaction diagrams, and member code names, she would have thought this was a far-fetched conspiracy theory novel. But now, a cold and cruel truth lay before her. The enemy they had always believed themselves to be was merely the tip of the iceberg. They had won a battle they thought was a battle for national destiny, but they might have only crushed a flea on that behemoth. A long silence fell over the study. Only the unhurried tapping of the old leader echoed in the quiet air. Actually, we noticed this a long time ago, the old leader finally spoke after a long pause, his voice carrying a hint of historical vicissitude. Since the last century, we have discovered that behind many major international events, there is an unseen hand manipulating events. Whether it is regional wars, financial crises, or even regime changes in certain countries, the ultimate flow of interests points to a few highly overlapping, hidden capital groups. We tried to investigate, but their organizational structure was too tight. All leads, once they reached a certain level, would vanish completely, as if they had evaporated into thin air. We gave it a code name, the Abyss, the old commander said, looking at Qin Kaiang and emphasizing each word. Because when you gaze at it, it gazes back at you. Qin Kaiang shuddered. She suddenly remembered Wang Hanshan's retelling of Xiao Chuhe's last words before he collapsed. Something's wrong. He looked up at the sky and said something was wrong. Did he also see that abyss? Is Xiao Chuhe's coma related to this council, or rather, this abyss? Qin Kaiang asked the question that concerned her most. The old commander sighed, took another top-secret document from his drawer, and handed it to her. This is the on-site report sent back by the commander of the Sharp Sword Team. It mentions a detail. Qin Kaiang opened the document and immediately saw the passage circled in red. The target, Xiao Chuhe, before losing consciousness, looked up at the night sky and uttered the word "something's wrong." According to Wang Hanshan, a combat worker at the scene, Xiao Chuhe seemed to have suffered some unknown, non-physical, long-range attack in the instant before collapsing. Wang Hanshan's exact words were, "It felt like being shot in the forehead by something invisible, tens of thousands of meters away." Qin Kaiang's hands trembled slightly. A terrifying suspicion formed in her mind. "You mean?" "I suspect that Xiao Chuhe's abilities allowed him to see things he shouldn't have. He may have directly glimpsed the existence of the abyss," the old chief said in a deep voice. "And the abyss, through some means we cannot understand, detected his probing and launched an attack against him." This. Qin Kaiang felt her worldview being repeatedly overturned and reshaped in this single day. If the existence of the Shadow Council was still within her comprehension, then this kind of mental attack, like something out of a myth, transcending space, had completely exceeded her understanding as a materialist. "That young man, he harbors many secrets," the old commander said slowly, observing Qin Kaiang's shocked expression. "We initially sought him out because of his phenomenal trading skills, but now it seems we all underestimated him. His abilities might not be as simple as precognition in the financial world. It could be a higher dimensional information perception ability. That's why he was targeted by the abyss. For us, for this victory, he exposed himself to the most dangerous enemy." The old commander's words pierced Qin Kaiang's heart like a knife. She understood. Xiao Chuhe's coma was not an accident, not a coincidence. This was the most devastating price he paid to win this war. He single-handedly stood between the nation and that terrifying abyss, bearing the fatal blow. "Commander, Qin Kaiang's voice choked, she didn't know what to say. "I know you're heartbroken." The old commander stood up, walked to her side, and gently patted her shoulder. "But we can't fall. We must make good use of the victory and intelligence that little guy risked half his life for. Zhou Nangzhen's defection is an opportunity for us, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to truly understand our adversaries. The destruction of the Blackstone Alliance will inevitably cause tremors within the abyss. The more they try to cover it up, the more clues they'll reveal. From now on, our battlefield has changed. No longer the A-shares market, no longer a specific financial market, it's the entire world." The old commander walked to the window, looking at the rising sun, his gaze becoming incredibly profound. "Qin Kaiang, I need you. Be prepared for a longer, more brutal, and more complex war. Until that little one wakes up, you will carry this flag." Qin Kaiang stood up and walked to the old commander's side. Looking out the window at the rising sun, a symbol of victory and hope, the last trace of weakness and confusion in her heart was completely dispelled. In its place was an unprecedented determination and resolve. She knew how heavy the burden on her shoulders was. She not only had to safeguard this hard-won victory, but also the future that the man lying in the hospital bed had bought with his life. "Yes, Commander." She straightened her back and gave a perfect military salute. I guarantee, mission accomplished. Chapter 58. Her choice, her path. Singapore, a secret safe house that couldn't be found on any map. The curtains were drawn tight, and only a dim table lamp illuminated the room. Zhou Nangzhen sat quietly on the sofa, a cup of coffee that had gone cold. 36 hours had passed since she entered the Chinese embassy. In those 36 hours, her life had undergone a complete transformation. She had gone from a core member of the Blackstone Alliance, a predator at the top of the global capital chain, to a defector seeking asylum. She had surrendered everything she knew. That small chip, storing a massive amount of classified information, was the culmination of her 10 years of service to the Blackstone Alliance, and the only talisman she had kept for herself. She had thought she would never need it. But now, she had handed it over herself. The door to the room was gently pushed open, and a middle-aged man in casual clothes, with a composed demeanor, walked in. Behind him followed Bai Jinjin. Bai Jinjin looked haggard, her eyes bloodshot, clearly having spent the entire night without sleep. She saw Zhou Nangzhen, opened her mouth with a complicated expression, but ultimately said nothing. Ms. Zhou, this is Long Yan from the Ministry of State Security. The middle-aged man extended his hand. Thank you for your cooperation. The intelligence you provided is invaluable. Zhou Nangzhen stood up and lightly shook his hand, her voice calm and even. I just did what I believed was right. We have verified some of the core data you provided, and combined with our recent gains in the financial markets, we can confirm that the Blackstone Alliance's main funds have suffered a devastating blow. Long Yin looked at her and said slowly, Kenneth Griffin was arrested in Hong Kong, and the butcher's team was completely wiped out. Your speaker must be having a headache right now. Zhou Nangzhen's lips curled into a mocking smile. A headache? No, what he's thinking about now is how to quickly cut off this rotten pawn, Blackstone, and then how to deal with me, the traitor. She knew the man known as the speaker better than anyone else. Cold-blooded, rational, to the point of being inhuman. In his world, everything, including people, was merely a tool that could be replaced and sacrificed at any time. So, after I handed over those things, I was already a dead man. At least, that's how it is on the council's list, Zhou Nangzhen stated calmly. You're safe now, Long Yin said with absolute certainty. This is one of the safest places in the world. No one can find you without your consent. I understand, Zhou Nangzhen nodded, then looked at Bai Jinjin beside her. I want to know, how is he? She had been holding this question in for a long time. From the moment she made that call and told Bai Jinjin everything, she had completely cut off contact with the outside world. She didn't know what had happened in Hong Kong, much less what the man named Xiao Chuhe had done after learning of her warning and betrayal. Bai Jinjin's body trembled almost imperceptibly. She lowered her head, avoiding Zhou Nangzhen's gaze. The atmosphere in the room instantly became somewhat oppressive. Long Yin glanced at Bai Jinjin, then said to Zhou Nangzhen, Ms. Zhou, we'll discuss Mr. Stix's situation later. Right now, I need your cooperation in a deeper analysis of the information you provided, especially regarding the council. Zhou Nangzhen's brows furrowed slightly. From Bai Jinjin's reaction and Long Yan's deliberate avoidance, she sensed an ominous atmosphere. Something's happened. He must be in trouble. Before I answer your questions, I need to know his situation. Zhou Nangzhen's attitude hardened for the first time. This is my bottom line in our cooperation. If anything happens to him, then handing over these things would be meaningless. She herself couldn't explain why she cared so much about the man's safety. Was it the mutual respect between two top traders? Or was it his incredible, almost miraculous, operations that aroused her intense curiosity? Or perhaps it was because he was the only one who could bring a glimmer of light to her heart, which had long been mired in darkness. In their encounter in the crude oil futures market, he used an unconventional approach she couldn't comprehend, shattering her prized trading model. At that moment, she felt no anger, but rather the exhilaration of meeting a worthy opponent. Later, she was tasked with investigating him, with getting close to him. She sifted through all of the secret stock market gurus' track record, and the more she studied, the more astonished she became. His style of dancing on the edge of a knife, maximizing risk, and his precise grasp of market sentiment turning points, it was simply superhuman. Until yesterday, at the trial in Hong Kong, when she saw Xiao Chuhe, in a manner bordering on cruelty, step by step, utterly crush Griffin, this Wall Street tycoon's dignity, wealth, and even his last spiritual anchor, she felt not fear, but an unprecedented shock. She suddenly understood that they were fundamentally different people. She was merely a hound kept by the council, trained to be more ferocious and intelligent. He, on the other hand, was a vengeful figure wielding a sharp sword, declaring war on the entire dark forest. Therefore, when she received the speaker's order to either win him over or destroy him, she made her choice almost without hesitation. She didn't want to be that hound anymore. She wanted to see just how far the one who held up the torch could illuminate this dark forest. But now, they were telling her that the light might have failed. Jinjin, tell me, Zhou Nangzhen's gaze was fixed intently on Bai Jinjin's face. Bai Jinjin's lips twitched a few times, and her eyes instantly reddened. Sister Nangzhen. Her voice trembled with tears. He fainted. Right after we won that battle and captured Griffin. He suddenly vomited blood and fell unconscious, and he's still in the intensive care unit. Boom! Something seemed to explode in Zhou Nangzhen's mind. She staggered back a step, grabbing the edge of the sofa to steady herself. How could this be? How could this be? He clearly won. The reason? Her voice was hoarse with shock. The reason is unknown. Bai Jinjin shook her head, tears streaming down her face. The doctor said they couldn't find any cause. He was like, his mental energy was instantly drained. Mental energy drained. Zhou Nangzhen's pupils constricted sharply. She thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. It's the speaker, she murmured, her face turning deathly pale. No, not the speaker. It's the council. Long Yan and Bai Jinjin both looked at her. Within the council, there's a legend. Zhou Nangzhen's breathing quickened. The legend says that the council has survived for centuries not only because of its wealth and power, but also because it possesses a supernatural power. They call it the gaze of the abyss. It is said that when someone touches upon the council's core secrets, or threatens its foundation, the highest levels of the council can launch a mental attack through some unknown ritual, directly obliterating the target's will. In the past, I always thought this was just nonsense used to intimidate internal members, because no one had ever truly witnessed such an attack. Until now. Zhou Nangzhen looked at Bai Jinjin and said, word by word, Xiao Chuhe, he must have directly seen the true nature of the council on some level. Therefore, he was subjected to the gaze of the abyss. The room was deathly silent. For the first time, genuine shock appeared on Long Yan's face. Zhou Nangzhen's words perfectly matched the reports they had received from Xiao Chuhe's entourage and the speculations of the higher UPS. Could such a power, beyond scientific comprehension, truly exist in this world? Is there a way to save him? Bai Jinjin asked, her voice trembling, as if grasping at a last straw. Zhou Nangzhen slowly closed her eyes, a bitter and desperate look on her face. No one has ever survived being gazed upon by the abyss. Their fate is either instant brain death or becoming a complete madman. Xiao Chuhe, he's finished. Bai Jinjin could no longer hold back, squatting on the ground and bursting into tears. Long Yan's expression also turned incredibly grim. This news was undoubtedly an unbearable blow to them. However, in this despairing silence, Zhou Nangzhen suddenly opened her eyes. A strange light flashed in her eyes. Something's not right. Something's not right. As if she had realized something, she quickly walked to the table, picked up paper and pen, and began to draw rapidly. She was drawing the intraday chart of the CSI 300 index futures from yesterday. The huge, towering bullish candlestick that had been violently pulled up from the limit down price. Look here. She pointed to the moment the price chart showed the price breaking through the limit down price. The butcher's short positions, the main force's cost zone, were all near the limit down price. And Xiao Chuhe, he used 300 billion as bait, luring the butcher out all his ammunition. Then, he used his trump card, 800 billion, placing a massive buy order 1 point above the limit down price. This move directly locked down all of the butcher's escape routes, the key to securing victory. But don't you find it strange? Zhou Nangzhen looked at Long Yan and Bai Jinjin. This tactic requires a godlike accuracy in predicting the opponent's capital, determination, and subsequent market sentiment. Too much, and it's a waste of ammunition. Too little, and you won't kill the opponent. And he did it flawlessly. It's as if he could see the butcher's hand. Bai Jinjin looked up at her with teary eyes, puzzled. They knew all this. Wasn't this what made Xiao Chuhe so formidable? What I mean is, Zhou Nangzhen took a deep breath, uttering a deduction that made Long Yan's heart race. If he really was attacked by the abyss, it could only have happened at one point in time, the moment he completely crushed the Blackstone Alliance and glimpsed the true nature of the council. And when he launched his final offensive, it was before that. In other words, when he launched his final offensive, laying that earth-shattering trap, his abilities, his god's eye view, were intact, even at their peak. Would a master strategist at their peak, possessing a god's eye view, not have foreseen that overturning the Blackstone Alliance's table would attract an even more terrifying entity behind it? Would he not have foreseen that he might be attacked? Zhou Nangzhen's eyes grew brighter and brighter, frighteningly so. He must have foreseen it. But he still did it. What does that mean? It means he didn't take that so-called gaze of the abyss seriously at all. Or rather, he was confident he could withstand it. He's unconscious now, not because he's been defeated, but because he's waging an unimaginable war against the abyss in his own battlefield, in a dimension none of us can see. He's not finished. Zhou Nangzhen's voice suddenly rose, filled with an almost frenzied certainty. He's evolving. Chapter 59. The first words upon waking. Southern Theater Command General Hospital, Special Care Ward. The room was silent, broken only by the steady, rhythmic beeping of the medical equipment. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the heavy curtains, casting a narrow strip of light on the floor. Wang Hansan sat ramrod straight in a chair beside the bed, like a statue. He had maintained this posture for a long time, so long that his injured arm had begun to tingle. He dared not sleep, dared not close his eyes. He was afraid that if he blinked, the fragile curve on the monitor would drop again. These past 2 days had been the longest 48 hours of his life. Watching Xiao Chuhe struggle repeatedly between life and death, his heart was tormented. Fortunately, since yesterday afternoon, Xiao Chuhe's vital signs had miraculously stabilized. Heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen saturation, everything had returned to normal levels. But he remained unconscious. Several expert teams arrived, gathering the nation's top neurosurgeons and cardiologists, their brows furrowed in worry as they stared at a pile of test reports. They reached only one conclusion: the patient was not ill. But why would a healthy person be in a deep coma, unconscious? No one could explain it. Just as Wang Hansan clenched his fists again in anxiety, he seemed to catch a fleeting movement out of the corner of his eye. He abruptly turned his head, staring intently at Xiao Chuhe on the hospital bed. He saw Xiao Chuhe's hand, which was outside the blanket, its index finger twitched slightly. Wang Hansan's breathing stopped instantly. He thought he was seeing things and blinked hard, his bloodshot eyes bulging. Then, he saw it again. This time, all 5 fingers curled slightly. Awake? Wang Hansan's voice was hoarse, as if it had been sanded. He sprang up from his chair, rushed to the bedside, his eyes wide as saucers. He saw Xiao Chuhe's long eyelashes begin to tremble slightly. Then, those eyes, which had been tightly closed for 2 whole days, slowly opened a crack. The blinding light caused Xiao Chuhe's pupils to contract instinctively. He seemed to want to raise his hand to shield his eyes, but his body felt as heavy as lead, completely unresponsive. Chuhe? Chuhe, you're awake. Wang Hansan's voice was filled with barely suppressed joy and trembling. He wanted to press the emergency call button by the bedside, but couldn't bear to tear his gaze away from Xiao Chuhe's face. Xiao Chuhe's lips were dry and cracked. He moved a few times, as if trying to say something. Water, water, a faint, almost inaudible sound squeezed from his throat. Water. Yes, water. Wang Hansan snapped out of his daze, frantically grabbing a water glass from the table, dipping a cotton swab in water, and carefully bringing it to Xiao Chuhe's lips, gently moistening them little by little. A few minutes later, Xiao Chuhe finally felt a little better. His vision slowly focused. He saw Wang Hansan's unshaven face, etched with both exhaustion and ecstatic joy. Uncle Wang, his voice was still weak, but much clearer. Hey, I'm here. I'm right here. Wang Hansan responded repeatedly, his eyes instantly reddening. You brat, you're finally awake. Do you know how long you've been asleep? 2 days. A whole 2 days. You scared me to death. A trace of confusion flashed in Xiao Chuhe's eyes. 2 days? In his own perception, it felt as if he had struggled for hundreds of years in that broken and chaotic vision. What happened? He asked. You're asking me what happened? Wang Hansan was furious at this, but even more so, he was still terrified. You were in Hong Kong, you just said it's over, and then poof, you spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. If I hadn't caught you quickly, your head would be split open. The doctor said you're perfectly healthy, but you just won't wake up. Do you know, the old commander sent all the best experts from Beijing. Xiao Chuhe fell silent. Of course, he knew what had happened to him. The war that erupted in his mental world was far more dangerous than any battle in the real world. He won, but the victory was devastating. His quantum financial vision, though not completely destroyed by that abyss, was torn to shreds. He could feel his connection to that vast sea of data becoming increasingly weak and unstable. More importantly, the will of that abyss, like a poisonous thorn, had deeply embedded itself into the very essence of his abilities. Although he temporarily suppressed and expelled the invading dark energy through his powerful will to survive and mental strength, he knew it wouldn't disappear easily. It was like a coordinate, a brand, forever marking him in that darkness. I'm alright, Uncle Wang. Xiao Chuhe forced a smile, trying to reassure Wang Hansan, but found he didn't even have the strength to move his facial muscles. It's alright, Wang Hansan muttered as he pressed the call button. Soon, a large group of doctors in white coats rushed in. The senior specialist at the head of the group was so excited when he saw Xiao Chuhe open his eyes that he almost dropped his stethoscope. Quick! The patient is awake. Do a full neurological examination. How are his vital signs? Everything is normal. It's unbelievable. The ward instantly became busy and noisy. Various instruments were wheeled in, and the doctors began conducting various examinations on Xiao Chuhe. Just then, the ward door opened again. Qin Kaiying walked in, looking travel-worn. She was dressed casually, her hair simply tied back, and her usually calm and serious face was filled with undisguised fatigue and anxiety. She must have just gotten off the plane and rushed straight here. The moment her gaze met Xiao Chuhe's on the hospital bed, she froze. Their eyes locked. Qin Kaiying's eyes instantly reddened. These past 2 days had been incredibly stressful. On one hand, she had to handle the aftermath of the financial battle and analyze the massive amounts of intelligence Zhou Nangzhen had sent. On the other hand, she had to constantly worry about Xiao Chuhe's safety. She didn't even dare close her eyes, afraid that if she did, she would hear the worst news. Now, seeing that he was truly awake, the strength she had been holding back suddenly dissipated. All the grievances, worries, and lingering fears surged into her heart. But she was, after all, Qin Kayang. She simply bit her lip tightly, forcing herself not to lose her composure in front of so many people. She quickly walked to the bedside and waved for the doctors who were examining her to stop. "How are you feeling?" she asked, her voice carrying a hoarseness and tremor she herself hadn't noticed. Xiao Chuhe looked at her. Looking at her bloodshot eyes, looking at her tightly pursed, somewhat pale lips, he knew that this woman must not have slept well these past 2 days. His heart softened for no reason. "I'm not going to die yet," he said in a half-joking tone, trying to lighten the atmosphere. But Qin Kayang didn't laugh. She simply stared at him, as if trying to etch his image into her very being. The atmosphere in the ward became subtly tense. Wang Hanshan glanced at Qin Kayang, then at Xiao Chuhe, and tactfully led a group of doctors out of the ward, closing the door behind them. Only the two of them remained in the room, accompanied by the beeping of the medical equipment. "I'm sorry," Xiao Chuhe broke the silence first, "I've worried you." Qin Kayang shook her head. She pulled up a chair and sat down on the edge of the bed. "What exactly happened?" she asked, her voice carrying an undeniable seriousness. This wasn't a question, it was an interrogation. She needed an answer. Not just for herself, but for the country, for those who had staked their lives on this war. Xiao Chuhe remained silent for a moment. He was considering how to explain everything to her. The Shadow Council? The gaze of the abyss? A mental attack? These things were too unbelievable. Would she believe him if I told her? "I saw something," he finally chose a vague explanation. "What was it?" Qin Kayang pressed. "A monster, hidden in the shadows, countless times larger than the Blackstone Alliance." Xiao Chuhe's eyes deepened. "I touched its cheese, so it bit me." "A monster. Bitened." Qin Kayang's heart clenched painfully. She knew that this seemingly casual bite had almost cost Xiao Chuhe his life. She remembered Zhou Nangzhen's words, remembered the old chief's speculation. Everything made sense. "Zhou Nangzhen has told us everything she knows," Qin Kayang said in a deep voice. "We will now call it the council." A look of understanding flashed in Xiao Chuhe's eyes. "She's a smart woman. She also said that you weren't defeated, you were evolving." Qin Kayang looked at him, uttering that word that sent chills down her spine. Xiao Chuhe, upon hearing this, only gave a self-deprecating laugh. Evolving? Perhaps. But the price was too high. He didn't dwell on the topic any further, but instead raised his eyes and asked the question he had most wanted to know since waking up. His voice wasn't loud, yet it possessed a power that pierced the heart. "That monster that bit me. What was its name?" Chapter 60 The Incomplete Power. When Xiao Chuhe asked, "What's its name?" Qin Kayang clearly saw that in his eyes, which had just regained their luster, there was no fear or retreat, but rather a flame that burned within her, a flame that made her heart tremble. It wasn't anger, nor hatred. It was a kind of intense focus and excitement, similar to that of a hunter spotting their life's prey. He had been bitten by that terrifying monster, nearly losing his life. The first thing he did upon waking wasn't to worry about his body, nor to inquire about the outcome of the battle, but to want to know the monster's name. This man, his way of thinking was always different from normal people. At that moment, Qin Kayang's heart suddenly calmed down. She knew that the omnipotent Xiao Chuhe had returned. "We don't have its official name in the information we have so far." Qin Kayang suppressed the turmoil in her heart and regained her composure as a commander. "Zhou Nangzhen refers to its highest authority as the Council. Internally, our provisional code name for it is the Abyss." "The Abyss," Xiao Chuhe murmured the word. "It was fitting. When you gaze at it, it gazes back at you." "What else did Zhou Nangzhen say?" he continued. "She said the council consists of 13 seats, and the Blackstone Alliance is just one of them. She said the core of the council is to maintain its rule and carry out annihilation through a supernatural force that we cannot understand. She calls it the gaze of the abyss." Qin Kayang told him everything she knew without reservation. She knew that for Xiao Chuhe, information was his most powerful weapon. Xiao Chuhe listened quietly, his eyes unchanged. All of this was confirmed by the mental imprints he had seen while unconscious. "My body," he moved his still somewhat stiff fingers. "Is there a problem?" No. Qin Kayang shook her head, her tone tinged with lingering fear and confusion. "The expert team gave you a comprehensive examination. All your physiological indicators are healthier than a normal person's. The only thing they can't explain is why you fell into a deep coma." Xiao Chuhe understood. That attack was purely a mental attack, or rather, a dimensional attack. With the current level of human technology, naturally, no problems could be detected. he slowly closed his eyes. He needed to confirm one thing, something more important to him than life itself. He tried to communicate, to reopen that shattered quantum financial vision. What are you doing? Are you feeling unwell? Qin Kaiang saw him suddenly close his eyes, his brows furrowed, and immediately asked anxiously, "Don't make a sound." Xiao Chuhe's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable command. Qin Kaiang immediately shut his mouth, even softening his breathing, afraid of disturbing him. Xiao Chuhe's consciousness once again sank into his own mental world. Unlike the raging, chaotic darkstorm he had experienced while unconscious, his mental sea, though still cracked, had now regained a basic level of calm. He could see that the once vast and boundless financial star map was now nothing but ruins. More than half of the planets had completely extinguished, turning into lifeless gray celestial bodies. This meant he had lost his intuitive, data-driven perception of more than half of the world's financial products. The remaining planets were mostly dim, covered with a layer of black cracks like a spider web. He tried to connect to one of the planets representing the CSI 300 index, and a sharp, piercing pain immediately shot through the depths of his brain. Ugh! He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. What's wrong? Qin Kaiang immediately grabbed his hand, her hand chillingly cold. Nothing. Xiao Chuhe gritted his teeth, enduring the tearing pain, and continued his attempts. He discovered that he could still read the data stream on this planet, but it was no longer as easy, smooth, and clear as before. The data stream was now intermittent, filled with a lot of noise and garbled text. It was like trying to listen to a distant station on an old radio with a terrible signal. He needed to expend many times, even dozens of times, more mental energy than before to barely sift through and piece together useful information from this chaotic signal. Even more deadly was that deep within this noise, he could clearly sense a cold, malicious will. That was the mental imprint left by the abyss. It was like a virus lurking at the bottom of the system, constantly emitting negative, polluting information, interfering with his perception, and attempting to distort everything he saw. If his will wavered even slightly, he might be misled by this false information and make a fatal misjudgment. Xiao Chuhe's heart sank little by little. His ability hadn't disappeared, but it was crippled. What was once an omniscient and omnipotent God's eye view has now become a high-energy consuming, high-risk, and extremely unstable fragmented power. Each use is like walking on a knife's edge. Not only must he endure immense mental strain and physical pain, but he must also constantly guard against the mental contamination from the abyss. This is the permanent wound left after the abyss bit him. It didn't kill him, but it left an irreparable crack in his most prized weapon. It's telling him in this way, mortals, do not attempt to peer into the realm of gods. A tremendous sense of loss and resentment surged into Xiao Chuhe's heart. He was like a top dancer who had lost both legs, a legendary painter who had gone blind. The feeling of powerlessness from falling from the clouds almost consumed him. No, this cannot be. Xiao Chuhe suddenly opened his eyes, a mad, ruthless glint flashing deep within them. You think you can defeat me like this? You think you can break my weapon and make me beg for mercy? You're wrong. A weapon broken can be repaired. If it can't be repaired, we'll just use it differently. As long as I'm still alive, as long as my will hasn't been destroyed, this war isn't over. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the throbbing pain in his head, and said to Qin Kaiang, "Help me up. What do you want? You just woke up, you need to rest." Qin Kaiang immediately objected. "I need a computer with internet access, with the highest privileges." Xiao Chuhe's tone left no room for argument. "What do you need a computer for?" "I want to see what my enemies have been doing while I was away." A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chuhe's lips. "And, incidentally, to test whether this dull knife of mine can still kill." Qin Kaiang looked into his eyes, which were now burning with renewed fighting spirit, and her heart skipped a beat. She knew she couldn't dissuade him. This man was born to fight. Letting him lie in bed to recuperate was worse than killing him. "I can't give you a computer," Qin Kaiang shook her head. "Your physical condition doesn't allow it. But..." She paused, then took an encrypted military-grade tablet from her bag. "I can show you the latest global financial market updates." She opened her tablet, bringing up a real-time updated data interface. It displayed a dense list of indices, foreign exchange rates, and commodity price fluctuations from major global markets. "While you were unconscious for the past 2 days, some strange changes occurred in the global markets," Qin Kaiang said in a low voice, pointing to the screen. On the night our A shares staged a dramatic comeback, U.S. stocks opened high but closed low, and the next day, they plummeted by 3% without warning. Wall Street's explanation is that they are worried the sharp fluctuations in A shares could trigger global financial risks. The European market also experienced a panic sell-off. But the strangest thing is the commodities market. Qin Kaiang switched the interface to charts for gold and crude oil. Gold, as a traditional safe haven asset, not only failed to rise during the stock market crash, but actually experienced a sharp drop. Meanwhile, crude oil prices, without any positive news, surged by 5% against the trend. This completely defies all traditional financial logic. Gold and oil seem to have had their original price trajectories forcibly distorted by two invisible hands. Our analysis team has exhausted all models, but cannot explain this phenomenon. There are no major negative or positive news regarding gold and oil in the market. It all seems to have happened out of thin air. After Qin Kaying finished speaking, he looked up at Xiao Chuhe, hoping to see some answers on his face. However, Xiao Chuhe simply stared silently at the candlestick chart on the screen, saying nothing. His brow furrowed and relaxed intermittently. Qin Kaying was unaware of the fierce storm raging in Xiao Chuhe's mind at that moment. He endured the excruciating pain in his brain and once again activated that incomplete quantum financial vision. His consciousness struggled through the dense fog of data, connecting with the two cracked planets representing gold and crude oil respectively. Instantly, a massive, chaotic stream of data, mixed with the chilling will of the abyss, surged into his brain. Do you see it, worm? This is my power. I can turn gold into scrap iron, and I can make oil more expensive than gold. In this world, there is no such thing as a law of value, only my will. That chilling voice echoed in his mind, filled with mockery and contempt. Xiao Chuhe gritted his teeth, letting the mental assault repeatedly wash over his will. His mental energy was being depleted at an unprecedented rate. Sweat seeped from his forehead, quickly soaking his pillow. Qin Kaying watched from the side, her heart clenching. She didn't know what Xiao Chuhe was going through, but she could see his face turning pale at a visible speed. Xiao Chuhe, stop! She couldn't help but shout. But Xiao Chuhe ignored her. He was like the most persistent treasure hunter, frantically searching through a mountain of information. Finally, he found it. In that chaotic graph of fund flows representing the gold market, he detected an extremely faint signal, yet completely out of place with all the other funds. It was a series of small-scale short-selling funds from different regions around the world. Their operations were extremely covert, appearing like the behavior of ordinary retail investors. But Xiao Chuhe, through his fragmented vision, saw behind these funds countless dark threads pointing to the same source. And in the crude oil market, he discovered the same thing. Countless hidden long-selling funds also pointed to that source. That source was the abyss. I saw it. Xiao Chuhe suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, as if he had just been pulled from the water. What did you see? Qin Kaying asked urgently. They are testing. Xiao Chuhe's voice was weak but tinged with excitement. Test? Test what? Test me. Xiao Chuhe's eyes gleamed with an all-knowing light. They don't know if I'm dead or insane. So, they deliberately created these illogical, bizarre fluctuations in the market. They want to see if anyone can see through their godlike operations. If the market doesn't react, it means I, this outlier, have been eliminated. But if someone can launch a precise counterattack against their operations, Xiao Chuhe looked at Qin Kaying and said, word by word, then it means I'm still alive. And they, in doing so, have exposed themselves. This is a challenge. Chapter 61 The Summoning from Huajing. When Xiao Chuhe uttered the words, this is a challenge, Qin Kaying felt a chill run down her spine. She instantly understood. The abyss was using this method to provoke and demonstrate its power to Xiao Chuhe, or rather, to all possible outsiders who could perceive its existence. They were proclaiming their existence and power with a godlike demeanor. This was no longer a financial game, it was a higher dimensional clash of wills. Then you. Qin Kaying looked at Xiao Chuhe's deathly pale face and asked worriedly, what do you plan to do? Accept this challenge. Given his current physical condition, engaging in such a high-intensity mental confrontation would be tantamount to suicide. Why not accept? Xiao Chuhe laughed, a laugh tinged with a morbid, crazed quality. Since he dared to make a move, it means he's not omnipotent. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to test me, he could just give me another one. Qin Kaying's heart skipped a beat. She immediately understood the meaning behind Xiao Chuhe's words. You mean, they need to pay a huge price or meet some harsh condition to launch that kind of mental attack? That must be it. Xiao Chuhe's eyes gleamed with intelligence. If this kind of attack could be used without limit, then this world would have already become theirs. The fact that it remains the way it is means that something exists, restraining them. Therefore, they dare not, or rather, cannot, launch a second attack on me. They can only use this method to test my strength. And this is our opportunity. Xiao Chuhe's breathing became rapid with excitement. Captain Qin, contact the old commander for me. I need to see him. Now. Qin Kaying was stunned. Your health. I know my own body. Xiao Chuhe interrupted her. This war has escalated. We must adjust our strategy immediately. I need the highest authorization and the most comprehensive information support. I need to know how much our country has actually learned about this abyss over the past few decades. Looking at Xiao Chuhe's unwavering gaze, Qin Kaying knew she couldn't refuse. She nodded, left the ward, and dialed the special red line to Zishan in Beijing. 3 days later. An unmarked military transport plane landed at a secret military airport in the western suburbs of Beijing. Xiao Chuhe, not yet fully recovered, stepped off the plane with Wang Hanshan's support. His face was still somewhat pale, but his eyes had regained their former sharpness. A black hunky sedan was already waiting on the tarmac. "Mr. Xiao, the commander is waiting for you." A middle-aged secretary in a Zhongshan suit, with a capable demeanor, opened the car door for him. Wang Hanshan wanted to get in the car, but the secretary politely stopped him. "Captain Wang, your mission is to escort Mr. Xiao safely to his destination. The upcoming meeting is a top-secret matter, please wait in the lounge." Wang Hanshan frowned, about to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Xiao Chuhe. "Uncle Wang, just wait for me here." "But, you kid, don't worry." Xiao Chuhe patted his arm. "It's much safer here than the docks and warehouses in Hong Kong." Wang Hanshan reluctantly nodded. The hunky sedan, carrying Xiao Chuhe, drove smoothly into the restricted area of Zishan, a place inaccessible to ordinary people. Finally, the car stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary courtyard house. This was the heart of power in all of China. Led by his secretary, Xiao Chuhe entered a simply furnished study. Inside the study, the elderly man with gray hair, but a sprightly spirit, whom he had only seen on television, stood before a huge world map, hands behind his back. He was the old leader Qin Kaying had mentioned, and the supreme decision-maker in this financial defense war. "You've arrived." The old commander turned around, his gaze sharp and piercing, landing on Xiao Chuhe. It was a gaze indescribable, calm yet seemingly capable of seeing right through one's heart. Xiao Chuhe felt he had no secrets from this old man. "Greetings, Commander." Xiao Chuhe gave a slight bow, neither humble nor arrogant. "Please sit." The old commander gestured to the sofa beside him. "How are you feeling?" "Thank you for your concern, Commander. I'm much better now." "Not much better." The old commander smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Qin Kaying didn't tell me that. She said that the first thing you did after waking up was ask for a computer, and then you almost fainted again." Xiao Chuhe awkwardly touched his nose. "Young man, it's good to have ambition, but you must also know how to conceal your sharpness." The old commander walked to the coffee table and personally poured him a cup of hot tea. "The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled. You should have understood this principle deeply this time." Xiao Chuhe picked up the teacup and nodded. "I was reckless, lad." "No, you weren't reckless." The old commander shook his head, his eyes filled with admiration. "You were brave. Knowing there were tigers in the mountains, you still went towards them. What our country needs most is young people like you." He paused, then changed the subject. "Qin Kaying told me all your guesses. You said the abyss was issuing you a challenge, testing you. And you plan to turn the tables, using this test to expose them." The old commander looked at Xiao Chuhe and asked, word by word, "Am I right?" "Yes." Xiao Chuhe didn't deny it. "Tell me your plan." "My plan is simple." Xiao Chuhe put down his teacup, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. "Isn't he manipulating gold and crude oil? Then I'll challenge him in the gold and crude oil markets. If he shorts gold, I'll pump and dump gold. If he goes long on crude oil, I'll crash crude oil prices. He wants to demonstrate his power with godlike maneuvers, then I'll shatter his myth with even more godlike maneuvers. I want him to know that this market isn't his backyard. He can't come and go as he pleases." Xiao Chuhe's voice wasn't loud, but every word was filled with powerful confidence and a sharp killing intent. The old commander listened quietly, without interrupting him. "But, I can't do it alone," Xiao Chuhe continued. "My abilities were damaged in the last attack. I can no longer monitor the entire market simultaneously as before. Every move I make must be precise, lethal, and require a tremendous amount of energy. Therefore, I need a team. A team composed of top analysts, top traders, and top technical experts. I need Qin Kaying. I need Bai Jinjin and Li Yu. I even need Zhou Nangzhen, because she is currently the person in the world who understands the parliament's trading methods best. I also need the highest level of support from the nation in terms of funding, intelligence, and all logistical support. I want to establish a secret force, specifically for hunting down the abyss." After speaking, Xiao Chuhe raised his head and looked directly into the old commander's eyes. He was waiting for an answer. Silence fell once more in the study. The old commander slowly walked to the world map, gazing at the vast red territory on it. "We've considered what you've said." After a long silence, he finally spoke. "In fact, we had already made the decision before you arrived." The old commander turned around, picked up a red document with a gold-embossed national emblem from his desk, and handed it to Xiao Chuhe. "From today onwards, with the approval of the highest levels, a brand new, independent, and directly responsible secret operations unit is established. The unit's authority is at the highest level. Its sole mission is to investigate, analyze, and ultimately eliminate all foreign hostile forces, represented by the Abyss, that threaten our country's financial security and even national sovereignty. The old commander looked at Xiao Chuhe, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. This unit needs a leader. Someone who understands finance, understands struggle, and possesses a sufficiently strong will to face that unknown abyss. We unanimously believe that you, Xiao Chuhe, are the only choice. Xiao Chuhe looked at the document, his breath catching slightly. On the cover of the document were two large, bold characters. That was the new unit's designation. Sky Eye. The old commander's voice echoed in the study, resounding with authority. Comrade Xiao Chuhe, on behalf of the nation, I officially appoint you as the leader of the Sky Eye Action Team. From now on, you will have the authority to mobilize all resources we can provide. I have only one request. The old commander walked up to him, reached out, and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Lead them, and win this battle. Chapter 62 New Number, Heavenly Eye. When the old commander's large, weathered yet still powerful hand rested on Xiao Chuhe's shoulder, Xiao Chuhe felt a mountain-like weight of trust and expectation. Sky Eye. This name seemed to carry an innate sense of mission, reaching the ears of the heavens and observing the depths of the abyss. He knew that from the moment he accepted this appointment, his life would no longer belong solely to himself. He would bear the will of a nation and confront the deepest darkness. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Xiao Chuhe straightened his back, his voice firm and resolute. Without many words, these 6 words represented all his determination. The old commander nodded with satisfaction. He withdrew his hand, took a black, unassuming cell phone from a drawer, and handed it to Xiao Chuhe. This is your dedicated command line, single line encrypted, directly connecting you to all core members of Project Sky Eye, and to me. Your team is already assembled. Qin Kaiang will serve as the deputy team leader, responsible for macro-strategic coordination and logistical resource allocation. She's waiting for you outside. Bai Jinjin and Li Yu have already taken the earliest flight to Beijing. They will serve as chief analyst and head of the technology department, respectively. As for Zhou Nangzhen, the old chief paused. Her identity is rather special. After comprehensive evaluation, we've decided to hire her as a special consultant for Sky Eye. She won't directly participate in operations, but she will provide you with all the background information and tactical analysis regarding the parliament. Currently, she's in an absolutely secure location, and your communication will be conducted through the highest level of encryption. Xiao Chuhe silently noted all of this down. The team's configuration was almost exactly as he had envisioned. Once the state apparatus is in motion, its efficiency is unmatched by any other organization. Your headquarters is located in a classified unit at the foot of Zishan Mountain, codenamed Wangshu. It has state-of-the-art equipment and the most reliable security, the old commander continued. Regarding funding, I've approved an initial operating fund of 500 billion for you in the first phase, directly managed by Qin Kaiang. You can apply for more if needed later. 500 billion. Xiao Chuhe's heart skipped a beat. This amount of money was equivalent to the annual GDP of some small countries. The nation was truly going all in this time, determined to challenge that abyss. Commander, I have another question, Xiao Chuhe said. Speak. My ability, my quantum financial vision, suffered permanent damage in the last attack. It's very unstable now and filled with mental pollution from the abyss. Xiao Chuhe frankly explained his situation. I'm worried that it might experience a fatal deviation at a critical moment. This was his biggest concern. For a commander, if he couldn't even fully trust his own eyes, it would be catastrophic. We know. The old commander's expression showed no surprise. That's also the main reason we transferred Bai Jinjin here. Your vision shows the most raw and intuitive data flow and financial patterns. Bai Jinjin, however, possesses the nation's top financial logic analysis capabilities. Her task is to become your second pair of eyes. She will be responsible for interpreting, verifying, and filtering the chaotic information you glean from your vision from a logical perspective. The two of you, one with subjective intuition, the other with objective logic, will corroborate and correct each other. We believe that 1 + 1 will be greater than 2. Xiao Chuhe understood. The nation was providing him with double insurance, using Bai Jinjin's rationality to hedge against potential risks in his abilities. This was indeed the best solution under the current circumstances. I understand, Xiao Chuhe nodded. Go, the old commander waved his hand. Your soldiers are all waiting for you, their commander. Stepping out of the study, Qin Kaiang was waiting in the courtyard. She had changed into a crisp military uniform, the gleaming stars on her shoulders. The weariness and anxiety of the past few days were gone from her striking face. Instead, there was the decisiveness and competence of a soldier. Team leader. Seeing Xiao Chuhe emerge, she stepped forward and gave him a crisp military salute. That one word, team leader, subtly changed the dynamic between them. No longer temporary collaborators, but subordinates in a superior-subordinate relationship. Xiao Chuhe felt a little uncomfortable. He waved his hand. Team leader Qin, just call me Xiao Chuhe. The title team leader sounds awkward to me. Qin Kaying shook her head firmly. No. In Sky Eye, you are the supreme commander. Military orders are absolute, public and private matters must be clearly separated. Seeing her serious expression, Xiao Chuhe knew that further argument was pointless. This woman was as stubborn as an ox on matters of principle. All right, Deputy Team Leader Qin. He could only helplessly accept this arrangement. Let's go, I'll take you to Wangshu. Jinjin and Liu should have arrived already. Qin Kaying said, turning to lead the way. The two walked one after the other through several heavily guarded sentry posts, arriving at a modern complex of buildings deep in a valley. This was the headquarters of Sky Eye, the Wangshu base. From the outside, this place looked no different from any other research facility. But when Qin Kaying led Xiao Chuhe through a long underground passage using iris and fingerprint recognition to enter the true core area, Xiao Chuhe realized how extraordinary it was. A massive command center, resembling the bridge of a spaceship from a science fiction movie, appeared before him. The hall was circular in design, with a giant LCD screen covering an entire wall at the front. Currently, the screen displayed a real-time global map and various key economic data. In the center of the hall was a sunken, circular combat platform, where dozens of staff members in uniform were working diligently and systematically at their respective terminals. Wow, Xiao Chuhe couldn't help but exclaim. The scale here was more than 10 times larger than the national team's command center. This will be our battlefield from now on, Qin Kaying said, a hint of pride in his voice. Just then, two figures rushed over from the combat platform. Boss, Xiao Chuhe. It was Bai Jinjin and Liu. Bai Jinjin looked noticeably thinner, but her spirits were high. Her eyes lit up instantly when she saw Xiao Chuhe. Liu maintained her cool demeanor, but a hint of concern flickered in her eyes, usually hidden behind her black-rimmed glasses. You two got here pretty fast, Xiao Chuhe greeted them with a smile. Of course, it's the highest order. How could we not hurry? Liu adjusted her glasses. Besides, I heard someone almost died. We had to come and see if it was true. Although her words were sarcastic, her worry was undeniable. Don't worry, bad guys live a long life. I won't die, Xiao Chuhe joked. Bai Jinjin, however, was in no mood for jokes. She looked Xiao Chuhe up and down, asking worriedly, Boss, are you really all right? I heard from team leader Qin that. I'm fine, Xiao Chuhe interrupted her. This isn't the time for that. How's the situation? Once the topic turned to business, Bai Jinjin immediately got to work. She pointed to the combat platform in the center of the hall and said, We just arrived, and Liu has already connected our previous analysis system with the Tianshu supercomputer here. Deputy Team Leader Qin has imported all the anomaly data from Abyss over the past 2 days. We've done a preliminary analysis and discovered a very strange phenomenon. The group went to the central combat platform. Liu tapped a few times on her terminal, and the main screen in front of her immediately displayed a superimposed trend chart of gold and crude oil. Look, Bai Jinjin pointed to the two curves on the screen. The plunge in gold and the surge in crude oil, although highly synchronized in timing, have completely different sources of funding. Liu pulled up two heat maps of fund flows. The funds shorting gold mainly come from Europe, particularly from several private banks in Switzerland and London. Their methods are extremely covert, breaking down large sums into smaller amounts. Meanwhile, the funds going long on crude oil mostly come from North America, especially from several hedge funds on Wall Street. Their methods are relatively overt, with a clear intention to manipulate the market. These two forces are like two hands, one in the light, the other in the shadows. Their goal is the same, to create market chaos, but their styles are completely different. Xiao Chuhe frowned slightly as he looked at the heat map on the screen. He closed his eyes, trying again to reconnect with that fragmented vision. The excruciating pain arrived as expected, but he endured it, concentrating his mental energy on the two now dim star regions. Soon, in his mind, the two flows of funds, one from Europe and the other from North America, became clear. He saw that these two seemingly independent flows of funds, after layers of disguise and transmission, ultimately merged into a common, bottomless vortex of darkness. However, before flowing into the mainland, they passed through two different, secondary, transfer stations. One carried the cold, ancient aura of European aristocracy. The other was filled with the modern, domineering flavor of North American capital. They're not one person, Xiao Chuhe said abruptly, his eyes wide. What do you mean? Qin Kaying asked. The Abyss, or rather, the Parliament, this time used two different seats. Xiao Chuhe's eyes gleamed with all-knowing insight. One is an old-school European financial aristocrat, whose style is to operate behind the scenes, a master of calculation. The other is a rising star of North American capital, whose style is to crush everything with absolute power. One operated in the open, the other in the shadows, cooperating to complete this test. Xiao Chuhe's words deeply shocked everyone present. Bai Jinjin and Li Yu, through data analysis, concluded that the two funds had different investment styles. But Xiao Chuhe, as if witnessing the masterminds behind the scenes, directly identified their identities and origins. Is this the power of Sky Eye? Can we find them? Qin Kaiang asked immediately. Difficult, Xiao Chuhe shook his head. Their operation is flawless. All clues have broken down at the level of private banks and hedge funds. Tracing them down through the network is virtually impossible. The atmosphere in the command center became tense. But, Xiao Chuhe's tone shifted, a familiar, cold smile playing on his lips. They think they are the hunters, toying with their prey. But they don't realize that the moment the hunter fires, he is also exposed to the guns of another hunter. He turned to look at the entire Sky Eye team, poised and ready. Li Yu, concentrate all our computing resources on 24/7 monitoring and data infiltration of the hundreds of offshore accounts I've designated. Bai Jinjin, based on the funding model I gave you, immediately deduce all their possible attack paths and targets. Deputy Team Leader Qin, he looked at Qin Kaiang, I need you to utilize all our intelligence resources to investigate two things. First, in the past month, which established European banking families and powerful North American hedge funds have had any undisclosed contact globally? Second, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Chuhe's eyes, investigate someone for me. A Jewish traitor codenamed the Butcher. I need to know who his real mastermind is. Our first mission begins now. Target Tracking Shadow. Chapter 63, First Mission, Tracking the Shadow. With Xiao Chuhe's command, the entire Wangsha base, a war machine built to counter the highest level of threat, instantly sprang into operation. Roger. Li Yu's reply was crisp and efficient. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, typing commands in a continuous stream. In the center of the hall, the Tianshu supercomputer's power surged, and massive amounts of computing resources, like a raging torrent, poured into the target accounts designated by Xiao Chuhe. Understood. Bai Jinjin immediately led her analysis team into the intense work. Xiao Chuhe had just transmitted an extremely complex model of financial behavior based on his vision directly into her mind via mental connection. She needed to transform this intuitive and emotional model into rigorous mathematical language that could be understood and deduced by a computer. This task was extremely difficult, but she didn't hesitate for a moment. Mission accomplished. Qin Kaiang immediately picked up his encrypted phone and began mobilizing the vast resources of the national security and military intelligence systems. Investigating two massive financial forces spanning Europe and America was like finding a needle in a haystack, but he knew that Xiao Chuhe must have had his reasons for making this request. The entire command center instantly entered a highly efficient and tense wartime state. Everyone was like a finely tuned gear, operating flawlessly under Xiao Chuhe's leadership. Xiao Chuhe, however, sat alone at the central command console. He closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness once again into the fragmented and dangerous quantum financial vision. He didn't look at the gold and crude oil markets again, because he knew that was merely a smokescreen thrown out by the abyss, a facade. What he needed to do was penetrate this facade to find the true destination of those two hidden financial flows after completing this test. This was the key to finding them. The excruciating pain surged once more like a tidal wave. The cold, malicious will of the abyss, like a persistent, venomous wound, whispered and mocked in his ear. Give up, you insect. Everything you've done is in vain. You'll never find us, yet we are everywhere. Xiao Chuhe ignored this mental pollution. His will, like a piece of steel repeatedly forged, was hard and cold. He condensed his remaining mental energy into a thin probe, carefully searching in that dark universe riddled with cracks and turbulent data. He was like a seasoned hunter, tracing the smallest footprints left by a wild beast in the snow to find its lair. Time passed, second by second. Beads of sweat rolled down Xiao Chuhe's forehead. His face grew increasingly pale from the excessive depletion of his mental energy. Sitting not far from him, Qin Kaiang wanted to tell him to stop and rest several times, but seeing his tightly furrowed brows and intensely focused expression, she swallowed her words. She knew that no one could disturb him now. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chuhe's consciousness probe detected an extremely faint, unusual energy fluctuation. Within the vast global financial network, a region's capital flow exhibited an extremely slight, almost negligible anomaly. That was in Switzerland, the world's most famous tax haven, and also a haven for countless black and gray capital operations. He observed that the two abyssal funds, originating from Europe and North America respectively, after manipulating the gold and crude oil markets, did not, like ordinary speculative capital, quickly cash out and seek their next target. Instead, they dispersed, flowing silently through tens of thousands of seemingly unrelated shell companies and trust accounts, along an extremely complex, labyrinthine path, towards the same destination. A private bank deep in the Swiss Alps called Hermes Trust Bank. This bank, publicly unknown and small in size, serves only ultra-wealthy individuals who never reveal their identities. But in Xiao Chuhe's fragmented vision, this bank resembled a colossal black hole lurking deep within a snow-capped mountain. Countless torrents of funds from around the world, bearing various labels, were ultimately swallowed and digested silently by it, only to flow elsewhere in a completely new, clean form. This was a financial cleaning center of the abyss, or rather, a crucial nest. And those two streams of funds that had just completed their testing, after flowing into this black hole, were not immediately cleansed and transferred. Instead, they converged and were injected into a brand new project. It was a biomedical project. A secret project codenamed Prometheus, aimed at researching human gene editing and lifespan extension. Found it. Xiao Chuhe suddenly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Found what? Qin Kaiang immediately leaned closer. One of their strongholds, Xiao Chuhe said to Li Yu, pointing to a blank screen in front of him. Li Yu, retrieve all the information on Hermes Trust Bank. Li Yu hesitated for a moment. Although she didn't understand why Xiao Chuhe would suddenly mention this little-known Swiss bank, she immediately carried out the order. Soon, publicly available information about the bank appeared on the screen. Hermes Trust Bank, registered in 1958 and headquartered in St. Moritz, Switzerland. Its main business is providing private wealth management and asset trust services to high-net-worth clients. Its board members, unknown, shareholding structure, unknown, all information is protected by the highest level of Swiss banking secrecy law. Li Yu read the information aloud, frowning. This is a typical ghost bank. We can't find anything about it through public channels. Then we'll use non-public channels. Xiao Chuhe's gaze was as cold as the snow on the Alps. Li Yu, use all the infiltration tools you have. I need you to break through its firewall within 24 hours and obtain its core client list and fund flow data. This is extremely difficult. Li Yu's expression turned serious for the first time. A private bank of this level likely has a physically isolated cybersecurity system, and it's definitely protected by national-level forces. Breaking through from the outside is virtually impossible. Then we'll find a way. Xiao Chuhe's tone left no room for argument. If the network doesn't work, we'll try to find a way at the physical level. Deputy Team Leader Qin, I need your intelligence department to immediately send someone to infiltrate Switzerland. This will take time, and the risks are extremely high, Qin Kaiang said in a deep voice. I know. Xiao Chuhe nodded. So, we'll take a two-pronged approach. He turned to Bai Jinjin. Jinjin, how's your deduction going? Bai Jinjin's face was also somewhat pale. Clearly, analyzing the complex model Xiao Chuhe had given her was a huge test of her mental abilities. We have preliminary results. She pointed to a projection chart on another screen. According to your model, after the tests are completed, there's a 73% chance that these two forces of the abyss will invest their funds in an industry that can generate long-term, stable, and highly monopolistic profits. Biomedicine, artificial intelligence, and cutting-edge materials are the three most likely directions. Xiao Chuhe's lips curled into a slight smile. Bai Jinjin's logical deduction perfectly matched the results he directly saw using his vision. It's biomedicine, he said confidently. A gene research project codenamed Prometheus. How did you know? Bai Jinjin asked in surprise. I saw it. Xiao Chuhe didn't explain further, he didn't have time to. Now, we've located one of their hideouts and one of their specific targets. Xiao Chuhe stood up, surveying the entire command hall. They thought they were well hidden, but their every move is under our watchful eye. Our next mission is to follow the Prometheus trail and lure out the big fish hiding behind the Hermes Bank. Li Yu, continue your infiltration work, at all costs. Bai Jinjin, you and your team, immediately begin collecting all information globally regarding the Prometheus project, even if it's just a rumor. Don't let it slip by. Deputy Team Leader Qin, he looked at Qin Kaiang. Besides infiltrating the bank, the intelligence department must immediately begin investigating who is actually in control of the Prometheus project. Yes, sir, the three responded in unison. Sky Eye's first mission quickly shifted from tracking the elusive shadow to a precise strike against a specific target. Everyone felt a surge of excitement. However, Xiao Chuhe felt no relief. For some reason, a persistent unease lingered in his heart. Was everything going too smoothly? From discovering the unusual fund movements to locking down the bank, and then uncovering the Prometheus project, the entire process, though difficult, felt like it was following a pre-written script. Could the abyss, that vast and terrifying entity, really leave such obvious clues so easily? He closed his eyes again, wanting to re-examine the Hermes Bank. But just then, a sharp pain, more intense than ever before, exploded from the depths of his brain. The image of the bank in his vision suddenly distorted and blurred, then was completely covered by a blood-red, warning-laden static signal. Xiao Chuhe couldn't hold back and spat a mouthful of blood directly onto the control panel in front of him. Boss! Xiao Chuhe! The entire command hall instantly descended into chaos. Chapter 64 Prey or Hunter? Blood splattered onto the cold control panel, a horrifying sight. Quick! Medical team! Qin Kaiyang's voice was almost hoarse. She rushed to Xiao Chuhe's side, supporting his swaying body. I'm fine, Xiao Chuhe waved his hand, pushing Qin Kaiyang away. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes fixed on the screen stained crimson with his blood, a turbulent undercurrent churning within them. Not because of the excruciating physical pain, but because, just a second before he was forcibly kicked out of his sight by that crimson warning signal, he had seen it. He had seen that at the center of the black hole-like data vortex of Hermes Bank, there was nothing. There, silently suspended, was an eye. A cold, emotionless eye composed of countless lines of code and data streams. The instant his consciousness probe touched the core data of Project Prometheus, that eye suddenly snapped open. Then, it looked at him. The blood-red warning signal emanated from that eye. That wasn't a passive defense system, it was a trap. A proactive, malicious trap specifically set to await those who would spy on him. We've been tricked. Xiao Chuhe's voice was hoarse and dry, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. Tricked what? Qin Kaiyang's heart leaped into her throat. It's all a lie. Xiao Chuhe's gaze swept across all the information on the screen regarding Hermes Bank and Project Prometheus. That bank, that project, were all bait they deliberately threw out. Bait? Bai Jinjin and Li Yu rushed over, their faces filled with disbelief. They weren't testing whether I was still around. Xiao Chuhe took a deep breath, enduring the stabbing pain in his brain, his mind becoming clearer than ever before. They were fishing. They knew that after the Blackstone Alliance was destroyed, we would definitely follow the clues to investigate them. So, they deliberately left a seemingly clever, but actually flawed, fingerprint in the gold and crude oil markets. This fingerprint was designed to lure people like us, with special information channels, to trace their financial flows. And the endpoint of this financial flow, Hermes Bank, was the cage they prepared for us. Xiao Chuhe's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone in the command center. The excitement and exhilaration ignited by finding a clue were instantly replaced by a chilling coldness. You mean, Qin Kaiyang's voice was a little hoarse, they knew from the beginning that we were watching them? That's right. Xiao Chuhe nodded, a hint of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. I thought I was the hunter, but it turns out, in their eyes, I was the prey who walked right into their trap. How is this possible? Li Yu couldn't accept this conclusion. If this is a trap, it's too realistic. Those fund flows, those accounts, they all exist. I just tried a preliminary infiltration, and their firewall strength is absolutely top tier. It doesn't seem fake at all. Because it's not fake, Xiao Chuhe said coldly. They used a real, heavily guarded nest as bait. That way, we'd believe we'd found their weakness. And then? Bai Jinjin pressed. What exactly was their purpose? Was it just to confirm your existence? No, more than that. Xiao Chuhe's gaze fell on Li Yu. Li Yu, you just said you conducted a preliminary infiltration of that bank? Yes. Li Yu nodded. I only used standard scanning and detection tools to probe their outer defense system. I didn't launch any substantial attacks. Too late. Xiao Chuhe shook his head, stating a fact that made Li Yu's face instantly turn pale. The moment you connected to their server, your location was exposed. Impossible. Li Yu retorted instinctively. All my operations went through at least 3 layers of proxies and encrypted redirects. They couldn't possibly trace back to us. She had absolute confidence in the network security system she had built. Conventional tracking methods are obviously impossible. Xiao Chuhe's eyes grew incredibly serious. But what if they've pre-installed a beacon we've never seen before in their firewall? A quantum beacon activated by any external data connection and capable of ignoring any physical or network-level obstacles to directly pinpoint the source's true coordinates? Quantum beacon. This term filled everyone present with a deep sense of unfamiliarity and unease. This was beyond their comprehension of technology. But they knew that Xiao Chuhe wouldn't speak without reason. You mean, Qin Kaiyang's face turned incredibly grim, our location, at the Wangsha base has been exposed? Xiao Chuhe didn't answer. He simply turned his head sharply, staring at the heavy physical isolation door in the command center, crafted from a special alloy. It was as if he could see through that door and witness everything happening outside. Just then, an extremely piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire base. Woo woo woo. In the hall, all the lights instantly turned red, the highest level of alert. Report! Report! A security monitoring staff member jumped up from his seat, his voice filled with terror. A large number of unidentified armed personnel have appeared outside the base. They've breached the first line of defense. Report! Our external network connection has been cut off. We're isolated. Report! High-energy electromagnetic pulse signal detected. The enemy is attempting to paralyze our electronic equipment. One piece of bad news after another, like a barrage of bullets, rained down on everyone in the command center. Everyone was stunned. This was Zishan in Beijing, the most heavily guarded heartland of the entire nation. How could armed personnel have infiltrated here silently and launched an attack? How did they get in? How many of them were there? Qin Kaiying reacted the fastest. She grabbed the walkie-talkie on the table and shouted into the guard unit's channel, "Guard company, immediately go on high alert. Hold the core area at all costs. Requesting backup. Repeat, requesting backup." However, only a crackling sound came from the walkie-talkie. Their communications were jammed. Damn it! Qin Kaiying slammed her fist on the table. She finally understood. This was a complete conspiracy from beginning to end. The Abyss's purpose wasn't a test, nor was it a trap. Their true purpose was decapitation. They planned to use this trap to pinpoint Xiao Chuhe's location precisely, and then, with overwhelming force, wipe him and the entire Sky Eye team out of the woods, nipping them in the bud. It's sharp sword. Wang Hanshan's voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Chuhe's mind. No, not Wang Hanshan, it was Qin Kaiying. She had realized it too. It's an inside man. Qin Kaiying and Xiao Chuhe said almost simultaneously. To be able to silently breach Zishan's layers of defenses, to precisely paralyze the communications and network of the Wangsha base, only the most elite special forces, working in tandem, could accomplish this. And an inside man capable of mobilizing this level of power. Qin Kaiying dared not think any further. All non-combat personnel, immediately to the safe shelters. Qin Kaiying drew her pistol and roared at the already panicked technicians in the hall. Li Yu, attempt to restore internal communications. By Jinjin, protect the core data of Tianshu. Yes, although the entire hall was plunged into immense crisis, under Qin Kaiying's command, it didn't completely descend into chaos. Xiao Chuhe watched the chaotic scene before him, his mind racing. He leaned on the control panel and slowly straightened up. He looked at the logo of Hermes Bank on the screen, a design composed of a scepter entwined with two snakes. A cold, crazed smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Trying to play the decapitation game? Trying to trap me here? He turned to Qin Kaiying, his eyes, pale from blood loss, burning with a fierce battle intent. Deputy Team Leader Qin, now it's our turn to fight back. Hand over the highest control of Tianshu to me. I want them to know that sometimes, the prey will bite the hunter to death. Chapter 65. Give me the authority. The sirens blared like a rusty saw, ripping at everyone's nerves. In the command center, the red warning lights flickered, casting ghostly shadows on people's faces. Qin Kaiying's voice trembled almost imperceptibly with anger and shock. She couldn't understand how the seemingly impregnable Zishan, the heart of the nation, could have been so easily infiltrated by the enemy. The word traitor burned into her heart like two red-hot irons. The one capable of all this was no ordinary mole. Behind it all lay a colossal black hole she dared not even imagine. But now is not the time to assign blame. Deputy Team Leader Qin, Xiao Chuhe's voice interrupted her thoughts. Now, it's our turn to fight back. Qin Kaiying turned sharply to look at Xiao Chuhe. He was still gripping the control panel, his body trembling slightly from blood loss and excruciating pain, his face as pale as a sheet. But his eyes shone with a frightening light, devoid of any fear, only a near-boiling, frenzied fighting spirit. Fight back? How do we fight back? Qin Kaiying asked instinctively. We're surrounded. Communications and the network are all cut off. We're an island. No, we're not an isolated island. Xiao Chuhe shook his head, pointing to the silent behemoth in the center of the hall. We still have it, Tianshu. What can Tianshu do? It can't connect to the internet, it's just a pile of expensive scrap metal. Liu shouted anxiously from the side, frantically typing on the keyboard, trying to rebuild even the slightest connection to the outside world, but all her attempts were in vain. Who said I was going to connect to the external network? Xiao Chuhe's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they dared to come, they must have their own command and communication systems. They cut off our network, but their own network must still be operational. Qin Kaiying's heart skipped a beat, instantly understanding his meaning. You mean, hack into their communication system? That's impossible. Liu immediately denied. For a military operation of this level, their communication system would definitely be military grade, and dynamically encrypted. We can't even find their frequency, let alone crack it. This is 100 times harder than breaching Hermes Bank's firewall. Conventional methods are of course impossible. Xiao Chuhe's gaze was fixed intently on Liu. But have you forgotten how we were found? Liu froze. Quantum beacons, she murmured to herself. That's right. Xiao Chuhe's voice carried an all-knowing certainty. Since they can use technology beyond our comprehension to lock onto us, it means their entire combat system is built on a technological level unknown to us. Using our existing technology to fight them is like throwing an egg against a rock. He paused, then said, word by word, therefore, we must use their logic to deal with them. What logic? Bai Jinjin couldn't help but ask. Tianshu is more than just a supercomputer. Xiao Chuhe's gaze swept over everyone present. The old commander entrusted it to us so we could use it to fight the abyss. Its true power isn't computation, but simulation and connectivity. Although my quantum financial vision is damaged, it can still see some things. I can sense that the quantum beacon didn't disappear after locking onto us. It's like an invisible thread, one end connected to us, and the other end inevitably connected to their command center. What I need to do is have Tianshu simulate my vision, amplify my perception, and follow this thread in reverse. Xiao Chuhe's plan stunned everyone present. This wasn't just a technical maneuver, it was practically metaphysics. Using one person's mental perception to guide a supercomputer to attack a military network built on unknown technology? This was insane. Xiao Chuhe, calm down. Qin Kaiang grabbed his arm, her hand icy cold. You just vomited blood. Your mental state is extremely unstable. If you force yourself to use your abilities like this, you'll die. Die. Xiao Chuhe laughed, a smile tinged with disdain and resolve. Lying here, waiting for them to break down the door and slaughter us like chickens, that's true waiting for death. Deputy Team Leader Qin, you're a soldier. You should understand that the best defense is offense. I need the highest level of control over Tianshu, not operational control, but complete control over the core layers. Xiao Chuhe looked directly into Qin Kaiang's eyes. This is our only way to survive. Qin Kaiang was torn between her inner conflict and her own. Reason told her that Xiao Chuhe's plan was a gamble with his own life, the lives of everyone present, and even the future of the entire Tianyan project. Failure would mean utter destruction, but her intuition screamed at her to believe him. She recalled the dockside warehouse in Hong Kong, and the desperate counterattack in the A-share market. This man, every time, created miracles under the most unlikely circumstances. He was a beast born for battle. The more dangerous the situation, the sharper his fangs became. Boom! A heavy, deafening roar came from the direction of the alloy isolation door. It was the sound of an explosion. Report! They're conducting a directional demolition of the isolation door. It's estimated they can only hold for 10 minutes at most. The security personnel's voices were already choked with sobs. 10 minutes. This was the last time death had given them. Qin Kaiang's eyes instantly hardened. She released Xiao Chuhe's arm, turned to Liu, and said in an unquestionable, commanding tone, Liu, transfer the highest authority of Tianshu to the team leader. Immediately. Right now. Deputy Team Leader Qin. Liu looked at her in astonishment. That's an order. Qin Kaiang roared. Liu gritted her teeth, looking at Xiao Chuhe, whose face was pale but whose eyes were resolute, and then at Qin Kaiang, who had already made up her mind. She knew she had no choice. Yes. She swiftly returned to her terminal, her hands typing a series of complex commands on the keyboard. This wasn't ordinary operation. She was unlocking a series of security locks she had personally set to protect the core of Tianshu. Underlying protocol unlocked. Neuron connection port opened. Biosignal simulation permission, transfer. With Liu's final command, a helmet-like device, covered in sensor chips, slowly rose from the command center in front of Xiao Chuhe. Boss. Liu's voice trembled slightly. This is the neural synchronization interface of Tianshu, still in the experimental stage. No one has ever used it before. Its principle is to directly connect your brainwaves to Tianshu's quantum processor. Theoretically, it can allow your thoughts to directly become computer instructions. However, its load is tens of thousands of times greater than normal operation. I don't know about your body. I know. Xiao Chuhe didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the cold helmet, looking at the flickering blue light on it. He knew that by donning it, his spiritual world would become completely integrated with this massive war machine. That fragmented sea of spirit would have to bear the weight of the entire Pacific Ocean. Either he would harness this power and tear a path to survival, or his spirit would be utterly shattered by this power. He glanced at Qin Kaiang, who was also looking at him. Her eyes, always filled with decisiveness and composure, were now etched with worry and a complex emotion she herself hadn't even realized. Xiao Chuhe grinned at her, revealing a set of white teeth. Then, resolutely, he placed the helmet on his head. Chapter 66 The Fangs of Tianshu. The moment the sensor chip of the neural synchronization interface was attached to Xiao Chuhe's scalp, he felt his world being instantly torn apart. Buzz! An indescribable roar exploded deep within his brain. It wasn't a sound, but a pure torrent of information. The unimaginably massive computing core of the Tianshu supercomputer was forcibly connected to his cracked sea of consciousness in that instant. If Xiao Chuhe's previous quantum financial vision was like standing on a mountaintop, using a high-powered telescope to survey the entire financial world, then now, he had been thrown directly into the core of the sun. The massive amount of data was no longer intermittent noise and garbled text, but it transformed into billions of burning stars, each containing terrifying energy enough to incinerate his will. Ugh! Xiao Chuhe let out a suppressed, agonizing roar, his body convulsing violently. His hands gripped the armrests of the command console tightly, his knuckles drained of color from the strain. "Boss! Xiao Chuhe!" Bai Jinjin and Li Yu exclaimed in alarm. Qin Kaiying's heart tightened, and he instinctively reached out to sever the connection. "Don't touch me!" Xiao Chuhe forced out the words through clenched teeth. His eyes were tightly shut, his facial muscles contorted in excruciating pain. "I can still hold on." He knew this was the crucial synchronization phase. His will had to be like a small boat, finding its course and stabilizing itself in the turbulent sea of data that was Tianshu. Otherwise, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. The abyss imprint deep within his spiritual sea also became unusually active at this moment. "See that, you insect? This is a power you cannot control. Give up, merge with it, and you will gain immortality." A chilling will, like a venomous snake, tried to lure him, to corrupt him. "Get out!" Deep within Xiao Chuhe, a furious roar erupted. His will, forged under the dual assault of excruciating pain and temptation, was instead tempered to become purer, more resilient. He gave up resistance, no longer trying to control the ocean of data, but instead condensing his consciousness into the finest needle. He allowed the raging torrent of data to wash over him, yet his needle remained firmly pointed in one direction, the faint yet clear trace left by the quantum beacon. Gradually, he no longer felt the pain. His consciousness seemed to merge with Tianshu. He was no longer Xiao Chuhe, he was Tianshu, and Tianshu was him. In the command hall, everyone held their breath. They saw that Xiao Chuhe's body had stopped convulsing. He sat there quietly, as if asleep. But before him, on the giant main screen that occupied the entire wall, the global map that had been lifeless due to the network outage suddenly lit up again. No, that wasn't a map. It was a deep, dark space composed of countless points of light and lines. In the center of that space, a faint, almost invisible red dot of light flickered in and out of sight. "Li Yu!" Xiao Chuhe's voice suddenly rang out in the command center. Not through his own mouth, but through the center's public address system. The voice carried a cold, inhuman metallic quality, as if the machine itself were speaking. "Boss!" Li Yu was startled by the sudden voice. Abandon all attempts to connect to the outside world. Tianshu Xiao Chuhe's command was clear and swift. Concentrate all scanning resources on all radio spectrum within a 300-meter radius of the base station. I need you to find a specific, high-strength, non-standard encrypted signal. Roger. Although Li Yu was shocked, her actions were without hesitation. She immediately abandoned the futile attempts to decipher the signal and devoted all her computing power to scanning and analyzing the near-field signal. On the main screen, countless waterfall-like streams of data representing different frequency bands refreshed rapidly. "Bai Jinjin!" Tianshu Xiao Chuhe's voice rang out again. "Here!" Bai Jinjin responded immediately. Based on the last alarm from the security system and the base's structural diagram, deduced the attacker's most likely assault route. Focus on ventilation ducts, power lines, and the sewage system. They're too fast to use conventional routes. Understood. Bai Jinjin immediately led her analysis team to retrieve the base's 3D structural diagram and begin tactical simulations. Deputy Team Leader Qin. "I'm here." Qin Kaiying stood beside Xiao Chuhe, her hand always on her pistol, vigilantly watching the door that could be breached at any moment. "Have everyone prepare. Once I locate them, the battle will erupt indoors." "Okay." Qin Kaiying's reply was only one word, but it contained a will to fight to the death. The entire command hall, under the command of Tianshu Xiao Chuhe, transformed into a high-speed war machine. Panic and chaos vanished, replaced by a chilling efficiency born of a desperate struggle for survival. Time ticked by second, amidst the sirens and the heavy thuds outside the door. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Li Yu's forehead. The radio spectrum was simply too vast, especially in this environment of strong electromagnetic interference. Finding a specific encrypted signal amidst the massive amount of clutter was like searching for a needle in a haystack. "No, the interference is too strong, I can't find a valid signal source." Li Yu's voice held a hint of anxiety. Coordinates, 116.21 E, 39.93 N, Xiao Chuhe's voice suddenly reported a string of precise coordinates. "The signal source is there, vertical altitude, -15 meters. It's moving." Li Yu froze. These coordinates, weren't they inside the base? She immediately locked her scan range onto that coordinate point. In an instant, a unique signal was clearly extracted from the waterfall of data. It was an extremely strange signal. Its frequency was rapidly fluctuating in a completely erratic manner, yet its data core remained remarkably stable. "Found it!" Li Yu exclaimed. "My God, what kind of encryption is this? I've never seen anything like it." "This isn't encryption," Xiao Chuhe's voice, Tianshu, carried a hint of understanding. "This is the language of the Council. A communication protocol based on high-dimensional space theory. Now, fully integrate its data stream into my core processor." Xiao Chuhe's tone was filled with an unquestionable command. "I'm going to begin listening." With Li Yu's operation, the strange signal stream was directly imported into the core of Tianshu. On the main screen, the dark space began to fluctuate violently. Countless twisted, bizarre symbols and lines appeared out of thin air, spinning wildly around the red dot of light. It was as if a door to an unknown world was being slowly pushed open. Chapter 67: The Enemy's Language. As the bizarre data stream flooded into the core of Tianshu, Li Yu felt a chill run down her spine. As a top-tier technical expert, she experienced for the first time a fear stemming from the unknown. The distorted symbols on the screen were completely beyond her comprehension of information encoding. It wasn't binary, it wasn't hexadecimal, it wasn't even any known mathematical language. It looked more like a malicious and insane graffiti. "Boss, this thing is completely unanalyzable." Li Yu's voice was hoarse. "It has no logical structure, it's utter chaos. Forcing analysis will only overload Tianshu's processor. Who said I was going to analyze it?" Xiao Chuhe's metallic voice rang out over the loudspeaker, calm and utterly undisturbed. "Li Yu, put away your technical thinking. Don't try to crack it." "Then what should I use?" "Listen." Xiao Chuhe didn't explain further. His consciousness was completely immersed in that wildly spinning sea of symbols. To Li Yu, it was chaos and disorder. But in his vision combined with Tianshu, it presented a completely different picture. Those distorted symbols were no longer cold data. They had come alive. Each symbol was like a dancing musical note. Each line was like a undulating melody. Together, they constituted a grand and malevolent symphony. At the core of this symphony were slaughter, commands, coordinates, and a supreme, godlike will. He heard it. Team B, breach ventilation duct number 3. Within 3 minutes, reach the energy center and cut off the backup power. Team C, in position, awaiting Team A's breach of the mainframe room isolation door. Asset report: the internal defense system is 70% disabled, and the guard company's communications are completely suppressed. A cold, emotionless voice acted as the conductor in this symphony. That was the enemy commander. But simply hearing wasn't enough. This information was expressed in a language he couldn't understand. He could sense its meaning, but couldn't translate it into a language humans could comprehend and convey it to Qin Kaiang and the others. Like someone who doesn't understand a foreign language, able to guess someone's joy or anger from their tone and expression, but not knowing what they were actually saying. He needed a key. A key to unlock this language. The mark of the abyss stirred deep within his mind, whispering seductive allure. "Accept me, and you will understand all this. Get out." Xiao Chuhe's will, like a sharp blade, slashed fiercely at the spiritual pollution. He knew that once he used the power of the abyss to understand this language, his will would be completely assimilated. He would no longer be Xiao Chuhe, but a part of the abyss. He had to rely on himself. He forced himself not to understand the meaning of those notes, but to analyze their music theory. He discovered that this symphony, though frenetic, was not entirely without pattern. Among the countless changing notes, there was always a small melody that repeated itself at fixed intervals. That melody was short and faint, like a simple beat struck by an inconspicuous instrument on a fixed rhythm in a symphony. It was hidden beneath the grand main melody, extremely difficult to detect, but it was the cornerstone of the entire movement. It was the metronome of this frenzied symphony. "Li Yu." Xiao Chuhe's voice rang out again. "Yes, stop all logical analysis. Activate the pattern recognition engine of Tianshu." "Pattern recognition?" "Yes. Don't worry about what it means. Treat this data stream like a painting or a song. I need you to find a recurring, underlying structural pattern within it." Xiao Chuhe, with his semi-machine-like thinking, transformed the rhythm he heard into a data-driven description and transmitted it directly to Li Yu. It was an extremely abstract description. It's like a heartbeat, but the second one is always delayed by 0.03 seconds, and its intensity is only half that of the first. Then, there's a silence lasting 0.1 seconds. Find it. Li Yu completely didn't understand what Xiao Chuhe was saying. What was a heartbeat-like structural pattern? But she didn't have time to ask. She chose to believe unconditionally. She immediately transformed Xiao Chuhe's abstract description into a fuzzy matching algorithm model in a way she could understand. This was akin to asking a computer to understand what is nostalgia, a process fraught with uncertainty. Algorithm model established. Initiating pattern matching. The computing core of Tianshu began operating in a completely new way. It no longer performed logical operations, but instead engaged in fuzzy comparisons and pattern recognition of massive amounts of data. On the main screen, the distorted sea of symbols began to be covered by countless grids and lines. Tianshu was using exhaustive search to find the heartbeat that matched Xiao Chuhe's description within this chaos. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Time seemed to stand still. Outside the door, the deafening explosion grew closer, and the entire alloy door showed visibly deformed features. Qin Kaiang and several remaining security personnel had already constructed a final line of defense in the hall using tables, chairs, and equipment. Each face bore the resolute determination of someone facing death. Suddenly, found it! Li Yu's scream pierced the heavy atmosphere in the command center. On the main screen, amidst the sea of symbols, a tiny structure composed of a dozen or so symbols was highlighted in bright red. This structure was appearing repeatedly in the data stream with a fixed, precise rhythm. That's it. Xiao Chuhe's voice carried a hint of excitement. Li Yu, define this structure as a space and a punctuation mark. Use it to segment the entire data stream. Break this symphony down into individual words. Li Yu's fingers trembled slightly with excitement. She understood. Xiao Chuhe had found the grammar of this unknown language. Like finding the Rosetta Stone with its ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, she immediately followed Xiao Chuhe's instructions, using the recurring structure as a separator to recompile the entire data stream. On the main screen, the endless sea of symbols was instantly broken down into phrases of varying lengths. Although they still couldn't understand the meaning of these phrases, the previously chaotic scribbles had, in that instant, transformed into neatly formatted, readable articles. Not enough. Xiao Chuhe's voice grew more urgent. By Jinjin, how's it going on your end? Report, team leader. By Jinjin's voice came through immediately. According to the model's analysis, after the attackers breached the gate, their top 3 priorities are: first, your command post; second, the physical mainframe of Tianshu; third, the energy center. Mark these 3 targets with our internal tactical codenames. Yes, sir. Li Yu. Cross-reference these 3 tactical codenames with the words we just extracted. Find the phrases that appear most frequently and are highly relevant to the tactical commands. I understand. Li Yu's eyes lit up instantly. She was doing word frequency analysis. They were using the most basic, yet most effective, method to decipher this alien language. Comparison begins. Tianshu resumed full-speed operation. Soon, 3 highlighted words appeared on the screen. They corresponded to the 3 targets Bai Jinjin had deduced. Translation complete. Although it was only 3 words, that was enough. Li Yu immediately wrote a replacement program. Instantly, on the main screen, the 3 deciphered words in the still-scrolling article composed of unknown symbols were automatically replaced with Chinese characters. Team A, after the demolition is complete, prioritize destroying the command center. Team B, after cutting off the backup power, immediately proceed to the physical mainframe location and install the thermal bomb. Order confirmed. Target, command center, is the highest priority elimination target. A series of cold, murderous instructions were clearly presented before everyone. They truly understood the enemy's language. Chapter 68: The Traitor's Coordinates. As the translated Chinese text appeared clearly on the main screen, an eerie silence fell over the entire command center. A chill ran down everyone's spine. They were no longer helpless lambs to the slaughter. They had become eavesdroppers lurking in the shadows, listening to the enemy discuss how to tear them to pieces. This feeling was far more terrifying than mere fear. Thermometallurgical bomb. Qin Kaiang stared at the words on the screen, his teeth grinding. The enemy's goal wasn't simply to occupy this place, but to utterly destroy it physically. They wanted to wipe the Sky Eye project, along with everyone and everything here, from the face of the earth. Boom! Another deafening explosion ripped a fist-sized hole in the alloy door, sending blinding sparks and thick smoke billowing in. They're coming in, a security guard shouted hoarsely. Don't panic. Qin Kaiang roared, forcefully suppressing the panic among the crowd. Everyone, use cover as the core and fire freely. Hold them off. Her gaze, however, was fixed on Xiao Chuhe. She knew that their only hope now lay with this helmeted, motionless man. Not enough. Xiao Chuhe's voice continued to echo coldly through the broadcast system. Knowing what they want to do is useless. I need to know who they are and where they are. After deciphering a few keywords, his perception of the data stream became clearer. He could begin to hear different voices coming from different directions. The commander issuing the orders, his voice was the loudest and most central. The voices of the other teams carrying out the orders came from different locations, forming a response. This was a typical star-shaped command network. One center, multiple nodes. Li Yu, Xiao Chuhe issued the order again, using that commander's signal as the center, marked the positions of all other response signals on the base's 3D structural map. Impossible. Li Yu immediately replied, we only have one receiving point, we can't triangulate the signal source. Who said we'd use triangulation? Xiao Chuhe coldly retorted, use signal attenuation and delay. Each signal reaching us has slight differences in strength and timing. Tianshu's computing power is sufficient to deduce their relative positions based on these differences. Li Yu's mind went blank. She felt that her technological understanding, built up over the past 20 years, was being completely overturned by Xiao Chuhe time and again. Using signal attenuation and delay for positioning was theoretically feasible, but it required unimaginable computational precision and extremely harsh environmental conditions. In the current environment of strong interference, the error would be outrageously large. However, she no longer had time to question it. Understood. Begin relative position calculation. The computing power of Tianshu was once again pushed to its limit. On the 3D structural map of the base that Bai Jinjin pulled up, flashing red dots representing the enemy began to appear. Group B, in ventilation duct number 3. Group C, at the corner of the corridor outside the main control room. The enemy's positions were being exposed one by one. Qin Kaiying's eyes gleamed with an alarming light as she looked at the real-time updated enemy and friendly situation map. This battle is going to be fought. She immediately issued precise firing orders to the security personnel stationed in various corners via the internal short-range communicator. Behind the corner, to the left of the cover, 2 people. Open fire. Above the ventilation shaft. Suppressive fire. The previously passive, defensive situation was instantly reversed. Although outnumbered, they now had eyes. Every counterattack struck where the enemy least expected. The gunfire outside intensified and became more chaotic. Clearly, the attackers were caught off guard. They couldn't understand how their ghostly infiltration routes had been discovered. In the command center, everyone's hearts calmed down slightly. However, Xiao Chuhe's voice grew even colder. Something's wrong. There's another signal. His consciousness detected something extremely peculiar. Within that star-shaped command network, besides the center and the attack nodes, there was another independent signal source. This signal source neither issued attack commands nor responded to commands. It simply transmitted short data packets at a fixed frequency to the commander's central signal. These data packets, once deciphered, displayed: Defense Zone 3, power grid disconnected. Monitor Probe 7, offline. Interference with internal communication systems activated. It's an inside job. This signal source is the asset hidden within the base. Li Yu. Xiao Chuhe's voice suddenly rose. Lock onto the signal. I need its precise coordinates. At all costs. Its signal is too weak, and it's mixed with the base's internal communication signals, making it difficult to separate. Li Yu's voice was troubled. Then treat the base's own signals as background noise and filter them all out. Use the other enemy coordinates you just calculated as reference points for correction. I need its physical location. Xiao Chuhe's tone was ruthless and undeniable. He knew the attackers outside were merely pawns. This mole was the poisonous thorn in their heart. Without removing it, they would never have peace. Roger. Final calculation in progress. Li Yu poured all the remaining computing power of Tianshu into this single task. On the main screen, the 3D structure diagram was instantly magnified. A constantly flickering green dot was gradually extracted from the background from the massive amount of data. Its position was constantly being corrected. From a blurry area, to a room, and then, to a corner within the room. Finally, the green dot stopped flickering. It was firmly fixed in one position. Wangshu Base, B2 floor, Central Security Monitoring Center. Qin Kaiying's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. Her body stiffened uncontrollably. Central Security Monitoring Center. That was the central control room for the entire base's physical defense system. According to today's shift schedule, only one person should be on duty there now. A person she knew intimately, arguably her most capable subordinate whom she had personally promoted. Zhang Ji, the deputy company commander of the guard company. The man who always smiled warmly, called her sister Qin, and told her that his child had achieved first place in his exams again. The man who, during the previous financial security operation, led his brothers in a 7-day, 7-night stand, exhausted to the point of collapse. How could it be him? Qin Kaiying felt her breathing become difficult. She couldn't believe it, and she didn't want to believe it. Deputy Team Leader Qin. Xiao Chuhe's voice pulled her back from her shock and pain. Looks like we've caught a big fish. No, impossible. Qin Kaiying's voice was hoarse. There must be some mistake. Whether there's a mistake or not, we'll find out soon enough. Xiao Chuhe's consciousness didn't stop after locking onto the mole's signal. He followed that line, continuing to listen to the commander who was giving orders. He wanted to hear what the mole and the commander were saying. Soon, a new conversation was captured and translated by Tianshu. From the mole: Butcher, isn't the demolition of Tima too slow? If it drags on any longer, I'm worried things might change. From the commander: Shut up, worker ant. Do your job. What my brothers are doing is none of your business. Butcher. Worker ant. The two codenames appeared clearly on the screen. A thought flashed through Xiao Chuhe's mind. He turned and, in his cold, mechanical voice, gave Qin Kaiying a new instruction. Deputy Team Leader Qin, the Jewish traitor codenamed Butcher that you sent people to investigate. I need all his information now. Chapter 69. Codename: The Butcher. The Butcher? Qin Kaiying was jolted from her immense shock and sense of betrayal by that name. She remembered. When Project Sky Eye was first established, Xiao Chuhe had tasked her with using intelligence resources to investigate two people. One was a North American hedge fund with connections to established European banking families. The other was this Jewish trader codenamed the Butcher. At the time, although she carried out the order, she was filled with doubt. She didn't understand why, when investigating a behemoth like the Abyss, they would focus on an unknown traitor. Now, she understood everything. Xiao Chuhe had been watching him from the very beginning. Intelligence, the intelligence department's dedicated line has been cut off. Qin Kaiying said anxiously. I can't contact them. I know, Xiao Chuhe's voice remained calm. But you must have a backup channel for emergencies. Even if it can only transmit text, even if it only lasts a few seconds. Yes, Qin Kaiying immediately realized. We have a minimum bandwidth emergency distress channel via military satellite. But it can only send distress signals in coordinates one way, it can't receive information. Then change it to two-way. Xiao Chuhe's order was simple, brutal, and unreasonable. Liu was about to say that this didn't comply with technical specifications, but she swallowed the words back. Today, she had been completely numb to Xiao Chuhe's endless stream of unreasonable actions. I'll try. Liu gritted her teeth and began to invoke the communication module of Tianshu, forcibly modifying the underlying protocol of the backup channel. This was like trying to forcibly change a water pipe that could only flow downwards into one that could pump water in both directions. The difficulty was unimaginable. The explosions outside the door continued. The hole in the alloy door had been widened to the size of a bowl, and the attackers outside were even attempting to stick their guns through the hole and fire blindly. Bang! Bang bang! Several bullets struck the equipment inside the hall, sending sparks flying. Qin Kaiying directed his men to hold the cover in front of the door and return fire. The entire command hall was half a real battlefield of gunfire, and the other half a silent but far more dangerous information battlefield. All right. A few minutes later, Liu shouted, the channel is temporarily connected. But the bandwidth is extremely low, it can only last for 30 seconds at most. Enough! Qin Kaiying immediately picked up a dedicated encrypted terminal and sent out the highest level query command, along with the code name Butcher. The countdown began. Everyone's heart was in their throat. They didn't know if the intelligence they had retrieved amidst gunfire and across mountains and rivers would be transmitted back in time. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, the encrypted terminal screen remained blank. It's no use, the channel is about to drop. Liu's voice was filled with despair. Just as she finished speaking, a soft beep sounded. A short text appeared on the screen. Qin Kaiying didn't even have time to read it carefully before reading it aloud. The Butcher, whose real name is Abraham Cohen, is a former commander of the Israeli Mossad's Sharp Sword Special Forces. After retiring, he became a top international war broker. He commands a private armed force called Carrion Birds, composed entirely of retired Special Forces soldiers from various countries, renowned for their ruthlessness and extreme efficiency. Carrion Birds has been repeatedly hired by large multinational corporations in recent years to participate in physical elimination operations against rival companies. Their most recent recorded activity was a year ago in South America, where they dismantled a drug cartel that competed with Wall Street capital. Intelligence assessment: the Butcher himself is not only a top-tier tactical commander but also an extremely dangerous financial predator. He excels at combining military strikes with short selling, profiting immensely in the capital markets by creating regional conflicts and corporate crises. Current status: unknown. A year ago, all his publicly available information was deleted, presumably, he is dead. When Qin Kaiying finished reading the last two words, the entire command hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone understood. Those who attacked them were not ordinary armed personnel. They were a top-tier mercenary unit, led by former top agents, specializing in physical elimination, one of the world's most elite mercenary groups. And their commander, the Butcher, was not only a ruthless executioner but also a financial tycoon operating behind the scenes. Military, finance. Two seemingly unrelated threads were perfectly intertwined in the Butcher. He was the ruthless and flamboyant new North American capitalist within the Abyss Council, a knife. A blood-stained knife, used to eliminate all obstacles. I see, Xiao Chuhe's robotic voice echoed softly. No wonder their tactical awareness is so high. No wonder they were able to infiltrate here so silently. An elite force led by a former Mossad commander, plus a mole familiar with all the defensive deployments, we deserve our defeat. His words were devoid of any emotional fluctuation, but Qin Kaiying could sense the surging killing intent beneath that calm surface. Boom! A deafening roar. The battered alloy isolation door finally gave way, blasting open completely from the outside. Thick smoke and dust instantly filled the entire command hall. Outside the door, several figures clad in black combat uniforms and full-coverage tactical helmets flashed in like ghosts. Their movements were lightning fast, their coordination flawless. Upon entering, he immediately took up a favorable firing position, his assault rifle spitting deadly fire. Fire! Qin Kaiang roared, pulling the trigger first. The hall erupted in gunfire, bullets flying wildly through the air, equipment shattering and splintering. The Sky Eye security personnel, though all highly skilled in the military, were completely overwhelmed by an enemy of carrion bird's caliber in almost a single encounter. A security guard had just peeked out when a puff of blood erupted from his forehead, and he fell straight to the ground. Cover! Cover! Qin Kaiang's eyes were bloodshot. She could sense that the enemy's marksmanship was terrifyingly accurate. They weren't spraying bullets, they were conducting precise point-and-shoot kills. Just then, a tall figure slowly walked in through the blown-open doorway. He wasn't wearing a helmet, revealing a weathered white face, a hooked nose, and deep-set, emotionless, icy blue eyes. He wasn't holding a gun, he was simply toying with a sharp military dagger. He surveyed the chaotic battlefield, his gaze finally settling on Xiao Chuhe, who sat upright in the command post, wearing a strange helmet. It was as if the surrounding hail of bullets was irrelevant to him. He was the butcher, Abraham Cohen. He issued a new order over the radio, his tone laced with mockery. The voice, transmitted clearly through the sky pivot, reached Xiao Chuhe's ears. Game over. Group A, clear the area. The one with the helmet, leave him to me. I want to twist his head off myself. A cruel smile curled at the corner of the butcher's lips. He strode forward, ignoring the stray bullets around him, step by step, towards Xiao Chuhe. He was like a king about to enjoy a sacrifice, radiating absolute confidence and control. In his eyes, all the prey in the cage were already his. Chapter 70, a gift that couldn't be given away. Watching the figure approach like the Grim Reaper, Qin Kaiang's heart sank to the bottom. Her gun was out of bullets. Only 2 security personnel remained standing beside her, both wounded. They had lost. Lost so completely. The oppressive aura of the butcher Cohen was simply too overwhelming. He didn't even need to fire a shot, just standing there, the murderous intent honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood was enough to break an ordinary person's spirit. Li Yu, Bai Jin Jin. Take the core hard drive and go through the backup passage. Qin Kaiang roared at the 2 people in the corner, their faces pale with fear. She herself drew her last spare pistol from the holster on her thigh and stood in front of Xiao Chuhe's command post. She knew she was no match for the butcher, but she was willing to risk her life to buy Xiao Chuhe, and everyone else, even just one more second. Leave? None of you are leaving. The butcher Cohen stopped, looking with interest at the imposing female officer standing before him, gun in hand. Major General Qin Kaiang, I've long admired your name. One of the commanders of the Chinese Financial Defense War. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful than in the photos. His Chinese was somewhat broken, but his meaning was clear. Qin Kaiang's heart suddenly turned cold. He knew her. Their understanding of Project Sky Eye was far deeper than she had imagined. I'm curious, Cohen pointed his dagger at Xiao Chuhe behind Qin Kaiang. Is he the legendary, secret stock market god, Xiao Chuhe? He managed to make our council suffer 2 consecutive defeats. He even forced that idiot Blackstone to be expelled. He truly is a genius. Unfortunately, geniuses never live long. Cohen's tone was like he was evaluating a product. The parliament? Qin Kaiang stared intently at him. Who exactly are you people? Us. Cohen laughed, a laugh filled with contempt. We are the future. We are the rule makers. And you are merely dust, eliminated by the rules. He stopped talking, leaning forward slightly, like a cheetah poised to pounce. Just at this critical moment. Wait. Xiao Chuhe's cold, metallic voice suddenly echoed throughout the hall. He was still wearing his helmet, sitting upright in his chair, motionless. But his voice made Cohen, who was about to attack, stop. Oh. Cohen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Our protagonist is finally speaking? What, trying to beg for mercy? Beg for mercy? Xiao Chuhe's voice carried an obvious hint of mockery. I just want to give your council a grand gift before I die. I'm afraid if I don't give it now, I'll never have the chance again. A gift? Cohen seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. What right do you have to talk about gifts now? Of course I do. As Xiao Chuhe finished speaking, the image on the main screen in front of him suddenly changed. The distorted sea of symbols that had been there disappeared. In its place was a data packet being compiled at lightning speed. The data package contained countless files and information. It included the complete financial transaction records of the Hermes Trust Bank. It contained core data from the Prometheus Genetic Research Project. It contained the true identities of Butcher Cohen and all members of his Carrion Bird unit, along with detailed records of all their black operations over the years. Even more, it contained the encrypted communication recordings between the worker and hidden within the base deputy company commander Zhang Ji and Butcher Cohen. Most importantly, it contained a detailed analysis report on the 13 seats of the Abyss Council, compiled by Xiao Chuhe based on his vision and intelligence obtained from Zhonangzhen. Although information about many seats was still only speculation and code names, but once this report was leaked, it would be enough to unleash an unprecedented and earth-shattering wave at the top of global power. This is. Cohen's smile froze for the first time. He recognized the files. Those core secrets that should have been encrypted at the highest level and hidden in the world's most secure servers. How did this man get his hands on these things? You're surprised, aren't you? Xiao Chuhe's voice was like that of an all-knowing devil. When you led your men in like a bunch of idiots, I used your own communication network to thoroughly expose your secrets. Now, this data packet has been packaged by me. I've set a dead man's switch for it. The moment my vital signs disappear, or my connection with Tianshu is severed, it will be uploaded to every corner of the internet within 0.01 seconds via Tianshu's backup satellite antenna. Then, the whole world will know of the existence of the Abyss Council. The whole world will know what you rats hiding in the shadows have been up to. Mr. Cohen, guess how the other members of your council will deal with you, the butcher who exposed everyone. Every word Xiao Chuhe spoke was like a heavy hammer, striking Cohen's heart. Cohen's face turned incredibly pale. He stared intently at Xiao Chuhe, and for the first time, an emotion beyond murderous intent flickered in his icy blue eyes. It was fear. He had miscalculated. He thought he was the hunter, but he hadn't expected that this seemingly frail prey had strapped a ring of explosives around his neck. He could kill Xiao Chuhe, but he dared not. He dared not gamble. Because he knew that if he lost the gamble, he would face a purge from within the council, a purge 1,000 times more terrifying than death. The atmosphere in the entire command hall instantly became incredibly eerie. The armed mercenaries all stopped firing, exchanging bewildered glances, awaiting their commander's orders. Qin Kaiying, Bai Jinjin, and Li Yu, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Chuhe with eyes that seemed to regard him as a god. They never imagined that, in such a hopeless situation, Xiao Chuhe could turn the tables and reverse the situation in this way. What do you want? Cohen's voice became hoarse and low. He compromised. It's simple. Xiao Chuhe's voice remained icy. Have your men lay down their weapons? Then, take your mole and go back to where you came from. Do you think that's possible? Cohen sneered. Let you go? Wait until you've recovered before coming after us? You have no choice. Xiao Chuhe's tone brooked no argument. No, I have a choice. A mad, ruthless glint flashed in Cohen's eyes. Your dead man's switch needs a satellite dish to send information, right? He suddenly raised his hand, pointing to the ceiling. If I destroy that thing before I kill you, your gift won't be able to be delivered, will it? As he spoke, a member of the carrion bird group, who had been hidden in the shadows, silently poked half his body out from the ventilation duct in the ceiling. In his hand, he held a man-portable anti-materiel rocket launcher. The dark muzzle was fixedly aimed at the small satellite communication antenna atop the base. Qin Kaiying's heart sank. A decisive blow. This was the butcher's true trump card. From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting anyone smuggle any information out of this place. Xiao Chuhe, your scheme is indeed brilliant. Cohen's face revealed that cruel smile again. Unfortunately, before absolute power, any scheme is meaningless. Now, I'll give you one more chance. Obey me and deactivate your dead man's switch. Otherwise, I don't mind wiping you all, along with the entire Wangsha base, off this mountain. Cohen's voice, like the Siberian wind, chilled everyone to the bone. Xiao Chuhe remained silent. That carefully prepared gift, that sole, suicidal bargaining chip, became a joke in the face of the enemy's overwhelming military preparedness. The gift simply couldn't be given away. Chapter 71, The Only Way Out. A dead end. This was a complete and utter dead end. When the dark muzzle of the rocket launcher appeared on the ceiling, the last glimmer of hope that had just ignited in the hall was instantly extinguished. Cohen's preparations were far too thorough. He had not only considered a frontal assault but also prepared this heavy weapon specifically designed to destroy key facilities. From the very beginning, he had left Xiao Chuhe no chance of turning the tide. Well, have you made up your mind? Cohen looked at Xiao Chuhe with a leisurely air, his gaze like that of someone looking at a mouse he had manipulated. I'll count to 3. 3. His voice echoed in the hall, each number like the footsteps of death, striking everyone's hearts. Qin Kaiying's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her palms were also drenched in sweat, almost unable to grip the gun. Her mind raced, searching for any possible way out. But there was none. Faced with overwhelming firepower, any struggle seemed utterly futile. 2. Cohen's voice grew even colder. On the ceiling, the carrion bird member was ready to fire. At Cohen's command, the rocket would instantly rip their last hope, along with the entire top of the base, away. Li Yu and Bai Jinjin clung tightly to each other, their bodies trembling violently with fear. Although they had witnessed the bloodshed of the financial markets, this was the first time they had experienced such a real-life, potentially fatal situation. just as Cohen was about to shout one. Wait! Qin Kaying suddenly shouted. She abruptly threw her gun to the ground and then raised her hands. The person you want is him. Qin Kaying pointed at Xiao Chuhe. He is your primary target. The rest of us are of no value to you. Let them go. I will stay, as your hostage. Her words stunned everyone, including Cohen. Hostage? Cohen seemed to have heard something interesting. Major General Qin, do you think you have the right to negotiate with me now? Of course I do. Qin Kaying's eyes were incredibly firm. Xiao Chuhe is your target, but he is also our nation's sky eye. If you want to kill him, it's tantamount to declaring war on all of China. Can your parliament bear the consequences? But if you only take me, a military commander, then there's still room for negotiation. It can be defined as a kidnapping or a military conflict. You can use me to negotiate with my country. Qin Kaying's thinking was terrifyingly clear. She was risking her identity and her life to create a glimmer of hope for Xiao Chuhe and the Sky Eye Project. She was gambling that while the parliament was mad, it hadn't yet reached the point of daring to openly wage a full-scale war against a nuclear superpower. Cohen fell silent. He had to admit that Qin Kaying was right. Killing Xiao Chuhe and erasing Heavenly Eye was the order issued by the council. But if they could also capture a major general-level hostage, that would undoubtedly be a tremendous achievement. This achievement would be enough to elevate his status within the council to another level. Interesting. Cohen stroked his chin, his icy blue eyes scanning back and forth between Qin Kaying and Xiao Chuhe. No! Xiao Chuhe, who had been silent all along, finally spoke again. His voice, no longer coming through the broadcast system, came directly from under his helmet, hoarse but filled with undeniable resolve. Qin Kaying, are you insane? Do you know what will happen to you if you fall into their hands? Of course I know. Qin Kaying didn't turn to look at him, her gaze remained fixed on Cohen. But I am a soldier. My duty is to protect the nation's property and the safety of its people. You are our most important asset. What kind of fucking logic is this? Xiao Chuhe cursed for the first time. He tried to stand up, but the deep connection with Tianshu made it impossible for him to control his body. Qin Kaying, come back. That's an order. He used his position as team leader. I'm sorry, team leader. For the first time, Qin Kaying's voice defied his command. I cannot obey this order. She turned her head and gave Xiao Chuhe a deep look. That look was complex. There was determination, reluctance, worry, and a hint of something she herself couldn't quite define: trust and entrustment. Live on, Xiao Chuhe. Then, with Tian Yan, uproot them completely. Come, find me. After saying that, she ignored Xiao Chuhe and took a few steps forward, stepping out of cover and completely exposing herself to Cohen and his men's guns. What are my conditions? She looked directly at Cohen. Cohen looked at the woman before him, who seemed to be making her final arrangements, then at the man in the chair, growling with rage. He suddenly smiled. Good, very good. I like women with courage. I promise you. Cohen gestured to his subordinate on the ceiling. The Carrion Bird member slowly lowered the rocket launcher. The crisis seemed to have been averted at that moment. Li Yu and Bai Jinjin both breathed a sigh of relief. But Xiao Chuhe's heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He would rather die than see Qin Kaying fall into the hands of these demons while protecting him. I said, no. Driven by anger and urgency, his mental power erupted with unprecedented intensity. His connection with Tianshu reached a new depth at this moment. His consciousness seemed to pierce through the hardware constraints of Tianshu and the physical isolation of the Wangshu base, extending towards higher and farther places. In that instant, his fragmented quantum financial vision underwent a wondrous change. He could no longer only see the financial market. He saw it. The entire world had transformed into a colossal network of countless information nodes and data flows. Finance, military, energy, communications. Everything was intertwined and entangled within this vast web. And the Abyss Council was, within this network, a massive and malevolent virus program, frantically devouring everything. He saw that Cohen and his Carrion Bird were merely a small attack module released by this virus program. And that quantum beacon was a port through which this attack module exchanged data with the virus's parent organism. A bidirectional port. They could send attack commands through this port. So, could he, too, use this port to put something back? A wildly insane thought exploded in Xiao Chuhe's mind. He couldn't give away the gift. Then, he'd shove the gift directly into the enemy's mouth. Qin Kaying, come back. Xiao Chuhe's voice rang out again, filled with unprecedented confidence and madness. I said, it's our turn to fight back. He didn't look at Cohen again, but instead gave Bai Jinjin and Li Yu an order that no one could understand. Bai Jinjin, hand over all the access to your financial accounts to me, including the initial operating capital of 500 billion. Li Yu, convert all these funds into the most basic data stream. No formatting, no logic. Just zeros and ones. I'm going to bury them in money. Chapter 72, The Burning 500 Billion. What? Bai Jinjin and Li Yu were both stunned. They wondered if they had misheard. Converting 500 billion yuan into raw data streams? Using money to crush them? What kind of operation was this? Money is money, data is data. How could money be turned into a weapon to attack an enemy? This was completely beyond their comprehension. Boss, what did you say? Bai Jinjin stammered. That's 500 billion. It's the ammunition the country allocated to us to fight the abyss in the financial market. Now, it's time to fight. Xiao Chuhe's voice brooked no argument. Their weapons are based on a technology we can't understand. Our conventional weapons are useless against them. So, we must attack them in ways they can't understand. Quick! I don't have time to explain. Cohen's brows furrowed tightly. He didn't understand what Xiao Chuhe meant by 500 billion, but he could sense that things were slipping out of his control. The man before him seemed to be plotting something insane again. Move! Cripple him first. Cohen ordered his men without hesitation. A carrion bird member closest to Xiao Chuhe immediately raised his gun, aiming at Xiao Chuhe's limbs. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly screamed, dropping his gun and clutching his helmet tightly, as if enduring immense pain. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Sparks erupted from the tactical visor on his helmet, and the screen filled with meaningless, frantically scrolling gibberish. It wasn't just him. In the hall, all the carrion bird members' helmet electronic devices malfunctioned simultaneously. Their communication channels were filled with piercing, high-frequency noise. What's going on? My vision system has malfunctioned. Report, Butcher. Communications are jammed. We can't hear you. My weapon system, it's alarming. Overload alarm. Cohen's face changed drastically. His own tactical terminal was also in the same state of chaos. He abruptly looked up at Xiao Chuhe. He saw that the packaged gift on the main screen in front of Xiao Chuhe had disappeared. In its place was a massive number, growing exponentially. 500 billion. 500 billion. This number was being broken down by Tianshu at a terrifying speed into a torrent of primitive, binary data. It was no longer a number representing wealth. It had become a digital tsunami, purely composed of zeros and ones. What did you do? For the first time, fear lingered in Cohen's voice. I told you, I'd give you a big gift. Xiao Chuhe's voice carried a morbid sense of pleasure. You used quantum beacons to locate and attack us. Did you think that was your exclusive channel? That line is two-way. Now, I'll use your channels to send this gift back to you, intact. After a brief moment of shock, Bai Jinjin and Li Yu finally understood Xiao Chuhe's intention. He's gone mad. He's truly gone mad. He's going to use that 500 billion yuan as a massive data bomb, injecting it back into the enemy's command network through that unknown quantum beacon channel. This is no longer a financial war. This is an information war. It's using the wealth of a nation to launch an unprecedented, dimensional reducing attack. Quick! Stop him! Cohen roared hoarsely. He finally understood that Xiao Chuhe wasn't attacking them, the soldiers on the front lines, but their entire combat system, the brain. He drew his pistol and frantically pulled the trigger at Xiao Chuhe. Bang! 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 The bullets all struck the bulletproof glass in front of the command post, sending sparks flying, but failing to harm Xiao Chuhe in the slightest. The two closest carrion bird members were about to rush forward to physically destroy him. Then, their bodies suddenly stiffened. Then, to everyone's horrified gaze, their combat suits, the expensive equipment made of high-tech materials, integrating power supply, life support, and communication, began to emit plumes of black smoke. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the hall. Their combat systems had been literally blown up by the massive torrent of data. The overloaded current instantly penetrated their bodies. The two convulsed and collapsed to the ground, their bodies emitting the acrid smell of burning flesh. A devil, you're a devil. The remaining carrion bird members completely collapsed. They were battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers, unafraid of death, but they had never witnessed such a bizarre and terrifying attack. Their enemy sat there, motionless. Yet, with an unseen force, they transformed their prized high-tech equipment into deadly cages. This feeling was like the deepest, most profound fear, the fear of the unknown and the ignorance felt by savages in a primitive tribe facing the guns of a modern army. No, it's not just that. Xiao Chuhe's consciousness had completely merged with the burning torrent of 500 billion data points. He could see that this torrent, after overwhelming Cohen's team's command system, hadn't stopped. It followed the quantum beacon line, frantically tracing upwards at a speed exceeding the speed of light and ignoring physical distance. Its target was the source of this line. It was that cold eye hidden at the heart of the Hermes Bank's data vortex. It was that crucial stronghold of the Abyss Council in Switzerland. Come on, let me see just how tough your lair really is. Xiao Chuhe roared madly from the depths of his heart. His mental power propelled the digital tsunami of 500 billion RMB, crashing fiercely towards the black hole thousands of miles away. At this moment, he was not fighting alone. Behind him stood the wealth of a nation. He would use those 500 billion to burn away a single finger of the abyss. He would make those high and mighty gods taste the sting of being burned by the power of mortals. On the main screen, the number representing 500 billion was visibly decreasing to zero. That wasn't being consumed. That was burning. A most resolute, most brilliant self-immolation, undertaken to illuminate the deepest darkness. Chapter 73: The Reverse Gaze. Deep in the Swiss Alps, within an outwardly unremarkable old castle, lights blaze. This is the true headquarters of the Hermes Trust Bank, a place not found on any public map. On the castle's lowest level, in a vast, empty white circular hall, there are no windows, only the soft light emanating from the cold walls and ceiling. At the center of the hall, suspended in mid-air, is a massive, incredibly complex three-dimensional model composed of countless pale blue rays of light. That is a real-time, dynamic projection of the entire global financial market. Every large-scale capital flow, every abnormal market fluctuation, is clearly presented on the star map in the form of data. An elegantly dressed, silver-haired elderly man stands quietly before the star map, hands behind his back, admiring his work. He is one of the 13 seats in the Abyss Council, a European financial aristocrat codenamed the Scholar, and one of the planners of this fishing operation. Butcher Cohen was his most effective weapon. Truly exquisite art. The Scholar gazed at the area on the star map representing the Chinese Wangshu base, now shrouded in gray representing information isolation, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. That unruly insect is finally about to be crushed. Beside the Scholar stood a middle-aged man in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses. The middle-aged man respectfully reported, "Sir, Cohen's operation is progressing smoothly. The quantum beacon has successfully locked onto the target, and the carrion bird team has penetrated the core area. We expect to complete the physical elimination within 10 minutes. Excellent." The Scholar nodded. After the elimination, have Cohen bring back that woman named Qin Kayang. I'm becoming increasingly interested in this Eastern nation that dares to challenge us. Yes, sir. Just then, a rapid, unprecedented alarm suddenly sounded on the control panel in front of the middle-aged man. Beep 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 beep. Sir, something terrible has happened. The middle-aged man's face turned deathly pale instantly. The quantum beacon channel has malfunctioned. There's a massive amount of unidentified junk data flooding into our system through the channel. What? The Scholar's smile froze on his face. A reverse influx? How is that possible? The quantum beacon is a one-way information weapon they created based on higher dimensional theories. It can only gaze and mark. Theoretically, there's no possibility of it being reverse intruded. How much data is there? The Scholar asked urgently. Incalculable. It's growing exponentially. Our firewall, no, our conceptual barrier is being eroded. It's expected to be completely breached within 30 seconds. Impossible. The Scholar roared, losing his composure. Immediately sever the connection with the beacon. It's impossible. The middle-aged man was on the verge of tears. That's not normal data. It seems to have its own will. It's locked the channel, we can't cut it. In those brief seconds of their conversation, the magnificent financial star map in the center of the hall began to flicker violently. Countless blue lights representing normal financial order were swallowed and engulfed by a violent, chaotic torrent of red light. The source of that red torrent was the distant east. Boom! A deafening roar. The star map, representing the highest technological achievement of the Council, shattered violently after a period of twisting and struggling. Countless points of light, like fireworks, scattered throughout the hall, then returned to silence. Puff! The Scholar was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back a few steps, his face filled with disbelief and horror. That star map was directly connected to his spirit. The destruction of the star map was equivalent to a portion of his authority being forcibly torn apart. But what terrified him even more was that in the very last second before the star map shattered, he saw it. Through the raging torrent of red data, he saw the end of the torrent. There sat a young man in a chair, wearing a strange helmet. That young man was also looking at him. What kind of eyes were those? Filled with madness, filled with resolute determination, filled with the ultimate contempt and mockery of gods. The instant their eyes met, the Scholar felt as if his soul had been severely burned by the other's mortal will. That wasn't a gaze. That was a reverse gaze. Huajing, Zishan, Wangshu base. The instant the number representing 500 billion on the main screen completely returned to zero, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. All the electronic devices of the carrion bird members exploded with sparks, completely destroyed. Their prized high-tech advantage vanished in an instant. They had been reduced from warriors of the future to primitive infantry. Without command and technical support, in the eyes of Qin Kaying and the remaining security personnel, they were no longer invincible Grim Reapers, but a flock of lambs to the slaughter. Fire! Qin Kaying's roar shattered the silence. The pent-up anger, suppressed for so long, erupted in the bullets fired from the guns. Gunfire erupted again. But this time, the tide of battle had turned completely. The butcher Cohen stood frozen in place. He could no longer feel his men being slaughtered. His mind was blank. Just moments ago, the mental link between him and the scholar was ripped apart by an irresistible, violent force. In the final instant the link broke, he heard the scholar's scream of pain and terror. He had lost. He had been defeated by what he saw as the weakest insect. And that insect, in a way he could never comprehend until his death, not only defeated him but also, through the network cable, delivered a resounding slap to his great master. Thump! Xiao Chuhe fell from the command console. The neural synchronization interface, exhausted, detached automatically. He was completely drained of energy, his face deathly pale, his body limp as a puddle of mud. However, a faint, triumphant smile lingered on his face. He had done it. He had achieved this impossible counterattack at the cost of burning 500 billion. More importantly, just now, in that reverse gaze, he not only saw the silver-haired scholar, he also caught a glimpse of a deeper, more ancient aura emanating from behind the scholar. It was the aura of another seat in the council. He saw his new prey, Xiao Chuhe. Qin Kaying was the first to rush over, catching his collapsing body. When her hand touched Xiao Chuhe's skin, her heart skipped a beat. Icy cold. It was a coldness that didn't belong to the living, a deathly stillness. His life force was draining away at an alarming rate. Burning 500 billion, the price was burning his own life. Chapter 74: Reinforcements and Liquidation. The deafening gunfire had ceased some time earlier. The command center was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The once arrogant Carrion Bird members, stripped of their high-tech equipment, ultimately couldn't withstand the enraged counterattack of the security forces fighting on their home turf. The butcher Cohen, the war profiteer with blood on his hands, was finally pierced through the forehead by a bullet fired by Qin Kaying herself. As he fell, his icy blue eyes still held an incomprehensible shock and fear. However, no joy of victory rose in anyone's heart. All eyes were fixed on the man lying in Qin Kaying's arms, his breath so weak it seemed he might extinguish at any moment. Medical team. Where the medical team is. Qin Kaying screamed hoarsely, holding Xiao Chuhe's cold body, her voice filled with a panic and fear she herself hadn't even realized. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that this man who had just performed a miracle would die in her arms. Qin, Deputy Team Leader Qin. Li Yu and Bai Jinjin stumbled over, their faces streaked with tears and gunpowder, utterly disheveled. Boss, how is he? Bai Jinjin's voice trembled uncontrollably. Qin Kaying didn't answer. She simply pressed her hand tightly against Xiao Chuhe's chest, trying to sense a trace of life in his almost stagnant breathing. Just then, a series of rapid, orderly footsteps echoed outside the hall. Don't move. Drop your weapons. We are the Central Guard Regiment. Everyone, don't move. A large group of fully armed soldiers surged in like a tidal wave. They were reinforcements. Though they arrived a little late, they had finally come. Leading them was a middle-aged general with stars on his shoulders. His pupils constricted sharply when he saw the scene in the hall, a veritable carnage. His expression turned extremely grave when his gaze fell on Xiao Chuhe, held in Qin Kaying's arms, and Cohen lying in a pool of blood. Qin Kaying, what happened? Don't waste time. Save him. Qin Kaying raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on him. Immediately call the best medical experts in the country. At all costs. If he dies, we'll all be executed. The middle-aged general was stunned by Qin Kaying's terrifying aura. He dared not delay and immediately reported to his superiors via walkie-talkie, calling for emergency medical support from the military hospital with the highest priority. Soon, a group of doctors and nurses in white coats rushed in carrying a stretcher. They frantically lifted Xiao Chuhe, who was already in a deep coma, onto the stretcher and began emergency vital sign monitoring and resuscitation. Heartbeat, only 30 beats per minute. Blood pressure, undetectable. Temperature, below 32 degrees Celsius. My God, is he even alive? The doctor's exclamations were like sharp knives piercing Qin Kaying's heart. She looked at Xiao Chuhe's bloodless face, her lips tightly pressed together, saying nothing. The stretcher was quickly carried out. Qin Kaying was about to follow when the middle-aged general stopped her. Comrade Qin Kaying, you can't leave. The general's expression was extremely serious. What happened here is far too serious. Until the investigation results are available, all relevant personnel must remain at the scene. Get out of my way. Qin Kaying shoved him aside, her eyes as cold as knives. My team members are still in critical condition. My mission isn't over yet. She ignored everyone else and followed the stretcher out of the command center. How much time passed was unknown. It felt like an eternity. In the emergency medical center of the Wangsha base, the red light outside the operating room finally went out. An elderly expert with gray hair removed his mask, his face weary. Qin Kaiying, Bai Jinjin, and Li Yu, who had been waiting at the door, immediately surrounded him. "Doctor, how is he?" Qin Kaiying's voice was terribly hoarse. The old expert looked at the three women before him, covered in gunpowder and looking haggard, sighed, and shook his head. "We did our best." These 4 words sent a chill down the spines of the 3 women. "We've never seen anything like it before," the old expert said, his face filled with confusion and bewilderment. "Physiologically speaking, his body has no organic damage. However, all his vital functions have deteriorated to a critical point. It's as if something has forcibly drained his life force. We've used every means possible, but we can only barely maintain his basic heartbeat. He's currently in a coma deeper than a vegetative state. Whether he'll wake up, when he'll wake up, none of us can say for sure. In the end, it all depends on his own will." The old expert finished speaking, shook his head, and left with his assistants. A deathly silence filled the corridor. Bai Jinjin and Li Yu could no longer hold back, they embraced each other and wept uncontrollably. Qin Kaiying leaned against the cold wall, then slowly slid down to the floor. She didn't cry. She just felt as if her entire world had been emptied out. The man who always wore a slightly cynical smile, yet could shoulder everything in the most crucial moments. The man who could manipulate the financial markets with a flick of his wrist, dictating the course of events. The man who had just created a miracle by burning his own life, saving everyone. Now, he lay there quietly, his fate unknown. She suddenly felt incredibly tired. More tired than ever before. Just then, steady footsteps echoed in the corridor. Qin Kaiying looked up and saw that familiar figure. It was the old commander. Behind him followed the middle-aged general and several serious-looking staff members in black Zhongshan suits. The old commander didn't speak. He simply glanced silently at the operating room door, then fixed his gaze on Qin Kaiying. His eyes were complex. There was heartache, there was anger, but above all, there was a heaviness that words couldn't describe. "The mole has been caught," the old commander finally spoke, his voice tinged with weariness. "Zhang Ji, deputy company commander of the guard company. He was captured alive at the security center. He's confessed everything. He's Butcher Cohen, a spy planted within us 10 years ago during a mission in Africa. He's kept a very good facade all these years, only being activated this time." The old commander's voice was calm, but Qin Kaiying could hear the raging fury suppressed beneath that calm. This attack was a premeditated decapitation strike against Sky Eye and against Xiao Chuhe. "We lost half the battle." The old commander walked up to Qin Kaiying, reaching out to help her up. "No, we didn't lose." Qin Kaiying didn't move. She looked up at the old commander and said, word by word, "Xiao Chuhe, with 500 billion in his life, won this battle. He not only preserved Sky Eye, but also conveniently destroyed a key abyss stronghold in Europe. Now, it's our turn to settle accounts." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with a cold, unwavering will. At that moment, the old commander seemed to see another Xiao Chuhe in her eyes. 3 days later, in the highest-level intensive care ward of the Military Region General Hospital, Xiao Chuhe lay quietly on the hospital bed, his body covered in various tubes connected to rows of beeping life support equipment. His face was still pale, but compared to 3 days ago, he seemed to have gained a bit more vitality. Qin Kaiying sat by his bedside, for 3 days and 3 nights, never leaving his side. She had become much thinner, her eyes sunken, but those eyes were brighter and more resolute than ever before. Suddenly, she saw Xiao Chuhe's fingers twitch slightly. Qin Kaiying's breath caught in her throat. She held her breath, staring intently at Xiao Chuhe's face. She saw his long eyelashes tremble slightly. Then, his eyes, which had been closed for 3 days and 3 nights, slowly opened a crack. After a long period of focusing, her blurred vision finally focused on the person before her. His lips moved slightly, uttering an extremely weak, hoarse sound. "Have you caught him?" He was asking about the mole, Zhang Ji. Qin Kaiying's tears, which she could no longer hold back, burst forth. She nodded with all her might, her voice choked with sobs. "Yes, we've caught him. Now, the entire national machinery is in motion. The purge has begun." Chapter 75: The Price of Waking Up. Xiao Chuhe felt a bone-chilling cold, not the cold of winter, nor the cold of ice, but a kind of deathly stillness seeping from the very marrow of his bones, from the depths of his soul, as if to freeze him into an empty shell. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. All around was quiet, save for the monotonous ticking of the clock, like the relentless second hand measuring his dwindling life. Was he dead? The thought flashed through his mind. It wasn't so bad. At least, with that final blow, he had returned that gift. That high and mighty scholar, having taken a hard hit, looked utterly terrified thinking about it now. It was quite satisfying. Qin Kaiang, by Jinjin, they should be safe now. It was worth it. Just as he was about to give up the struggle and let himself sink into the endless darkness, a familiar voice, trembling with suppressed emotion, pierced his ears. He moved. His fingers moved. That voice, was it Qin Kaiang? A strange power suddenly surged from the depths of his nearly depleted consciousness. He didn't want to die. He hadn't seen the organization called the Abyss Council uprooted. He hadn't seen Qin Kaiang again. With all his might, he finally managed to pry open his heavy eyelids a crack. A blurry light pierced his eyes. The world was a chaotic white. He blinked several times before his vision slowly focused. A haggard yet still spirited face appeared directly above him. Her eye sockets were deep set, her chin was painfully sharp, and her eyes were bloodshot, but they shone with an astonishing light. It was Qin Kaiang. She leaned over him, motionless, as if afraid that in the blink of an eye, he would disappear again. Xiao Chuhe felt his throat was dry and sore, as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only managed a wheezing sound. "Don't speak." Qin Kaiang reacted immediately, her voice carrying a hint of command, but more so, barely concealed panic. "Don't move, and don't speak. Doctor! Doctor!" She sat up abruptly and shouted towards the door. Soon, a large group of people in white coats rushed in, surrounding his hospital bed. Various cold instruments were once again pressed against his body, and he could hear the doctor's hushed, yet still undisguised, conversations. A miracle! This is simply a medical miracle. His vital signs are recovering. Heart rate 45 beats per minute, blood pressure 60/40ths. Although it's still dangerous, he's improving. How is this possible? His life force was clearly exhausted to its limit, like a candle about to burn out. How could it spontaneously reignite? Quick, prepare adrenaline and 4 fluids. Keep him alive. You must keep him alive. Xiao Chuhe listened to these words and smiled bitterly to himself. What a load of rubbish about a miracle. He knew perfectly well that it wasn't a rekindling of life, but merely a fleeting, desperate burst of light before extinguishing completely. The price of burning 500 billion was the burning of his own life. The chill emanating from the depths of his soul was the best proof. His gaze swept past the busy doctors and found Qin Kaiang standing outside the crowd. She didn't approach, but stood at a distance, her hands clenched tightly together, her knuckles white from the force. She looked at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions: ecstasy, worry, and a kind of lingering fear he had never seen on her face before. Lingering fear. Was this fearless woman afraid of herself? This realization warmed Xiao Chuhe's heart, temporarily dispelling the biting chill. He tried to force a smile, wanting to reassure her, but he couldn't even control his facial muscles. The smile was probably uglier than a grimace. Qin Kaiang understood. Her eyes instantly reddened, but she held back her tears, nodding heavily. After what seemed like an eternity, the doctors finally stabilized his condition and left like a receding tide, leaving the ward quiet once more. Qin Kaiang slowly walked over, pulled up a chair, and sat beside his bed. Neither of them spoke. She simply gazed at him silently, as if trying to make up for the 3 days and 3 nights lost. Xiao Chuhe looked at her too. He noticed she had lost a lot of weight. Her once fitting military uniform now seemed loose on her. She was certain she hadn't rested properly these past few days. "I'm sorry." He wanted to apologize, feeling he had burdened her. "Shut up," Qin Kaiang interrupted him, her voice still hoarse, but carrying an undeniable authority. "The doctor said you need to rest now. You're not allowed to say a word." Xiao Chuhe had no choice but to remain silent. "How are you feeling?" she asked again, her voice softening. Xiao Chuhe blinked. "Are you cold?" He blinked. "Do you want some water?" He blinked. Qin Kaiang looked at his weak state, able to communicate only with blinks, feeling both heartache and anger. "You bastard!" She finally couldn't hold back, muttering under her breath, "Do you know how long you were unconscious? 3 days and 3 nights. Do you know what the doctors said? They said they did their best. They said it all depended on your own will." Her voice began to tremble uncontrollably. "Xiao Chuhe, what the hell made you think you could? What made you gamble with your life? That 500 billion is gone, the country can earn it back. But what about you? If you're gone, where the hell am I going to find another Xiao Chuhe?" By the end, her voice was trembling with sobs. A scalding tear, without warning, fell onto the back of Xiao Chuhe's hand. Xiao Chuhe's heart felt as if it had been scalded by that tear. He wanted to raise his hand to wipe away her tear, but his arm wouldn't obey him. He could only manage to squeeze out a few indistinct syllables from his throat. "Have you caught him?" He was asking the mole, Zhang Ji. Qin Kaiang's body stiffened abruptly. She hadn't expected that the first question he uttered upon waking, with all his might, would be this. Even in this state, this man's mind was still on the mission, on the reckoning. Her tears, which she could no longer hold back, streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. She didn't wipe them away, letting the tears flow freely, nodding vigorously as she cried, her voice choked with sobs. He's been caught. Captured alive. In the security center, when he tried to destroy the surveillance footage, the guards who rushed and subdued him. Now, the entire national machinery is in motion. The reckoning has begun. Hearing this answer, Xiao Chuhe's tense spirit finally relaxed. An irresistible sense of exhaustion overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. His eyelids grew heavy again. Just as he was about to slip back into unconsciousness, the door to the ward was gently pushed open. The old commander walked in. He was alone. He looked at the young man on the hospital bed, who had just woken up but was about to fall asleep again, then at the female officer beside him, her face streaked with tears, yet still clinging to him. A complex emotion flickered across his aged face. He walked to the bedside, leaned down, and spoke slowly in a voice only the three of them could hear. Kid, well done. In Switzerland, it's in an uproar. Our diplomats, with some of the evidence you slipped in, went directly to the Swiss Federal Council. Hermes Bank is under full investigation. Although they're stubborn, much of what they've hidden there is gone. That scholar, struck by your counterattack, was seriously injured. According to our undercover agents, his standing within the parliament has plummeted. He's become the laughingstock and the target of everyone's anger. Your fire was well worth it. The old commander's voice carried a barely suppressed excitement. Xiao Chuhe's consciousness cleared slightly. He knew that the old commander was telling him this not just to praise him, but also to provoke him and keep him alert. But the old commander's tone shifted, his expression turning serious. This isn't enough. This is just the beginning. The council's reaction was much faster and more ruthless than we imagined. They immediately severed all ties with the scholar, sacrificing him to save others. We now have evidence, but we can't find the next target. The old commander stared intently at Xiao Chuhe, his cloudy yet sharp eyes seeming to pierce his soul. Xiao Chuhe, I know you've overdrawn your life, but the country needs you. I need you. In that reverse gaze, you must have seen something else, right? Tell us, who is the next target? The old commander's voice struck Xiao Chuhe's mind like a hammer. Of course he saw it. He not only saw the disheveled, blood-spitting scholar, but also sensed a deeper, more ancient aura emanating from behind him. It was the aura of another seat in the council. A new prey. He wanted to speak, to tell the old chief about that vague perception. But the strength he had just regained was completely exhausted after uttering, "Did you catch him?" His brain desperately sent out commands, but his body was like a puppet with its strings cut, unresponsive. His mouth was open, but no sound came out. Finally, boundless darkness swallowed him once more. In the final moment before his consciousness completely sank, he only saw Qin Kayang's face, etched with panic, and the old chief's expression instantly darkening with solemnity. Chapter 76 The Wrath of the State Machine. Xiao Chuhe fell into a coma again, but this time, unlike the previous deathly stillness, his vital signs were slowly but steadily recovering. Outside the special care ward of the Military General Hospital, the atmosphere was oppressively suffocating. Qin Kayang leaned against the wall, her eyes red, saying nothing. She had heard everything the old commander had said. She knew that the opportunity Xiao Chuhe had risked his life for was fleeting. The country needed him, needed the unique intelligence in his mind. But looking at the man lying inside, covered in tubes and sustained only by machines, her heart felt like it was being torn apart. He had already given everything, why force him further? Commander, Qin Kayang's voice was terribly hoarse, he needs rest. We can't. I know. The old commander sighed, his wrinkles seeming to deepen further. More than anyone, I wish he could lie down and sleep for a year or two. But, Qin Kayang, the enemy won't give us that time. He pulled a document from his pocket and handed it to Qin Kayang. This is a summary of urgent intelligence from around the world within the last 72 hours after the incident. Qin Kayang took the document and quickly flipped through it. The first page was about Switzerland. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with an unprecedentedly strong stance, lodged a formal protest with the Swiss side and presented some evidence of internal fund flows at Hermes Bank. The Swiss Federal Banking Commission was forced to announce a highest-level financial regulatory investigation into Hermes Trust Bank. The news caused a global uproar. The second page is about the Abyss Council. After the scholar's stronghold was severely damaged, the council appeared to be in turmoil. Multiple offshore companies and foundations closely linked to the scholars declared bankruptcy and liquidation within a mere 24 hours, all funds were swiftly transferred, and all leads were cut off. Their speed in cutting their losses was astonishing. The third page is about the mole, John G. The interrogation records are shocking. This mole, codenamed Worker Ant, had been lying in wait for nearly 10 years. His sole mission was to provide the council with coordinates and internal information for its physical purge operation at the most critical moments. He didn't even know who his superior was, receiving instructions from Butcher Cohen only through a special encrypted device. They are a well-organized, ruthless adversary, far stronger than we imagined, the old commander said in a deep voice. Xiao Chuhe's attack, while painful, also thoroughly enraged them. Now, they've moved from the shadows to the open. Their retaliation could come at any moment. We must find their Achilles heel and strike them hard before they strike again. Qin Kaiang gripped the document in her hand tightly, her knuckles turning white. She understood what the old commander meant. This was a war that allowed no mercy or hesitation. I understand. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tenderness in her heart, and resumed her decisive and calm demeanor as a major general. Until Xiao Chuhe wakes up, I will take over his work. I will integrate all the intelligence and analyze the council's next possible attack direction. The old commander looked at her and nodded with satisfaction. Good. If you need any resources or authorization, just tell me. The entire country is your and Xiao Chuhe's support. With that, the old commander turned and left. He had many more things to deploy. The storm triggered by the attack on the Wangsha base had only just begun. In the corridor, only Qin Kaiang remained. Through the glass of the ward, she quietly looked at the sleeping Xiao Chuhe inside, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Live on, Xiao Chuhe. You are responsible for seeing through the darkness. I am responsible for destroying everything you have seen through. 2 days later, Xiao Chuhe's condition finally stabilized. Although still unconscious, he was out of danger. Bai Jinjin and Li Yu were finally allowed to visit. Upon entering the ward and seeing Xiao Chuhe's deathly pale face, the two girls burst into tears. Boss, Bai Jinjin covered her mouth, trying to stifle her sobs. She was used to Xiao Chuhe's domineering presence in the financial markets, his commanding presence. She had never seen him so vulnerable. She had personally handed over those 500 billion yuan. Every disappearance of that amount felt like a knife to her heart. But now she understood that compared to the life of the man before her, 500 billion, or even 5 trillion, was nothing. Li Yu, on the other hand, was much quieter. She walked to the complex life support equipment, carefully examining each fluctuating data point. Her expertise allowed her to understand the meaning behind these data points better than Bai Jinjin. His brainwaves are strange. Li Yu suddenly frowned and said softly, "What's wrong?" Qin Kaiang approached. For the past 2 days, she had practically lived here, spending all her time by Xiao Chuhe's side, except when dealing with the overwhelming intelligence. In normal deep sleep, a person's brainwaves show a flat delta wave pattern. But the boss's brainwaves, while generally flat, contain a very high-frequency, very regular gamma wave. This waveform usually only appears when a person is highly focused and engaged in complex thought processes. Li Yu pointed to the waveform on the monitor, her face full of confusion. He's clearly unconscious, but his brain seems still working at high speed. Qin Kaiang's heart skipped a beat. She remembered the old commander's words. In that reverse gaze, you must have seen something else. Could it be that Xiao Chuhe's consciousness was replaying and processing that breathtaking reverse gaze deep within his own mind? Was he instinctively searching for their next target? This thought sent a shiver down Qin Kaiang's spine, both for Xiao Chuhe's inhuman willpower and for the pain he was currently enduring. Just then, Xiao Chuhe's eyelids twitched slightly once more. He woke up. This time, he remained conscious for a longer period than before. He opened his eyes, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 3 faces in the ward. Qin Kaiang's resolute expression, Bai Jinjin's worry, and Li Yu's focused attention. A sense of unprecedented peace washed over him. His comrades were all there. He didn't try to speak again, but simply moved his eyes, finally fixing them on Li Yu. Then, with all his strength, he slowly raised his right index finger. In mid-air, he laboriously drew a shape. A circle, with an S in the center. That was the symbol for a data stream. Li Yu's breathing quickened instantly. She understood. The boss means data? Xiao Chuhe nodded with difficulty. Then, his finger pointed to his temple. Data, the brain. A bold idea flashed through Li Yu's mind. Boss, you mean you need a tool to export and visualize the information in your mind? Li Yu asked excitedly. Xiao Chuhe's eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded weakly, his eyes filled with approval. Truly worthy of being his core technical expert. In his current state, he couldn't possibly use a high-load device like Tianshu. He needed a lighter, more direct way to extract the data image of his new prey, which he had captured during reverse gaze, from the depths of his memory. I understand. Li Yu's face shone with excitement. Give me access. Give me a lab. I need a high-precision EEG capture device, a neural signal compiler, and a 3D holographic projection device. I can do it. I can build you a mind reader. This crazy girl actually dared to say she could build something so far-fetched. Seeing her eagerness to rush into the lab, Xiao Chuhe finally managed a genuine, heartfelt smile on his pale face. His counterattack was about to begin. Chapter 77 New Prey from the Depths of Memory. In a brightly lit laboratory on the 3rd basement level of the Military General Hospital, temporarily converted to a top-secret facility, the lights shone brightly. Li Yu, like a mad scientist on steroids, with enormous dark circles under her eyes, directed a group of top engineers and programmers urgently summoned from across the country to conduct final adjustments to various precision instruments. Qin Kaiang stood outside the laboratory's observation window, watching quietly. In just 3 days, Li Yu and her team had actually cobbled together a theoretically feasible mind-reading system. The core of this system was a uniquely shaped headband covered with thousands of high-precision electroencephalogram (EEG) sensors. It could capture the weakest electrical signals from Xiao Chuhe's cerebral cortex, then, through a neural signal compiler program written by Li Yu, convert these signals into a visualized data model, which was finally presented to everyone through a holographic projection device. It was like a scene from a science fiction movie. Deputy Team Leader Qin, the equipment is ready. However, a medical monitoring expert approached Qin Kaiang, his face grave. Comrade Xiao Chuhe's condition is extremely unstable. Forcing him into this kind of deep mental activity could cause irreversible damage to his nervous system. There's even a risk of him falling back into a deep coma. Qin Kaiang's nails dug deeply into her flesh. She was acutely aware of the risks. These past few days, Xiao Chuhe's condition had fluctuated, spending most of his time in a coma. That chill emanating from the depths of his soul was like a lurking beast, ready to pounce at any moment. Every time he awoke, he would look at Qin Kaiang with anxious eyes, inquiring about the experiment's progress. He was racing against time. He feared that the fleeting clue he had glimpsed in his mind would fade away with time. Let's begin. Qin Kaiang closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze had returned to its cold and resolute state. Prepare the highest-level emergency treatment plan by his bedside. In case of any emergency, immediately halt the experiment. Yes, the expert sighed and turned to prepare. Half an hour later, a weakened Xiao Chuhe was carefully wheeled into the laboratory. As the cold headband was slowly placed on his head, he could feel countless tiny electric currents stimulating his scalp. Boss, relax. Li Yu's voice came through the earpiece. Don't consciously think about it, just remember. Remember when you saw that scholar, remember that feeling of reverse gaze. Xiao Chuhe slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the depths of his memory. That raging torrent of red data, composed of 500 billion RMB, surged through his mind once more. He saw the torrent burst through layers of barriers, crashing into the white hall of the Swiss castle. The holographic projector in the center of the laboratory suddenly lit up. A three-dimensional image began to slowly coalesce in mid-air. It was a gigantic financial star map composed of countless blue rays of light. My God! Everyone in the observation room exclaimed in amazement. Although they had heard the reports, seeing this real-time projection, representing the pulse of global finance, still left them utterly shocked. Is this the tool the parliament uses to monitor the world? Qin Kaiang murmured to himself. On the screen, a torrent of red data surged in. The blue star map began to flicker and distort violently, finally exploding into countless points of light with a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, the image of a well-dressed, silver-haired elderly man was clearly projected. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face filled with horror and disbelief. It's him, the scholar. The intelligence analyst beside Qin Kaiang immediately confirmed the man's identity. Xiao Chuhe's breathing became rapid. His brain was under immense strain. Boss, hold on. Li Yu's voice carried a hint of tension. The scholar's image is very clear. Go further. What else do you see? What else is behind him? Xiao Chuhe's consciousness pierced through the scholar's terrified expression, probing deeper. In the final instant before the star map shattered and the mental link was severed, he caught a fleeting, completely different aura. It wasn't the coldness and precision of finance. It was an aura, filled with scorching heat, power, and a devouring desire. Like a raging furnace, consuming everything. The holographic projection began to blur and distort. Countless chaotic, scorching dark red data streams intertwined and collided wildly in midair. They couldn't form a clear human shape, only a blurry, oppressive outline. No, the data is too chaotic. We can't build a model. Li Yu was sweating profusely. Boss, make it clearer. You need a reference point. What does that aura remind you of? Oil? Coal? Or nuclear? An extremely faint, almost dreamlike voice squeezed out of Xiao Chuhe's throat. Nuclear, furnace. This word struck everyone present like a bolt of lightning. Nuclear. The Abyss Council had actually extended its reach into this area? Quick! Search the global database of top classified individuals using keywords like nuclear energy, energy tycoon, and mysterious billionaire. Qin Kaiang immediately issued the order. In the observation room, intelligence personnel rapidly typed on their keyboards. Information on numerous renowned energy tycoons was retrieved, only to be quickly rejected. Their appearance and demeanor didn't match that violent, scorching aura. No, it's not them. Xiao Chuhe's consciousness was nearing its limit. He felt his head was about to split open. That aura was more ancient, more secretive, more pure. Just then, an elderly expert with gray hair, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up. He stared intently at the blurry outline composed of dark red data streams in the holographic projection. "Wait," he said in a trembling voice, "compare the energy fluctuation frequency of this outline with target file number 003 in our Kwafu project database." Kwafu project? Qin Kaiying was stunned. It was a top-secret national energy strategic research project. She had only heard of it and had no access. "There's no time to explain. Hurry!" the old expert shouted urgently. The staff immediately carried out the order. The moment the two sets of data began to be compared on the screen, a miracle occurred. The previously chaotic, blurry, dark red outline seemed to find its skeleton, rapidly reassembling and filling in. A few seconds later, a completely new, clear image appeared before everyone. It wasn't a specific person. It was a symbol. An ancient totem, formed from burning flames, resembling an eye. Below the totem was only a code name: Prometheus. The moment Xiao Chuhe saw the code name, his pupils contracted sharply. Prometheus. He remembered. When he threatened Cohen with the dead man's switch, the data packet contained core information about the Prometheus genetic research project. At the time, he thought it was just one of the many secret projects of the council. Now it seemed that wasn't at all. Prometheus wasn't a project name, but a person's code name. It was the code name of another member of the 13 seats in the Abyss Council. "Found it," the old expert, trembling slightly with excitement, stared at the burning totem. "We've been investigating for 10 years, and all we knew was that there was this specter, frantically acquiring and monopolizing all companies and patents related to next-generation energy technologies globally, from controlled nuclear fusion to high-energy particles, and even some cutting-edge fields of physics we can't yet understand. All we knew was his code name, Prometheus. We always thought he was just a greedy tech oligarch. Now we know he is also a member of the council." The old expert's words plunged the entire laboratory into a deathly silence. A specter who controls the future of energy. His level of danger even surpasses that of the financial aristocrat scholar. Just then, the medical monitoring equipment suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Beep beep beep. Oh no! Comrade Xiao's heart rate and blood pressure are plummeting. His brain activity is disappearing. In the laboratory, Xiao Chuhe suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body convulsed violently, and then went completely limp. The headband on his head, unable to detect any valid brainwave signals, flickered a few times and then went completely dark. In mid-air, the blazing totem representing Prometheus also vanished into thin air. Chapter 78: Clues to the Second Seat. Quick! Emergency resuscitation. Adrenaline. Defibrillator ready. The lab erupted into chaos. Doctors and nurses swarmed around Xiao Chuhe, who had fallen into shock. The piercing alarm and the doctor's urgent commands mingled, gripping the hearts of everyone present. Qin Kaiying's face turned deathly pale. She rushed to the observation window, pressing her hands tightly against the cold glass, her knuckles cracking. Looking at the man surrounded by doctors, on the verge of life and death, her heart felt like it was being clenched by an icy hand. Even breathing became difficult. She regretted it. She shouldn't have agreed to this insane experiment. What a load of crap, what a load of crap Parliament. It was all worthless in the face of Xiao Chuhe's life. Save him. Qin Kaiying turned to the medical experts beside her, letting out a low growl filled with suppressed pain and rage. "I don't care what methods you use, you must save him. If he dies, all of you will report to a military court." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority and murderous intent. The expert trembled, nodded repeatedly, and immediately rushed into the laboratory to personally direct the resuscitation. Time ticked by, each second feeling incredibly long. The atmosphere in the observation room was extremely tense. The old expert, who had just uncovered the identity of Prometheus, was now filled with shame and worry. Looking at Qin Kaiying's murderous expression, he wanted to say something several times, but ultimately let out a heavy sigh. He knew he had been too hasty. To verify a hypothesis he had investigated for 10 years, he had pushed the young man to his limit. After an unknown amount of time, the piercing alarm finally subsided. The attending physician emerged from the lab, drenched in sweat, his face showing the exhaustion of someone who had survived a near-death experience. "Deputy Team Leader Qin. How is he?" Qin Kaiying's voice was hoarse, like a tattered rag. Temporarily out of danger." The doctor wiped the sweat from his brow, saying with lingering fear, "However, his condition is very serious. This severe mental exhaustion has caused widespread damage to his central nervous system. Simply put, his brain has gone on strike. He's locked himself into a deep self-protective state. When he'll wake up, whether he'll wake up at all, we really don't know. This time, even a miracle might not happen." The doctor's words were like a bucket of ice water, chilling Qin Kaiying to the bone. She swayed, nearly losing her balance, but was fortunately supported by the bodyguard beside her. "Brain, gone on strike? The man who always created miracles, the man who used 500 billion yuan to burn through the enemy's defenses, the man who could guide them even in his unconscious state, had finally exhausted all his light and heat. Qin Kaiying's vision blurred. But she didn't collapse. She bit her tongue sharply, the intense pain instantly bringing her back to her senses. She slowly pushed aside the guards and, step by step, walked to the old expert. "Tell me everything about Prometheus." Her voice was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. Her bloodshot eyes burned with a vengeful fire that seemed capable of incinerating everything. Xiao Chuhe fell. "Then I will avenge him. The direction you pointed out, I will walk. The enemy you hunted, I will kill." The old expert looked at the female officer before him, who seemed to have instantly transformed from a blood-soaked warrior into a vengeful goddess, and his heart trembled. He knew that from this moment on, some things had completely changed. "All right." He nodded heavily. Half an hour later, in a top-level operations conference room, Qin Kaiying sat in the main seat. Before her were the old commander and the top officials from various core departments, including national security, military intelligence, and energy strategy. Behind her, on a holographic projection, silently floated the ancient, burning, eye-like totem. "Prometheus, we currently have very little information about him." The energy expert, codenamed Old Yu, pointed to the totem and explained in a deep voice, "We first noticed him 10 years ago. At that time, the world's largest nuclear fuel supplier, the French Areva Group, underwent a bizarre change in shareholding. An obscure offshore fund quietly acquired more than 30% of Areva's shares within just 1 month, becoming its largest shareholder. At the time, we thought it was just a normal business acquisition. But soon, we realized something was wrong. In the following years, from uranium mines in Canada to lithium mines in Australia, to rare earth mines in Africa, this fund's shadow appeared in every mineral resource and technology company related to advanced energy globally. He was like a greedy ghost, frantically hoarding everything that would determine the future of the world's energy. His methods were extremely sophisticated, operating through thousands of shell companies and complex financial derivatives, making it impossible for us to trace his true identity. Until 5 years ago, we intercepted encrypted intelligence and learned about the codename Prometheus for the first time. The intelligence showed that he was funding more than 20 top physics laboratories worldwide, conducting cutting-edge technological research that we had never heard of before, including controlled nuclear fusion and zero-point energy. Old Yu paused, his expression becoming extremely grave. "Gentlemen, I think I don't need to elaborate on what this means. Whoever controls the ultimate energy source controls the future. We've always considered him a top-tier potential adversary, and that Kwafu Project Special Task Force was established to track and counter him. But we never imagined that behind him stood the Abyss Council." The conference room fell silent. Everyone's face was filled with shock and solemnity. Finance, energy, just how many other sectors has the Abyss Council extended its reach into? What are they trying to do? Now is not the time to discuss what they're trying to do. Qin Kaiying's icy voice broke the silence. She stood up and walked to the holographic projection. "Now, we have only one task." Her finger pressed heavily on the burning totem. "Dig him out. Elder Yu, I need all the information on Project Kwafu. From now on, establish the Haoyi Task Force, with myself as the Commander-in-Chief. I don't care what methods you use, I want to see Prometheus's global energy footprint as quickly as possible. I need to know every mine, every laboratory, every company he controls. Intelligence Department, your mission is to continue digging deeper along the line between the Scholar and Hermes Bank. I need to know how Prometheus and the Scholar conduct financial transactions. Their financial networks must intersect. Security Department, prepare our top special operations forces. Once we pinpoint his physical location, I want him, along with his shady laboratories, to vanish completely from this earth." Qin Kaiying's voice was resolute, carrying an unwavering, iron-willed determination. Those present were all high-ranking officials, yet they were all stunned by the overwhelming aura emanating from this young female major general. The old commander looked at her, his eyes filled with both relief and worry. This girl had matured too quickly. Xiao Chuhe's fall acted as a catalyst, completely shedding her naivete and transforming her into a truly sharp sword, unsheathed for the nation. But a sword that is too sharp can easily wound itself. "I agree," the old commander said in a deep voice, making the final decision. Haoyi Task Force is established immediately. All departments will unconditionally cooperate with Comrade Qin Kaiying's work. This is an order. "Yes, sir." A unified reply rang out in the conference room. A national-level purge targeting the second seat of the Abyss Council had officially begun. After the meeting, Qin Kaiying didn't rest for a moment, immediately immersing herself in the vast sea of intelligence analysis work. She transformed herself into a machine more sophisticated than a computer, frantically processing all the information. Late at night, when she dragged her exhausted body back to Xiao Chuhe's hospital room, Bai Jinjin and Li Yu were still there. "Sister Qin, you should go and rest. You haven't slept for almost 2 days," Bai Jinjin said with concern. Qin Kaiying shook her head. She walked to the bedside, looked at Xiao Chuhe's quiet, seemingly lifeless face, and gently stroked his cold cheek. "I'm fine," she whispered. "When he wakes up, I want him to see that I've done everything he wanted to do for him." Just then, Liyu's encrypted communicator suddenly vibrated slightly. She glanced at the screen, her expression changing slightly. "Sister Qin, it's Zhou Nangzhen." Qin Kaiying's eyes sharpened instantly. What did she say? Liyu's expression was somewhat strange. She said, "She has something she wants to give you personally. She said it's her pledge of allegiance. But she said she doesn't trust anyone, she only wants to see you. And the place and time of the meeting must be decided by her." Qin Kaiying's brows furrowed deeply. Zhou Nangzhen, this woman who repeatedly switched between the Abyss Council and them. Why did she suddenly appear at this time? What was she trying to do? Was it genuine surrender, or another trap? Chapter 79 Zhou Nangzhen's Pledge of Allegiance. "We can't go." Before Qin Kaiying could speak, Bai Jinjin was the first to object, her face filled with vigilance. "Sister Qin, this is too dangerous. Zhou Nangzhen is a complex character, neither entirely good nor evil. Who knows what she's really thinking? Wasn't the lesson from the Wangshu base painful enough? This is clearly a trap." Bai Jinjin's concerns were not unfounded. Zhou Nangzhen's identity was too sensitive. She had once been a core operator of the Abyss Council, a high-ranking general in the enemy camp. Although she had secretly passed on intelligence before, no one could guarantee that she wasn't putting on an act this time, aiming to lure out Qin Kaiying, the commander-in-chief of the Houyi task force. Liu also frowned, analyzing, from a technical standpoint, having her decide the time and place means we're completely on the defensive. We can't conduct security checks beforehand, nor can we set up surveillance or backup. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. The two girls' opinions represented the most rational and prudent choice. Qin Kaiying remained silent, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table. She was, of course, aware of the risks, but she also knew the crucial moment. It was a critical juncture in their war against the Abyss Council, a war that had reached its climax. They had just locked onto their second target, Prometheus, but almost everything about him remained on paper. They needed intelligence, they needed someone who could tear a hole in the enemy's defenses. And Zhou Nangzhen was undoubtedly the best candidate. The Pledge of Allegiance she brought was likely exactly what they needed right now. It was a huge risk, but also a huge opportunity. "What do you think Xiao Chuhe will choose?" Qin Kaiying suddenly asked, posing a question that stunned Bai Jinjin and Liu. Yes, if Xiao Chuhe were the one making the decision now, what would he choose? Would that man back down because of the danger? The answer was self-evident. He would walk into this potentially trap-like rendezvous without hesitation, because he was a born gambler, and he always believed in high risk, high reward. "I understand," Bai Jinjin sighed, no longer objecting. "Sister Qin, I support you, but we must be fully prepared." "I'll handle the technical support," Liu immediately said. "I'll prepare a set of our latest individually developed combat system for you, integrating micro-drone reconnaissance, anti-eavesdropping, vital sign monitoring, and emergency signal transmission functions. If you encounter danger, I can pinpoint your location in a fraction of a second and notify the nearest support troops." Qin Kaiying looked at the two girls with determined eyes, her heart warming. She wasn't fighting alone. "Okay." She nodded, then picked up Liu's communicator and replied to Zhou Nangzhen. Just one word. "Agreed." 3 days later, Hong Kong, Victoria Harbor. The night was as dark as ink, the sea breeze carrying a salty, fishy smell. A small private yacht lay quietly moored on the sea, far from the dock, gently rising and falling with the waves. Qin Kaiying, dressed in casual clothes, drove a speedboat alone and slowly approached the yacht. A tiny, invisible earpiece, no bigger than a grain of rice, pierced her ear. Liu's voice came through clearly. "Sister Qin, I've hacked into the yacht's surveillance system. There's only one person on board, vital signs are normal, no weapons detected. The surrounding waters are clear, no ambushes found." "Roger that," Qin Kaiying replied, mooring the speedboat beside the yacht. She then nimbly flipped over and jumped onto the deck. On the deck, a woman in a black trench coat stood with her back to Qin Kaiying, gazing at the brightly lit Hong Kong Island skyline from the railing. The sea breeze ruffled her long, curly hair, making her appear somewhat frail and forlorn. It was Zhou Nangzhen. "You're quite bold." Zhou Nangzhen didn't turn around, her voice slightly swaying in the sea breeze. "I thought you'd bring a whole regiment. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have chosen this place," Qin Kaiying said calmly. "This area will be covered by armed helicopters from the Chinese Hong Kong garrison within 5 minutes. You can't escape." Zhou Nangzhen's shoulders twitched slightly, as if she were chuckling. She slowly turned around. Only then did Qin Kaiying see her face clearly. She looked haggard. The once radiant and spirited genius trader in the financial markets was now pale, her eyes filled with deep weariness and a lingering fear. The scholar's failure triggered a massive purge within the parliament. Zhou Nangzhen's voice was hoarse. Everyone who had contact with him was investigated. I almost couldn't escape. Her gaze fell on Qin Kaiyang's face, carrying a complex emotion. That Sky Eye, that Xiao Chuhe, he's a devil. He not only destroyed the scholar's stronghold, but also planted a damn data bomb in the council's central database. Although it was quickly removed, those few seconds of chaos were enough to expose many people. I owe my survival to him. Qin Kaiyang didn't speak, just quietly looked at her. She knew that Zhou Nangzhen was just setting the stage. Where's my pledge of allegiance? Qin Kaiyang asked bluntly. Zhou Nangzhen gave her a deep look, then took out what looked like a USB drive from the inside pocket of her trench coat. Inside is a list of all the secret accounts and assets under the scholars that haven't been wiped out yet. The total value is approximately 80 billion euros. Is that enough? Qin Kaiyang's pupils contracted sharply. 80 billion euros. This was no longer a simple pledge of allegiance, it was a death warrant capable of utterly paralyzing the scholars' faction. Why did you do this? Qin Kaiyang didn't take the USB drive, but stared intently at her. Betraying the council, you won't have a good end. And? Zhou Nangzhen laughed self-deprecatingly. From the moment I decided to pass on intelligence to Xiao Chuhe, there was no turning back. Now, I only want to see those self-righteous gods of the council fall from the sky, smashed to pieces. Her eyes flashed with a deep-seated hatred. Besides, helping you is also helping myself. Zhou Nangzhen composed herself, regaining a sliver of rationality. The council won't let me go. I need a powerful enough protection. In this world, the only ones who dare to directly confront the council and still gain an advantage are you. Qin Kaiyang remained silent. Zhou Nangzhen's words were reasonable. She finally reached out and took the USB drive. This isn't enough, Qin Kaiyang said. I need more information about Prometheus. Upon hearing the name Prometheus, Zhou Nangzhen's face instantly changed. It was a fear far deeper than when Scholar was mentioned. You've actually found him. She looked at Qin Kaiyang in disbelief. Answer my question. Zhou Nangzhen's breathing became rapid. She walked to the ship's railing, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Prometheus, his position in the council is higher and more mysterious than that of the scholars. We peripheral members only know his code name, none of us have ever seen his true face. He is a true madman. Zhou Nangzhen's voice trembled. The scholars pursue wealth and order, but Prometheus pursues ultimate power. He's obsessed with any disruptive technology that can change the world order. Energy is just the part that's floating on the surface. His true goal is the Prometheus genetic project. He wants to create a new god that surpasses humanity by modifying genes, and he himself is the first test subject. Qin Kaiyang's heart sank. A madman who controls future energy and is conducting forbidden genetic experiments. This enemy is 1,000 times more troublesome than she imagined. The failure of the scholars didn't deter the parliament, instead, it spurred them on. Zhou Nangzhen tossed away his cigarette, his eyes growing incredibly grave. Especially Prometheus. He believes the scholars' failure stemmed from over-reliance on conventional financial and physical methods. He proposed a far more audacious plan and gained the support of the other seats in the parliament. They're accelerating. What plan? Qin Kaiyang's heart leaped into his throat. I don't know the specifics. Zhou Nangzhen shook his head. I only saw one term in the minutes of a top-level encrypted meeting. Their next target isn't China. It's the throat of the world. Chapter 80 The Throat of the Global Economy. The throat of the world? Qin Kaiyang's brows furrowed deeply. It was an extremely vague, yet highly suggestive code name. What does this mean? She pressed. I don't know, Zhou Nangzhen replied, her face also showing confusion. These 4 words have only appeared once. But based on the context, it should be a geostrategic code name, referring to a crucial node with veto power over the global economy. A vital choke point, capable of affecting the entire world. Qin Kaiyang's mind raced. The throat of the global economy. The Strait of Hormuz? The Strait of Malacca? Or the Suez Canal? These places are the lifelines of global energy and trade. A problem in any one of them could trigger a global economic tsunami. Prometheus, this madman who controls the energy lifeline, could do far too much if he wanted to manipulate these places. He could fund pirates, orchestrate terrorist attacks, and even use his shady black technology to create an accidental blockade. Either way, the consequences would be unimaginable. The parliament is about to overturn the table. After being severely punished by Xiao Chuhe, instead of restraining themselves, they're going to use an even more extreme and insane method to declare their existence and power to the world. I understand. Qin Kaiyang took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. This intelligence is very important. That's all I can give you. Zhou Nangzhen looked at Qin Kaiyang, a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Now, can we talk about my problems? I need a safe identity and a place where I can survive. Sure. Qin Kaiang nodded. As long as the intelligence you provide is accurate and you're willing to continue cooperating with us, China can be your safe haven. Cooperate? Zhou Nangzhen seemed to have heard a joke. Major General Qin, you don't naively think I'll go back to the council to infiltrate for you, do you? I'm their #1 target for elimination now. I don't need you to go back. Qin Kaiang looked at her, saying each word clearly. I need your brain. You're a top-notch financial trader, you understand the council's style of operation and their capital operation model. I want you to join my Haoyi task force and become a sharp blade in our fight against Prometheus. Zhou Nangzhen was stunned. She hadn't expected Qin Kaiang to make such a request. Let her, a former enemy, join their core team. That audacity. Looking at the strikingly beautiful female officer before her, her eyes resolute, she thought of the man lying in a hospital bed who could stir up world events. These people were all madmen. But for some reason, she felt that following these madmen might truly allow her to see a different perspective. All right. Zhou Nangzhen smiled, her first genuine smile of the night. Deal. When Qin Kaiang returned to the capital with Zhou Nangzhen's pledge of allegiance and the astonishing intelligence, it was already the early hours of the next day. The command center of the Haoyi task force was brightly lit. When Qin Kaiang revealed the world's throat plan, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. They've gone mad. They've really gone mad. Old Yu trembled with rage. Attacking in the Strait of Malacca? That's the only route for half the world's trade and a third of its oil. Are they trying to ignite World War III? This precisely shows that we've hurt them. The old commander's expression was unusually calm. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. The more frantic they become, the more it proves they felt fear. Qin Kaiang, what are your thoughts? The old commander turned his gaze to Qin Kaiang. We can't afford to be passively defensive. Qin Kaiang walked to the huge world map, her gaze fixed on the narrow sea lanes. Whether it's the Strait of Malacca or Suez Canal, the battle lines are too long, we can't defend them all. Besides, once they make their move, the losses will already be incurred. The best defense is offense. Her voice echoed in the quiet command center. Before Prometheus makes his move, we'll cripple him. How? A military commander frowned. We don't even know where he is. His laboratories and mines are scattered all over the world, many located on the territory of other countries. We can't use military force. Then we'll fight back using their most effective methods. Qin Kaiang's lips curled into a cold smile. With finance. She turned to Zhou Nangzhen beside her. Zhou Nangzhen, based on your understanding of Prometheus, if he wanted to orchestrate an operation capable of paralyzing the throat of the world, how much funding would he need? And through what channels would he use? Zhou Nangzhen pondered for a moment, then walked to her computer and pulled up a real-time data chart of the global financial markets. Prometheus's funds primarily come from the profits of the energy and technology companies he controls. But he won't use this money directly, because it's too easy to trace. He will use an extremely complex financial matrix comprised of hundreds of hedge funds and investment banks to launder, split, and amplify these funds. Then, like a trickle, he will inject them into the target region. Her fingers flew across the data chart. To support such a massive plan, he needs at least a fund of hundreds of billions of euros. And to leverage such a large fund, he must establish a core position in a highly leveraged financial derivatives market. If we just find this core position and then detonate it, that will be enough to instantly break his entire funding chain. Zhou Nangzhen's words invigorated everyone present. This is professionalism. Can we find it? Qin Kaiang asked. Very difficult. Zhou Nangzhen shook her head. The operators of Prometheus are the top actuarial team within the council. Their trading models are almost flawless. Finding their core position from public market data is like finding a needle in a haystack. The atmosphere in the command center became tense again. Just then, Qin Kaiang, who had been silent all along, suddenly turned and walked towards a special isolation ward in the corner. That was where Xiao Chuhe had been transferred. Through the glass, she looked at the still unconscious man inside, a glint of something unreadable flashing in her eyes. Just because we can't find it using conventional methods doesn't mean we can't find it, she said softly, as if speaking to herself, yet also as if speaking to the person inside. Li Yu, connect the backup power to the mind reader. By Jinjin, notify Chuhe Capital to prepare all the reserve funds. This time, I'm going to fight this battle the way Xiao Chuhe did. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Chuhe was already in a vegetative state, how could he help them? Qin Kaiang didn't explain. She simply looked at Xiao Chuhe quietly, then gently placed her hand on the cold glass. The instant her hand touched the glass, in the hospital room, on the screen of the machine that had been monitoring Xiao Chuhe's brainwaves, the previously flat, almost lifeless curve suddenly twitched, almost imperceptibly. This change was so minute that almost no one noticed it. But Li Yu, who had been intently watching the screen, caught it. Her eyes widened sharply. there's a reaction. At the same time, a faint voice seemed to echo in Qin Kayang's mind. It wasn't a hallucination. It was a resonance originating from the depths of her soul. She saw it. Deep within her consciousness, a vast network composed of countless information nodes and data streams slowly unfolded. Finance, military, energy, communications. That was Xiao Chuhe's quantum financial vision. No, not entirely. Compared to Xiao Chuhe's all-encompassing, all-knowing vision, what she saw was more like a fragmented, blurry projection. But in this projection, she could clearly see the data streams representing energy and logistics frantically converging towards a single point on the map. That point was in Singapore. There, a dark red light, radiating danger, was flashing. I see it, Qin Kayang said, her voice trembling with disbelief, her eyes closed. Their throat is in Singapore. The core of Prometheus's financial chain was there. She didn't know why she could see this. Perhaps it was that day, when she had stayed by Xiao Chuhe's bedside for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, that her spirit, in its extreme exhaustion and worry, had formed some strange connection with his powerful, restless consciousness. Perhaps it was just now, when she pressed her hand against the glass, that resolute will to avenge him at all costs, that awakened a sliver of echo in his dormant consciousness. The reason no longer mattered. Most importantly, she now possessed eyes that could temporarily glimpse the darkness. Zhou Nangzhen. Qin Kayang suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp as a knife. Immediately retrieve all the constituent stocks of the Straits Times Index. I need to know where Prometheus has hidden his knife. Chapter 81 The War of Chuhe Capital. Singapore? In the command center, everyone's eyes instantly focused on that small red dot on the map. A look of shock flashed across Zhou Nangzhen's face. She couldn't comprehend how Qin Kayang had so accurately pinpointed the target without any supporting data. This went beyond the realm of financial analysis, it was almost prediction. But she didn't have time to think about it. As a top-tier trader, she trusted the results more. Understood. Zhou Nangzhen immediately sat down at her computer, her hands flying across the keyboard. Real-time data from the Singapore Exchange refreshed the screen like a waterfall. The Straits Times Index comprises 30 constituent stocks, covering various sectors including finance, real estate, industry, and shipping. If Prometheus wants to establish a core position here, he's most likely to choose the one with the best liquidity and highest leverage. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Kayang's icy voice rang out. Not a bank, not a real estate company. Qin Kayang closed her eyes, as if listening to a voice from another dimension. Her consciousness was immersed in that fragmented vision, struggling to discern the intertwined data streams. It's logistics. A shipping logistics company. I see a large amount of funds, disguised as normal trade, being used through a company for high-frequency wash trading. They're driving up stock prices, creating a false sense of prosperity, with the aim of pledging equity in exchange for more low-interest loans. This company is the heart of their finances. Shipping and logistics? Zhou Nangzhen paused, then immediately found a company matching her criteria in the list of constituent stocks. Semcorp Industries? DBS Group? Or PSA International? No. Qin Kayang shook her head, struggling to make out the name that was faintly visible in the fog of data. Jardine Matheson. Jardine Matheson Holdings. Zhou Nangzhen exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her reaction was even more intense than when she heard Singapore. What's wrong? The old chief asked, frowning. Jardine Matheson Holdings is one of the most heavily weighted stocks in the Straits Times Index, and also one of the oldest and most mysterious British trading companies in Asia. Its shareholding structure is intricate, like a giant maze. For over 100 years, no one has ever truly understood its inner workings. Zhou Nangzhen spoke rapidly, her face filled with apprehension. More importantly, behind Jardine Matheson stands the oldest aristocratic capital in all of Europe. It itself has intricate connections with the parliament. How could Prometheus establish its core stronghold in a place it cannot even fully control? It doesn't make sense. Logic is used to deceive the enemy. Qin Kayang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with a sharp, all-seeing light reminiscent of Xiao Chuhe. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Everyone thought Jardine Matheson was an ally of the parliament, so no one would suspect that Prometheus would parasitize its financial heart within its ally. He's playing a game of cat and mouse, hiding the truth from the obvious. Qin Kayang's words left Zhou Nangzhen speechless. She had to admit that this explanation, though absurd, was the only plausible one. Fine. Even if the target is Jardine Matheson Holdings. Zhou Nangzhen took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. What should we do now? Short it? Major General Qin, I must remind you, given Jardine Matheson's size and background, shorting it would require an astronomical sum of money. Moreover, once we take action, it will inevitably alert Prometheus, and he will immediately tighten his defenses, even abandoning this stronghold. We don't have that much money, nor that much time, to fight a positional war with him. This was the core issue. The national team's main funds were all in the A-share market, and it was impossible to transfer them overseas on a large scale. While the Houthi task force had a considerable amount of secret funds available, compared to a behemoth like Jardine Matheson, it was simply a drop in the ocean. Who said we'd use our own money? A mysterious smile appeared on Qin Kaiying's face. She walked up to Bai Jinjin. Jinjin, how much capital can Chuhe Capital mobilize right now? Bai Jinjin paused for a moment, then gave a figure. The boss's personal available funds are approximately 80 billion RMB. In addition, we manage some entrusted funds from early investors, so in total, we can probably raise about 100 billion RMB. 100 billion RMB. This figure is unimaginable wealth for ordinary people. But for a war about to unfold in an international financial center, against a century-old giant, this amount of money wouldn't even cause a ripple. That's enough, Qin Kaiying nodded. She turned to look at everyone in the command center. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone's ears. From this moment forward, the Houyi task force is to suspend all offline operations targeting Prometheus. All resources are to shift online. Our objective is singular: to cooperate with Chuhe Capital and win this financial attack on Jardine Matheson Holdings. Everyone was stunned. A national-level task force to cooperate with a private company? This was unheard of. Qin Kaiying, you're being ridiculous. A general immediately objected. This is war, not child's play. 100 billion, thrown into the bottomless pit of Jardine Matheson, wouldn't even make a sound. Who said we only have 100 billion? Qin Kaiying's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the massive electronic screen. We also have them. The them she referred to were the tens of thousands of ordinary stock market investors currently jubilant in various Chinese stock forums and chat groups because of the stabilization and recovery of the A-share market. These were the millions of retail investors who had been bloodied by the Blackstone Alliance and then saved by the hidden stock god. Xiao Chuhe was their god. Now, their god has fallen. But the banner of the god must not fall. Qin Kaiying's voice carried a peculiar power of persuasion. I will issue a call to action to all retail investors in the market in the name of the secret stock market god. I want to tell them that the war to defend the A-share market is not over. The enemy has only changed location and face. I want them to exchange every penny they have for bullets. Follow us, cross the Hong Kong Strait, and march on Singapore. I want to show Prometheus what the Abyss Council behind him really is. What truly constitutes a vast ocean of people's war. Qin Kaiying's words were earth-shattering. The entire command center fell silent. Everyone was stunned by her utterly insane plan. Using the power of the people to wage a transnational financial war? This wasn't just risky, it was walking a tightrope. If it failed, not only would Chuhe Capital be wiped out, but those retail investors who responded to the call would lose everything, and she, Qin Kaiying, would become a sinner against the entire nation. I object. The general stepped forward again. This is absurd. It will trigger enormous social and political risks. I absolutely disagree. I agree. A steady voice drowned out all the objections. It was the old commander. He slowly rose from his seat and walked to Qin Kaiying's side. He looked at the female officer he had personally promoted, now radiating brilliance, even making him feel somewhat unfamiliar with her. His eyes filled with complex emotions. Back then, with millet and rifles, we could win. Why can't we today? The old commander surveyed the room, his voice firm and resolute. The enemy declared war on us in ways we cannot understand. Then we will fight back in ways they cannot understand. I believe in Qin Kaiying, just as I believe in that young man lying in the hospital bed. Houyi Task Force, cooperate fully. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. The old commander's words were final. No one dared to object anymore. Qin Kaiying gave her old commander a deep military salute. Then, she turned and picked up the red phone connected to the internal trading network of Chuhe Capital. On the other end of the line was Bai Jinjin. Jinjin, are you ready? Sister Qin, are you really sure? This is gambling with everything the boss has, and the reputation he's worked so hard to build. Bai Jinjin's voice trembled. No. Qin Kaiying's voice was incredibly calm. I'm not gambling. I'm carrying out his will. With that, she hung up. Then, using Xiao Chuhe's private account, she typed a short line on the most secretive stock forum, the forum that had once given birth to the legendary secret stock market guru. A-shares decided. Next, Jardine Matheson Holdings, Singapore Stock Exchange code JMH.SI. The decisive battle will take place within 3 days. No explanation, no mobilization. Only one sentence, cold and chilling, like a declaration of war, was uttered. JMH.SI, the stock code for Jardine Matheson Holdings on the Singapore Exchange. The war had begun. Chapter 82, The Call of the Stock Market God. When the 8 characters, Jardine Matheson Holdings, Singapore Stock Exchange code JMH.SI, the decisive battle within 3 days appeared in the deep waters of the stock forum called Lighthouse. It was 4:13 a.m. Initially, only a few night owls who had stayed up all night reviewing the market noticed the post. The poster's ID was a name etched into the bones of everyone who frequented this forum: Chuhe, the one who single-handedly reversed the tide in the A-share financial battle, revered by countless retail investors as a god, the hidden stock god. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? It's a god. A god has appeared. Jardine Matheson Holdings, Singapore Stock Exchange code JMH.SI. What's that code? A Singaporean stock? Jardine Matheson Holdings. Decisive battle? With whom? Isn't the A-share market already stable? The silent forum, after 3 seconds of silence, exploded. The news spread like wildfire through WeChat groups, QQ groups, and Weibo. 5 minutes later, the Lighthouse forum crashed due to overwhelming traffic. 10 minutes later, the keyword Jardine Matheson Holdings surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics. Half an hour later, all mainstream financial media outlets urgently pushed out a news item: suspected secret stock god reappears, targeting Singaporean giant Jardine Matheson Holdings. The entire Chinese financial sector was up all night. Countless analysts, fund managers, and private equity tycoons jumped out of bed, frantically studying Jardine Matheson Holdings, trying to understand the deeper meaning behind the secret stock god's move. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Jardine Matheson is a behemoth. Trying to take it down? It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Could this be fake? Is someone impersonating the stock god? Impossible. The Lighthouse Forum ID is linked to a real name account. No one can impersonate him. This is definitely the real person. But why? Why target Singaporean stocks? The domestic market has just stabilized. It doesn't make logical sense for him to launch an overseas attack now. The market was plunged into immense confusion and disagreement. However, for those ordinary retail investors who had followed the hidden stock god, narrowly escaping death in the A-share market and even making a fortune, they didn't need logic. They only needed faith. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God said, "Attack Jardine Matheson, so let's crush it." Brothers, don't ask why. All in. Just do it. I've even taken out my wife's dowry. I'll exchange it for Hong Kong dollars tomorrow when the market opens and we're charging in. I've already opened Hong Kong Stock Connect and Singapore stock accounts. Damn it, foreign capital used to come here to fleece us. Today, it's our turn to go overseas. No regrets being born Chinese in this life, and in the next life, I'll still serve under God. Those who offend China, though far away, will be punished. Jardine Matheson, here I come. A fanatical, almost irrational emotion rapidly spread among tens of millions of retail investors. They might not know what the Abyss Council was, or what Prometheus was. They only knew that their god had sounded a new charge. And they were the god's most loyal soldiers. The Ho Yi Project Command Center. Looking at the screen, at the surging tide of public opinion, even the seasoned veteran commander felt a chill run down his spine. "Qin Kaiang, you've gone too far," he muttered to himself. "You've detonated a public opinion bomb whose power none of us can predict." Report. A technician shouted. According to our monitoring, from 4 a.m. until now, in just 3 hours, the number of users applying to open overseas trading accounts through major securities firms has surged by over 3 million. We expect this number to exceed 5 million before the market opens today. Preliminary estimates suggest that the total amount of these retail investors' own funds alone could exceed 200 billion RMB. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the command center. 200 billion. And this is just a conservative estimate. Qin Kaiang, with just 8 words, stirred up a terrifying force that would make any financial giant take notice. These lovely people. Old Yu's eyes welled up as he looked at the messages filled with simple patriotism and individual hero worship. They're not speculating in stocks, they're protecting their country. Qin Kaiang's voice was calm, yet full of power. They are our true strength. She turned to Bai Jinjin and Zhou Nangzhen beside her. Now, it's our turn. Jinjin, divide Chuhe Capital's 100 billion into 100 parts. From now on, quietly infiltrate the Singapore market through different channels. Don't alert anyone. Zhou Nangzhen, I need you. Build a multi-dimensional dynamic monitoring model for Jardine Matheson's stock price as quickly as possible. I need to know the meaning behind every abnormal fluctuation in its pre-market, intraday, and after-hours trading. Li Yu, your task is the most important. Qin Kaiang looked at the tech genius. I need you to monitor the entire trading data flow of the Singapore exchange. Once you detect any abnormally large sell or buy orders, immediately pinpoint their source. I need to know where the Prometheus manipulator is hiding. Understood. The 3 girls responded in unison. An unprecedented financial war quietly began in the darkness before dawn. Deep in the Swiss Alps, the ancient castle that belonged to the scholars now had a new owner. A figure shrouded in a black cloak, his face obscured, sat silently on the throne that had once belonged to the scholar. Before him, a massive holographic screen displayed the frenzied scene of the Chinese financial market. A vast ocean of people's war? A hoarse, grating laugh, like the scraping of metal, came from beneath the cloak. Truly, foolish yet endearing, Eastern thinking. My lord, an actuary in a white lab coat stood respectfully before him, reporting, Chinese retail investors are pouring into the Singapore market on a massive scale. Their target is Jardine Matheson Holdings. I saw it. The shadowy voice was filled with disdain. A rabble. Do they think they can break through our defenses just by outnumbering us? They don't even know what they're about to face. The actuary lowered his head, not daring to speak. He knew that the man before him was none other than Prometheus, the notorious council known for its madness and ruthlessness. After the scholar's failure, the council was furious and temporarily entrusted him with the affairs of Europe. That woman named Qin Kaiang, and that heavenly eye hiding behind her, named Xiao Chuhe. Prometheus slowly stood up. They thought they'd found my heart? Naive. I admit, Jardine Matheson was indeed a crucial link in my financial chain, but they've got one thing wrong. I didn't place my heart within my ally's body to avoid blind spots. He extended a pale, withered hand, pointing to the screen where Jardine Matheson Holdings' stock price chart stood as imposing as a mountain peak. I'm using it as a trap. A slaughterhouse meticulously prepared for them. Pass on my orders. The voice of Prometheus turned cold and cruel. Have the seeds lurking within Jardine Matheson activate the scorched earth plan. After those foolish Chinese retail investors have poured all their money in. I want Jardine Matheson's stock price to go to zero within a day. I want them to lose everything. I want that so-called secret stock market guru to be utterly disgraced. Yes, sir. The actuary's body trembled uncontrollably. The scorched earth plan. That was one of the most vicious financial tactics of the council. By detonating a financial bomb hidden within the target company, causing the company to go bankrupt and be liquidated instantly. This move was too ruthless. This wasn't sniping anymore, this was slaughter. Singapore time, 9 a.m. The opening bell rang precisely on the Singapore Exchange. Trillions of dollars, at that moment, transformed into an invisible army, surging into this battlefield without gunpowder. All eyes were focused on one stock. Jardine Matheson Holdings, Singapore Exchange code JMH.SI, Jardine Matheson Holdings. The instant the market opened, countless buy orders from China poured in like a tidal wave. Buy, buy, buy. Support the market for the nation. Charge. Jardine Matheson Holdings share price gapped up in the very first second, rising by 5%. Then, 7%, 10%. The enthusiasm of Chinese retail investors exceeded everyone's expectations. However, just as the share price surged by 10%, an unimaginable, overwhelming, tsunami-like sell-off descended without warning. One order. A single sell order. Quantity, 50 million shares. Value, over $2 billion. Boom. Jardine Matheson's stock price was like being hit head-on by a nuclear bomb, instantly plummeting from a 10% gain to a 15% loss. The entire market was instantly stunned. In the Houyi command center, Liyu's scream echoed throughout the room. Found it. In Switzerland. The source of this sell order is a VIP trading seat at UBS. Qin Kaiang's pupils shrank to pinpoints. It's here. Prometheus's counterattack was faster and more ruthless than she had imagined. He didn't bother with any protracted battles, he aimed to crush everyone with absolute force from the start. Chuhe Capital's 100 billion yuan was as insignificant as a speck of dust before this devastating sell-off. Those frenzied Chinese retail investors who had just rushed in were all trapped at the top of the mountain in an instant. Panic began to spread. Chapter 83: A Gamble Between Mortals and Gods. What happened? How could it drop so much in an instant? I just bought in and lost 20%. Is this even humanly possible? Run! Run! Big institutions are dumping their shares. This is a trap. The once excited stock forums were instantly filled with lamentations. Countless retail investors, gripped by immense panic, began selling their stocks indiscriminately, trying to escape this bloody slaughterhouse. A stampede occurred. Jardine Holdings' share price, under the double blow of a tsunami of selling and panic selling by retail investors, offered no resistance and plummeted. Down 20%, down 30%, down 50%. In just 10 minutes, this business empire with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of US dollars saw its share price halved. The entire Singapore Exchange triggered circuit breakers multiple times due to the stock's abnormal fluctuations. The global financial markets were in an uproar. Everyone understood this wasn't normal market fluctuation, it was a premeditated, precise attack targeting the secret stock market guru of China and his followers. It's over, it's all over. In the Houyi command center, Bai Jinjin stared at the blackish-green candlestick on the screen, her face ashen, her whole body trembling. Chuhe Capital's 100 billion yuan, though not immediately injected into the market, had absorbed some of the selling pressure at higher prices to maintain market confidence. In just 10 minutes, the unrealized losses had exceeded 20 billion. That was Xiao Chuhe's entire fortune. Sister Qin, let's retreat. We must retreat quickly, Bai Jinjin cried, her voice trembling. We can't hold on any longer. If we keep going, the boss's entire fortune will be wiped out. And those retail investors, they can't hold on either. Her words echoed the sentiments of everyone present. Defeat. A defeat so complete, so swift. Their proud vast ocean of people's war appeared utterly laughable and utterly vulnerable before the enemy's godlike, dimensionally superior power. The enemy had no intention of engaging in urban warfare, they simply dropped an atomic bomb. The entire command center was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair and deathly silence. The general who had previously opposed the war opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but looking at Qin Kaieng's pale profile, he ultimately remained silent. However, amidst this despairing silence, Qin Kaieng remained unusually calm. She didn't look at the terrifying K-line chart, nor did she pay attention to Bai Jinjin's cries. Her eyes, from beginning to end, were fixed on the screen in front of Liu, displaying global data flows. A faint, cold smile even played on her lips. No, this is just the beginning. Her voice was soft, yet it stunned everyone. Jinjin, what's the panic? Qin Kaieng turned to look at her. You've been following Xiao Chuhe for so long, haven't you learned anything yet? When your opponent is willing to go to any lengths, even expose themselves, to kill you, that only means he's more afraid than you. Bai Jinjin was stunned. Looking into Qin Kaieng's eyes, which seemed to burn with flames, she momentarily felt as if she were seeing the shadow of Xiao Chuhe, the man who, on the battlefield of the A-share market, remained composed and witty even amidst a sea of enemies. Liu. Qin Kaieng's voice suddenly rose. Tell me, what did you see? I saw it. Liu's hands flew across the keyboard, her voice shrill with extreme excitement. That massive sell order from Switzerland, to circumvent exchange regulations, used a trading channel with extremely high privileges that we've never seen before. This channel is like a fiber optic cable hidden in the deep sea. It not only connects to Switzerland, but also to dozens of secret trading seats in London, New York, and Tokyo. My God, I saw it. I saw Prometheus' entire financial network. To launch this all-out attack, he exposed all his main forces to our view. Liu's words exploded like a thunderclap in the command center. Everyone understood. This was a trap. But it wasn't a trap prepared for them by Prometheus. It was a trap meticulously prepared for Prometheus by Qin Kaieng, or rather, by the sleeping man behind Qin Kaieng. They used Chuhe Capital, the flesh and blood of millions of retail investors, as bait, to lure the shark hidden in the deep sea to surface and open its bloodthirsty jaws. But what they wanted wasn't to fight the shark in the water. What they wanted was to see the shark in its entirety, and then, with a harpoon, plunge it deep into its heart. He's taken the bait. Qin Kaieng looked at the screen, at the global financial network chart composed of countless dots and lines, a smile on his face the kind only a hunter has when he sees his prey. She picked up the red, top-secret encrypted phone that connected directly to the old leader. Sir, all targets have been exposed. Our turn. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. Then came the old leader's voice, a mixture of suppressed rage and excitement. Move! With a single command, a pre-prepared, state-woven, inescapable net tightened instantly. This time, it wasn't a financial attack. It was a comprehensive reckoning from a higher dimension. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately summoned the ambassadors of Switzerland, Britain, the United States, Japan, and other countries, presenting them with irrefutable evidence provided by the Haoyi Task Force regarding Prometheus using their domestic financial institutions for illegal money laundering and market manipulation. The National Security Department activated all its overseas undercover forces, launching a physical raid on the dozens of secret trading seats that Liu had targeted. With China's support, Interpol issued a top-level red notice globally. The target was the dozens of top actuaries and traders behind those trading seats. A global financial storm erupted, centered in China. Switzerland, a castle. Prometheus was enjoying the dramatic plunge in Jardine Matheson's stock price, savoring the symphony of his prey's death throes. Suddenly, all the screens in front of him went black simultaneously. Then, a burning, eye-like totem appeared in the center of the screen. It was his own symbol. Sir, something terrible has happened. The actuary rushed in, his face contorted with apocalyptic terror. We're surrounded. All our overseas accounts have been frozen. All our trading seats have been attacked. We've been tricked. Prometheus froze. He stared at the mocking totem on the screen, finally understanding that from the very beginning, he had fallen into a trap tailor-made for him. The woman named Qin Kaieng, the man named Xiao Chuhe. They didn't want to win this financial war at all. They wanted to use a war they were destined to lose to acquire all his coordinates. Ah! A roar, inhuman and filled with boundless rage and madness, echoed through the ancient castle. Mortals! How dare you scheme against me? His black cloak billowed without wind, and a terrifying, visible surge of energy erupted from his body. He was utterly enraged. He whirled around and sat back on his throne. You think you've won this time? His voice was like a curse from the deepest hell. I will kill you. I will kill that Xiao Chuhe. I will not only ruin his reputation, I will erase him from this world. He relinquished control of the global financial network, instead concentrating all his remaining computing power and his terrifying mental strength into a single point. His target was no longer Chuhe Capital, no longer those retail investors. Rather, it's about Xiao Chuhe himself, all the bank accounts, stock accounts, and all his tangible assets registered under his own name in China. He intends to launch a targeted decapitation strike in the most barbaric and direct way possible. He wants to cause Xiao Chuhe's social death in the real world. Chapter 80. For your name, my weakness. Prometheus's revenge was more direct and vicious than anyone had imagined. He abandoned his struggle on the international financial battlefield, channeling all his remaining strength into a sharpest, most poisonous spike, traversing physical and cyber distances, aimed directly at everything the name Xiao Chuhe represented. In the Hubby command center, alarms blared again, but this time, they weren't coming from overseas. Report. A highly intense illegal data stream has been detected, attacking our country's core financial settlement system. Target is all related accounts of Chuhe Capital and all personal assets under Comrade Xiao Chuhe's name. Their firewall is being brute-forced. The attacker is using an algorithm we've never seen before. Our defense system can't hold. Li Yu's face turned deathly pale. She could monitor global capital flows and defend against cyber attacks from overseas. But this time, the enemy's attack method was completely beyond her comprehension. It wasn't a conventional hacking intrusion. It was more like a kind of concept erasure, based on higher dimensional rules. It was as if an invisible hand was holding an eraser, trying to completely wipe the name Xiao Chuhe from the entire nation's financial database. How could this be? Bai Jinjin stared at her computer screen, her pupils dilated with fear. She saw the Chuhe Capital account balance fluctuating wildly, eventually reaching zero, in an incomprehensible way. Those numbers representing wealth weren't being transferred away, they were vanishing like smoke. This wasn't finance anymore, it was witchcraft. Quick! Cut off all physical connections between Chuhe Capital and the banking system. Qin Kaiying decisively issued the order. However, it was too late. It's impossible. The technician cried out in despair. They've locked the data interface. We've lost control. Despair once again enveloped the entire command center. They had won the strategic battle, but they might have lost everything. They overturned Prometheus's table, and in that instant, the madman, with his last ounce of strength, plunged a poisoned dagger into their commander's heart. Qin Kaiying's body was ice cold. She could accept defeat, but she couldn't accept that Xiao Chuhe, while unconscious, would have everything taken from him in this way. That was his root. It was the most direct proof that he had ever existed in this world. At this critical moment, in the isolation ward, the life support machine, which had been running smoothly, suddenly emitted a rapid beeping sound. On the screen, Xiao Chuhe's heart rate instantly soared from 60 beats per minute to 120, 150, 180. The headband of the mind reader also faintly glowed again. His brain is rebelling, a doctor stammered, pointing at the EEG monitor. On the screen, the curve representing Xiao Chuhe's consciousness was no longer the dormant delta waves, but had erupted with a tsunami of high-frequency gamma waves. His deeply locked, self-protective consciousness, when it sensed the most deadly threat from his nemesis, instinctively awakened. My name is Xiao Chuhe. This is my name. In my bank account, there are 73,600 yuan in change. In my stock account, there's the first stock I bought, called Huaxia Shipbuilding. I own a company called Chuhe Capital. These are mine. No one can take them away. A surge of anger from the deepest recesses of his soul erupted like a volcano in Xiao Chuhe's sea of consciousness. He saw that poisonous stinger from Prometheus, filled with destruction and malice. He saw that stinger tearing apart his account, erasing his existence. He wanted to resist, but he was trapped in this weakened body, trapped in this damned hospital bed. He had no celestial pivot, no 500 billion of data deluge. He had nothing. No, he still had something. In that reverse gaze with the scholar, besides catching a glimpse of Prometheus's aura, he also conveniently copied a souvenir from the scholar's crumbling mental barrier. A copy of the underlying code for the communication protocol with the highest authority within the Hermes Bank. And now, in his rage, Prometheus, in order to launch this most direct attack, was using a network that bypassed the remaining part of the scholar's system. He himself had delivered a backdoor to Xiao Chuhe's lips. A crazy thought formed in Xiao Chuhe's mind. He didn't resist that poisonous sting. He gathered all his nascent, weak yet incredibly concentrated consciousness, like the sharpest scalpel, and silently, against the current, pushed it through that back door. What he wanted to do was not retaliate. What he wanted to do was implant. Switzerland, a castle. Prometheus was savoring the thrill of revenge. He could feel that the mortal Xiao Chuhe's foundation in the real world was being erased inch by inch. Soon, this person would become a non-existent ghost. Just then, his private, most secure communication channel, the one-way connection with the other seats within the council, suddenly, without warning, displayed a line of text. It wasn't a virus, nor was it attack code. It was just an ordinary, Eastern woman's name. Zhou, Nan, Xin? Prometheus froze. He knew that name, of course. It belonged to a traitor under the scholar, an insignificant nobody. Why? He couldn't understand. But then, a second name popped up. Qin Kaian? Prometheus's breathing became unsteady. That was the female officer's name. He knew this was a provocation, a laughable trick. He scoffed, trying to shut down the communication channel. But he found he couldn't. The channel was locked by an inexplicable force. Then, the third name appeared. The moment Prometheus saw this name, his body, shrouded in his cloak, stiffened abruptly. It was as if a divine lightning bolt from the heavens had struck him squarely on the head. It wasn't an Eastern name. It was a name he had hidden deep within his memory, protected with the world's most sophisticated technology, a name he believed no one else in the world, except himself, would ever know. It was his only, and most fatal, weakness. It was the name of his daughter, whom he had personally killed many years ago because of his insane experiments. No. Impossible. How could you? No. A hoarse, dry voice came from beneath the cloak, filled with endless, bone-deep fear. The destructive power that was frantically attacking China's financial system abruptly ceased in that instant, like a machine whose power had been instantly unplugged. In the Haoyi command center, all the alarms fell silent. Li Yu and Bai Jinjin stared blankly at the computer screen, now back to normal, their minds a complete blank. They didn't know what had happened. They only saw that in those brief seconds, a disaster capable of destroying everything had vanished inexplicably. Only Qin Kaiang. As if sensing something, she abruptly turned to look at the isolation ward. She saw the man on the bed, who had been asleep for many days, slowly open his eyes. Those eyes were no longer filled with weariness and weakness. They were clear, deep eyes, as if they could see through people's hearts. His gaze passed over the crowd, over the glass, and landed precisely on her. His lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. But Qin Kaiang clearly heard what he wanted to say. Everyone has their own weakness. I've found him. Now, I should come back and protect him. Qin Kaiang's tears, which she could no longer hold back, streamed down her face. But this time, a smile graced her face. Her weakness had returned. Chapter 85. Waking Up, the first words. Outside the glass wall of the isolation ward, the entire command center of the Haoyi task force was deathly silent. Everyone was frozen in place, as if under a spell. Their gazes pierced through the cold glass, focusing on the man slowly opening his eyes. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The alarm stopped, the devastating torrent of data receded, and the figures on the screen representing Chuhe Capital and Xiao Chuhe's personal assets stopped evaporating into thin air. Everything returned to normal. It was as if the financial disaster that had just occurred, enough to go down in history, was merely a brief nightmare. But everyone knew it wasn't a dream. It was the man on the hospital bed, who had just awakened from a vegetative state, who, in a way they couldn't comprehend, extinguished the flames of hell in a few short seconds. Qin Kaiang's tears fell silently. She didn't cry out loud, but simply watched quietly, watching those clear, deep eyes meet hers unmistakably. Her hand was still pressed against the glass, able to feel the spiritual connection emanating from within, a connection imbued with the warmth of surviving a catastrophe. Everyone has their own weakness. I've found him. Now, I must return to protect mine. These words echoed clearly in her mind. It wasn't a hallucination, but a dialogue on a soul level. Her weakness had returned. This thought gave her an outlet for the fear, worry, exhaustion, and resolve that had accumulated over countless days and nights. Tears were the only way she could express her emotions at that moment. Doctor! Quick! The patient is responding. No, the patient is awake. Old Yu was the first to react, his aged voice trembled with excitement, almost shouting. The medical team, who had been waiting nearby, snapped out of their daze and immediately pushed open the door to the isolation ward, rushing in. The sounds of various instruments and the hushed conversations of doctors and nurses broke the deathly silence of the command center. Heart rate returned to normal, 72 beats per minute. Blood pressure stable, 120/80. Brain waves. My God, the brain waves have returned from high-frequency gamma waves to normal alpha waves. This is incredible. Pupils react briskly to light. Consciousness, fully conscious. Reports filled with shock and elation emanated from the ward, reaching the ears of everyone in the command center. Bai Jinjin covered her mouth, tears and snot streaming down her face, slumping into her chair. She had truly thought everything was over, her boss's life's work, and the money of the retail investors who trusted the secret stock guru, were all about to vanish before her eyes. That despair almost suffocated her. And now, her boss was awake, the crisis was over. The stark contrast from hell to heaven left her speechless for a moment. Liu stared intently at her computer screen, her hands still on the keyboard, but frozen in place. Her mind was frantically replaying the events. What had just happened? The data stream attacking their core financial system, its algorithmic structure and attack pattern, was unlike anything she had ever seen before, imbued with a kind of inhuman, rule-based aesthetic of violence. And just when she was at her wit's end, an even stranger, more sophisticated data stream seemed to appear out of thin air, bypassing any physical ports and directly invading the other party's system. That wasn't hacking, it was more like assimilation and implantation. She couldn't comprehend how this was done. This was beyond the scope of any network technology she knew. Was it the boss who did it? She murmured, her eyes filled with awe and fanaticism as she looked towards the ward. This was true God. Standing beside her, Zhou Nang's shock was no less than anyone else's. But what shocked her was something else entirely. She knew better than anyone how terrifying Prometheus was. He was a monster stripped almost entirely of his humanity, leaving only cold calculation and absolute control. Such an existence should have been invincible. Yet Xiao Chuhe had actually found his weak point? A person who had been asleep for so many days, a person who had just awakened, across half the globe, had precisely struck the monster's vitals? This was no longer finance, no longer strategy, this was the magic of understanding the human heart. She looked at Qin Kaiang, then at Xiao Chuhe on the hospital bed, and the thought resurfaced in her mind, these people are all madmen. But following these madmen, can you really win? The old commander let out a long sigh of relief, his tense body finally relaxing. He walked to Qin Kaiang's side, patted her shoulder, said nothing, but his eyes were full of relief and approval. He had gambled on the right thing on Qin Kaiang, and on that kid who always managed to create miracles. The medical team's initial examination quickly concluded, confirming that apart from extreme physical weakness, Xiao Chuhe's vital signs and mental state had miraculously stabilized. The doctors left, looking at Xiao Chuhe as if he were a monster before departing, muttering repeatedly, a medical miracle. In the ward, only Qin Kaiang and Xiao Chuhe remained. Qin Kaiang hurried to the bedside, wanting to say something, but 1,000 words stuck in her throat. In the end, she simply reached out and tightly grasped his hand, the one without the four-line. His hand was cold, but very strong. I thought. Qin Kaiang's voice was hoarse with lingering fear. I'll be all right. Xiao Chuhe looked at her, a weak but reassuring smile appearing on his pale face. I'm sorry to have worried you. His voice was soft, like a whisper in her ear, but every word struck Qin Kaiang's heart clearly. How did you do that? Qin Kaiang couldn't help but ask. She desperately wanted to know the answer. A madman always has a source of his madness. Xiao Chuhe's eyes deepened. Prometheus sought absolute control because he had experienced the most complete loss of control. I simply returned that loss of control to him. He didn't explain in detail how he implanted the name through the backdoor left by the scholar. The technical details were too complex, and now wasn't the time to discuss them. He's finished? Qin Kaiang pressed. Mentally, he's finished. Xiao Chuhe nodded. A god, once dragged down from his pedestal and found to be just a mortal with flesh and blood and weaknesses, his faith collapses. The Prometheus now is nothing more than a toothless, enraged beast. Qin Kaiang finally felt completely relieved. But then, another huge problem welled up in her mind. But what about Jardine Matheson Holdings? Her voice was filled with worry. We've lost terribly. Retail investors are trapped at high prices, and Chuhe Capital's paper losses have exceeded 20 billion. Although Prometheus's final attack had been thwarted, the financial tsunami he unleashed in the Singapore market had caused very real losses. After the devastating sell-off, Jardine Matheson Holdings' stock price, while not plummeting further, remained near its halved value, with extremely low trading volume. Everyone was terrified, no one dared to buy in at this time. Those Chinese retail investors who responded to the call and rushed in with enthusiasm were now experiencing the darkest moment of their lives. The legend of the hidden stock god might very well come to a complete end today. Xiao Chuhe's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. He simply turned his head to look at the sky outside the window, which was already turning a pale white. Loss? He repeated the word softly, then smiled. Qin Kaiang, the war has only just begun. He turned back, his gaze sweeping over Qin Kaiang, then over the anxious, confused, and worried faces outside the glass wall. Finally, his voice, transmitted clearly through the bedside communicator, resounded throughout the command center. This was the first order he issued after waking up. Jin. Boss. Bai Jinjin jumped, immediately standing up straight. Notify all traders at Chuhe Capital to prepare all remaining funds. Now, it's our turn to clean up the battlefield. Tell them the show isn't over yet. Xiao Chuhe's lips curled into a familiar, confident, almost arrogant smile. It's time to reap the rewards of victory. Everyone in the command center was stunned. Reap the rewards? In this situation, with stock prices halved and blood flowing like rivers, where were the rewards of victory to reap? What they saw was clearly a slaughterhouse, barren and desolate, plowed by a nuclear bomb. Chapter 86: The Slaughterhouse Reversal. Boss, what are we harvesting? Bai Jinjin's voice was filled with deep confusion and a barely perceptible fear. It wasn't that she didn't trust Xiao Chuhe, but the scene before her was too horrific, making it impossible for her to associate the word victory with the glaringly green candlestick on the screen. We've already lost over 20 billion on paper. And Yaihe's stock price is still at its daily limit down, we can't sell it at all. Those retail investors, they're going crazy. The forums are full of people calling us swindlers, saying we're leading them to their deaths. Bai Jinjin reported, almost in tears. She couldn't imagine how Xiao Chuhe's hard-earned reputation as a stock market guru would be destroyed if the situation continued to worsen. In the command center, the atmosphere became heavy again. Yes, the battle had reached this point. Although they had thwarted the enemy's ultimate plot, their own losses were devastating. It looked like a Pyrrhic victory, or even a strategic victory, but a tactical utter defeat. Who told you we were going to sell? Xiao Chuhe's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He leaned back against the pillows, and Qin Kaiang considerately raised the headboard slightly so he could more comfortably see the large screen in the command center. Jinjin, Liu, Zhou Nangzhen, the three of you come here, Xiao Chuhe said into the communicator. The three girls exchanged glances and immediately entered the isolation ward. The old commander and elder Yu followed, equally curious about Xiao Chuhe's true intentions. Jinjin, tell me first, how much ammunition do we have left? Xiao Chuhe asked. After deducting the already established positions and losses, Chuhe Capital still has approximately 60 billion RMB in usable cash, Bai Jinjin stated, her voice slightly weak. 100 billion RMB, and in less than half a day, nearly 40 billion had evaporated. That's enough, Xiao Chuhe nodded. This outcome was within his expectations. He looked at Zhou Nangzhen and asked, based on your understanding of the parliament, what conditions are needed to execute Prometheus's scorched earth plan? Zhou Nangzhen was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Chuhe to ask this. She quickly organized her thoughts and answered professionally, Scorched Earth is an extreme self-destructive attack aimed at instantly bankrupting and liquidating the target company. Its core lies in detonating hidden financial bombs within the company. This requires two key conditions. First, an absolutely authoritative and unquestionable command center that is, Prometheus himself. Second, several seeds lurking within the target company, holding high positions and having access to core financial data and decision-making power. They need to detonate a series of landmines, debt, fictitious assets, illegal guarantees, etc. in a predetermined order, creating a chain reaction to completely destroy the company's value. Very good. Xiao Chuhe's gaze turned to Liu. Can you still monitor Prometheus's signals? No way. Liu shook her head, a hint of excitement on her face. Boss, your move just now was too ruthless. His entire command system collapsed. Now he's like a computer without internet access. He can't issue commands. He doesn't even know if his trading accounts are alive or dead. We're currently cooperating with national security agencies and Interpol to conduct a global crackdown on the accounts and individuals we've identified. That's right. Xiao Chuhe smiled, a chilling smile in his eyes. Can an army whose commander has suffered a mental breakdown and whose command system has been completely destroyed still execute a meticulously coordinated scorched earth operation? His words jolted everyone present awake. Zhou Nangzhen's eyes suddenly lit up. She exclaimed, I understand. The scorched earth plan has failed. Prometheus's $2 billion megacell order was his signal for a final assault, and his only signal. Before he could issue any further instructions, you crippled him. His hidden seeds are now leaderless. They'll either choose to remain hidden to protect themselves, or they'll act recklessly out of panic. That's right. Xiao Chuhe's gaze returned to the K-line chart of Jardine Matheson Holdings on the large screen. Prometheus's punch landed hard, sending the market straight to the ICU. Everyone was terrified, thinking the company was about to go bankrupt. That's why there was panic selling, and why the stock price has halved. But in reality, Jardine Matheson Holdings' fundamentals haven't changed at all. Its ports are still operating, its ships are still sailing, and its industries across Asia are still generating profits. It was just punched hard in the face by a madman, bleeding profusely, which makes it look scary. Now, that madman is tied up. Do you think a healthy giant, with only minor injuries, will really be worth only half as much? Xiao Chuhe's words, spoken calmly and deliberately, struck like a hammer blow to everyone's hearts. Bai Jinjin's eyes lit up again. She understood. The boss meant that Jardine Matheson Holdings' stock price was severely undervalued. The market, due to extreme panic, had mispriced it. So we should now. Bai Jinjin stammered excitedly. Buy. Xiao Chuhe uttered only one word. Not a tentative purchase, not a gradual bottom fishing. His voice suddenly became sharp. I want you to use all the remaining 60 billion we have, plus all the secret funds you, Qin Kaiang, can mobilize, and in the remaining trading hours today, regardless of cost, to absorb every single sell order in the market. Prometheus wants to create a massacre, then we'll turn this slaughterhouse into our granary. However much he dumps, we'll devour it all. I want Jardine Matheson's stock price to be back up before the market closes today. These words, brimming with unparalleled dominance and confidence, made the blood boil in the entire ward, and even the entire command center. Understood. Bai Jinjin's eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. She nodded heavily, turned, and ran out. She had to immediately carry out this crazy yet great order. Qin Kaiang, how much can you mobilize? Xiao Chuhe looked at Qin Kaiang. The Hoyi project team's secret funds, still 30 billion. Qin Kaiang answered without hesitation. Good. 90 billion. That's enough. Xiao Chuhe's eyes gleamed. Jinjin, you'll lead the attack. You'll provide support from the sides, pay attention to the trading rhythm, and don't arouse the market regulator's suspicion. Understood. The order, transmitted rapidly through encrypted lines, reached the trading rooms of Chuhe Capital and the national team. The long-dormant Chinese capital once again transformed into a giant dragon awakening, opening its enormous maw. Singapore Stock Exchange. On the trading screen of Jardine Matheson Holdings, massive sell orders still hung in the air. Panic was spreading, and many trapped retail and institutional investors were desperately trying to escape at any cost. Just then, a huge buy order appeared without warning at the top of the buy list. 10 million shares. Immediately after, another one. 20 million shares. These buy orders, like boulders thrown into stagnant water, instantly created a huge ripple effect. What's going on? Who's buying the dip? Are they crazy? Buying now? Aren't they afraid the company will be delisted? The traders in the market were dumbfounded. However, what followed was even more astonishing. The endless stream of buy orders seemed inexhaustible. No matter how many sell orders flooded the screen, they were swallowed up in an instant. After a brief pause, the stock price began to climb slowly but steadily at a visible pace. Minus 45%, minus 40%, minus 35%. On the candlestick chart, below the terrifying green giant, a long lower shadow line began to appear, a red line of hope, representing a desperate counterattack. Just as Chinese funds were launching a full-scale counterattack, Li Yu's monitoring system suddenly sounded an alarm. Boss! Sister Qin! There's new information! Li Yu's voice rang out in the command center. I've detected another very large flow of funds, also starting to buy. Their IP addresses are very dispersed, mainly from London and Geneva. Xiao Chuhe and Qin Kaiang exchanged a glance, both seeing the smile in each other's eyes. It's here, Xiao Chuhe said softly. Zhou Nangzhen leaned closer to the screen, looking at the sources of the funds, a knowing expression on her face. It's them, it's those old European financiers behind Jardine Matheson. These bloodsuckers, they've finally confirmed Prometheus's downfall and are now here to seize the spoils. They're not here to help us, they're here to take advantage of the situation and buy control of Jardine Matheson at a bargain price. Then, what do we do? Bai Jinjin asked anxiously over the communication channel. Should we fight them? Fight? Why should we? Xiao Chuhe laughed. We welcome friends with fine wine and wolves with hunting rifles. But what if they're a pack of wolves helping us carry the sedan chair? Let them buy. Xiao Chuhe's voice held a hint of amusement. We'll pull the price down to minus 20% and then pause, letting them charge in and make sure the sedan chair is securely carried for us. Once they've driven the stock price up and cornered the remaining short-selling forces, we'll give them another big gift. Chapter 87. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Help us carry the sedan chair. Bai Jinjin pondered Xiao Chuhe's words in the trading room, her mind racing. She instantly understood her boss's intention. The balance of power between the bulls and bears in the market had fundamentally reversed. The bears' commander, Prometheus, had fallen, his army scattered, leaving only scattered soldiers who hadn't received retreat orders to stubbornly resist, or simply speculators who had been terrified by the massive sell order and followed the short-selling trend. Meanwhile, the bulls had unprecedentedly amassed three powerful forces. One was the main force of China, comprised of Chuhe Capital and the national team, holding nearly 100 billion yuan, aiming to recover lost ground and turn the tide of the battle. The other was the Chinese retail investors who were trapped at the peak, now seeing the stock price rebound and rekindling their hopes. Most of them, after the initial panic, chose to lie down and play dead, but now, seeing the God's army begin its counterattack, their faith was rapidly returning. The newly added third force is the old European money that Zhou Nangzhen mentioned, the true shareholders behind Jardine Matheson Holdings. They are market vultures, with keen market sense and ruthless tactics. Seeing that Prometheus, this outsider, had failed in his attempt to seize their core assets, they are now baring their fangs, ready to regain control at minimal cost. These three forces have different goals, but they are remarkably united in their goal of driving up Jardine Matheson's share price. I understand, boss. Bai Jinjin's voice was filled with excitement. What we need to do now isn't to compete with those Europeans for chips, but to exploit their greed. If they want to seize control, they have to buy a lot of shares, which will greatly drive up the stock price. We just need to go with the flow, and we can even slowly sell some of the cheap shares we've acquired to them at a high price, making them the suckers. Smart, Xiao Chuhe smiled approvingly, but not enough. Our goal isn't to make money off these Europeans. Our goal is those who are shorting. Xiao Chuhe's eyes sharpened. Prometheus's punch, though powerful, also exposed his greatest weakness, his arrogance. He thought he could kill with one blow, so he used massive financial leverage. I'm sure that besides his own position, there are a lot of short sellers following suit, all using extremely high leverage, betting on Jardine Matheson's bankruptcy. Now, every percentage point increase in the stock price is tightening the noose around their necks. Zhou Nangzhen, Xiao Chuhe turned to her, in your experience, where is the psychological defense of these short sellers? Zhou Nangzhen almost blurted out, 10%. If the stock price can rebound from its halved position to only a 10% drop, those highly leveraged short sellers will face the risk of being liquidated. They will be forced to close their positions, that is, to buy back shares, which will further push up the stock price, creating a short squeeze, which is what we often call a short squeeze. That's right, a short squeeze. A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chuhe's mouth. So, our plan is simple. First, Jinjin, you and the national team will work together to stabilize the stock price within the range of -20% to -15%. Don't push it up too quickly, give those Europeans room and time to enter the market and let them absorb most of the floating shares. Second, Qin Kaiang, I need you to utilize the intelligence resources of the Houyi task force, combined with Liu's technical expertise, to spread the news that the secret stock god has struck again, that Chinese retail investors are fighting to the bitter end, and that European financial groups are buying at the bottom through various channels to financial media worldwide. I want to add fuel to the fire in the market. I want everyone to believe that Jardine Matheson Holdings will not only survive but will become even stronger because of this cleansing. The third step, Xiao Chuhe paused, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, is to wait until market sentiment is completely ignited, and the stock price is pushed to the -10% threshold by those Europeans. Jinjin, unleash all of our low-priced shares into the market at once, like a bullet. What? Bai Jinjin and Zhou Nangzhen exclaimed simultaneously, even Qin Kaiang and the old chief beside them looked puzzled. Boss, why dump the shares? Bai Jinjin asked anxiously, we finally managed to push the stock price up, if we dump it ourselves, won't all our efforts be wasted? No, Xiao Chuhe shook his head, patiently explaining, this isn't a sell-off, it's ignition. Think about it, when the stock price finally rebounds to -10%, and everyone thinks it's about to soar, suddenly a huge sell order appears, instantly driving the price back down to -15% or even lower. What will happen? Zhou Nangzhen's mind raced, and a word slipped out, panic. No, it's a double bottom. The market will think this is the final shakeout, a good opportunity to buy in. Absolutely right. Xiao Chuhe snapped his fingers. Those funds that haven't had time to enter the market, those hesitant speculators, and our lovely retail investors, will think this is a golden opportunity and will rush in frantically, lifting the stock price back up. And most importantly, those short sellers on the verge of liquidation. They've just seen a glimmer of hope, thinking the stock price will pull back, allowing them to catch their breath. But when they discover that the stock price only dipped for a moment before rebounding with even greater force, their psychological defenses will completely collapse. That's when it truly will be a case of when the wall falls, everyone pushes, when the drum breaks, everyone beats it. Our igniting sell order will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. It will create the illusion that the price can't fall any further, igniting the enthusiasm of all the bulls and the despair of all the bears. At that time, we only need to sit back and watch the tigers fight, observing the bears trampling each other to survive, buying the stock price all the way back to the opening price, or even higher. After hearing Xiao Chuhe's meticulously planned and calculated scheme, the entire ward fell silent. Bai Jinjin and Zhou Nangzhen looked at Xiao Chuhe with an expression that went beyond mere worship. It was awe, like looking at a god. This was no longer a transaction, it was directing a play, a grand opera with the entire Singapore financial market as its stage, hundreds of billions of dollars as its actors, and the greed and fear of human nature as its script. And Xiao Chuhe was the sole director, holding the script. I understand, Bai Jinjin's voice trembled. She felt immensely honored to be a part of such a battle of the century. Execute it, Xiao Chuhe waved his hand. The plan began to be executed methodically. The funds from Chuhe Capital and the national team acted like a stabilizing force, firmly pinning Jardine Matheson's stock price to around -18%, constructing a solid defensive line. Meanwhile, at Qin Kaying's behest, countless rumors, both true and false, began to spread virally throughout the global financial world. Breaking news! The stock market guru is using hundreds of billions to pull Jardine Matheson holdings back into positive territory. Insider information: the Rothschild family of Europe, along with several other consortia, is investing heavily in Jardine Matheson, aiming to regain control. Chinese retail investors' declaration: as long as God is here, we are here. We will fight to the death, no matter how far, we will bring them to justice. These messages, coupled with the K-line chart of Jardine Matheson holding showing a rebound from its lows with a long lower shadow, were extremely inflammatory. The market sentiment completely shifted. The various forums, previously filled with apocalyptic panic, now had a completely different tone. Brothers, did you see that? I told you God wouldn't abandon us. That lower shadow is God's declaration. Europeans are even buying up shares. This means the company is perfectly fine. What are we afraid of? The bullets are loaded. If it drops any further, I'll buy more. All in. For glory. The frenzied emotions were reignited. And those vultures from Europe certainly didn't disappoint Xiao Chuhe. Seeing the solid support level built by Chinese capital and the increasingly frenzied atmosphere in the market, they began to buy recklessly. Driven by the combined forces of these multiple parties, the stock price began a slow but steady climb towards the -10% mark. Switzerland, a castle deep in the Alps. Prometheus slumped on the cold throne, his body trembling slightly beneath his cloak. The screen in front of him had returned to normal. It displayed the stock price trend of Jardine Matheson Holdings. He saw that ugly lower shadow line, saw the rabble he despised most devouring his gains, saw his former allies tearing at his flesh like vultures. But he was powerless. His mental world collapsed the moment he saw that name. That name, like a key, unlocked the deepest Pandora's box within him, a box filled with regret, pain, and madness. He lost. He lost to that mortal from the east, whom he had never taken seriously. Mortal, mortal, he murmured, his hoarse voice devoid of its former arrogance and disdain, replaced only by endless resentment and madness. You think you've won? You destroyed my world, and I'll destroy yours. He slowly stood up, no longer looking at the out-of-control financial market. He walked to the other side of the castle, where there was a separate, physically isolated communication terminal. With his withered, twig-like hand, he typed in a complex string of commands. An encrypted signal, transmitted via a dark web satellite, was sent out. The signal's content was simple. A photograph of Xiao Chuhe, coordinates a military hospital in Beijing and a number. $1 billion. I want you dead. The voice of Prometheus was like a curse from hell. I want that woman named Qin Kaying to watch you be torn to pieces in her most prized fortress. He couldn't defeat Xiao Chuhe financially, so he would use the most primitive, barbaric method to physically and completely erase him. Chapter 88: The Final Madness. Beijing, the command center of the Houyi Special Task Force. The atmosphere was gradually shifting from a tense, combative state to a suppressed excitement. On the large screen, Jardine Matheson Holdings' stock price, propelled by various forces, had successfully recovered most of its losses, stubbornly climbing back to the 12% mark. It was just a step away from Xiao Chuhe's -10% ignition threshold. In the trading room, Bai Jinjin's Chuhe Capital team, along with the national team's traders, were intently executing Xiao Chuhe's instructions, like experienced hunters patiently waiting for their prey to fall into the final trap. Those once desolate retail investor forums had now transformed into a sea of jubilation. It's back up. I knew it. God is invincible. Ha ha ha, those brothers who sold at a loss this morning, are they crying their eyes out in the bathroom now? Perspective. Brothers, what is perspective? Following God means having the composure to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses before you. The flames of public opinion have been completely ignited. Everyone is immersed in the fervent anticipation of witnessing an epic reversal. Everything went smoothly. Qin Kaying walked to the bedside and said softly to Xiao Chuhe, "Those Europeans were even more greedy than we imagined. Their behavior was appalling, but they also helped us a lot. Greed is the best fuel." Xiao Chuhe smiled, his face still pale, but his spirits were high. He looked at Qin Kaying, his eyes filled with tenderness. "You've worked hard, handling finance, intelligence, and now you're also my nurse." "It's not hard work." Qin Kaying shook her head, a rare blush appearing on her face. "As long as you're all right, that's all that matters." The atmosphere between the two was warm and peaceful, a stark contrast to the tense battle outside. However, at that moment, a piercing alarm, without warning, blared once again throughout the command center. But this time, the alarm wasn't issued by Liu's financial data monitoring system, but by the highest-level red alert terminal connected to the National Security Cyber Intelligence Department. "What's going on?" The old commander jumped to his feet, his heart leaping into his throat. An officer in charge of cybersecurity monitoring rushed over, his face deathly pale, his voice distorted with extreme shock. "Sir, the National Security Department has just intercepted an A-level bounty posted on the dark web. The bounty target is..." He glanced towards the ward, swallowing hard. The bounty target, codenamed Patient Zero, the attached photo is of Comrade Xiao Chuhe. The bounty location has been precisely pinpointed to the coordinates of our hospital. The bounty amount, $1 billion. The poster is anonymous, but tracing the source of the funds points to several accounts associated with Prometheus, which we just froze. Boom! This news exploded like a bombshell in the minds of everyone in the command center. Those who had just been basking in the joy of impending victory were instantly plunged into an icy abyss. A madman! That Prometheus is a complete and utter madman. He lost in the financial battlefield, and in a fit of rage, he overturned the table, resorting to the most despicable and insane terrorist tactics to launch a revenge attack. $1 billion. This figure is enough to send the world's top assassin organizations and mercenary groups swarming like sharks smelling blood, willing to pay any price. Their target is no longer the ephemeral stock price, but the living, breathing commander-in-chief of this war, Xiao Chuhe, lying in a hospital bed. Immediately raise the hospital's security level to the highest level. Seal off all entrances and exits. No one is allowed to enter or leave at will. The old commander, after all, was a man who had weathered many storms. After the initial shock, he immediately issued calm and decisive orders. Order the Falcon Special Forces to immediately move into the hospital and take over all defenses. Snipers, take your positions. Bomb disposal team, stand by. Notify the Beijing Garrison Command to establish a complete electronic and physical blockade of the area within 3 kilometers of the hospital. Immediately take control of any suspicious persons or vehicles. Orders were issued one after another from the command center. The entire national machinery sprang into action because of this one person's safety. In the hospital room, Qin Kaiying's face instantly turned icy cold. Her nerves, which had just relaxed, tightened again, more so than ever before. If she had only felt worry during the previous financial war, now she felt a bone-chilling anger and lingering fear. The enemy had already placed a knife to her heart. She whirled around, strode to Xiao Chuhe's bedside, her eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. "You stay here, don't go anywhere. I'll go handle it." At this moment, she was no longer the gentle woman, but the decisive female general on the battlefield. "Don't be nervous." Xiao Chuhe, however, turned and took her hand, patting it gently. His palm was warm and dry, carrying a soothing power. "He's desperate, he's run out of tricks." A hint of mockery played on Xiao Chuhe's lips. "Do you think his shady characters can cause any trouble on our territory?" "But..." "No buts." Xiao Chuhe interrupted her. "Trust our soldiers. Trust me." He looked at Qin Kaiying, his gaze deep and resolute. "Have you forgotten? I can see many things." Qin Kaiying's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that strange link she'd experienced before, remembered how Xiao Chuhe had so accurately predicted the enemy's movements. "Continue your command." Xiao Chuhe's voice pulled her back from her shock. "The financial battlefield isn't over yet. Don't let a few flies outside disrupt our rhythm. After we finish this battle, we'll come back to trap them." Qin Kaiying took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She knew Xiao Chuhe was right. Especially in times like these, she couldn't afford to lose her composure. She was the commander. "Okay." She nodded heavily, turned, and walked out of the ward. When she reappeared in the command center, her eyes had regained their usual calm and sharpness. "Everyone, return to your posts." Her voice resounded throughout the room. "Financial campaign, proceed as planned. Security will be handled by the special forces. Li Yu, connect me to the Falcon Commander's communications." The command center resumed its efficient operation. However, a heavy weight pressed on everyone's hearts. They knew that from this moment on, they would be fighting 2 wars simultaneously. One, in the bloodless financial markets. The other, right beside them, a life-or-death battle that could draw blood at any moment. Meanwhile, in Beijing, an ordinary-looking black van silently drove into a small alley near the hospital. The door opened, and 3 men in white coats, masks, and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. They looked like doctors who had just attended an academic conference, their demeanor refined and their steps composed. The leader of the group adjusted his glasses, glanced at the heavily guarded hospital surrounded by numerous military vehicles and soldiers in the distance, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. He pulled a miniature earpiece from his pocket, put it on, and spoke in fluent English in a low voice. "Pluto team has arrived at their designated position. Quite a large operation. Looks like the target is very important." A synthesized, gender-neutral voice came through the earpiece. "Don't underestimate them, Raven. This target is under the protection of the highest levels of the Chinese government. A frontal assault is out of the question." "Of course I know." The man called Raven smiled, his gaze sweeping over the dense ventilation ducts and complex wiring interfaces on the hospital's exterior walls. Fortresses are often most easily breached from within. Have Nightingale and Scorpion infiltrated already? He asked. In position. Very good. A venomous glint flashed in Raven's eyes. Tell them to proceed with Plan B. The game begins. He straightened his white coat and, with the other two men, strolled casually towards a nearby cafe, appearing as if they were just two ordinary doctors waiting for a colleague. No one knew that a deadly crisis had already crept into this seemingly impregnable fortress. Chapter 89: Iron Wall and Sharp Knife. Commander Qin, this is Lei Zhan, captain of the Falcon Special Forces. My unit has taken full control of the hospital's defenses. Snipers have been deployed on all high ground, 3 lines of physical defense have been established on the perimeter, and surveillance and firing positions have been set up on key internal passages. Please provide instructions. In the command center, the steady, powerful voice of the Special Forces captain came through Qin Kaiying's earpiece. Captain Lei, you've worked hard. Qin Kaiying looked at the dozens of real-time monitoring feeds displayed on the large screen and calmly said, the enemy's level of professionalism may exceed our expectations. Don't overlook any suspicious corner. Understood. Not even a fly will get in. Lei Zhan's voice was full of confidence. However, Qin Kaiying's heart remained uneasy. She understood Xiao Chuhe. If he said he could see, it couldn't be an empty boast. But she understood even more the enemy's ruthlessness and cunning. $1 billion bounty was enough to tempt even the devil. Those sent were definitely not ordinary desperados. Li Yu, hack into the hospital's internal security system and synchronize all monitoring permissions to us. I need to see every single rat in the hospital, Qin Kaiying ordered. Working on, Sister Qin. Li Yu's hands flew across the keyboard. But, something's strange. The hospital's internal network seems to have been tampered with. Several monitoring points are experiencing extremely slight delays and packet loss, barely noticeable without close inspection. Qin Kaiying's heart sank. Can you pinpoint which locations? Yes. Mainly concentrated on the west side of Building B inpatient ward, near the fire escape and ventilation system ducts on floors 3 through 5. Li Yu quickly marked several red dots on the map. The 3rd floor on the west side of Building B. Qin Kaiying's pupils contracted sharply. That was directly above the isolation ward where Xiao Chuhe was located. The enemy had already infiltrated. They bypassed the impenetrable defenses on the ground, choosing instead to infiltrate from the air, through the most easily overlooked ventilation ducts, like the capillaries of the human body. Lei Zhan. Qin Kaiying's voice instantly turned cold and urgent. The enemy has infiltrated Building B of the inpatient ward, located on the west side, above the 3rd floor, in the ventilation ducts. Immediately organize teams to search. What? Lei Zhan on the other end of the phone was also taken aback. He hadn't expected the enemy to act so quickly. Understood. I'll take men there immediately. Just then, Xiao Chuhe's unusually calm voice suddenly rang out on Qin Kaiying's private communication channel. Don't go. Only 2 words. Why? Qin Kaiying asked, puzzled. The enemy is right there. That's bait, Xiao Chuhe's voice came. They deliberately exposed those locations to lure your search forces upstairs. Then their real target is underground, Xiao Chuhe said slowly, the central power distribution room on the 2nd basement level. They're going to cut off the power? Qin Kaiying instantly realized. The isolation ward contained numerous life support systems and monitoring equipment. A power outage would have unimaginable consequences. Although there was a backup power supply, the instantaneous switchover would create deadly chaos. Not just. Xiao Chuhe's consciousness was immersed in that vision composed of data and energy flows. In his vision, the entire hospital was no longer a building of reinforced concrete, but a complex network of countless energy nodes and information lines. He could clearly see 2 weak but extremely threatening energy signals, like 2 venomous snakes, bypassing all conventional monitoring routes, silently creeping along the cable shafts towards the underground power core. At the same time, he could also see an even more powerful energy signal, like the center of a spider web, remotely controlling everything from the coffee shop outside the hospital. Their plan is a double attack, Xiao Chuhe's voice calmly analyzed in Qin Kaiying's mind. Upstairs, it's a feint, a diversionary tactic to lure your elite troops away. Downstairs, that's the main attack. Their goal is to destroy the power distribution room, creating a massive blackout and chaos. And when everyone's attention is drawn to the power outage, they'll launch the real, fatal blow. A fatal blow? Qin Kaiying's heart leaped into her throat. Yes. Xiao Chuhe looked at the raven sitting in the cafe. He'll use the moment of the power outage to penetrate the walls and directly attack my ward using some kind of high-energy microwave or infrasound device. That's not to kill me, but to destroy that mind reader. Qin Kaiying instantly understood. The enemy had also guessed that there was some unknown link between her and Xiao Chuhe. They believed this link relied on that mysterious device. Once the equipment is destroyed, Xiao Chuhe will revert to being a helpless, vegetative state patient, a true patient at the mercy of others. What a brilliant move to undermine their cause. One step after another, a complex web of deception and reality, these assassins are not only incredibly powerful in combat, but their tactical thinking is also terrifyingly meticulous. Lei Zhan. Qin Kaiying suppressed his shock and immediately issued a new order through the communicator. Cancel the rooftop search. Order your men to seal off all passages leading to the underground power distribution room. The enemy has 2 well-equipped members. Their objective is to detonate the power distribution room. Also, send a small team to the Blue Mountain Cafe across from the hospital and subdue the man in the white coat and gold-rimmed glasses. He's the commander. Roger. Lei Zhan, though bewildered by the swiftness of Qin's orders, chose to execute them unconditionally. A silent hunt unfolded instantly. Second basement level, outside the power distribution room. 2 dark figures, like ghosts, slid down the cable shaft. They were clad in black, tight-fitting combat suits, their faces wearing night vision goggles, their movements swift and silent. One, codenamed Nightingale, was a petite woman. She retrieved a device from her back and skillfully operated it on the heavy metal door of the electrical room, attempting to crack the electronic lock. The other, codenamed Scorpion, was a muscular man. He warily held a silenced submachine gun, watching both ends of the dark corridor. "All right," Nightingale whispered, the electronic lock clicking softly. Just as they pushed open the door, preparing to rush in and plant the bomb, the emergency lights at both ends of the corridor suddenly blazed on. Dozens of fully armed Special Forces soldiers, as if emerging from the ground, their dark gun barrels locking onto the 2 of them from all sides. "Don't move. Drop your weapons." Lei Zhan's roar echoed like thunder in the empty underground space. Nightingale and Scorpion's expressions changed drastically in an instant. "An ambush. We've been exposed," Nightingale screamed. Scorpion reacted swiftly, shoving Nightingale aside and simultaneously firing. Bang, bang, bang. The intense gunfire instantly shattered the tranquility of the hospital. Meanwhile, in the cafe across from the hospital, Raven was leisurely sipping an expensive cup of Kopi Luwak civet coffee. He gazed out the window at the heavily guarded hospital, a mocking smile playing on his lips. A bunch of fools, still wandering aimlessly on the rooftop. Soon, the entire city would witness the grand fireworks display he had orchestrated. Just then, his earpiece crackled with the terrified screams of Scorpion and Nightingale, followed by a barrage of gunfire. "What?" Raven's smile froze instantly. "Exposed? Impossible." His plan was flawless. How had they discovered it? A sense of foreboding washed over him. He abruptly stood up, intending to leave. However, the moment he stood, he felt a cold, hard object press against his lower back. At the same time, an equally cold voice rang in his ear. "Sir, we suspect you are involved in a terrorist attack. Please come with us." Raven's body froze completely. He slowly, very slowly, turned his head and saw several men in plain clothes, but with eyes as sharp as eagles, surrounding him. One of them held a photograph of him. "It's over." Only those 2 words remained in Raven's mind. He couldn't understand where he had gone wrong. In the command center, when Qin Kaiying heard Lei Zhan report that all the assassins had been successfully subdued, her heart finally settled. She let out a long breath, feeling her back soaked with cold sweat. She walked to the glass wall, looking at the still calm man on the hospital bed, her eyes filled with complex emotions. It was him again. It was him again, who saw through all the enemy's schemes at the most crucial moment. Just how many secrets was this man still hiding? Just then, the final assault on the financial battlefield finally arrived. "Boss! Sister Qin!" Bai Jinjin's voice rang out in the communication channel, filled with barely suppressed excitement. "Jardine Matheson's stock price has reached minus 10.1%. All the short sellers are exposed to our firepower. Can we ignite it?" Xiao Chuhe's gaze shifted from Qin Kaiying's face to the large screen. His lips curled into that familiar, cold, confident smile that belonged to the secret stock market god. "Ignite it. Let this scene reach its climax." Chapter 90: Hunting and Counterattack. Execute ignition plan. Bai Jinjin, in the trading room, issued this order with all her might. The traders at Chuhe Capital, already prepared, pressed the confirmation key on their keyboards. A massive sell order worth over 10 billion RMB, like a cannonball launched from a cannon, slammed into the trading floor of Jardine Matheson Holdings without warning. Singapore Stock Exchange. The hearts of all the traders watching this battle of the century skipped a beat. Boom! The stock price, which had just struggled to climb to around minus 10%, seemed to be violently pulled downwards by an invisible hand. Minus 11%. Minus 13%. Minus 15%. On the candlestick chart, a glaring green bearish candlestick instantly formed, seemingly wiping out all the previous rebound efforts. What's going on? Who the hell is dumping shares? It's over. The bulls are unloading their positions. This is a scam. The market, just moments before basking in euphoric optimism, was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water. Those retail investors and speculators who bought in at the peak, before they could even savor their victory, were plunged back into the abyss of losses. Panic, in an instant, was amplified countless times. However, amidst this panic, three groups of people reacted in starkly different ways. The first group was the vulture financial groups from Europe. Looking at the sudden, massive sell order, they were initially stunned, then their eyes gleamed with even greater greed. A double bottom. This is the last chance to get on board. That god in China is clearing out weak hands. He wants to shake out all the wavering speculators. Buy. Buy at all costs. Grab all the cheap shares now. In their eyes, this huge bearish candlestick wasn't a risk, but gold falling from the sky. Instead of selling, they intensified their buying, like hungry wolves, frantically tearing at the massive sell order. The second type were the Chinese retail investors who were already trapped and chose to lie low. After the initial shock, many of them opened the forum called Lighthouse. They saw that the Xiao Chuhe was still quietly there, without any new posts. God hasn't left. He's still here. Brothers, hold on. This is a technical adjustment. Trust in God. That's right. We didn't run even when it dropped 50% this morning. What are we afraid of now? Those with money, add to your positions. Those without, hold on tight. Victory will surely be ours. Faith, at this moment, triumphed over fear. The vast majority of Chinese retail investors chose to hold their ground, and many bolder ones even began to use their last savings to average down their positions. The third group consisted of those who had leveraged their short positions. They had just been trembling with fear over the continuous rise in stock prices, feeling the noose tightening around their necks. The appearance of this large bearish candlestick gave them a glimmer of hope. Ha ha ha, it's fallen. I told you, how could it possibly rise back up? The bulls are fighting amongst themselves. Quick! Now, add more short positions and wipe them out completely. However, their euphoria didn't last long. They were horrified to discover that the massive sell order, as heavy as a mountain, didn't even last a minute in the market. It was completely devoured by the buying pressure from the European vultures and countless retail investors. After hitting a low of -16%, the stock price seemed to have struck an incredibly strong spring, soaring even higher and more violently than before. -14%, -12%, -10%, -8%. No, impossible. A short-selling trader, watching the massive red candlestick rise from the ground on the screen, let out a desperate wail. His account, leveraged 20-fold, ran out of margin the moment the stock price broke through -9%. The system has initiated forced liquidation. Forced liquidation means the system automatically and indiscriminately buys stocks in the market to cover his short positions. His buying further drives up the stock price. His liquidation, like the first domino to fall, triggers a devastating chain reaction. I'm liquidated too. Help! Run! Short squeeze! Short squeeze! In the market, all the short sellers have gone crazy. They scramble to buy stocks to close their positions, hoping to minimize their losses. However, at this moment, who is willing to sell stocks? Selling orders have completely dried up. Want to buy stocks? Sure, but at an even higher price. The stock price, caught between countless short sellers trampling each other and bulls frantically chasing after it, is completely out of control. -5%. 0%. It's in the green. After a fierce battle lasting several hours, Jardine Matheson Holdings stock price finally and stubbornly climbed back into positive territory from a drop of over 50%. The entire Chinese stock forum erupted in jubilation. It's red. It's red. We won. No regrets being born in China. May I serve under God again in the next life. God. Forever God. Countless cheers echoed through the sky. However, this was not the end. The short squeeze continued. The stock price broke through the morning's high and continued its relentless upward surge. +5%, +10%, +20%. In the Hohe Command Center, everyone stood up, excitedly watching the dazzling red candlestick on the screen, raising their arms in triumph. We won! An epic, earth-shattering reversal. In the trading room, Bai Jinjin embraced her colleagues tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Looking at the ever-increasing red numbers representing profits on her account, she felt like she was dreaming. From a massive loss of 20 billion to profits of 30 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion, the fluctuating numbers had lost their meaning. They had witnessed history, and they had created history with their own hands. In the hospital room, Xiao Chuhe calmly watched everything, a faint smile on his face. Everything was under control. Qin Kaian walked to his side, her eyes filled with indescribable shock and joy. We won. Yes, we won. Xiao Chuhe nodded. Just then, Lei Zhan's communication request came in. Commander Qin, Mr. Xiao, good news. Lei Zhan's voice was also filled with excitement. We've cracked crucial information from the assassin leader Raven's personal device. To ensure the success of this operation, they used the highest level encrypted communications satellite of the Council. Although the signal hopped multiple times, comradely you followed this clue, combined with the physical key we obtained from Raven's device. We have successfully pinpointed the final source of the signal. Lei Zhan's voice suddenly rose. Switzerland, Alps, coordinates 7 degrees 48 minutes east longitude, 46 degrees 34 minutes north latitude. We've found Prometheus's lair. This news was even more exhilarating than the victory on the financial battlefield. Qin Kaiying turned sharply and exchanged a glance with Xiao Chuhe. Both men saw the undisguised, chilling killing intent in each other's eyes. The financial war was merely an appetizer. Now, it was time to settle the blood debt. Xiao Chuhe picked up the red, top-secret encrypted phone and dialed the old commander directly. Commander. His voice, though not loud, was full of power. I need a special forces unit capable of flattening the Alps. I need that madman to pay the price for everything he's done. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then came the old commander's equally cold voice, filled with boundless rage. I cannot fulfill your request. Xiao Chuhe was taken aback. The old commander continued. Because, before you even called, our dragon flame had already set off. We never try enemies who dare to plan terrorist attacks on our soil. We are only responsible for sending them to meet their maker.